It's time to break some ties here in the NADPC region. Hello and welcome to the final day of broadcast. My name is Nomad. I am going to be your host and I'm joined by my lovely, lovely panelists. As always, we have T-Panda and Fear to take us through today's matches. And, you know, whilst the other regions are playing for relegation and major slots here in NA, we're playing for the middle. We're playing for DPC points. We're playing for money. And most importantly, we are playing for pride. We have three teams battling it up against each other. How did we get to this situation, though, is what I want to ask. Starting with the team of DogChamp, what was their journey looking like through the season, Fear?
That's a better question for T-Panda, really, to give me the journey.
I mean, as a team, you could say that they experimented on stuff. They had something a bit different compared to the other teams, which was the story of Russell and Sunlight from DogChamp. So basically,
Doglight would be a better name, to be fair.
In a way, they basically just played out this double offlaner duo, which they would swap around from time to time, where Russell would take over carry, RCY shining in the mid lane, supports doing their mediocre, basic job, basically. Never too bad, never too great either. So that was DogChamp's story. Couldn't beat the top three teams. They did beat Felt out of this tiebreaker set, but they did lose 0-2 to Bait.
Yeah, and Bait are the team which kind of beat everybody coming into it. So thinking that way, they could be the favorites, but then Bait is so predictable. But I do want to stay on DogChamp a little bit longer. I mean, you know, we talked about how this team has kind of struggled to find their identity, you know, but what has been the shining parts of this team? What's been the Doglight for DogChamp?
When Yuma stood in. I think that was their highest of highs. I think this is something they've really been trying to find. That carry player, the two offlane, just hasn't really worked out the way they wanted it to work out. Same with situation with Wildcard. They went 0-7. They couldn't find the right players for the right roles. DogChamp similarly struggling in that regard, right? But like, I think right now, like, neither team has time for their carry player to become a miraculous carry player. So I do want to see them just go on the route of just pick like some Nature's Prophet carry, something that's traditionally an offlaner, run it, try to make it happen. But if it doesn't work out for them, they're just stuck in a situation where they just don't have the hero pool going later on into the draft.
Yep, and the next team we have playing up is, of course, got to be Felt. Felt, give me the 4-1-1 on this team. Give me the breakdown.
Felt, I feel like they were a very competitive team compared to the teams that you normally, will, let's say, to be brutally honest, lose against. They took a 2-1 versus Nouns, and I think that was probably one of the biggest upsets that we've seen this tour. Yep. It prevented them from playing a tiebreaker against 5-Rat for relegation. Instead, they get to stay in the division and play for DPC points. So you get DPC points, you're guaranteed for the North American qualifier for TI at least. So that is something you're looking at for sure, considering the last out of these is going to end up with 0 points. But back to the original storyline, they took a map off of Bait and DogChamp both, weren't able to clear out the series though.
And then finally, out of the three teams, we have Bait as well. These guys, they came in, they looked a little bit rough on the first few weeks, but through the middle, they really started to pick up. They picked up a couple of key wins here, which made them look so much better than last season. Last season was actually really rough for Bait, but they started to find some identity. They started to find a little bit of themselves, and we were really impressed by what we were seeing from these guys. You know, certain players as well, definitely picking it up since last season.
Thanks, Damon, and going into the squad really helped them a lot as far as like getting that cohesion as a team and how to play the game. And they also adapted a lot of strategy. I feel like this Bait had a lot more clear ideas of how to play the game, and it really showed. They still have major inconsistencies. When they don't get a draft they're comfortable with, they don't look very good. But I guess that's the story of all the teams here in the middle. They have shining moments and times where they look really bad, and that's why they're in the middle right now. And for Bait, it's drafting consistency.
Yeah, and that I think also about the consistency about drafting is I feel like they're the only team in this entire division that was, they weren't afraid to experiment, right? They brought some very old school drafts. I think that also shines with Funnick and Dendy being these old school players all the way to like previously before 10 years ago. They brought these minus armor strats that work from time to time, and that was their shining light basically in the middle pack. So they won their first series, lost a couple, then they had the 2 back-to-back wins, which was against DogChamp and Felt, and then they kind of lost edge a little bit. They studied the meta, they figured Undying Drow was the way to go, and they lost every single game they played that setup, which was a bit worrying because we see Undying Drow, you're like, damn, that's a strong lane. But how can you win the game with it?
Bait playing the meta is not a good thing. They
Yeah.
need to play their
really
own
not.
meta.
Yeah, own meta or outside of the meta.
Yeah.
Bait is not a normal team. Don't act like a normal team.
Exactly.
Do bait things and we will love you for it. That is the flavor of this team. And yeah, the reason they're in this tiebreak is because, as you say, they broke form and they lost a series to 5-4 stuff, which the other two teams beat. So now they're stuck in this 3-0 tiebreaker. And we can take a look at the leaderboard and see exactly where everyone is sitting at the moment. And also recap you on the other teams here in the NA DPC, because of course we have those two teams at the top, which is TSM and Shopify Rebellion. They're going to the major, no tiebreakers there. Then we have Nouns, and then we have our three-way tie. It is Bait, Dogchamp, and Felt, all at 3 and 4. That is what we're playing for today. Meanwhile, 5-4 Star and Wildcard are both going down to Division 2.
The storyline, basically, when you look at Bait's standing, they are the best of the rest. They beat Felt, they beat Dogchamp, and technically, you could say if they are to take that 80 points, the 80 DPC points that are up for shares for the 4th place winner, they could be the only team out of these three to start building a point run towards TI. But you still got to overcome Nouns, you still got to overcome Rebellion, and you still got to beat a back-to-back champion TSM. So the road is long, but technically today, if Bait can hold on to that standing of the best of the rest, that is something to hold on to.
And let's see how that journey is going to look like, because, of course, we have the schedule for today. The three teams which are playing are going to be Bait versus Dogchamp to start things off. Then we move into Felt versus the winner of this first series. And then finally, we'll have Felt versus the loser of the starting series. And we are going to play all three games. They're all best of ones, but we're going to go through every single one because we need to know who is going to be in the 5th, who is going to be in the 6th, and who is going to be in the 4th position. So,
yep. And if you're familiar with a three-way round robin, it could go infinitely as well. There's a chance that everybody ties it up. There's a chance everybody will tie it up. We go again, and we see who's going to be beating. And then it's just going to be a marathon. It's just best of ones. Drafting is very different. And I'm expecting something quirky, something maybe a little bit cheesy, something a little bit different, you know? And also what I'm surprised about is, are the teams playing with their full rosters? For the first series, it does look like it, but has Felt potentially changed something in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the scariest part of this, is all these teams right now are so equally matched. I feel like any game, one team like Bait could just be, oh, that was amazing. They got a new strategy. Go into the next game, it gets banned. They're back to flopping, and then it's like back to the drawing board. They'll come with something amazing. And same with all these teams. They have the opportunity or the chances to do really well in every single game. They have the skill, but at the same time, they have some flops too. So this is going to be a very tight series.
I think so as well, and I can see this, going around a couple of times potentially as well, because, as you say, with Bait, we just don't know what we're going to get. You know, when Bait turn up to play, you cannot make expectations to this team because they'll either exceed them or they'll massively fall under them, and we never know which side we're going to get. Hopefully, we get Bait at their best, but you never have to expect anything from this team. You can't expect anything from this team.
It's
That's why we love them.
It definitely is. These three teams are very interesting in a sense because you look at Felt, you're like, Solji's hero pool. Is it a question mark? You look at Bait, Funnick, he's the one who plays the weird offlaners, right? He brings out the Coddles, the Alchemists. He even brought out the Viper a couple of times, the Undying 3, the OD 3s. On Dogchamp, you see a support duo that plays different heroes than the other two teams do. So every team is a bit of everything different to the other.
Yep, and there's always a potential of a Tinker for Dogchamp as well, which is their one really spicy card. And then Felt, they do things a little bit more normally. They are capable of picking something a bit spicy if you hit immune, their carry, but mostly we're also looking at that Moran of their Pods 4 because their Pods 4 player is very new to the role, doesn't really have the depth just yet. But the first thing I want to ask you guys, how do you think it's going to go? Where is the dust going to settle? What is your predictions for this three-way tie? I just said we can't predict anything because of Bait, but I want to know what you think is going to happen.
Well, because of that, I think I made my predictions yesterday. I think it'll be Bait coming out ahead. I'm not confident in this by any means, but I have to predict something. And then Dogchamp too, and then probably Felt.
Yeah, that was pretty much what you said. Yeah,
it's very hard for me to just fully believe in that, though. I'm just kind of throwing names out there.
Oh, yeah. Now, I had almost the same, except I would think Dogchamp maybe is the team to potentially surprise today. Bait coming in second out of these three, and then Felt stays at the bottom. I feel like Felt is the one that we're probably ranking the lowest out of the three, but they're also the most competitive team out of these.
First.
I think Felt has a really good chance of being first.
Yeah.
They have a super big issue in their team, and that's their offlane duo. They struggle a lot, but if they come out and play stable, they're going to get first. But I'm not really expecting that because that has been the biggest chink in their armor throughout the whole tour. And I expect it to get abused. But Felt should be the most stable team on paper if their offlane does well.
Yeah,
They did start to figure things out a little bit versus Nouns. If they can recreate that success, then perhaps we see Fel going first. That's what I'm hoping for. But let's talk about our first series of the day. And this one is Dog Champ versus Bait. So between these two teams, what are you looking most at when it comes to the head-to-heads? Across all the roles, where are we kind of looking? I think there's a lot of answers to this as well.
At least on the side of Bait, it is literally Stonebank. What is his form today, honestly? Like, he can have a hot day, he can have a very cold day. The drafting duo between him and Lodine. Lodine is also in charge of the drafting, so does he get something that impacts Stonebank's lane? How well do they play together? Stomanen, the early game impact, right? That's something that he always astonishes everyone. Out of the +4 players in this tournament, alongside Crit, and Ari, I'd say Stomanen easily can be one of the best early game players out there in terms of impact. So that's going for Bait's side at least.
I mean, this matchup for me is pretty simple for the most part. It's going to be for Dog Champ, can they figure out their off-lane situation? What carry pick can they get for the right matchup? Is it something they're comfortable with? Is RCY going to believe in playing a normal hero instead of the Tinker? If they can answer all those questions for themselves, then they can look like a good team. On Bait's side, how are they drafting today? That's like my big issue. Like, what does their drafts look like today? Are we randomly going to get like some second phase Drow against Storm and Lycan like against Rebellion? Is Dindy just going to play normal heroes like Pango mid instead of his signatures? If that's the case, then I don't know what to expect in this series. So if Bait pick drafts that they believe in, and they're a little weird, honestly, something that Funnick is theory crafted and is comfortable with, I'm down for that. And I want to see Dindy play his comfort, and I don't want Stonebank to counterpick himself. I feel like that's a situation they've been in a lot.
Also, in terms of side lane matchups, Bait is going to probably stick to the 2-1-2 idea, but Dog is more likely to swap side lanes, play Sunlight in the safe lane with Timbersaw, for example.
That's been their strategy for sure. Yeah, I mean, diving deep onto Bait, this team has had like some successes, some failures. We talk a lot about the draft as well. But yes, that's true. That's true. This season, at least, it's been a huge improvement, though. I mean, what were the mistakes of last season which they've improved upon this season?
I think Stonebank, honestly, last season was like a big question mark. He wasn't showing up in any game. He seemed very lost, dying randomly on the map. This tour, he's had some performances at the beginning of the tour, especially, which is like, wow, Stonebank, this looks like a new carry player to me. He's on fire. He's had some rougher games as the tour has progressed, but overall, he's stabilized a little bit, and I think that's why they have better results.
Yeah, stabilized, I think, is the key word in terms of Stonebank. What I was talking about at the start of the season was his tour one was abysmal. He was very emotionally, I could say he was a bit hurt in a way. I was like the games that I watched on some other stream, like some player was streaming and Stonebank was in that pub game. He's saying, sorry guys, sorry I fed, I'm sorry. And I haven't seen that mentality in this second tour. I feel like he's been much more comfortable. We see a couple of smiles come out of the guy. So you feel like he's probably like, hey, things are turning for the better. And that actually helps you perform a lot when you have that confidence built back, because he had no confidence in tour one at all.
Yeah, and he has shown emotion on camera. He always does, and that's kind of why we like Stonebank as well. He's all over the place. When he does, he's always going to give it a bit of a, a very emotional reaction, which is kind of fun to see, because a lot of the players very stoic. Over on the side of Dog Champ, then, we can talk about this team a lot, because they just have done a lot of stuff, They keep switching around their 1 and 3. One of the things which worked really well for them was the Naga Siren series. They pulled that one out against 5-4 stuff, and that looked like team was starting to form up, obviously, apart from the Yuma series, which unfortunately won't be getting today. So is that something we're going to be looking to go back on? Maybe like the harder traditional carries for Russell to play? Or if they play more aggro, it's going to be Sunlight playing in like the Razors or something like that?
It's a very difficult equation, because Naga isn't good every game. He plays a good Naga, but if it's a good Naga game, then he'll probably play. But very rarely is it a good Naga game. We saw his Faceless Void, didn't look as good, and unfortunately, I don't feel like between the two of them, they have a sustainable carry pool in which they can last pick in a game and be like, wow, gotcha, that was the perfect pick, because they just don't play all the carry heroes. It just doesn't exist, and who do you give the last pick to? And you don't want to give it to RCY either, as good as he is and as much as I hype him up. His hero pool isn't really that diverse either. Like, he has his like star heroes that he plays. He can pick them early. He won't lose his lane. And that's a massive advantage. They don't just have that last picker that just takes him home. It's not even the off lane, really. It was like, oh, this was a gotcha pick.
And also, like, Flea, he loves his first phase pick. I think they've drafted his first phase pick in like 14 out of the 16 games. You'd always see his hero come out in the first phase. Monkey King, Rubik, Tiny, something that allows you to play make, and then RCY, does he lock in his comfort hero?
Yeah, that is a big question, and RCY versus Dendi is going to be a hell of a matchup to watch. The old versus the new, if you like, so I'm very excited to watch that one. And what would be even more exciting if I could earn some tokens whilst I was doing it.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what you can get with the new esportsbet.io's Watch to Earn platform, where you can earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is equivalent to $3 per hour just by watching games across the NA and Western EU regions. There is no need to place a bet to start earning tokens. Just sign up on esportsbet.io, make an account, start watching and join in with the community over there today, and you can start earning tokens for yourself. But we now have a draft available. The first game of the tiebreakers is now here, so let's jump into it. It is Dogchamp versus Bait. I did want to talk a little bit more about that middle lane, though. I think it is really, really important for both these teams. With Dogchamp, we've seen one of their biggest problems being that RCY, he does great in the mid lane, but your side lanes have been very volatile, and when they go badly, it collapses in on the mid. They're allowed to bring supports over because your offlaner, if they've done well, can just sit alone, and then your POS4 can just mash away at the mid lane. And I think that's something we're very likely to see from Stomnan if he's given the opportunity. So how do they address that?
Well, they have to have stronger side lanes to answer your question. Just pick to not lose your lanes. And I think Dogchamp has helped a lot, or they've gotten better at that as the tour progressed. I'm not seeing them get stomped in the side lanes except for the TSM series, but that's just TSM.
That's TSM.
What can you do? The biggest issue I've seen with RCY compared to Dendi is I expect RCY to not lose mid lane unless it's a really lopsided matchup. I think he's mechanically more skilled at laning than Dendi right now, but Dendi has more game knowledge. I feel like RCY doesn't know exactly how to enable his cores and where to move on the map exactly when he's having a good game, where Dendi has better knowledge of that. So a lot will come down to draft, of course, and how this mid lane matchup goes, but I do imagine Dendi will be in the driver's seat as far as like getting to counterpick the matchup, because RCY generally will pick his hero very, very early.
Yeah, and also on the side of Dendi, which we did talk about, was the fact that even if he loses his lane, he's never gotten stumped so far. In 2 tours in a row, Dendi is probably out of the mid laners the one that will not get crushed completely and not have a game at all.
Yeah, you can always rely on him to, do the role in the team which they need him to do. Whether he's going to be that leading force in the front lines or absolutely dominating games, maybe not so much, but certainly being a staple in the mid lane is what we're looking at here for Dendi. But this is an interesting draft so far. So Bait opened up with the Disruptor. Dogchamp did respond with a Pangolier and a Silencer, for which Bait decided that Bloodseeker would be the hero to answer.
Yeah, we've seen this Pangolier a lot. Almost always the Bloodseeker gets banned. So.
Yeah.
It is quite good. There are counterplays, and I think a lot of the best Pangos don't mind playing this matchup, but you have to change your build drastically. We're talking about like rushing Lincoln Sphere's first item or very early on, and that can be very annoying to do. So it's kind of like a headache matchup. Just you don't want to change your build. You don't want to adapt your whole style just to play against one hero. But do you also want to put this on support? It doesn't actually get much better in this matchup being a support, other than saying like, sure, you're going to rupture my support instead of a core, but he still dies all the same. I'd rather see in a core position, build a Lincoln's, and just play the matchup.
And we talked a bit about like experimenting drafts a little bit. Dogchamp hasn't played this Pango at all so far. And also one thing with this Bloodseeker pick against the Silencer. You are enjoying this matchup a lot. Silencer, even in the early game, what he relies on is slows, right? Well, Bloodseeker, the more you do damage, he gets faster. So he counteracts that very efficiently. Doesn't worry too much about the global silence either. He relies on the mobility and the backup from his teammates to be able to deal out damage and be on the move the whole time. That helps against the Pango's movement, which makes Bloodseeker such a good answer against the Pango in general, not just the Rupture against the ulti, but it's like the Silencer is a pretty nifty pick against the Bloodseeker, but it's great when you want to initiate and make sure Disruptor doesn't get a counter initiation when you just jump on top of your opponents, because we see that a lot. You got 2 guys blinking in, Static Storm. Guys, we got to fight here. Let's go.
Yep. So Silence to answer the silence. Who silences first? I don't know. We're going to find out, though. I always like having this Disruptor into the Pangolier, though. We've talked about it being a 2-way matchup. The Pangolier does have that 15-minute tool of the roll-up to dodge the glimpse as well, but always just something which you can use to lock down the Pangolier and kill him before he, force him to get a BKB or something, or Yules or something he doesn't really want to build. Again, like, this guy's build is so forced at this point that you almost, can't think about all these things. You know, you have to accept that, okay, if I get Static Storm before I use my ultimate, I'm dead. It's just going to be that way.
I mean, it's just how it is for Disruptor. Like, the mobility heroes, you can say Puck is great for Disruptor, but one small stun and then you drop a Static Storm on him, he can die. Same situation with Pango. So there are counterplays for both sides, but that's just kind of why Disruptor's so strong right now. He's a very difficult hero to just completely address and make him feel like a useless hero. In fact, I don't think any hero makes Disruptor feel useless. The best you can do is like pick a Lycan or something and run at him. However, I'm very curious to see what the point of DogChamp's opening is right now. You have 3 players that can play it, I assume. You got 2 offlaners. You can only assume they know how to play Pango. RCY, I know he knows how to play Pango. So do you want to put this mid? Do you want to do it in the offlane? I guess if you want Sunlight could play carry. We've seen weirder things like his carry Caudle the other day.
Yeah.
So you don't know where this hero is going, but I'm surprised they did leave the Bloodseeker. It is a little concerning.
Yeah, it is in a bit, but also at the same time, they did leave Flea's hero for the 15th pick, and I feel like there's a techies inbound.
You do?
Yeah, because I'm looking at the heroes he plays. Monkey King could work.
It's banned, so...
Okay,
just
it's
now,
banned.
yeah.
It was just banned on the last stage. So they're going to go for the Tusk anyway. So they wanted themselves another brawler type hero, able to harass early. Techies would have kind of done the same thing, that you get to trade and harass, but against the potential Bloodseeker in your lane, probably he's still going to out-regenerate more than what you spend mana on dealing onto this hero. So Tusk at least allows your pause 3, if it is the Pango, if it is something else that they decide to go for, to actually have a better chance of brawling. Because the thing to win that lane is you need to trade more damage than the Seeker is regenerating. That's the way to win that lane.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
If you just poke or leave the guy almost at full HP, you're losing the lane.
Yeah, bursting is very useful, and that's what techies would have given them. But they go for the Tusk instead. I mean, Tusk makes more sense past the laning phase. You know, that's a hero which they can rely on to go first. And as I've said countless times, disposable initiation on your supports is one of the most valuable things you can pick up if you're one of these middle running teams in Division 1. It's so much easier to play the game if you could initiate on someone who isn't going to cost you the game if they die, or cost you the team fight if they die. So you can always press that back button. But Rubik's going to be the pick here, and now the Witch Doctor? No, it's the Dragon Knight. That's a shame. I believed. I wanted it so bad, dude. I wanted it so bad.
They're forcing it at this point.
And it's looking like Funnick DK to me. Could still be Dendi for the mid lane, but Funnick is the guy who usually plays the Dragon Knight if Bait decides to draft it in. So Dendi last pick, interesting.
They'll flex it, right?
5 seconds.
To some degree. It's this draft is very hard to analyze in a lot of ways because like not a lot makes sense from either sides right now. But that's what I love to see, especially versus Bait.
It's a BO1, so yeah.
Like the more I don't understand from a Bait draft, the better they do. So they need to keep going at this pace.
That's true. You want to be scratching your head and going, what? Because we've learned that that's their strongest.
The problem was I understood the Bloodseeker, but I didn't understand the DK, and that's good for them. DogChamp, though, they're going to pick up the Drow. Sunlight, this is like
Drow,
one of his
go-tos.
Does he have another carry hero that he plays?
I mean, it's the Ursa and the Spectre, really. So Drow
no, so
is...
he's got one that I know of then. Yeah. The other two are not really notable. And so I think you should put this Pango mid. I'm really scared if it goes offlane with a Tusk versus a Disruptor versus a Bloodseeker. That matchup can get really bad. Pango will never win its lane. That's just kind of like what it does. It gets some levels. Eventually, it'll use its role. Well, surprise Bloodseekers in the game. What's your purpose now? You're losing your lane. You can't use your role. I think RCY could take it mid, get a lot of farm, get to that Lincoln Sphere a bit early, be able to deal with that. I think it's a pretty good Lincoln Sphere game in general. You're playing versus DK, you're playing versus Bloodseeker. So that could be a route here. And I want them to try and punish the best they can on their last pick. Really punish. I want to see DogChamp use a last pick for once to be like, I am countering this lane really hard, and now we have a draft advantage. So we don't like right now I'm looking at even Vipers or something like that. I don't care. Pick something to destroy this Bloodseeker in the laning stage.
I second that. Yeah, absolutely. This is an abusable hero, right? It's not strong in the lanes. Disruptor is very strong, but not undefeatable. And you've already got a good start with a Tusk, so just double down. Maybe pick something which can combat with a Tusk. Could be cool. Definitely options.
Pick Viper, your first DK, your first Bloodseeker.
all that. The break is
we
so
saw
strong.
Whitemon own on it. It's like really, no offense to Whitemon or anything.
He's a +5 player. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Exactly. Viper is not a hard hero to play. It is definitely not a hard hero to play.
But he did play it sick.
He did.
Dendi, Zeus, Funnick, DK.
That's the counter to the Pango mid. Very low HP this Pango is. Pretty decent armor.
Yep.
Zeus, big burst damage. Also really good versus the Drow throughout the game.
Yep.
I really like the Zeus pick. I mean,
Yeah,
Silencer
I like it.
is very annoying for Zeus though. But you can't like have the perfect hero against 5 heroes because you don't really want to build a Yules or a BKB on Zeus. So you usually don't have a way of getting out of silences. You just want to outrange it. But you're playing for Silencer Tusk. If Dindy doesn't die, I'll be surprised. But as long as he doesn't feed every time Global's up, I'm sure it's fine.
So what's a great pick here versus the Bloodseeker as an offlaner? You've got the Tusk.
I'm gonna keep saying it, Viper.
See, just the Viper. So nothing else?
I think he likes Viper.
I'm sure there's something else,
I'm pretty
but
sure he likes Viper.
I've got my clear favorite right now because I want to see Dogchamp exploit a lane. And as soon as you turn on Dragon Form as DK, there's a Viper there, slowing you down, breaking your armor. You become very squishy. It's not super enjoyable. You could go the route of building a pipe if you want on it as well versus Zeus. You have a lot of magic resist. You're fairly tanky in a game like this. I think it's totally fine.
Can you play a super hard initiator like Timber saw, even if it is the Bloodseeker?
Yay!
All right, let's go Viper.
Golf clap.
So we got exactly what we wanted, what you wanted, what you wanted.
I don't know
in
if
a-
he wanted it, but
in a
I
way,
don't want Viper. I'm not sick in the head.
in a way, when you
The
think
hell?
about that offlane pick, when you're playing up against the Disruptor and you have the Silencer on your team, how much do you want to take advantage of that early initiation? How fast do you get on top of your opponents? Or do you wait for your opponents to initiate global counter? It's the same thing for both teams, right? Disruptor and Silencer, they're waiting for the counter initiation to happen. Silencer allows you to take the initiative. Is Viper the hero to do it? Probably. He's going to win the lane? Very probably. So I like what they're bringing here, but I'm going with bait.
Going with bait. All right, Fear. They picked your Viper. Is that enough to win them over to your side?
it's still difficult because Dindy has a free game for the most part. Yeah, I'll go Dogchamp. Let's go. Let's
All
go
right, I like
Dogchamp.
I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. We'll see what they can do. Viper. It's a good pick. It's a very good pick. My only concern here for the side of Dogchamp is that it is kind of light on control. You've got a Rolling Thunder, which we've already said is not going to do much, and they've got another ball, which is the Snowball. Beyond that, it's a little bit tricky, but then they do have tons
Very
of silences
ballsy.
to throw out as well. Yeah, lots of balls.
They've got a lot of slow too, though.
Yep.
They do have a lot of slow.
And
they
a
do have
lot of
slow.
damage.
Plenty of
So are
tools.
you TPing out in front of a Drow Viper? Unlikely.
Unlikely.
Maybe an Atos too is the play for
All
Viper.
right, Phil, you've won me over. You
All right, let's
handsome
go.
devil. I'm going for Dogchamp. Let's go. Let's see how it goes down. We got a casters for this one as well. It's time to throw it over to the wonderful MLP and the tasty Cinderin.
Thank you so much, Cinderin. You are looking rather tasty today, I might say.
Isn't that the second time he calls me tasty? I'm like, what's going on here?
You're a tasty guy.
Yes. Please don't eat me. I would not, at least not on
How
camera.
dare you make a weight joke right now while we're on camera?
That is that is exactly what I was going for. You know me so well. That's the kind of guy I am. All right, let's get into this one. So Fear reluctantly, massively in favor of Dogchamp, whereas. Yeah, I don't know. I find this one kind of difficult to predict. Both strategies have things going for them, right? You got the Bloodseeker against Pango, which is nice, but oh yeah, hang on, we don't have time to talk. It's a brawl.
It's a brawl right
Rumble
off the
in the
bat.
jungle.
Sunlight.
Good snowball.
He's all right for now. Back on Lowdine they go, but it seems like the Viper should drop first, and he does. Stobbin able to secure first blood. Still going for a bit more now. Flea on the run. They haven't really got a way of bringing him back. They need the stun from Funny, but it's on cooldown anyway. And was that a John X Fire voice line you just used?
What did I say? Rumble in the jungle?
Yeah, I believe he used that for his TI voice line.
Oh, maybe he also invented the phrase.
Oh.
What do you think?
Oh, I thought you did your homework. You were going to make a John joke.
No, I'm my own person.
Okay.
I will not. Don't worry. You'll get a different experience with me altogether, so you can miss your old friend as fast as possible. Not an issue. All right. Well, it's rune time. RCY. That's pretty bold.
Yeah, it certainly is.
He's
Glimpse
dead.
back. He might just be dead. RCY getting a little bit too excited to start off the game is going to hand a second kill to Bait.
Whoops.
Whoopsie daisies.
Sometimes you just really want the rune. Did he at least get the rune? He didn't even get the rune.
No.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, that's huge for Dendy because not only does he obviously get a kill here and get some golden experience, but he might also be able to deny the range creep before RCY gets there. No, he didn't. But RCY also didn't get the last hit, so... I think this is a massively Zeus-favored lane. I haven't seen it played that much, but just in theory, Pango has pretty bad health, so he can get harassed out of the lane. Zeus has obviously received multiple buffs over the last year to his base attack damage. And Pango's melee, so you're going to get pot shots in on him now and then when he goes for CS. All right, Blood and Nine will find a kill, but it's going to come at the cost of his good old friend Sunlight.
Stonebank, though. Stonebank's gone as well. Five kills in 1 minute.
Why is this a 3v3 lane?
The
I'm
meta's
trying to wrap
changed.
my head around this. They're going to leave Drow 1v1 against Dragon Knight? Just, yep, they are. Okay. Interesting. Well, Silencer getting 2 kills in this lane is obviously very good. Going to be stealing over some of that int. How is it works again? You need to have Glaive skilled, right? Before you steal it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you are
So
correct.
they did not lose any yet. But if
No.
he skills a point in Glaives, they will start losing. So those 2 kills, not that consequential in that regard. But yeah, man, I'm thrilled to see a tri-lane. Like, I'm not sure I understand the reasoning. Oh, no, they stopped.
Oh,
well.
why even say it?
Yeah, I'm the worst. All right, who do you want to win? I'll cheer for the other team.
Russell bottom lane. Go after go old Funnick. Misses the courier. Funnick's going to be okay.
This is a really good 1v2 lane for Dragon Knight. As far as 1v2s go, this is one of the best lanes he can face. They are so much about the right click. He's going to get 2 points in Dragon Blood, and he can just float this lane. And I can't say the same for Viper playing 3v2. I feel like Silencer leaving this lane could actually become a really big problem for Sunlight up here. Viper is a snowball-based hero that has to do well in lane. And what we've seen teams in the past do in the 2-1-2 meta was actually tri-laning the Viper in the first few minutes to just shut him down. So, well, for now, Stonebank is having a great time top. Getting 5 denies here in the first couple of waves. Viper 3-2.
That he is. And bottom lane, Bloody Nine's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Funnick doesn't care here. And he's only level 2. It's going to get a lot easier for the Dragon Knight very soon. Boots, level 3. This is a lane that almost plays itself for the DK. He might even get the courier here. He's slowed by the Arcane Curse. Actually won't get it.
I do love the fact that Bait has not they haven't budged. Like, they're keeping the tri-lane together, which obviously it's going to pay dividends here with the way things are going, I believe. As I say that, Stonebank is going to get jumped, but does have the blood, right? So he's going to be all right as they go for a lift.
Non-rain for Glimpse, I think. No, yes. All right, they're going to go for Sunlight.
Why not get the bigger target? The Viper. Not exactly what you want to be happening in the laning stages of Viper, but Stonebank going to take the kill as the Bloodseeker. And I mean, this tri-lane, like, you make sure that the Viper doesn't get that dominant laning stage and it doesn't feel like you're actually against the Viper.
No, absolutely. I think from a macro perspective, if you want to call it that, this is really, really good news for Bait, how this is shaping up so far. At the same time, for DogChamp, you wonder, what if they would have stayed 3v3 and kept the Drow 1v1 against DK? Like, how long is that fine for the Drow? I think she's fine for quite a while, honestly, and it's, in my perspective, it's more important to give Viper a good start, which he's definitely not having, and his friend isn't either. Flea will be glimpsed back into the arms of Stonebank, and that's another kill.
That was actually off the back of the TP from Sunlight, by the way, because Flea was actually blocking off the Disruptor from being able to get
Is
in
Dandy
range to
dying
comes
here?
back.
Close call in the mid lane. Needs the power rune. Won't get it. It's water rune, obviously. It's minute 4. I'm old. Back in my day, we had power runes level minute 2.
I remember. I was there, Syndra.
Yep.
Good old
Oh,
days.
you're old too.
Oh, I'm very
Nice
old.
to meet you. Finally, we can bond over something. Oh, the snipe.
RCY. Bit of revenge here from the Pango.
Yeah, this is very unexpected for me. I was just saying I think this is a Zeus favored lane, but
Yeah, you
RCY
did.
with that kill, he's ahead on CS as well, and now Zeus loses half a wave in his tower during his death. This is about the worst time you can die, is when that creep wave is in that tower. He's actually going to lose maybe 3 creeps. Oh, he just barely got the XP for that one. But still, really bad news for Dendy, considering he even had a kill. It should not have happened. And that's the saving grace right now, really, for DogChamp, is that mid lane.
RCY is almost level 6 here, and he just gets it. Gets the range
Oh,
creep.
if Dendy dies again.
I think he
should be okay.
just may. RCY needs
okay.
to find the angle. Yeah, he's all right. Or is he?
Flea connecting. But, oh, if Dendy walks into them. Well,
He won't. He won't.
all right. A little bit of an awkward stare down there.
Stominum, though. He's an easier target. Oh, no, never mind. Dendy. He's stuck around behind
This
the tree
could be
line.
good for Dendy, actually.
It could be. Nice
It
lift up
is.
back into the tier 2 tower. Dendy's going to be all right.
Oh,
it was
boy.
all a bait.
Oh, that's so good for Bait. They also get the kill top because Sunlight is playing 1v2, so they just run him down, and now Rubik gets this kill, giving over a tango to Dendy, who's not going to find level 6. The icing on the cake for Dendy here is if he finds the power rune minute 6. Then he's just fully recovered. Finds his level 6 now, and Arcane Boots 50 gold away, so everything right now coming up Bait. And Funnick on the... Look at Funnick. He's actually just cutting the wave. Literally just walk all the way down and gets ganked by 2 supports, but I don't know if they're actually going to kill him here.
I mean, he's a tanky boy.
They have Snowball. They might be getting him. Free Fire.
Let's see,
Nah,
Funny.
he's dead. He's dead. But it's kind of close, honestly.
Downey. Okay, he keeps
Oh,
going.
he's fine.
He's fine.
I changed my mind. He's okay.
Wow.
I might change my mind again. Maybe he's not okay. Maybe he is. Maybe he's not. This is thrilling.
Uh-oh.
Anything can happen. He's going to die to neutrals. He didn't die to neutrals.
Oh,
Great prediction, Mike. I covered all of the possible outcomes except what happened.
yeah.
There you go.
How long have you been playing this game, Syndrome?
Oh, I'm really old. I've forgotten. I don't know when I started even. I don't even know what I did yesterday.
That's all right.
Sunlight, yeah, he's in trouble again. No TP. They can just lift him to keep him in the ritual, and he will die once again.
Yeah, Sunlight's having a very tough time.
All right, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's going to have very minimal impact this game already. And that's 7 minutes in. And I'm a negative Nancy. But it's a Viper who's 7th on net worth.
You're gonna hold that against me.
That's, yeah. Yeah, I am. But, I mean, think about this for a second. Funnick just got ganked between the enemy tier 2 and tier 3 towers bottom. He's having a horrible, or he's not having a horrible time compared to the Viper,
Mid lane,
despite that.
Bloody Nine, Low Dime both going down. Now Dendi being chased. The shield crash does land. Snowball. Oh, it's not going to connect.
That is, though.
It certainly will. RCY, a double kill on the mid Pango. This game is an absolute brawl.
It really is. And I can't stress enough how much pressure is on RCY to not make mistakes in this game because, yeah, the Drow is having an okay time, but it's Drow. Russell needs 10, 15 minutes before he really starts getting involved in much of anything. And the Viper is just a support at this point. So if Pango is not doing this well in the game, it would be dire straits already. But yeah, that's the good news for DogChamp. RCY has been pretty reliable in this tournament in general.
Funnick, he might actually die for once. Here we go.
Did not expect the offlaner gank. Viper went bot. He's had enough of top lane. They're literally playing an empty lane right now, which I would not advise minute 8. I don't think it's a winning strategy.
Mid lane, Bloody Nine, getting very low, lifted up. Not going to go down though, because Denny's racing for the haste. Does grab it now, so RCY is the one in danger. He'll still secure Lowdine. He's got the Rolling Thunder, but he needs to try and get out of there, because he got ruptured up by Stonebank. He does go down.
Okay, Dendy's gonna find Bloody Nine here as well because of Thirst.
The haste rune pays off.
Really like that heads-up play by Dendy there. I think most players in that situation go for the easy kill that there was, but identifies the value of cutting over to the rune and then ends up finding the collateral kill and the silencer in the end anyway. So, well done there.
Absolutely.
Dude,
By the way,
Stonebank's gonna get so farmed this game. And keep in mind it's a Bloodseeker Zeus, right?
oh
This
yes.
duo is nasty when Bloodseeker's having this good of a game.
I just keep looking back over to the Viper though, Syndra. Sunlight now just hit level 5, so happy
Oh.
days for the Viper.
Was that meant to be a positive or a negative? Oh, he's in trouble. Well, he was having too good of a time anyway. He did survive for 2 straight minutes, so he's going to cash in on his 6th death.
That was a negative, by the way, to answer
Yep.
your question.
All right. It's very like you. Oh, unlucky. Well, Fear really liked the Viper. I think Viper's situation right now is not what Fear liked. I think if he knew Viper was going to be like this, he would say pick literally any other Dota hero than this. So, yeah, all of the hopes and dreams he had for this is not coming to fruition. But RCY once again might just be the hero.
I mean, he may be.
Ring around the rosy though.
Certainly, Funnick's all right to sidestepping, but here comes Sunlight to try and claim that juicy XP. Problem is he's going right back to the fountain.
This guy can't catch a break. He got a kill though.
I don't think he got the XP for it.
That's global.
Okay.
He got the last set.
Never mind, never mind.
So he did,
No,
at the
don't-
very least, get something. But yeah, being sent back to base is not ideal.
9-13, Syndra. 10 minutes in.
Yeah, love to see it.
You certainly do.
Keep up the 2 kills per minute, please. I'm entertained. Oh, they look like they might want to try to do it mid, but Dendy seems quite aware with this ward he has.
Stonebank's got the Maelstrom up now. I mean, you mentioned how great of a game he's having. He's farming a bit too quickly, I think. This is a big concern, like DogChamp. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with this POS 1 Bloodseeker. It's looking a little bit rough at the moment. We'll see. Bait, I mean, it almost looks like they're going to smoke up here in the mid lane. And they do.
Yep. They have Thunder Gods, so can make an easy connection. And Rubik has hit level 6 and he has Swashbuckle, so there's actually quite a lot of damage in this move. Swashbuckle, Fade Bolt is like 500 maybe, and then you have the Zeus ult. They can kill Viper with just that spell combo, and he won't have time to react. So Yeah, well, Sunlight. Let's see if we can count to 7 here.
Sunlight.
Do it with me, Mike. 1. Oh, okay. We didn't have time. It was 7, though, I promise. Well, Snowball.
Yeah, Funnick. I mean, he's going to copper, but he's so
Steals
tanky.
tag team. All right.
Okay.
I don't know if I like that Static Storm or not, but I understand the reasoning.
I think you don't like it, Syndra. You can say it. Bloody 9.
Oh, Stonebank versus Russell.
I mean, Stonebank's going to try, but Russell's just going to man up with the gust.
I think he could have got away.
Probably could have.
He ruptured him, he has phase boots, and he just needs to dodge the multi-shot by sidestepping. Meanwhile,
Funnick.
bottom,
Yeah, getting stunned up. Maybe this time they get the DK. Where's the toss gone?
he got glimpsed.
Oh, he did too. Funnick. Still stunned up, and they've
He's
got the
living
Viper.
for now.
Funnick. Oh, one more hit.
It's close. He's
Oh, he's
fine.
gone. He
Why
is
did you
gone.
think he was gonna live?
Dominant.
Uh-oh. Well, that's another. And maybe even a tertiary kill here. They're going deep for this.
They certainly are.
Where is Dendy's TP? He doesn't have one.
Oh,
but
no.
Stonebank does.
Stonebank
1
certainly does.
And a 2 swing.
You love to see it.
All right. Recovered after that death top.
We are now 2.5 kills per minute. 30 kills. 12 minutes in.
Yeah, talk about pace.
This is amazing.
This is fun.
Yeah.
Just stop farming. Dendy, what are you doing? Get involved. Everyone else, didn't you get the memo? Even Drow has 2 kills now.
It's a crazy game between these two teams. Really, really just insanity here is...
It does feel like it's in Bait's favor, though, right? They have the top net worth hero. His matchup against this top net worth enemy core is favorable. And you do feel like the writing on the wall here is that Bait's lineup's going to reach a strong mid-game timing. Funnick now has the late Meteor Hammer. Obviously, he had a tough laning setup, but now with this, he's going to take the tower.
Stonebank.
Okay.
He's running right in. Static Storm's only on 1, though. Oh, it could have been so good, but
Yeah.
not so much.
Lodine messed that up a little bit. They could have got all 3, and now they both die instead. He jumped the gun just a little bit.
Oh, so close.
Just, if he was standing a little bit further to the left in that tree line, he could have Static Storm comboed all 3 heroes, and they would have killed all of them and not died.
Yeah.
That's the difference half a second makes in Dota sometimes. They just barely got to escape the field. And the rupture didn't matter because Pango got to safety.
Oh, it's just such a back and forth game between these two. Like, we're talking about this Bloodseeker being so farmed up, but it's like, is it really going to matter later on? Who the hell knows? They just non-stop fighting here, these two teams.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that Stonebank. Okay, now that before you say you don't, I'll say yes, I didn't like it. I think he should farm his BKB. I think it's up to his teammates to make the moves. They should be playing around Funnick's Dragon Knight and let Bloodseeker get the BKB, because once that is online, he's a god in this game. There's nothing stopping him. There's a punch, and sure, the Viper Strike can be annoying, but I think he's still going to be fast enough that he can just outpace it if they're taking fights with their Zeus, so a Bloody 9 will be bloody dead here.
Yeah, he tried to TP out, but there's just no chance in hell. Still, they might
Good
at least
shards.
find Lodine. Very nice shards to set up. Fleet.
He's going to get bumped up.
Oh, he does.
Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind.
He was
I'll
actually
see
stuck there. Interesting. That's a corner you can get stuck in. Learn something new every day.
You do.
Enjoy that corner until the map gets changed next patch.
If it does.
Oh, yeah. True, if.
Funnick?
Who knows? Maybe we'll have the same map forever.
Funnick.
He's finding a D ward here. Popping the dragon form, actually. Interesting. And now he's seeing sunlight. Doesn't see Flea, though, out of the smoke, but now he should.
Run, Funnick,
Maybe.
run.
He's okay.
Oh, then he's got the Kaya Sanj up now, so might be ready to fight with his team more often.
I think Bait hit critical mass when he gets his shard and Bloodseeker gets BKB. It's such an insane damage upgrade for their team overall to hit those 2 items together. So I wouldn't mind seeing them just slowing down just slightly for like 2 minutes. Those 2 items are... So it's the BKB is 800 gold away from the Bloodseeker, and the shard is 900 away from the Zeus, so they're pretty much going to perfectly overlap. If you communicate this and you strike hard with that timing with a smoke play, it's very, very likely to be successful.
Huge timings indeed here for Bait. Still 1k advantage, but like you said, BKB shards, time to go, boys. There's bot lane, Sunlight.
Oh no.
Yeah,
He
here
might
we
actually
go.
be in trouble now. No, Funnick is not pursuing this at all. Well, Disruptor is on the way, though. Lodine will show himself on an obs, though, so... I guess, yeah, Sunlight will TP out.
All the glimpse range. Oh, he was...
That was
he's
close.
Close, but not close enough. No cigar, sadly, here for old Lodine.
Now we're looking for Drow. So she's working on her BKB as well. She has Yasha as well as Dragonlance.
Uh-oh. Dendi.
That would be a big pick, but they don't have any lockdown except Pango ult. And they're going to lose their mid tower, but they take the top. So not the best of trades exactly for DogChamp. They will be down by a key tower just now. The objectives favoring bait as well. Look like they're going to go on Funnick bot.
They've got Sunlight around, so they've got plenty of damage here with the break as well. Funnick just trapped up in the shards. A great setup here from Flea, and he's going to drop. Sort of pick up there for Sunlight, but in comes the rest of bait.
Yeah, they're a little bit late to the party, aren't they?
They are.
This is what I mean. I feel like you should be playing around this Dragon Knight and not just leave him for dead this much. So sure, the Viper's having a bad game, but you can still enable your Dragon Knight quite a lot by playing him in tandem with the Bloodseeker, for example.
Stonebank, can he fight back? Punches
He doesn't
there.
have his BKB on him.
Oh no. His recipe was on the way.
Bait were spreading out just as that happened. That was basically the perfect opportune moment for DogChamp to make that move. So nicely done. Finding that pick.
Drow though.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a trade of sorts.
Yeah, Russell. They know he's there. No hesitation. Static Storm dropped. No one helping him out. So a direct trade basically between the two teams. And that timing you talked about. Now, once the Bloodseeker respawns, it's going to be online. Shards available on Dendi as well. There's bait. They want to just get started right away. They don't want to wait.
This is once again, this is just perfect timing now for them, right? Zeus has the shard, Bloodseeker has BKB, and Dragon Knight has dagger. It's like, this is everything you want to just snowball this game out of control now. DogChamp's defensive plays consist of Global, Silence, and Snowball, the Snowball needs to be really well positioned to even deal with this. And the Global, it's nice, but it's a long cooldown. And this Dire lineup can look for skirmishes basically all the time, as long as they play together with their Dragon Knight. Bloody Nine rhymes with Lodine, but doesn't see him. So he's okay.
Top lane. RCY looking to maybe snipe Stominant here on the Rubik. Pings are out.
Yeah, he could. Oh, okay.
Oopsie daisies.
Well, probably not the right way to force staff. It was hard to know.
Yeah, it's alright. Stominant's still going to drop. Bloody Nine actually takes the kill here on the Silencer.
Lodine with a kinetic field. He is also completely dead.
Absolutely.
Tag Team Swashbuckle does so much damage.
Cinder, how is a Bloody Nine's literally got 0 installed in a game like this? Mid
Well,
lane?
I don't think he skilled Glaives until level 8, did he?
I'm not sure, but it's like 39 kills in 18 minutes and you haven't got one stolen in.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he skilled it now. I think he just got it.
Okay.
Which isn't that uncommon for Silencers to not take the Glaives point, but I mean, considering how much of a mess this game has been in terms of non-stop fighting, he might regret it. And he didn't have 1 point at least. Could have been a meaningful amount.
It happens. What can you do? 29-19 now. 1 kill away from making it an even scoreline between these two teams. So they'll slow down a little bit. I think DogChamp realized that Beta are in a pretty strong timing now, so they'll just kind of sit back and farm for a little bit, try to avoid the side of Bait. I mean, I feel like Bait, I thought they would smoke with these timings immediately, but they've kind of held back. Like, they've even got Funnick with the Blink Dagger as well, but they're just kind of taking it easy.
Okay, well... Yeah, it's DogChamp making every move. You're absolutely right. Funnick is going to connect now, and guess he's looking for the trade, but doesn't dare. He doesn't have the information. He doesn't know.
Stonebank? He's all right. He backs off at the right time. You see Sunlight at the top lane. They're grouping up now, I think.
Going Manta? Is that good here?
You tell me, Cinder. You tell me.
I'm just trying to figure out why he wants Manta.
I mean, Global's... Yeah, but you got BKB, right?
Like, if you're clutch, you can Manta dodge Viper Strike, but that's very... Okay.
Jump
Global
in.
Silence.
They've got Funnick, and Funnick might just...
Oh! Whoa, what happened?
I don't think he was expecting the 4-staff on Funnick.
Definitely not. Yeah, Funnick mistimed that as well. If you Dragon Tail into instantly hammering there, you do get the Tusk. He should not have time, because the Dragon Tail stun is 3 seconds, and the Meteor Hammer is 2.5.
Yeah.
It takes 2 seconds to channel, and then it takes half a second to land. So Funnick wasn't quite snappy enough there, but he still forced out the Global. So I think he's pretty happy. And this is, again, another moment of opportunity for Bait. If they can push out this top wave and then start looking for a smoke move into the enemy triangle, this could bear fruit. But for now, they're starting to play a little bit tighter together. They're finding some D-wards and getting some control, but they're not really making as many moves as I would like for their lineup. Stonebank will be farming top, and now again they've left him alone. Are DogChamp seriously going to make another successful move here right as they leave Stonebank alone?
Oh, Shards is on target.
Bait out the TP there from the Rubik. He cancels it. They found mid.
RCY, Media Hammer.
He's dead.
It certainly is. Dendi will secure the kill there with the Thunder God's Wrath as drums are pop, but now Sunlight could be in danger.
I can't believe Sunlight has this item.
I mean, what's
The
happening?
worst game of all time, and he's got Midas Tremors. The Merlini build. It's so old school, and this is, I mean, it's one of those things, you like to call that the cup half empty versus half full, right? It's like, okay, if your game is that bad, do you just go like mega greed to try to get something that resembles a late game? Or do you get the big value items that you can with the little bit you have? This is pretty much the greediest possible way of playing the game as Viper. Get crushed in lane, and then go Travels Midas. He might become a hero, though. If Bait don't execute, you know, obviously find some scaling, and he has Drow Aura on his team, so Viper is quite a lot stronger with that Aura available. The extra Agi is a very meaningful damage output. You get the attack speed from the Midas. It all adds up, but there's still quite some ways to go here for Sunlight before that becomes relevant.
Absolutely.
The TP top, these under a ward here, so Lodine knows this is coming. But it just gets dewarded, and that's probably the end of it.
21 to 21.
Yeah.
4K
Bait are starting to
advantage.
pull ahead now, though.
Yeah.
This last fight was pretty meaningful for them to find that kill onto the... Was it the... I even forgot who they killed. Was it Pango they killed mid? No, it wasn't. It was... Oh, yeah, it was. It was Pango and Viper.
Okay.
Right.
Let's go back to the Mantis style being built up on Stonebank. Like, maybe the double silences that are available is kind of the reason why he's like, I need the Purge.
I feel like the game is very explosive in how fights are going to work for their lineup, right? I feel like what you would want for Bloodseeker in this game is like Basher and Blink and just go crazy, because the fights are extremely bursty by nature. You have Zeus casting all of his spells, you have Dragon Knight just catching a target for you, and your job is to just get in there and kill them off. Manta is like hybrid in the sense that, yeah, the stats are okay, and... Oh, he sees RCY here. Zeus ult.
Rupture is there. Yeah, RCY. No point
And
popping
even
the ult.
global too. This is actually the best possible scenario here for Bait. They should be looking for more now. 45 seconds on this Pango, no global.
Bit of a mess here. As it seems like they're going to try and push down the bottom tier 2 tower here, Bait. Take advantage of the opening they've just kind of made themselves. I mean, the tier 2 should be more than easy now. Like, without the global, without the Rolling Thunder, there's just no way to defend this, surely.
Glyph will help for now. It's going to kill off this wave. Flea pulling the wave with Ice Shards. And they are TPing in defense.
Okay. Sunlight.
Sunlight's going to try to Midas the Bloodseeker.
Oh, he can at least get one of the creeps, I suppose. Stonebank.
Yes. All right, they might just flat out want to go on this.
They're going to try, but in comes Bait. Still Snowball going to save from the Media Hammer. Funnicky may have gone too deep here. And nice Static Storm, but it's not going to make the difference. But no, maybe Stonebank. Stonebank might be able to clean up. Gust is there.
He's
He'll run
fast
out.
as fuck, boy.
He is real fast. Russell's going to try and fight. Stonebank will man up. He will go down, but Dendi secures their kill. It's RCY.
Oh, stolen rolling. That's big.
Certainly is. Dendi going down is also huge, as he is going to drop here to RCY, but they're stopping him.
Here we go.
Speed Racer. And they have found RCY. Swashbuckle back to the high ground. Fade Bolt from the Rolling Thunder. RCY duke this one out.
They can't get him, I think.
Oh, and he's back on Disruptor. Oh, he gets him as well.
It's so awkward for Rubik when RCY is up there. There's no way you're going to be able to drive that racetrack. That's one of the hard Need for Speed levels there. He needs to get around that rock with awful turn rate. That's just not going to happen. Man, I can't believe that fight turned out that good for DogChamp. I mean, it's a draw, but
Yeah.
the way that started, I thought it was going to be really, really rough for them. They kind of pull out with a decent result in the end.
Yeah, the gold swing was huge in their favor as well. So, like, it's, you know, it's a pretty good result for sure for the side of DogChamp and Bait. I mean,
RCY got so many levels. He's level 19.
Oh.
Like, it's the highest level on Bait is the Bloodseeker, who just got level 18. So a full level advantage there for the Pango coming out. And he's approaching his next item, which looks to be a Lincoln Sphere against the Bloodseeker. Pretty standard, but there's a lot of spells in this game that can break Lincoln, so he has to find a way of casting Rolling Thunder from Fog and then blink in with that on for protection. Dendy's going to get Ags now, and level 18, so huge improvement for him as well. Major upgrade to their damage.
You love that.
Oh, look at that.
Of course.
Buy present item.
BKB. The Midas pays off syndrome.
That's debatable, but no, he's making some progress here. And there's the Lincolns. All right, both teams with some meaningful upgrades to their arsenal here. Zeus 18 and X, and then Viper with the BKB, Pango with the Lincolns. And there's nothing else really coming the way of bait for now. So Stonebank is working on a Mjolnir, and again, would have probably preferred to see him get a Basher or a Dagger. Like, the key against Drow lineups usually is to just get on top of Drow, right? And you have the perfect hero for doing that this game. If you ever get vision from the Zeus ult, you can just pop Blood Rage and blink in. Okay.
Kinetic Field catches
Oh,
two.
that's a
Static
good
Storm.
pick.
It's a good start, but where's the backup?
Oh
Thunder
my
God's
God,
Wrath. Oh, they
so
just
much
melt.
damage.
Russell's gone.
RCY's getting the hell out of there. They're going to find extra kills here potentially, or just, well, maybe not. Well, Stamana is running around with a gem on the left-hand side. Phonic. Phonic has a ward.
Oh.
I mean, not on him. There's a ward in the lane.
Oh, okay.
Relax.
Okay, I was
He's
going
not
to say.
Oh! No, there was vision for him, but unlucky bash there as he was channeling the Meteor Hammer. It happens. They were still going to get the Roche.
Absolutely. I was going to say as well, like, I was really doubting the damage output in that Static Storm, but Dendy
Zeus
has a
does
lot of damage.
So much damage in a single stun right now. He drops the Nimbus, he uses Ags, he has the Shard, and he has level 18. So just the raw damage. Thunder God's Wrath probably does about 700 magic damage to every hero when he clicks it, roughly. Bottom lane, global.
They are making the jump in.
Stonebank's definitely going to trade this one away.
I mean, he's cleaning up at the very least one.
Running a bit in circles here.
RCY. Not going to be able to get too much done. Gets rid of the Nimbus, but...
Big rune for Dendy here. Finds the Arcane for the next fight.
Uh-oh.
And they also find a DK Dragon Knight. Yes, a DK BKB. So plenty of plays. This is an upgrade now for them. The Mjolnir is now complete on Stonebank. He's buying the Shard, which is obviously another percentage-based damage increase, similar to Zeus's. So they're going to be able to dish out that damage against some of the tankier heroes of the Radiant. But still curious to see where he goes after this. If it's going to be the Dagger, if it's going to be a Basher. I think those are the two best options and should probably get both in order.
And Dendy's got a Psychic Headband as well now, which is going to feel very nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of int.
By the way, we've got the... I mean, that Ags Disrupt is going to be a real problem for DogChamp, considering they have been landing some pretty nice Static Storms throughout this game.
He's some ways away. He's got a 3k gold to go, but he does have the big old Philly.
If only he bought a Midas.
Yeah, that's true.
Smoke up.
Sunlight has a Dragonlance. I mean, he is progressing. As much as I was laughing at the absurdity of it all, considering how bad his game was, this might honestly, in hindsight, turn out to be a decent choice, because maybe if he had gone for something more stock standard in that position, if they couldn't take the fights anyway, then this might just be better, right? Let's see.
RCY would be a great
put
pick
some
off.
pressure here. They have the Aegis. Stonebank is not afraid. Taste of the good stuff.
39. He'll just keep pushing out the bot wave. Seems like somebody will be over to address that in just a moment. While the rest, they do continue pushing in this tier 2 mid tower. It's like Beta very confident in taking a full team fight right now if they can. See, they do have the Aegis up on Stonebank, so that certainly helps. And tier 2 towers for free.
They have really good control of the map now. If they could somehow push out the bottom wave, then this map is a full-on lock. Dendy gets another power rune. He would probably love to fight right now. He has haste and arcane.
Oh.
Doesn't get much better than that. But no targets to acquire, really. DogChamp are hiding two of the heroes in their base. The Drow is far away. All right, there's that Zeus ult, gonna give vision and Nimbus.
Oh, bloody 9. Poor guy.
Yeah, you're not getting away from that.
Nope.
Easy kill for Bloodseek.
And that was all Arcane Rune as well. So low cooldown Thunder God's Wrath, I believe. And
Yep, it's ready again in 70. I think he might have... No, he did use it with Arcane. You're right. It was barely running still.
Yeah. 7k advantage now for Betas. They are going to head back into the mid lane. RCY got to be very cautious not to show himself right now.
You say that.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, they were a little bit too slow to react there. If they could have... Oh,
They have the vision with the Nimbus, but Rolling Thunder is there. Oh, RCY? He's going back in.
Okay.
This is dangerous.
He knows Bloodseeker's bottom, so he feels pretty safe. There's no rupture here, and he will TP out.
Okay.
Still, advantage bait. They will get a bottom tier 2 tower out of this as well after that silencer kill, as well as forcing the Pango ult. So they're just going to keep rolling with the punches now. Age is expiring in 1 minute and 15, and I don't think it's high ground time just yet. So now the goal for bait probably is to play some serious map control, get the enemy triangle under control, push out top, and maybe make a smoke of their own to perhaps find a fight at the tail end of this Aegis. They need to hurry up if they want to do that. Funnick going for cooldown reduction, by the way. He has the Quickening Charm in his stash, as well as buying up an Octarine Core. This is something we sometimes see from offlane Dragon Knights.
Okay.
Trusting that Bloodseeker and Zeus in combination will have enough damage, which is fair to assume. As long as he keeps finding lockdowns during the fight, it will be there for the punches.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, just having that constant stun flying out is going to be so annoying in these fights. And like you said, it's the trust in his teammates to get the damage out throughout these fights.
Dog Jam are completely cornered. If this smoke fails, they actually lose the game. I think this is really, really dangerous. Their buyback status is not the greatest. There's no buyback on Pango. There's no buyback on Tusk. I think there was no buyback on the Drow either. So you can buy back effectively the Viper at this point. And the Silencer just barely has enough. If this fails, it is terrible. They are looking for a big wraparound. Stonebank, all right. Push the wave, break the smoke here. Stonebank, no Aegis, but he gets the blink out.
Very nice start. RCY still gets the double stun off. Global Silence pop. BKB's popped as well. Stonebank, he's going to go for the fight. Blood right down, but everyone just running here from Dogchamp as they do land a option.
Flea is so low, so look at Stonebank go.
Oh, he's fast.
Oh, the Glimpse combo, nice.
CY with the roll up, he's okay. Still ruptured, but nothing to... Oh, no, never mind. He'll blink away. He's
they
fine.
actually get 0 kills out of it. I think Dogchamp should be very happy. That looked awful for a moment, but they actually get out alive with everybody. Not sure how Funnick couldn't pursue there and find a secondary stun, but yeah. Credit to Dogchamp for getting themselves out of a sticky situation and keeping this alive. You get a little bit of a breathing room now. Dendi needs 70 seconds for ult. The Bloodseeker pop BKB, so now they're going to chill. And happy to see Stonebank by the dagger, of course. I was harping on it quite a lot. He did get it now. He's going for Nullifier over Basher. There's some merit to that against the Glimmer Cave of Silencer. Against... Do they have any Ghost Scepters? They don't. It's... Both items are good for different reasons, so...
Yeah.
It's fine.
I believe we have an Aghanim Scepter coming out on Sunlight now. There you go.
Oh, Lodine changed his mind. He's actually not even going for it. He's going Lotus. He could have almost had it by now. Would have been somewhat close, at least. But obviously, Lotus is going to be cheaper to buy since he already has the Arcane Boots and he can disassemble those. Wonder why they rate the Lotus so high here. We'll remove Global, of course, so he can get his spells off, or perhaps protect against Snowball. Protect against, or reflect Viper Strike, which now has an Axe upgrade, which is obviously the Nosedive.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to use that ability this game, because Nosedive on Viper, from my perspective, really depends on your hero being strong enough to frontline. But given how the pace of the game has gone, I don't know if he has that luxury. If he nosedives into them, I think they might just turn around and kill him. He's got to be careful, even with BKB on. Says, oh, they're going to find him.
Speaking of the... Oh!
Well, he BKB'd regardless. So Funnick gets the same outcome as if he had stunned the hero. Actually, this is better because now he stunned a creep and did some damage.
That he did.
So, absolute 11-head play from the Dragon Knight. Russell.
Oh, that's a big kill if they can get it, but he BKB's TP's out.
Yeah, no Basher, so no guaranteed lockdown. This is why this would be such a nice item on Stonebank, is when he finds a Drow, when he finds a Pango like this, he can really chase it down. Pango roll.
Oh, it's a nice start. They found the Disruptor. Great target, though. Lodine, 4-staff away. He's going to survive. Funnick, he'll go for the Meteor Hammer. Flea's caught out. Lodine, he's somehow still alive. Finally ends up dropping, but Sunlight is being chased. The Viper's in big trouble. Still a very nice shot. Now the Gust out. Stonebank, he's trapped up. He'll rush around. They have got enough. The last word will get it done.
Oh, that went so horribly wrong for Bait. They were not on the same page in this play with whether they should fight or not. They have so much to give and still don't find a kill. Zeus has a refresher.
Oh.
Like, how are they not killing someone there? It's crazy. I mean, good global coming out from Bloody Nine might have been the reason. Maybe Dendi needs to consider itemizing against that, perhaps, but I can't believe it. Just the fact that they had this one op sentry combination was actually enough to cover themselves in this situation. And maybe that was the downfall of Bait, just that lack of vision. They do get pulled away, and it's the start of a comeback for Dogchamp. One or two more fights like that, you get your Drow to another big item. She's going to start packing a punch, and would you believe that Viper's top net worth in their team, by the way? That is quite
It's the Midas.
the comeback story.
New build coming to your pubs, ladies and gentlemen. Boots travel
Old
minus
build
Viper.
coming to your pub.
Yeah, true. It's probably the current build in pubs, to be frank.
It's the classic tilter build.
Well, you need something to drop after your die, Syndred. Goodness me.
Russell could be caught here. Funnick has 4 staff, so he can break the Lincolns.
Oh,
He's going to be TP out, but the punch.
the punch is there. Funnick, he's just going to pop the media hammer. Not going to make a difference. Bait?
Yeah, now they should probably get the hell out of here. I mean, even if Bloodseeker's alive, they're just going to take the 45.
Dendi's got an Arcane Rune again.
They got the lift. All right, free pick. It's a start.
How many Arcane Runes can Dendi find in one game?
1 every 4 minutes.
It's kind of insane. All right. I mean, it's not a good trade, you know, but they get something for their trouble.
Yeah, they've cut the lead by 6K just now. Dogchamp. It's big. It's definitely looking within reach for them at this point. Viper is going to have a Manta now as well. Sunlight is accelerating at a really fast pace. The fact that he's closing in on Bloodseeker is kind of ridiculous to me. Here it is. No buyback now, though. So he is committed. But when he's next to Drow, he's a carry.
True.
He does a lot of damage here.
Very, very true. Bait, they honestly, they look, I mean, obviously without Funnick, they don't want to fight, but almost feels a little bit tense here against Dogchamp.
Yep.
Dogchamp, they're not budging. Mid lane Russell will show himself, but his team right around just in case he needs it.
RCY with the Ags now. Ags plus Diffusal, obviously tons of damage in these fights. Going to be looking for the supports predominantly. Killing off the Disruptor early is very impactful. It's not easy. Lowdine obviously has the Plate Mail and Force Staff, so he can get himself to safety. And they have the Force Staff on Stomanen as well. But they've had decent success in the last couple of moves doing it. All right, this move from Bait without smoking. Just going to walk up here with 1 Lightning Bolt. They feel safe. Gonna bolt again.
They're not within vision yet. But once they walk up that staircase,
Yeah,
Dogchamp are going to know.
Very dodgy. Dogchamp themselves will smoke. Funnick in position to break it. They're going to send in a Viper Scout.
Funnick's, I don't think he got scouted.
Well, he did, but he also found Flea.
He has found Flea. Flea's going to get jumped, but it is all a little bit of bait as Funnick. Funnick is the one to go down.
They are just not together for this play. He just YOLOs it. Okay.
Yeah, RCY just the lead Stoneman and buyback is immediate. RCY in the roll up. Okay, Stonebank. Oh, Stonebank, not like this. What's happening?
Okay. We have ourselves a fight, ladies and gentlemen.
We
Zeus.
do. Yeah, he's coming right back to Flea, I'll tell ya. Back into the Snowball he goes. Flea will go down. Dendi, he's going to be okay for now. Sunlight wants to go for the fight. Stomanen just bought back. He cannot afford to die.
When is the last time you saw a Zeus kill Tusk with Snowball? That's really rare.
Very ironic.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's advantage Dogchamp, but that is not at all how I imagined that playing out. Funnick is not tanky enough to make this play. He just jumps in on the enemy high ground to catch a support and completely compromises his position. He doesn't BKB and he just gets killed off. The way this lineup from Bait works is that you need Dragon Knight to blink stun, you need the Bloodseeker to go in, or you need the Zeus to do some artillery from range without committing yourself too hard. If Dragon Knight has a Force Staff, which he does, he can just blink stun this Tusk and Force Staff out. Let Dendi get some poke damage in. Build that momentum in the fight so Bloodseeker gets fast. But you can't hard commit like this without using BKB against this lineup. He's going to eat you for breakfast. And I think Bait should be happy in the end that they do find this kill on the Pango that kind of kind of alleviates how terrible that was looking for them. It's still not good, but it's something.
Certainly is. 32 to 34 now. 41 minutes in. 1K advantage for Bait.
And you know, the Timeless Relic, that is a big find for the Zeus. Buys himself what I believe was an Eon Disc. Nope, finished the Octarine. Okay. I misread the quick buy. So, more coming the way of spells, just lower cooldown on everything. His ulti cooldown now is 120. And he obviously has the Refresher.
Radiant are scanning.
Plus, he'll probably find an Arcane Rune at some point.
That's a given.
Bait. Again, they just don't feel... They don't look confident right now. Dogchamp, certainly the ones just kind of finding the mistakes that Bait continue to make here throughout this game.
Dogchamp are playing very tight. Stacking up 5 heroes again. They want to smoke. It is very dangerous for them to initiate without... Like, they have to have good vision to take a fight. If they get countered on a single time where everything just goes off from the Zeus... Oh, there is an arcade.
Of course.
Might just bait Dendi on this, but it is a smoke play. Okay, they saw them take the rune. Funnick will break the smoke here,
Oh, boy, he's caught out again.
Oh, this is bad news for Flea. He's in the middle of nowhere.
He certainly is, but RCY's coming to help out. RCY, Flea still not down. Funnick now the one in danger as the Viper Strike's going to connect and Roshan's up.
They're all really low, though.
Stonebank, he'll rush in. RCY, he's stuck in the Roshan pit. Stonebank, he's going to get right to work. Flea is down. So hold on a minute though, Stonebank. Oh, he's gone. He's got buyback. It's all right. Sunlight will keep going. Trapped up in the kinetic field though, he cannot continue.
Dude, Stonebank needs this basher so badly. Why does he not want to buy it against the Drow?
Russell?
Oh,
Look at this, Russell.
Goodness.
Oh, Russell?
Oh, that's a good flank.
It certainly is. Stominant. Stominant is down. Oh, now the Snowball Flea going right after the head of Bait. Dendi is gone, and Roshan is open. I'm speechless too, Syndra.
Yeah.
What a game.
It's kind of incredible how fast Bloodseeker is dying in these fights when he goes in, but again, it's not coordinated enough from Bait. I like the fact that they actually chose to turn there, but they didn't have quite enough in the tank, and they don't stop Russell in the fights. I feel like this Drow is having way too much impact compared to what he's up against. As soon as Drow's BKB stops, they need to just pile onto her and not let her play. Bloodseeker needs the bash. He's again eyeing up a nullifier. I don't think it's going to solve the problem. Maybe he is trying to avoid that the Drow can pike away, but I think an Abyssal would really get the job done in that regard. They have so much damage as long as people stand still. With this Zeus, with the Bloodseeker. But now, Aegis in hand for Dogchamp. Russell will take this mid-tier 2, and he might just be looking for a little bit more as it looks. At least he's going to multi-shot out this wave. And now Dogchamp are in the driver's seat. This Aegis is big for them. Viper is top net worth in the game. Would you believe it? Fear knew. It's like, this is a great Viper game. Even if he goes 0-7, he will carry.
I think you
foresaw it all.
You might have something to do with it, making fun of his Midas build.
It's always ironic when you're having a terrible game and you buy Midas, right? And then this time it just works out wonderfully for him. So can't say it was a mistake, right? It's he's given himself a game.
He certainly has. Overwhelming Blink now up as well, Syndra.
Yeah,
Sunlight.
Strong slow.
He's a big boy.
Gets him in position to use Nosedive as well. And with how tanky he is now with this 4k health, he can actually frontline. He has 4k health, 32 armor when he's next to Drow. Drow's giving him 8 armor from the marksmanship. We'll take the tower. And... Wait, she must be giving him more than 8 armor, right? She's like 300 edgy.
It's going to be a lot.
Why did he only get 8? Didn't I see him have 32?
It might be one of those things where it doesn't show.
Hang on, let me see when he goes close to Silencer. Silencer has 11. Let's see if he connects there. Yeah, he only gets 8 armor.
Oh.
Wait.
It's a bit depressing.
She gives 51 agi over.
Dire are scanning.
Quick maths.
Maybe I'm just not fully aware how this works.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I guess that's fine.
Dogchamp.
Okay.
BKB up on RCY now. That's a nice late BKB, so a full 9-second timer on that one. He'll be happy about that. Bait. 8K behind, nowhere near out of this game. No racks is being taken yet. 45 minutes in, but it's a real slugfest. They're going again. Lowdyne, TP
Yeah,
out.
it's fine.
Ooh, he's going to be all right. They won't have the damage output.
Funnick is doing some pretty meaningful damage to this bot tier 3 with Meteor Hammer and 2 Siege Creeps. This is something that Dogchamp need to deal with, and they will TP back the Viper. And now Funnick needs to not get caught in a sandwich situation. He's still staying around. He's pretty damn greedy, but
They didn't see him.
no, they didn't. Then he has bought a Yule's. I wonder if he's going to upgrade this into a Wind Waker.
He's doing it again, I think. He's got the ninja gear, so he's just going to skip the creep wave.
Okay. Oh, that'll work.
So annoying with
They
this
did
ninja
notice,
gear.
though. Viper pings it out.
Okay. Can they
He's hot-
find him?
He's hot on his tail now. He doesn't have a BKB cancel, so Funnick can BKB TP out.
Does it-
Sunlight scouting the trees.
He's literally standing in the open. Like, you'd never expect this.
Classic Ninja Gear shenanigans. And he's on to the next wave. Okay. I mean, all right. He killed two full waves, really stopping the pushing pressure that Dogchamp could put on this bot lane. And it means effectively that he's outlasting the Aegis. So nicely done there by Funnick to go for a cute Ninja Gear play twice over. That's a minute of creeps gone, and that's the time that is left on Drow's Aegis. She will look for her own play top, though, has her own Ninja Gear. Could just assassinate Stoman in a couple of hits.
Here we go. Russell. Problem is, Stonebank's around. Oh, Russell, he's going to get spotted. He wanted to go after the Bloodseeker. Instead, he'll settle for the Rubik. Stonebank will just TP out immediately. And I guess you still call that a win for the Drow.
Yeah, it's a free kill. That's
Yeah.
nice. It's going to be able to purchase up a full Daedalus now if she wants. Has the Crystallis in the backpack, has Satanic in backpack. This Drow is stacked. Feels like Swift Blink might be on the menu as well, so you can swap out the treads. Oh, Sphonic.
Big jump in.
They have
I
so
see
much
why.
damage when they find him like this. The global way too late. Coming out from Bloody 9. He almost died to Zeus ultis, by the way. He went from 100 to like 20% health.
Yeah.
Without being involved in the kill at all.
Well, that's it. They land one stun
Funnick is
from
chasing. He
Funnick.
has 4 staff.
There it is, Sunlight.
Very good news for Bait. This snowball is going to kill them both.
Yeah, might right into Bait. This is not looking good. Sunlight, though, BKB TP away. He's
No.
all right.
Yeah, no bash. I feel like I've said that a couple of times
You
now.
really have.
I'm harping on it. Oh, nice rupture.
Dire's
All right.
structures are
The Stonebank just can't catch a break.
Dire's top
No
tower
bash.
is under attack.
I mean, it's hard to catch a break when you don't have it. Like, you can't bash without it. So he's not unlucky
Okay.
that he didn't bash there. He switched. Happy days. There it is.
Switched what?
Bash in the quick buy.
Very good.
Full silver edge. All right, changed his mind. Didn't go for the Daedalus. Went for the silver.
I could have sworn you said he had a basher earlier. I thought this whole time he would have bought one. Oh, you were harping on about the fact that he didn't buy one.
I was harping on the fact that he didn't have a basher. I did say basher. Oh, he changed to refresher. All right.
Oh.
It's never happening, is it?
I mean,
Well,
it seems like a pretty valuable item for
He has
Bloodseeker.
4 ruptures, so that's pretty good as well.
True.
I'm not going to say that's I can't say with confidence that this is not also going to be incredibly good. but-
Okay.
Oh, Russell.
Oh, boy. Russell.
Ships in the night, but this is not, he is in the, oh, hang on.
Yeah, they found him. Lincoln's though. He's going to block the stun. He's okay to
Get his
BKB, 4
BKB.
staff out. Lowdyne can knock glimpse him back.
He was in the silver edge instead of in the ninja gear, but the Zeus ulti will reveal him because Funnick's ninja gear broke and they're like, there's someone here. We'll scout it out. Almost killing the Aeon Disc there, but quick fingers coming out to save that courier with the shield, and that is RCY with a disassembled, ready to roll Aeon Disc if he gets caught.
What's your prediction, Cinderella? Are we going to 60 minutes here? We're going to see some tier 5 items.
I think we are.
Beautiful.
It seems like that's just the vibe I'm getting here, is that neither team is going to have an easy time going high grounds. At the same time, though, if any of these teams finds a convincing fight, an overwhelming fight where they find multiple kills, both lineups can push really fast. So it's just a matter of whether they get that done at any point. It's anyone's game right now. Pretty much 50-50 on the win probability as well. It's been quite the roller coaster of Bait building a meaningful advantage and then losing it all in 5 minutes. And now they're clawing it back again.
I love this that this is the first game of the tiebreakers, Fene. It's amazing. It's been a really great game, honestly. Very entertaining.
Yeah, we're still way above 1 kill a minute at this point. Way, way above. Stone Bank.
Whew. He's okay. He's all right.
That was very greedy.
Bait. Oh, could be a big static storm. Lowdyne. He found 3. Well, at least 2 of them are stuck in the kinetic field, but no, they've got the BKBs. He's okay. RCY's out of there. Stone Bank
is dead.
Oh, he is too. He's got no way out.
RCY is dead.
He is.
Sunlight is dying.
He is dying at the moment. Meanwhile, the Drow also gets caught out. Sunlight is gone. Russell, he's going to try and fight. Stominant is the target, but the BKB will wear off rather soon. And Russell's going to be in huge danger. They will see him through the invis. Somak gets to work. Triple kill for the Bloodseeker. The only survivor is Bloody Nine, and they don't see him.
That was very close, that Thunder. That lightning bolt hit just half a second too late, but great fight from Bait. All they had to use was a buyback from Disruptor. Imagine this fight if that was an Ag Storm. The game is just like, they just crushed them. That was such a good static, but because he doesn't have the Ags, the heroes were able to largely save themselves for quite a long time. But it still is a great outcome for the side of Bait, and they're going to look for the high ground now. Pango, no buyback. Tusk, no buyback. The Drow and Viper ones are exceptionally expensive 52 minutes in. They're going to have to pay. The Drow buyback costs 2,800 gold, and the Viper does as well. So we're talking a mega gold swing if they need to buy back these heroes. And they might just look to concede the barracks instead, because that honestly might feel like a smaller loss than buying back their heroes right now. Funnick will try to maximize here, also pushing out the mid-wave at the same time.
I mean, my problem is Roshan's coming up, and it is now up.
Yep. Double damage bottom as well.
Oh, Gaben's blessing right there.
If this were to break out into another fight. Now they buy back.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Funnick. Gonna be targeted. Pops his BKB. Static Storm, meanwhile, is on Stonebank, but he's okay to just run through it.
Only get the Disruptor for their 2 buybacks, Viper and Drow. They paid 5,000 gold to kill the 5.
On the brighter side of the
also lost
buyback.
the racks before they did it.
Yes.
But now they can contest the Roche. They do kill the 1 hero without buyback, so this is a 5v4 situation. Bloodseeker only has 1 Rupture to work with right now. Soon to be 2. Refresher in a minute, and so is BKB. If Dogchamp have the right read here, they could actually snipe this Roche. And it looks like they're going all in. They might just be going for it. Funnick will fireball, though.
Yeah, Bloody Nine was spotted there for a moment. Lift up. They've found the silencer onto the cliff now. Bloody Nine surely just dies to the Nimbus.
Oh.
He totally does.
He was ruptured, I think, and
Yeah.
force-staffed, so... Yeah, that's equalizing, but...
Oh, Stominant gets caught out trying to go for the D-Ward. Rupture was there, but it means nothing. Stonebank is gone. What?
That's insane! Going to D-Ward, there is the Rubik. The Bloodseeker didn't have BKB or Refresher, and Stomana just walks up and tries to D-Ward there. That was crazy.
Dogchamp's gonna get this Roshan.
Yeah, they were doing fine. They killed and forced the buyback, and then...
Funnick.
That was just full Oh my god, this is...
no. Funnick run.
Travels level 2 on Sunlight. Might be able to... Oh, they have no stun, so he is okay. My goodness. I thought Bait almost had the game there, actually. They killed the hero, they got the buyback, they could play control and just take it easy, but they rush in head first without having the right abilities ready. Bloodseeker, no BKB, no Refresher.
Stonebank does not look happy.
Stands in the ward range and just gets jumped and killed off. And Dendia was not in range with the Wind Waker to save him there. Some serious damage there onto the Dragon Knight.
Funnick.
Russell. Funnick might get a dagger off.
Oh, blink away.
Cute. He is actually fine.
He's okay. All right. Stominant, even the lift up, just in case.
Anything can happen in this game.
It certainly can. 55 minutes in now.
The gold doesn't matter anymore in a game like this. Now it's about buyback status and it's about getting the jump.
It's
And
literally
casting
even
special.
anyway.
Yeah. But it's like, even if it was a 10k lead, I wouldn't really care much.
Yeah.
It's all about those buybacks. And you know, for both teams, the core buybacks are down for Dogchamp, but they have the Aegis and the Cheese. So have the lives still to work with.
Look at 30 plus. Look at the win probability right now.
Yep.
Literally 50-50.
That's how I feel about it too. It's like, Gabe doesn't know yet either.
What an insane game to start off the day.
Maybe it flatlines until the game ends. It just stays 50. Imagine that. Funnick, gonna cut the wave again. Gets a blink off. He has the
He's okay.
Now he has the Aghanim Scepter synth, so he can fly through the trees now. Bait. Damn, my burger's gonna be so cold, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, Syndrome.
I did not choose the right timing to order my dinner. That was a mistake. All right, Flea. There's going to be a travels 2 from Sunlight. They don't seem to be able to find any opening here, though. Bait with a good defensive ward at their own outpost will give them some information. Funnigus being a thorn in their side. He is still pushing bottom.
My God.
Non-stop. They're going to have to bring heroes back here.
He's doing a great job.
Yep, hammering up again. This tower is falling pretty soon. If he gets a pot shot in or 2 here, he's confident. He has some vision. He's actually going to take the tower.
It's gone.
All right. Forces back Sunlight. Oh, okay. Maybe that was a little bit too greedy to turn around and go for it again, though.
Yeah, they've got the side device.
Okay.
They'll lock him down. Funny, I mean, we just complimented the guy as well.
I don't know how long you can limit test for. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I guess we found it there. After taking the tower, he actually turned around again. That was wild. All right.
Is there a good chance of this Giants ring coming out here? I mean, I'd love to see a huge ancient black dragon. If we
Oh,
can.
true. Yeah, Dragon Knight looks sick with that. Stone Bang!
Uh-oh. That's a big one. Hexed up again by Sunlight.
He's just solo pushing the top wave with no protection.
Bait,
All
come
of his
on.
teammates were in base.
We're almost an hour in. You've got
What's
to play as a
going
team.
on?
You got to play as a team.
It's minute 57, not minute 7. You can't just be alone up there on your carry with no protection pushing this one wave.
Here we go. Rolling Thunder, RCY just pump bacon for now, but the tier 3 tower is going down rather quickly. And, well, Bait, you kind of asked the question, are they buying back here?
You push so fast with Drow Viper with Shard. Like, look at this. These
That's-
barracks are just falling in a matter of seconds.
Oh, Rolling Thunder. RCY is going to zone them out. He's found Stominum, but Stominum will lift his way out. It's RCY, he's just buying time. That's all they need.
That's one lane. Kind of glyph here. Okay, glimpse, but he has roll up.
He does. He's okay.
That's 2 lanes.
Bait. Slight error here, and it's really costing them. They won't get mega. They have a T2 tower, but that's a huge swing for the side of Dogchamp.
Would you believe it? The win probability is still 50-50.
No, there's no way.
No, it's not. It's 62 only, though.
Got it.
It's not. Like, they just got 2 lanes of racks and got 10% win probability out of that.
That's still very close.
All right, now it's 65. But still.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the game is still hanging completely in the balance, right? Like, this is a matter of, do you get the jumps? Are you in the correct position? And Bait have really just been dropping the ball in this late game, just not playing together, not being tight as a squad. The later the game gets, the tighter you have to play in a game like this, and they've been caught out multiple times now. The Aegis will expire. So this is a moment of opportunity for them. 1.5 minutes on Drow's buyback. If they have timed this and they made a smoke play right now and killed her, they could just end the game, but unsure whether that's the case and if they feel confident going for it. They still have all the tools that they need to win this game. Absolutely. Except Bloodseeker Basher. That one's still missing.
True.
But it'll any second now.
30 seconds left. For the fun to
Gonna
begin.
kill the wave again. Dogchamp are very much playing tight as a unit. See them moving around as 5. Dendi and the gang are now going to smoke up.
Naturally, 20 seconds before tier 5 items spawn. Fair enough, Bait. Just
Dendi
ruling out
bought the
dreams.
synth, so he has another item slot. He's going for a hex. So 2 hexes with the refresher. A lot of added utility for the fights.
Farm the triangle, boys.
Dogchamp are just full on retreat mode. They're TPing back all 5 heroes. Terrified of what Bait might be throwing their way, and I honestly kind of like this play because they don't have buybacks. You see the Thunder God's Wrath here scouting them out, and they probably can't believe what they see. All 5 heroes were standing at the Ancient.
But if you're Bait now, you can secure all the items.
Yeah, you have the whole map, and you get the tier 5, so...
The Mirror Shield,
All right.
Arcanist Armor.
Yeah.
The Mirror Shield's quite a nice one, isn't it?
Arcanist Armor on the Dragon Knight. Yeah, Mirror Shield is going on who, though?
Oh, we're going to have a pause. It's good. We can kind of analyze what's going on here. Oh, Discord lag, of course.
Who are they giving the shield to? So currently, Arcanist Armor is on Dragon Knight.
Okay.
Wait, where is the Mirror Shield? Are you sure they got it?
Yeah, I mean, Dogchamp weren't on the map to farm one.
Did they teleport it to the base?
What? Let me have a look. Oh, my game's bugged.
It's unassigned right now.
My game's bugged. I can't even see. Oh, my game's crashed. Never mind. I shouldn't have opened the shop, apparently.
Wait, where is the item?
Spoiler alert, there's an update, by the way.
Oh, no.
Not a big one, just in case anyone's
I guess
wondering.
they teleported it back to base.
Really? Isn't that a nice item? Like,
It is. I mean, somebody's going to carry this. But
okay.
I feel like they should put that on Stonebank as a line of defense, right?
That's what I would think.
He can reflect Viper Strike. That's really good.
True.
He can reflect Snowball.
But can he reflect the Scythe device? Because there is a Scythe device in this Viper. That is
Yeah, I'm
kind
pretty
of,
sure. It blocks, then reflects Hex as well, right? It should.
So then, yeah, it seems super value. Okay. We'll see what they want. Maybe he assumes he will get a better item, you know?
Yeah, but until then, he's prioritizing a penta-edged sword over this. I respectfully disagree. I don't know if they're going to put the mirror shield on somebody else. I mean, then I get it if they wanted to put it on someone else right away. But who would it be? He's the guy going in the front together with the Dragon Knight. But if they want him to carry the Arcanist armor, that's fair enough. Obviously, the aura of Arcanist armor is the primary part of it, but it also has the defensive 5 armor and 20% magic resistance to yourself.
Yeah. I wonder if for that force field, that the Mega Shield, is going to actually come into play.
Yeah, he could do some meaningful damage to Drow with this Reflect, right?
Oh, he could too. Yeah.
But so the 40% damage reflection is not reduced, right? You still take the full damage. It's not like it blocks 40% and reflects that 40%, like dispersion. I think it is just a 40% blade mill, right?
I would hope so. I'm not 100% sure on that.
40% reflection. Wait, what is the wording on blade mill, actually? I don't know. I have so few games that go the distance, so tier 5 items are still kind of novel to me, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, you're such a great player.
Yeah,
obviously.
I just win in 20 every time. I haven't really seen this part of the game. So on blade mail, the wording is return. This is reflect. I think you don't take the 40% as well for 5 seconds. So I think it's dispersion. That would be my guess.
Okay.
Which also makes, I mean, it's a tier 5 item, right?
Yeah.
It's probably a really big thing that it does, right? All right, Dog Champ with the smoke. They're heading toward bottom. They might find Dendi. They're trying to go and get their own tier 5s in the enemy triangle, and they will find Dendi. They hex him.
Scythe device is there. Dendi is down, but he's got buyback. Still, they are going to farm those tier 5 items while they can.
Instant TP back to base by the Viper. Could glimpse him here, Lodane, actually, but won't.
They don't get anything either. They get a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, well, there's still 1 Ancient Creep left for Russell.
Oh, force
There's
boost.
2 left. Who do you take force boost?
Sunlight? Oh, they glimpse him back. Okay.
Yeah, but they find Lodine now. Snowball.
Does have the Lotus, drops the Static Storm. That's going to kind of be whiffed here as... Yeah, bit of a mess. That's okay.
Okay. Well, it has the same cooldown as his respawn, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Funny. He's out of there as well. More items, boys. Someone hit those damn jungle creeps. There's another mirror shield.
Yeah. They did put the first one on Bloodseeker, as expected. Now the other one will go on RCY, so he has a second line of defense now. So now he has Lincoln's and Mirror Shield. I remember reading some posts that this is very bugged, but I don't know for a fact how it exactly works with when it gets consumed and what comes after what.
Uh-oh.
And it might not be anymore. It might be just be a bit inconsistent or... Oh!
Jump in. Oh, Stonebank! Oh, he's gone. They've even got a Book of the Dead, by the way, here on Sunlight. So they can push even faster than they could before. Here we go. There, my boys. Bring him back.
He has to buy back on Dragon Knight. This goes way too fast.
Oh, I love myself a Book of the Dead. Tier 4 towers are gone. Fade still trying to move in. Stonebank, he's been caught out again. He's forced the fight. Sunlight going right after the Ancient, not caring about the game anymore, trying to finish it off. Russell in the meantime, man fighting. Can he survive through it? Please try to help him out. But Russell, he should go down. Stonebank gets him, but the Ancient's gone. Oh boy, what a game. What happened? Sunlight just finishes the game.
Late game Dota, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen. You never really know. It's It's nice to not be a panelist for this game. It's just like, you guys explain what happened, you know? Like, I don't know what my takeaway is. I think overall, the biggest red thread story of this game is that I think DogChamp were just more tight as a team. I think the late game part of the game, Bait got too fragmented. They got punished way too much. DogChamp, on the other hand, even if they didn't execute things perfectly, at the very least, they were there in numbers. And they were more cohesive as a unit. And that's usually what's going to end you when you late games. They got the Roche, they got some good picks, and ultimately got there.
Believe it or not, out of 10 neutral items we could have gotten, only 5 were taken.
Yeah.
3 by Bait, 2 by DogChamp.
Yeah, they got a fight and then they ended the game. Okay. So they didn't need to go back to the Ancients.
All right, that's fair, that's fair. With that, let's throw back to our panel and see what they do have to say about this game number 1.
An insane game number 1 to start off these tiebreakers as DogChamp somehow get the victory over Bait in an absolute marathon game. And now, well, we get the pleasure of breaking this one down, Sender, and kind of laying down the gauntlet there, saying, good luck, basically. I mean, what was the turning point in this game?
There was a lot of like back and forth in this game, but like the big turning point was the fact when Bait could no longer walk over DogChamp. And it was that one fight where we got our triple BKBs on DogChamp. And we just went on Stonebank. He's like, I'm going to fight this. And then he ended up dying. The whole team in this result ended up dying there as well. And it just got to the point where if they ever found Stonebank with the Drow piercing through the armor, killing him, this is the fight I'm talking about. This is where I think it was like the beginning of like, oh, we can fight this DogChamp. And they start getting back into the game. Stonebank starts feeling mortal after his like godlike early spree. At that point, Bait found very difficult. Sure, they made a lot of mistakes, and I also do believe this Viper's build, it just took a long time to get online, but eventually when it did get online, the bot's Midas, he got the right farm, he could get in there. That's what DogChamp was waiting for.
Sunlight's a fucking genius, man. He knew this game was going to go 60 minutes.
He made it go 60
He made it.
Smart guy, smart guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Bait, what could they have done differently, you know? Like, looking back on 60 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they wanted this game to go this far in any way. This was, like Pierce said, and we all saw, very back and forth, where Bait's in control, then, oh, DogChamp's fighting back, they're in the lead. Oh, now Bait's leading the game. Oh, now DogChamp's getting back in control and not letting it go. I mean, you look at these heroes, you feel like they should be technically, well, not running them over, but should at least be able to establish dominance around the map. You got a Viper Midas basically in this case. You see the Drow not having a great time. RCY was the biggest issue mainly this game. Like RCY combined with Flea playing on this Tusk, they were able to get some really good openings versus Bait and just hinder this game down, almost grinding it to a halt at one phase. This was the highest kill pace game in NA in the early game. We had like 30 kills at 12 minutes, very far like back in time. And up till 30, 40 minutes, it started to slowly kind of slow down, mainly because RCY just absolutely insane on this Pango. This guy can just come up with these fantastic performances when he's doing singular plays, but also when he's playing with the team, it's helping Russell get a good game, and damn, Flea with this Tusk. Just a lot of hard work this game, really covering them the victory.
I mean, I will say on RCY, like, the big thing he did in this game, he may not be like the MVP of the game or anything, but he gave so much time for this build of Sunlight to pay off. There's a couple fights where he just completely outplayed, like playing 3 versus 1, getting a triple kill. And if he didn't make these fights happen, you'd look at Sunlight's build and be like, Bots Midas is a joke, laugh it off. But he made time for this Viper to come online.
Yeah, he did. And overall, like, just elongating the game with these crazy plays. And he did die a lot, you know, 9 deaths on a Pangolier. It's not amazing. You're playing against Valseek. We already talked about how he was countered, and he realized that. He's like, I'm not going to be the Giga Chad carry of this game. I'm going to be something else. I'm going to make space. I'm going to enable both of my cores.
Yep.
That was very nice. And I think Flea as well, also partnering up with him to create some crazy plays in the early game, like several like fight-turning shards or fight-saving shards, which helped turn this game around, which I think was incredibly important. And then the end there, just finding the catches. Like, I think the last 3 fights all started with Flea jumping in, getting the punch, getting the pick, and then allowing his team to follow up from that. So, I mean, across the board, but yeah, also 11 deaths on the Viper. Over 50% of those deaths were in the first 10 minutes. He died 6 times.
Yep.
It was so crazy that he was able to recover.
Yeah.
But hey, when you buy a Midas and the game goes over 60 minutes, you know, you're always going to be rich. But our MVP for this game, number 1, is going to go to Flea on the Tusk. This was my choice. I always like seeing some great Tusk gameplay, but the blink-ins, the punches in the early game, in the late game, basically just leading through the final fights. And that is hard to do as a Tusk sometimes, you know? Like, you still die really quickly. All you have is a BKB. If the Bloodseeker gets on you, you're dead.
I mean, they were definitely lacking initiation in this game, and we noticed a lot of fights they did win. They'd get on Stonebank right away, just one punch into Drow, instantly seeing like 5 arrows. It would just delete Stonebank in every fight, and that's exactly what they needed. My runner-up MVP would probably be the Viper. You know, he had like 7 deaths in the laning stage, ended up with 11 and 11. Top of the net worth, started to the bottom, ended up at the top of the net worth. That was a heroic story.
It was.
It really was.
And also going back to like the deaths that RCY had that early game, it was, well, not early game, like in this game was mainly because you look at the massive amount of burst damage you have on the side of Bait. You've got Funnick getting that DK stun. At the same time, you've got Zeus ulti Refresher, Zeus ulti Nimbus. You're already down to like 30% HP. You just disappear. But that's the way that they initiate the DK stun. Flea, if he gets to jump in first, the whole thing turns around.
Yeah, exactly. He was just kind of leading the team. And also the Drow as well, so we really haven't talked about too much, but honestly, like, pretty solid game throughout the entire match. Like, obviously, he didn't have that whole redemption arc story, but overall, you know, managed to not die in a couple of those early mid fights where Bait were really dominating the game.
Yeah.
And that was also a big key to them coming back. She then got the damage. A little bit questionable on the item build. We weren't sure about the Manta.
I mean, sure, I'm not going to fault him too hard on that. I will say that's just the story of Russell right now. He's old reliable. He generally plays really well, does the right item choices, plays very stable, nothing out of control, doesn't really have bad games. He's definitely the rock of the team for me.
And especially in this game, where initiation is key, you have to play a bit more defensive with this big damage dealer. There were fights where, where's Russell, basically? Sunlight and RCY doing a lot of work in the front, and Russell's just not there. But when they were able to get an initiation out, feel like, okay, the biggest stuns are now out of play, Russell can step in and close out those targets. So very good positioning on a Drow in a game like this. I have to say, it doesn't always show, but you will notice when he's missing and when he's really in the fight and actually getting stuff done with so much control around you.
Yeah, clutching up so many fights there in the early mid that gave them the chance to come back. Huge performance here from DogChamp in game number 1, which means our schedule is going to look something a little bit like this. We've got Felt now playing up against DogChamp in our second match here. If DogChamp can win this one as well, then that will secure them in the top spot. And then it'll be versus Felt and Bait to find out who is missing out on those all-important DPC points and getting the least money. However, if Felt win, then it goes down to Felt and see if they can beat Bait. Or if they lose to Bait, then we go round again.
Let's go!
Non-stop NA Dota all through the night. So that's going to just about do it for this game number 1. We've got Felt versus DogChamp coming up as our second matchup here. Can DogChamp find the same success and maybe in a slightly shorter time? But who knows? Who cares? We're going to find out. It's going to be very exciting. Stick with us for more NA DPC action after this short break.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
We're back, and it's time for game number 2 here in the NA Tiebreakers, where we're finding out those all-important middle positions, who gets DPC points, who gets the money, and who goes home with very little. We're going to find out today. We've got the second matchup coming as DogChamp took game number 1 versus Bait. They will now play versus a team of Felt to see if they can get themselves that top spot. Based on what we saw from game number 1, are we expecting DogChamp to now take this one? Have they found their momentum?
I mean, they're in a hot streak for sure. That was a very long game,
Hot
though.
streak, momentum.
So you could say those are the keywords that they would be living off, of course, coming into this series, knowing that the next win is basically just going to say, well, we're done for the day, technically.
All right, so here's the thing. Sunlight, he got tri-laned last game. It's a very difficult position to be in. He went into a position to being top net worth. I've already told the story, but the big thing
Tell
is
it again,
he is
King.
the most unstable player on the team, by far. So I think he does have momentum now. He's feeling himself. He's feeling good about it.
He doesn't even remember that there was a tri lane.
I'm sure he remembers. He won't forget. It's like, you tri-lane me, this is what's going to happen. And either way, like, I think if Sunlight's having a good game, this DogChamp looks amazing. So I think he has the confidence now to go into this next game and start swinging from the beginning, not just laking.
Start swinging from the beginning. I love it. All right, let's take a look at Felt here. These are our competitors coming up against DogChamp, trying to take that top spot. And you kept saying that Felt felt like the most competitive team, T-Panda. Can you expand on that a little bit for me?
Well, they're the team that were able to get a map off both of these two contenders here. Oh, but technically they are the contenders since they are at the bottom, but they have the most 2-1s or 1-2s out of any other team in this division, showing that they can stretch out series. However, and we're now playing a best of 1, you got to make your impact happen instantly. They've had some good game 1s. They've mostly lost grip in game 3. Twice or 3 times this tour, they're in a position where they're leading, they're in a position where they're winning, and they cannot close out the game. So maybe that game 1 luck where they get all of that energy in your first minutes of the game pays off.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting stat as well that Felt have... they're the only team here, actually, who's been able to take games off their losses. The other two teams, when they get beaten, they get 2-0'd. They don't take a game.
Yep.
Felt, meanwhile, have managed to get some wins when they have gone down. So a bit more competitive, as you say. They're able to fight back, which is nice to see. I mean, what does that tell you about this team compared to the other two, Fear?
Felt beat Nouns. Felt top 3 in NA. Let's go.
All right.
It won't even be a contest.
Let's see it. Let's see it. But I mean, looking across this roster as well, you know, I think there's been a lot of highlights. So some of the other teams, we kind of, you know, we say like, oh yeah, this guy's pretty good. Everyone else is kind of like getting there. But I feel like Felt actually have some names where I'm like, they've had pretty consistent performances.
I think, I was going to say, Kids for sure is ultra consistent on my end. Hit Immune is becoming more consistent, but we're offlane duo. I'm going to bring it up against Solji.
Yeah.
Consistency, not really there. Fade, definitely not there with consistency. And in the Pop-Survive position, Albino Zebra, he's pretty consistent too. So 3 of the 5.
Yeah, 3 out of the 5. Albino Zebra, he did say in the interview about Fade that he's been the player that has adapted the most during the course of this tour. Hasn't really shown in performance to us, but probably team chemistry-wise has been getting better, has been more comfortable with the matchups despite losing most of his laning stages, as already mentioned multiple times. But today's the day basically to show if there's something special in stock, and most importantly, Solji, who is playing a pretty unfamiliar role, you could pretty much say it that way.
Yeah.
It is a question mark.
Speaking
offlane.
of confidence boost for Fade, they just beat Nouns, right? Like that has to be a huge confidence boost as an offlaner. Like, we just beat the 3rd best team in NA.
Yep.
Like, maybe that's what they were missing for Solji and Fade.
Yeah, that's got to be a big motivator for them coming through to this series, and definitely going to put a bit of fear into Bait and DogChamp as they come up against them. These are the Noun Slayers. These are the guys that
The
beat...
Noun Slayers.
Yeah, the prophesized team in NA, which was supposed to bring the battle to the top 2, but instead end up losing to Felt. And big question mark for this team as well, because they came in coming from Div 2, and they didn't really stomp Div 2 like DogChamp did. They went 5-2. They were 2nd place. They only just scraped through into Division 1, but they're now in the middle of the pack and fighting for DPC points.
It's not fair to really, like, sure, they both came from Div 2, but both these rosters are vastly different. I feel like it's just 2 new teams coming into this division here. So, like, all the experiences I had watching them in Division 2, like, pretty much don't matter much anymore.
In a way,
yeah, they got a lot of new, like, faces on the team. They made some role swaps. Solji went to POS 4. Things like that happened. So these 2 teams may have, in the past, it would have been dog favored. Now it's kind of an equal playing field.
It is. Like in Division 2, DogChamp, they beat Felt 2-0. Then in this division, DogChamp beat Felt 2-1.
Right.
Now I just feel like it just could be Felt beating this matchup because in terms of names and in terms of what this was preseason-wise, I feel like Felt had the bigger upgrade compared to DogChamp.
All right, let's
Getting
talk
hits.
about the player head-to-head then. Who do we want to talk about here? I have a feeling we're going to be looking at the position 5s.
Yeah, if we look at the position 5s, Bloody Nine and Albino Zebra, basically somewhat in similarity with the heroes, but still playstyle a little bit different. Albino Zebra, he's got his gyrocopter that he really likes, the Jakiro that we talked about. Why does he keep picking this hero from time to time? And like they said in that specific series versus Nouns, we wanted comfort, that's his comfort. For Bloody Nine, it's a little bit different. He likes the Undying, he likes the Treant Protector, which Albino Zebra also enjoys, but he's willing to bring out Willows, Crystal Maidens, Clockworks. So he will like to play more semi in the front, where Albino Zebra will try to be at least position himself with the team or behind the team.
Right. So I was going to say, Albino Zebra, for me, as a player, he doesn't generally like to play a lot of heroes that just get in there, from what I've seen. He wants to be your traditional POS 5 player, playing some Lich, playing some Jakiro, sit in the back, maybe Disruptor. And Bloody Nine, he's all over the place. I've seen him play Clockworks as well. He'll play what's needed. He's very experienced, not really specializing in one particular thing, but also not going too off the deep end either, trying crazy new picks.
Yeah, he's definitely the more consistent of the two, I would say, at least when it comes to draft and when it comes to gameplay as well. But Albino Zebra has been kind of impressing me as well in how he's been able to kind of keep his calm and be the leader of the team as well in these games.
Yep.
But it's time to shout out our partners for the DPC, which is, of course, esportsbet.io. They're offering an innovative new platform called the Watch to Earn platform, where you simply just need to log into esportsbet.io and start watching games across the NA and Western EU regions. And you can start earning yourself 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is equivalent of $3 just by watching the games. There is no need to place a bet to start earning. Just head over to the esportsbet.io website, make an account, start watching, and engage with the community over there, and you can be earning tokens today to place bets upon your favorite teams. But now we get into the draft. It is Felt versus DogChamp. It is the second game in these tiebreakers. Who is going to come out ahead? Are DogChamp going to be able to do it back to back? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Also, an interesting pick about those supports as well, when you add in your POS 4s into the mix with Flea and Solji. When you look at positioning-wise, Albino Zebra, if he wants to stay a bit more at the back, Solji's in the far front, right? Even further than Flea is. And usually Solji is the guy playing a, Sammy Boy type position 5 where he might just die.
What does that
but
mean?
he is...
I
that means he takes a lot of damage. He takes a lot of that primary initiation onto himself, allowing his cores to play it out. So we'll see if the drafting style coming in from DogChamp, where they're looking for their support duo, is somewhere in the core of the front, because they want to block out these entries from Solji, and they want to make sure that if Kits or Fade is running rampant in the front, they're able to shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think to just add to like strategy and stuff, I think it's very interesting while coming into like this 3-way where you have to play two different teams. You have to do all your prep ahead of time. So they should already be prepped for each match individually. And they won this match, which makes them feel better, of course, but they're prepared. But at the same time, Felt, they had their prep already ready, but then they saw last game, maybe that'll change it a little bit. A little bit interesting to see if the people are just going to stick to their prep or they're going to adapt based on how the series are going.
Yeah.
That is a great question indeed. But one thing we do know is that Felt said in their interview that they were not going to let the Tinker through, and they are sticking to that. They first banned the Tinker here against DogChamp. Now, RCY is a formidable Tinker player, and Felt said that when they played against them and RCY played Tinker, they just didn't get to play Dota anymore. They feel like they can beat it. They just don't want to.
Yeah, but to me, that's a weakness. Like, if you have to first face ban a Tinker, it's really getting under your skin in a way which it shouldn't. And now you're going to let something through just because you don't want to play versus a Tinker. At the end of the day, it's their choice, and it might be the right choice to win this particular series or game, rather. But we'll have to see. And Felt, through thick or thin, they're going to stick with the Beastmaster.
They do.
There is a Brood still in this pool. Felt choose the Beastmaster over the Brood. Is this really going to get unchallenged through the first phase?
I don't remember DogChamp being huge Brood players, but that was that before Russell?
Now, if Sunlight has played it, yeah. So
he has, but I don't
then
remember
Russell
being
would
like
be going into carry.
Sunlight Brood. For some reason, that's not like sticking to me.
I mean, no one's gotten to play Brood recently. It's
Right.
just the most banned hero, the most
It is
contested
banned a
hero.
lot.
Exactly.
Oh, they're
Fade,
thinking about it.
Fade would have played it, but he wanted the Beastmaster above it, so it's interesting.
I mean, he has loved this hero. Through thick and thin,
Yep.
he has stayed next to this Beastmaster.
Definitely through the thick.
Yeah,
He's had some really
he's-
rough games on this hero.
as close as a married man can be to this hero here.
No brood. No brood first phase at all.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. They go for the drow instead of the side of Dogchamp. That's going to be what they're sticking with.
This is some very series specific prep now if they ignore the brood completely.
It's not unheard of, I think, that we've seen. I don't know if it's been this tour or last tour. I mean, Brood was even stronger last tour, but I've definitely seen a series or two where Brood just either team's like, yeah, you know, we know it's strong, but deep down we don't really want to play. I'm glad it's banned. I don't want to play. And then sometimes teams will challenge that idea and be like, nah, man, we actually don't want to play this hero. So it's just going to go through, and it's kind of showing here that neither of these teams, they just don't want to play it.
Yeah, and it is 3-3 right now, so we've seen some okay performances, we've seen some stompy performances, and also ones where Brood just doesn't seem to have a place. And
that's the worst part. If you're not a Brood specialist and you don't know your place in the game, it feels like that hero more so than the other heroes, it's harder to come back from.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a burden. CK ban. I'm actually very curious about that one. I mean, it is good against the Drow Ranger for sure, but it's just not being seen in the second phase bans, really.
Yeah, of course not. This is like, I think this is the prep.
This is exactly the prep.
I like it a lot.
It's hit immune. He loves his hero. All through last tour, their last series when they beat Nouns, right? He was playing that CK, so just respect right there.
Yep.
I've liked the hit immune CK each time we've seen it. You know, it hasn't been like the kind of battering ram which breaks down the base. It's been more the kind of active carry, which kind of you need a secondary carry along with you to really kind of take the game. That aspect they've maybe struggled a little bit with, but individually, performance-wise, I've really liked the CK coming out. And I'm very happy they ban it with the Drow in their team as well, because that feels like a very hard-counted matchup.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at these position 5 heroes that both teams are looking for in the second phase, it's looking with the Mirana, you might look for Jakiro, for example. Would make sense. You've got the Ice Path Arrow, you have the Roar, Arrow into Roar. Ice Path also helps you out a lot with that. You've got extra wave clear. You can push a lot with that team. You can even rotate around the Beastmaster, look for those early level 6 Roar kills, for example.
5 seconds.
And then on the side of Dogchamp, a pause 5 for them. I mean, if they go for Jakiro, I feel like Willow is not too bad, to be honest. Willow Rubik, though, does it work as a support duo? What do you think, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fine. I'm not a huge fan of like the Willow 5 myself. It has like a place in the game for sure, but I would want to see something more punishing in the laning stage. Something that's going to make Beastmaster very, very sad to even just sit in that lane. We've seen...
It's time for the Ench, then.
Yeah, Ench would be amazing for me. We talked about Bloody Nine. He does love his Train Protector. I do like that matchup a bit as well, where you can just get on top of him with a ranged hero with the Drow. I feel like Beast would have a very difficult time dealing with that. But more than anything, I just want to see him play a melee hero. The best ones are kind of gone right now, because I want him to be able to contest the stacks, just walk in there, see what's going on, maybe drop a ward and be a little bit tanky there. And I think you need some front line here for Dogchamp. You got Rubik who wants to stay in the back. You got Drow who really wants to stay in the back as well.
Yeah.
So something that could get in there, initiate ideally, stay in the front. That isn't an ogre, because I know that hero can do it as well. I'm looking at the other options. The Undying is gone.
There's not a lot
the
of
clock
melee
is gone.
supports here right now. Yeah.
There is the tree, though. He doesn't necessarily like getting in there, but in a way he can. He's kind of in there and you don't know it, because he's invis. Will drop
Idea. You've got the Drow Ranger. Why not go Marcy 5?
I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
I'd actually like the Marcy with the Drow, because then you have my favorite combo, and then of course it provides basically everything that you need. You have the catch, you have the stun, and the thing is, does Bloody Nine want to pop off on a Marcy? Or is it more like Flea should be playing it and then just play a Rubik 5 with Drow? I feel like that lane just doesn't sit so well
I'd like the
together.
melee hero to be with the Drow. I just think 3 melee heroes from Dogchamp now would be pretty good. I mean, maybe you can get something different in the mid, but that's
you can't disrespect the Beastmaster. Like, this hero, if he gets a good laning stage, gets those arcane boots, you don't really pressure him when he's weak, which is level 1, level 2, he's incredibly weak there. Level 3, he starts amping up a little bit. If he's not punished in that time frame, he's going to get the arcane boots. You're going to start seeing spam after spam, and you can actually lose this lane pretty easily. So the reason why this hero oftentimes does look bad is because his level 1, level 2 is abysmal, and you have to take advantage of it. And I think the Undyings have been great for that. The Clockworks have been great if you're laying with a ranged hero. I think the tree can be fine, but that was taken by Feld. So,
all right, so
Dogchamp's in a very strange position here. You could take 2 ranged heroes and just click them. It's not the worst. But there might be something better that I
Yeah.
personally can't think of off the top of my head right
They
now.
do ban the Brood on Felt as well, so second
Yeah.
phase Brood ban, not going to get through.
Enchantress, I think just pick Enchantress.
I think Ench, yeah.
It looks so good. You can dispel the living armor, or you just don't care because the impetus is pure damage.
But it is Bloody 9, so like, I'll just pick CM.
That's also fine with me. I would like the Inch more, though.
I like the Ench more as well.
At least
But
Ench
you are
gives you an
playing-
extra body on the front, you know?
The reason why they wouldn't want to do it is there's a Moran on the field. You can kill that creep, but I'm glad they did it anyway.
Great.
That does take away the big creep a little bit because Marana is known as one of the counters to Inch and lane, so you don't get harassed like that. But you could always just play around your impetus and the slow a bit more than the creep, which I think I would like. The impetus does so much damage in the laning stage. It's obnoxious.
So
Crazy
they're,
ability.
they're against Beast Treant, Sunlight Timber. Let's go.
They could do it. I don't know if I want to see it, but it's definitely not a bad game for it. Last time we saw the Meteor Hammer come out on the Timber, and
They said it was a bad idea.
They said it was a bad idea, yeah.
We won't be going down that route again.
I've heard people say things aren't good and they'll do it anyway, so I'm not sold quite yet.
That is also true.
One thing about the Enchantress to note as well, that if we see any of this China-influenced kind of Baboka-style semi-carry on the Ench, it's going to be really good this game. You've got a Drow with you as well, so that's pretty cool. Probably not from Bloody 9. He's not that kind of player, but
He can. I mean,
maybe.
on this team, I think he has to play more the support position, but
Yeah.
sometimes you accidentally get a lot of kills on Enchantress because you do a
Oops.
lot of damage. Yeah, so if the gold's there, you're building into things like I imagine him to go the drums this game, into the Boots of Bearing, into like a Hurricane Pike. That seems to be like the best build for this hero. If he gets the kills, I'm just saying it's a possibility.
I'd love to see it.
The thing is, if they do go for the Timber Saw, what is the best melee hero on the side of Felt you can bring that benefits the most out of Overgrowth? In a big team fight, you go like Battle Fury, Ursa. Well, I mean, Primal Beast still has some similarities to the Timber at least, especially if it is played as a core, as it is looking like right now with the Ench and the Rubik on the field. So you could go Ursa, you could go Shadow Fiend, potentially. Slark? Is Slark Drow?
Slark's good versus Drow in a lot of ways. It's one of those volatile matchups. You can get on top of the Drow very easily if you have the Aghanims. Ursa's fine too. I don't dislike that. Some people like the Bloodseeker against the
He
The
does
Primal.
play it.
Just
So
quickly
that
on
could
the
be an
Primal
option.
as well. I really like this because it gives them some lockdown on the front lines as well with that ultimate. And also just gives you a really big body to put in front of the Drow.
That's what they need on Dogchamp. Like
Yeah.
the support play style is staying at the back or staying with the team. So Primal is going to be a bit alone, but they can quickly collapse on top and help out.
We're just gonna pick their mid right away.
Yeah.
Right. So on your line of like thinking about Dogchamp picking a Timber there, this hero's kind of similar against the Treant. He hates trees equally as much as Timber's all.
Better at killing them, one could even argue.
Depends on the stage of the game. But yes, he's very good at killing the trees, and you can just like remove his safety net of trees that you like to sit in there as a Treant protector, which makes your laning stage a lot easier.
Yeah.
But the
Also,
overgrowth
trample
is a
just
little bit
a lawnmower.
Yeah. Until you get to the talent where you can dispel the overgrowth, Tree will normally just wait till you pop BKB and then pop the overgrowth, and that is a little bit annoying, a small time frame until you end up at that talent.
Where is this Primal Beast going, by the way?
That's what I'm also thinking about right now. There's an option. RCY could be taking it potentially.
I've never
if-
seen him play that.
I feel it's unlikely.
But it is something he could do because there's the Night Stalker that could still fit pretty nicely into Dogchamp's lineup. You've got Night Stalker, Primal Beast in the front, and you're doing a lot of havoc, and that allows the Drow to shoot. And it also counters the Beastmaster. Then he's hard countered this game. Fate will not have a game at his hands. You got the Silence against the Storm Spirit. I'd really like to see Night
Yeah.
Stalker here.
So I like it for the counter vision, for sure. I like it for obviously getting on top of the storm, giving you options. I don't like it in terms of it's not brawly enough for me. You know, it's too volatile in the lanes as well.
I think the hero's fine, but no, RCY will not be playing this Primal Beast the way I see it. He wants a Spirit. He wants maybe his Invoker.
Yeah.
I think he is going to stick with Comfort.
Fear knows his son.
Yes.
So Puck and Ember ban.
We'll see how
does
well I
he-
know.
Does he bring out the Invoker then?
Do I like it? Do I like it? Yeah, I think I like it.
You don't like RCY Invoker?
I said, do I like this game? I like his Invoker,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
do I like it this game?
Yeah.
Not entirely sure.
That's why
Yeah, but he's playing for Storm. This is I wanted to see the two heroes that they did ban. I just gonna go with Tiny. So
Okay.
this is a hero that I think is the third option he had. The Invoker, I'm okay with it if you went like Quasso X, but even then I'm not that okay with it. And Exor wasn't the best game. They don't have the best stun, just the Primal for the most part. Even though most of the time he doesn't need the setup stun. But I think what I don't like him as Invoker right now is the fact that he is so farm heavy. This Tiny can burst the Storm Spirit in a lot of ways. Storm is low HP, so it makes sense, but...
Ooh, Felt go with the Lifestealer. You've got two tanky boys and the Primal Beast and the Tiny.
Yeah.
The Lifestealer's going to come out as a response to
And
that.
Storm Lifestealer. You can get on the Drow in the back lines.
Drow.
Sure. And also still the point on the Tiny is he kind of needs the snowball, right? That's how he establishes
Yes,
his
he does.
game. And that's the fear I have against this hero is if it doesn't get online early, I feel like it never really does, unless you go to like plus 50 minutes. So...
I mean, I like a lot about this lifesteal. It kills the Enchantress as well, which can be annoying for a lot of carry heroes. Is burstable, submissive and burstable somewhat when you get this Tiny and the Primal Beast on top of you. You know, lifesteal is tanky, but they have so much burst on Dogchamp. We've seen what the Drow can do with a bit of initiation last game as well, so that has to be a concern. I think this game's going to be all about the initiation. I mean, which way are you going?
I was going to say, you guys were talking about the wrong heroes here, in my opinion. My opinion is going to be, no matter how well the Lifestealer and Storm do, you still have Fade in a very difficult lane. I've seen this story before. And if he doesn't come online, this late game dream, the scenarios you're talking about that could happen, they never come to fruition because your offlaner just isn't in the game. That's what I'm afraid about.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Mission unburstable. I feel like Felt is a little bit stronger here, but Dogchamp again. I mean, I really haven't seen Sunlight play this Primal Beast, but you're an offlaner. You should be knowing how this hero works. Should pay off still pretty well. I'm a bit worried for RCY. He wins his lane, but how much can he establish with it? I'm a bit 50-50. I really don't know who to choose here. But I'll say Felt.
Felt, okay. You're going Felt. You're going for Dogchamp.
Am I? Yeah, I'll go Dogchamp.
Yeah. You baited us either way. I believe in this Lifestealer. I believe in Fade. I think they've got a big confidence kick from beating Nouns. So for those reasons, I think Felt can do it. I agree with you. It looks hard if they can get out the lanes, though. I'm very happy with this team. So that's the way I'm leaning. Finally, just want to... No, I don't, because the game's now starting. So let's get into the draft. We've got the Magical Mike and the Scrumptious Syndrome to take you through game number 2.
Yes, thank you so much, Nomad. You are certainly looking very scrumptious, Syndrome.
Thank you very much.
You're tasty and scrumptious.
Yes.
There you go.
What a wonderful day it is today.
New series on our hands, Dogchamp versus Felt. Dogchamp obviously coming off a win here against Bait. Into Felt, you're seeing the draft, Syndrome. What are you thinking?
I think the panel had some really good points about what to look for in this game. And for me, the single biggest thing is exactly what Fear said. We've seen Beastmaster in this region be feast or famine, and some of the games Fade has had on this hero have been really rough, to say the least. And this is a tough lane matchup we've seen in other regions as well. Enchantress 5 just making Beasts laning miserable. The X factor he does have going his way is that he has Soldier and Mirana. And this has been, in my opinion, the single standout hero for Felt in this DPC. So maybe that can alleviate some of the pressure and they can perform well there. But definitely step number 1, get Beastmaster into the game. And if you do, this Radiant lineup can play with great tempo. However, on the dire side, you do have a combo breaker in Tiny Rubik that could put a halt to it, but we'll see. I don't really have a strong favorite, to be honest, based on strategy alone.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. At least if we go off our first game, it should be a very interesting day.
Yeah.
Felt versus Dogchamp. I mean, you brought up the whole Fade issue with the Beastmaster. I know Fear brings this up literally every single time he sees
He has
this
a point,
hero.
though.
It's
It's worth talking about when it's game deciding almost every time, right?
That's the thing
on good or bad.
That's the thing that surprises me, though, is we saw Fade play, I believe it was Tide the other day. Maybe not, I believe it was with Lizard, perhaps. And it was, he straight up carried the game. It was an incredible performance. And I just remember thinking to myself, why do we keep going back to these
Yeah.
Like-
I think the best game we cast of him, he was Centaur,
Yeah, true.
right? So it's like, yeah, his bread and butter seems to be Beastmaster and Enigma, but it also seems to be what other teams are most prepared for and know what to do about. It's one of those tricky things where, you know, Beastmaster is very high tier right now. It's being rated highly in all regions. So there's probably a voice in the back of your head saying, I should be picking this hero because it's just the best.
Yeah.
But whatever works for your team, right? Like if you're getting exploited on this and it's kind of hit or miss, I don't know if it's worth picking it over just delaying your pick until later and getting something stable when you have shown on other heroes that you have a repertoire and you're you're able to pop off in games when you have good conditions. That's the thing about early picking Beast. A lot of the time you don't have good conditions because the enemy team, this hero has been drilled now, right? Yeah. Everybody knows the counters. Everybody knows what to do. So we'll see. We'll see if Fate gets online. So far we have a pause because he doesn't have a keyboard. So that's not a good start to playing Beastmaster. This hero is hard to play mouse only.
Yeah.
He's back.
I'm pretty sure Slacks is the only guy that can make the mouse only work.
Yeah.
Not everyone can be that talented, though.
What do you think is the theoretical limit of MMR if you play with a trackpad?
A trackpad? I
Yeah.
mean, wasn't there a guy on Reddit that
I think
did
the best player in the world,
Good I am.
how high MMR could they get with a trackpad?
That's a good question.
Sub 10, surely.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so. I was thinking like 6, 7.
6, 7K.
I mean, maximum, absolute peak. I don't know. I've never played with a trackpad.
That's a good question.
Yeah, we'll figure it out one day.
Yeah, this sounds like content to me. Let's get the best players in the world and pay them to play with a trackpad.
Yeah, I like it.
We had Jerax play a shooter on with a what's it called, with a pen.
Oh,
He did that as content. He did a short streaming stint where he was playing shooters with a pen.
how'd that go?
I think okay, actually.
Wasn't
Very
there?
interesting. It's called. What is that called? Is it called a track pen? I'm not sure.
Wasn't there a guy that played CS:GO with a steering wheel?
Oh, that sounds about right.
And he actually was
That's the
popping
excuse
off.
I use every time I play CS:GO. Hey, I'm playing on a steering wheel, guys. And they're suddenly impressed. Oh wow, you're 3-16 with a steering wheel. Not bad. Okay, so 3 runes going the way of DogChamp here. The lanes are settled in. It will be the Beastmaster Mirana against Ench. Bloody 9 is putting a lot of pressure onto Soldier here, almost killing him here. Didn't force out the Fairy, but now Fade. Yeah, it's not a good time playing Beastmaster against 2 ranged heroes, one of which is Ench. He will not have fun, and the lane currently is in Russell's favor. It's the exact place he wants it to be. Nice arrow. We'll put a little bit of pressure back the other way, but as long as Bloody 9 doesn't overstep, this should be completely free for Drow. That is good news for DogChamp to start off the game.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it seems like this Beastmaster is going to have an incredibly tough lane. And this is level 1, right? Like, once
Yeah.
you've got the enchant slow, it's then you've actually got kill potential now against Felt.
He just got boxed out of 3 creeps of experience, both of them.
That's
This
insane.
was basically perfect from Bloody 9, that timing. Drow is now in her tower. You might say this isn't ideal because maybe her wave is going to push, but I actually think the timing of this is going to line up pretty well. Bloody 9 should go and tank this wave, or Russell should. Now it's not good anymore, because now the equilibrium is lost. So, bit of a mistake there. Russell is trying his best to redirect it, actually doing a decent job, but I don't know if it's going to cut it. Now the arrow is going to kill the range creep, which will effectively keep the lane in place again. So I think that was actually not a good arrow. Now DogChamp can do the same thing again, just run them down. Bloody 9 keeping up the pressure. Fade will get what he can in the trees. All right, that's a lot about that lane. Let's have a look at mid. So RCY playing the Tiny against Storm. Should be a good lane for kits. There is kill potential for Tiny here with a rotation, but I don't think you can leave Sunlight alone bottom against Lifestealer Treant. So probably kind of pinned down here for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. What about that bottom lane? Like, while we're around Sunlight...
Yeah. he's
Oh,
not
sorry, you
looking
already
too
talked
hot.
about that. I thought you were talking about the mid lane for a moment.
Yeah, I was, but
You're
yes.
just too quick for me.
Sunlight isn't doing too hot either, but he now has a double wave coming into the tower, so I'm imagining he will get some CS here and overtake the Beastmaster, which is exactly what's happening. Yeah, Lifestealer fares well in this lane. He just needs 1 point in Rage, and he's basically protected entirely against what Primal does. So the goal for Sunlight here should be to get farm. You're not killing in this lane. If you are, it's on Treant, but even that is kind of a tall order. So just make sure you reach your
Top.
item goals. Yeah.
They got real close.
Is he going to reach this impetus? Not quite.
He
That was close, yeah. He has the 30 move speed advantage on the Mirana, so if he had another 200 range to chase for Bloody 9, I think he would have got first blood there.
They're gonna go like they are giving no leeway to Faye. Like they understand.
This is exactly how you should play Enchantress in this lane, by the way. You're literally just running at them. Keep running your tangos, keep trading. And he boxed out Fade from experience once again on a couple of the creeps, so now Russell is level 3.5, the Beastmaster sitting on level 2. And Ench is also level 3. They will now finally go and cut the wave, but they could be in trouble here if this multi-shot gets in range. Fade
I mean,
is okay for the time being.
He won't bother on Soldier because he had 1 leap charge. Meanwhile, mid lane, RCY getting targeted here by Kits, but
Gets out of mana though.
RCY got the water rune he wanted anyway.
Yeah, if Kits doesn't get the bottom water here, this is actually looking pretty good mid for the Tiny. Storm running out of mana is a big problem. They don't have anyone who can refill him, and they're even going to gank him Flea.
Yeah, is there? RCY got the follow-up avalanche into a perfect toss-back, and Kits is almost certainly just dead.
First blood.
And they've got another water rune to take.
Yep, exactly. They covered the rune. This is huge. On top of that, RCY is also pushing the wave into tower. Oh, nice glyph, though. Might actually give Storm most of the experience here, but I think he's still going to be too late for the flag bearer and the next melee. So loses half a wave and on top of dying and not getting the water. And what's interesting here is now RCY with half a level advantage could just look for another kill on Kits if they rotate Rubik again.
Oh, fade.
Yeah, more like faded.
Oh, you might need a drink right now as well.
You didn't have to laugh at that. It's okay. It was meant to be a bad joke.
Mid lane.
Well. Yeah, he is 1,200 net worth on Beastmaster, minute 5. It's not great. It is not great, and there's no need to sugarcoat it. His conditions in this game are pretty rough. You can definitely get more out of this lane, but
Not this time.
it is, I would say, at this level of play, it should go their way, and they do indeed make the rotation again.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, this is really bad news for Kit. So he dies again on level 5.5. RCY is now 6 and a bit. Will deny another half wave from the Storm. And probably get the 6-minute power rune as well. And if that is a DD or a haste, he could just kill him again.
Oh, no.
He could even solo him without the help of Rubik if the stars align. So gotta be really careful. Obviously, the trade-off here is Sunlight will be suffering bottom. He's only level 3. The Treant is doing some pretty good job here holding him down, but still will farm this small camp with Trample and pull away the wave. I like that play a lot. But yeah, Hidden Mune is doing very well. He's level 5.5. So kind of similar to top lane. Both offlaners are not having fun, but Primal Beast is having a bit more fun. And he also doesn't know what fun is because he's a dinosaur. So
yeah.
Beastmaster, he might not know how to read, but he knows how to have fun. He plays the drums, starts a party.
Well, why do you assume he doesn't know how to read? Mid lane?
Not again, kids.
Oh.
This can't happen a third time over. My goodness.
That's a problem, Syndrome. That's a real problem.
You think so?
I mean, I'd assume so, yes. Tips out from Flea.
All right.
Meanwhile, Fade he's also having problems, Syndrome. Can you believe that?
Hey, Lifestealer's having a game. Let's look at Lifestealer. I'm sure he's going to get active and bring them back in the game immediately. This hero is known for its ability to rotate and put pressure. So surely this is not a problem right now for the Radiant team.
Absolutely not. Sunlight?
Oh, he is doing his best to bully Sunlight out a little bit, but man, this mid discrepancy is enormous. It's a 1,000 gold lead for Tiny in that lane. And the Drow is 2k up on Beastmaster.
How much do you think having that previous game for DogChamp means in this one, right? Because is the warm-up against Bait, do you think that just gives them an inherent advantage?
You call that warm-up? That was the main course. They played for an hour and a half. Oh, not quite. But a bit more than an hour.
Hands are warm.
I mean, yeah, it is a discussion to be had in these three-way tie. Oh, no, not.
No, he's level 5. He can't.
He's getting help this time.
Okay.
All right, they overstepped. Limit testing complete.
RCY.
He's still gonna live though.
Arrow.
I think he has fairy, he has bottle. He's fine.
He's okay.
Oh, Albino runs into the tower. He's just gonna get Eva. Oh my! You are not. You are joking me if they get 2 kills out of this. All right, they only got the 1.
They got 1.
They got 2.
Solji.
C9's here too.
You're getting up. I can see you.
Storm's out of mana.
You're visibly frustrated right now, Syndrome.
This is what's the word for this?
I don't want to say it. Sunlight.
Oh, Sunlight's dead. I think. Yeah, Hidden Mune with the slow.
Oh.
We'll get him.
Oh.
He has face boots.
Okay.
1 more hit. No Vanguard proc there. All right.
Very nice.
Yeah, what an absolute. I don't even know what the word to describe this. What's happening in mid is, but I mean, good for Kits that he got a kill, I suppose, right? He got a little bit of a comeback, but they cost him both supports. So at the end of the day, not really that big of a win. Haster now grabbed for RCY. Could gank either side lane, but killing the Lifestealer will require help. Or baiting out the Rage by Primal first so they can pile on him together. So more than likely just going to reserve this haste to either kill the Storm or maybe make a move top at some point. On to Fade, who arguably does not need ganking. He's level 5 against Drow's level 7. And Enchantress is also out-leveling the Mirana, so a huge win across the board right now for Dogchamp.
I mean, Fade's just still copying it. Like, he just can't get anywhere near these damn creep waves. Bloody Nine's just done such a fantastic
Nice
job.
leap.
Nice little leap, though.
He's still going to get tossed, maybe. Nope.
See why
Quite
not going to
find it.
bother.
All right. Nice dodge.
As the haste rune, he'll run back to the mid lane, no problem.
Yep.
Ancients have been stacked, so that there is some comeback farm here for the Beastmaster at the least, assuming those
That
Ancients don't get
cannot
stolen.
get stolen.
Yeah.
If that gets stolen, Fade's game is just over. I mean, we saw another game. I don't remember which team it was. If it was or Felt, sorry, where the Timber ended up farming the Ancient stacks away from Beastmaster because he couldn't get it. I think it was Monaspa actually, and the Beastmaster just had nothing. Like, it was just hopeless at that point. But the Timber had to take the stacks because the invasion was coming and Beastmaster couldn't do it. If that happens in this game, I mean, Fade's net worth is 700 under the enemy 4.
Yes.
The Rubik is way ahead. Albino Zebra will get comboed in mid. I love this interplay between Flea and RCY in this game. They've been doing a really good job at aligning their timings on the moves, and Sunlight has done pretty well bottom for his conditions, right? He's now level 7 on Primal. He's got Vanguard Arcane Boots. Compared to the Beastmaster, he's 1,200 net worth ahead of this guy, and he's effectively played 1v2 into a 1v1 bottom the last 5 minutes while Rubik's been out partying. And yeah, he's been having a blast. So, right, Living Armor Steel here for Fleet. Be an X factor if there's a fight breaking out against the Lifestealer or Beastmaster in particular. I say Beastmaster, he's not even close to a helm, so maybe not.
Are scanning.
Hear me out, Syndrome. I know we've been talking about Fade a lot.
Yep.
What if he went Boots Travel Midas?
Oh. Yeah. It worked last game for Dogchamp,
It
so,
did.
you know,
Bottom tower is under attack.
why not?
That's the build.
Yeah, that's the build.
I mean, are they gonna?
Yeah, they're
spot
gonna
him out?
blocking. They're protecting their ancients here. So thinking about Narrow, but they just get the combo beast. I mean, they saw him the whole way, right? Mirana was pump faking arrows there to
Oh, they stole
maybe
Hawk.
set something up.
Can they go triangle? They stole Hawk.
Oh, they most definitely could. I think this Tiny is basically unmatchable for the Radiant right now.
Oh, albino.
Oh, wait.
Kits.
He's
Zip
gonna
in.
try. Okay, Lifestealer's shown up.
And Russell,
That's
he's in big
big.
trouble. Russell trying for the TP, not going to make it out. This is a huge fight now for Felt. Flea has stolen Zip, though, so he is probably not going to drop it back. He's going to try to turn back,
RCY could go for a kill combo here on Mirana.
and he will.
Sentry. They're a bit late on that.
A little bit late.
Oh, that was close.
I mean, they've got to try so hard for this triangle. Now Sunlight's coming in with a double damage.
Sunlight got the tome. He's level 9.
Uh-oh.
He's actually really strong on this Primal. Oh my god, they're stealing the stack.
Yeah, they got the lift up as well. Hit immune. Had the rage.
Pulverize.
Oh, poor Fade is getting just annihilated here. Roar
He
away.
still survived though.
Sunlight went the other way. Now Overgrowth comes out. Toss back on Kids. He's got no mana, but RCY is going down. Onslaught. There goes Kids.
Well, Sunlight didn't stop the onslaught. He
No.
dove all the way to the low ground.
Yes, he did.
Instead of cutting it in half, Bloody 9 is dead.
And now Sunlight's in trouble.
He has DD. He does a lot of damage here if he commits to it. I actually think he could have killed them both.
Well, he's out of there.
I actually really think he could have killed them both. All he needed to do was keep the onslaught running through them with the trample. They were both on like 400 health and he had a double damage and he had pulverize.
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower is
Russell?
under attack. It's all.
All right.
Justice there. He's
Well,
okay.
I mean, that was huge for Felt. It was very chaotic, but two things were accomplished there. Beastmaster survived. He's now going to get his stack. And they managed to kill Tiny, who had quite a bit of momentum going. So they slow things down. And credit to Lifestealer for showing up. It was crucial that he chose to get involved here on Hit Immune.
Radiant's middle tower
They needed him so much to be a part of this play.
Certainly necessary.
are scanning.
Seems like Dogchamp, they are still going to smoke up again. Stacks are being taken, so Fade's going to get away with this. I shouldn't say that yet, because they're on their way.
Yeah. Oh, they might just... I think he will have completed the majority of it when they do show up and kill him here. Oh, nope, he didn't get the axes off.
No, so the large camps, or the large creeps are still there.
Yeah.
Which I think, if you look
Oh,
at...
Sunlight just soloed the Mirana.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 kills, they steal the Ancients, and now they're going to take the top tier 1. So, Dogchamp back in control.
I tell you what, they put the camera on Fade for a moment after those Ancients were stolen. He was
Despair?
in full despair mode. He did not look happy.
Dire's bottom tower
There isn't much to be happy about as Beastmaster in this game.
No.
getting tipped by his Lifestealer. That'll help.
That's just... man, that'd be me quitting the game right there.
Radiant's
I'd be
middle
done.
tower is under attack.
Maybe made a joke.
I hope so. I hope
We're
so.
lacking context.
Arrow,
What do you think about Bloody Nine's skill build?
where did he go?
4300. I
mean...
feel like there's something in here to do differently with value. I think 1 point in your ult, even against Storm, is actually really nice.
Is he?
And, okay, hang on. Whoa, Sunlight, okay. He's going Vanguard into Greaves, will offer a lot of tankability for himself and his team.
Uh-oh. Another one.
Damn,
Okay.
he's farming.
Okay.
Tips.
It certainly is.
Stolen living... Oh, wait, that's not living armor. That is Nature's Grasp.
Dire's top
Pretty
tower
garbage
is
spell
under
for Rubik
attack.
to steal here. Level 1 Nature's Grasp, so probably not too happy about it. But as far as game plan's concerned, I think for Dogchamp, things are progressing the way they would like. Obviously, this fight they had in the enemy triangle was not good, but they're still in a good enough spot if they get this bot tower. Treant will struggle to defend both at once, but yeah, well, Felt are going to make the mirror move here and go top.
Believe it or not, Dota Plus currently sitting at 51% the way it felt.
Yeah, I guess it really likes the Storm Lifestealer against Drow solution later in the game, and maybe feels like Ench hasn't built enough of a gap for herself and her team. Also Lifestealer against Tiny, right? Matchups are definitely good, but
Yeah, that's a big one.
yeah, that's huge.
That's the big one. He's
Rubik
gone.
Rubik stole Infest. So
Nice.
now he can...
Radiant's middle
There's just
tower
something about that imagery for me that's not okay. I don't know.
Why even imagine it, Cinder?
Oh, nice dodge there on the leap. But
Sunlight.
they're still going to connect the toss.
Yep.
All 3 leaps. He will live, but now he is immobile.
Dire's top
And this mid
T1.
tower is not going to survive. They have the siege creep.
Yeah. Now I see why. He's still looking for this Mirana. He knows there's no way out this time around. Avalanche toss, not
Lift with
quite the
armor.
damage.
bottom tower.
Onslaught, Sunlight.
Surely he doesn't... Okay, that's actually just manic to dive this, but
Roar is out.
he
They,
might survive.
they may. Toss
Okay,
up
that
again.
actually worked out wonderfully. I take it back. Fade roared to no avail. There was no backup, and they just tossed the Mirana away. Okay, cool. And now we're on the hunt for kits. 300 mana. If he shows on this next wave, he's in turn. Oh, can he find the Avalanche?
I see why.
He's TPing out.
I see
They are not
why.
guessing it. All right, he's good. But now the triangle has been invaded. Now Russell is starting to play on the Radiant side, and they have a ward there, so that's good news for Dogchamp. They're getting some more control of the game.
Radiant are
They are.
scanning.
I mean, it feels like all their eggs are in the hidden immune basket right now. Like they're Storm and Beastmaster. They just don't have a game. It's literally all on Lifestealer.
Yeah, fortunately for Storm, he can be enabled by the fact that Lifestealer is having a good game, right? Like that's the good news, is that he's playing with that kind of carry in this game of Storm. Imagine if he was playing with a Terrorblade, right? Like
Right.
then his carry isn't going to enable him in that way. But they can make burst combos happen together. They can kill cores, especially Drow would be an awesome pickup for them. And with Lifestealer having both the Deso and the Armlet, the damage is definitely there. They need to get the vision too, where Beastmaster could have come into play with a Hawk.
Sunlight.
Okay.
He's found the Mirana. Zip is there. They've got the Infest combination as well. Sunlight, though, being healed up, is still okay. Flea was trying to save with the Infest, but couldn't quite get there. There's now a nice overgrowth. Now Bino gonna lock a couple down. That'll be Flea down. RCY, the much bigger target, though. They'll keep going. The Tiny, he'll try to TP out. Is he gonna make it? Oh, he is.
Wow, he actually lived.
Oh,
But they still lose 3. The Enchantress getting caught in the river, and Drow was nowhere to be seen in that. So, yeah, good move for Felt. They bring the numbers, they find the picks, and now they might even find the tier 1 mid. It's really important for Dogchamp to have some sort of vision when the fights happen, right? Like the Beastmaster Hawk will give some advantage over to the Radiant. It's all about getting that jump for this Radiant team. They were not ready. The charge in from Primal Beast backfired majorly there. Oh no, they're going to find Lifestealer with the Gust from Fog.
yeah. I mean, you
Stuck around too long.
You had such a good fight last time around. You got the tier 1, but then you lose your life as a Lifestealer. It's just...
Are they going to Roche here? Does Ench have Untouchable? She does, but she's not tanking it. I don't know if this is advisable.
Okay.
We'll see. Well, for now, they feel pretty confident in it. Storm has... Okay, Storm is low mana, but he has an Arcane Rune, and Fade is all the way bottom. Dude, maybe they don't even realize this is happening. There is a real possibility of that. Now they should. Bloody 9. And Albino Zebra will scout each other out and deward each other's obs. Arrow helping out with Roshing.
Certainly does.
All right, you want to take odds over under on Mirana stealing his Aegis?
I don't think it's happening, but I'd love to see it.
They have a Hawk.
It's going to give the vision.
What a Storm just steals
Oh,
it instead!
Kits! Kits is in! Aegis is taken. He'll lose it straight away, but it's still a great steal. Problem is, they're probably going to lose everyone. Flea, zipping around, won't find the
Oh, he didn't
Mirana.
get the Fade
Kits.
Wall,
Oh, no. What? What?
That is such a crazy steal. I mean, the Hawk, the fact that it got to stay in the pit for the entire duration, basically, while they were killing it. They didn't put down a single sentry. They didn't have one, I guess, to protect themselves against the beast. And Kits go for the nice steal and gets out after.
He even got the Roshan kill.
Yeah, I mean, that couldn't have gone much better for him. Fade.
The roar is out.
He will not create enough distance. This is a hasted Tiny. He is carried out.
He'll stand there and take it. I mean, you're in this now, Fade. You can run.
That he almost lived. They had no detection.
Oh, no.
But they got him. Greaves coming out now for Primal. Big upgrade. He can now... I guess there's nothing to dispel except Overgrowth, but considering Albino Zebra has the dagger, that is very likely to be affecting him. Very close game at the moment. But it does feel like Felt have kind of recovered quite well here, and they're going to find the arrow combo onto Sunlight. Easy pick. Nowhere to... No help to be found. His teammates are all in the triangle.
They are. Big pick off there for Felt. Russell just keeping that farm up on the Drow. Lincoln Sphere coming up next on him.
Line of protection against Beastmaster in the Storm. It makes sense, but at the same time, I do think there's a case to be made for taking a different path here entirely with Manta. Just a way of handling Overgrowth. You can Manta dodge, or Manta, yeah, effectively disjoint. Not really, that's the wrong word as well. You can animation cancel the roar
Right.
with Manta. It gives better, arguably better stats, but I mean, it's either that, this BKB, or just raw stats with something like a Scotty, so I don't mind it. I think this is completely okay.
Jump in, Flea, he'll zip away, but RCY gets caught. Avalanche toss is still there, but it's not going to make the difference.
They're just not ready. Like the moves, all the moves are being made by Felt's aggression here. They have these, they have the advantage of jumping speed.
Oh, now an Overgrowth.
There's the Greaves, he's going to save himself, but Rubik. Oh, Rubik actually fine as well.
Oh, that's a big
Whoa,
onslaught,
okay.
and now the Gust comes out, Kits. He's still
He's
okay.
okay.
He'll zip away. Meanwhile, Sunlight's gone. What?
I mean, that's a pretty crazy charge through, but they're missing just a little bit in the tank to kill the Storm. If they kill the Storm there, that's an awesome trade-off, but effectively he kills himself to get down Mirana, which isn't really good enough. That's another win for Felt. Getting that trade and keeping Kits alive. And so here's the thing that's going to happen for Felt in this game most likely. Kits will get BKB, and he and the Lifestealer can just jump and kill any core. There's no reliable save on the side of the Dire. Rubik doesn't have the Shard to create distance between them and the Lifestealer once he jumps out of the Infest. Do they have a Glimmer Cape? They don't. They're building Force Staff on both supports, which will definitely be a big help against Lifestealer. But for the time being, there's a lot of potential in the lineup of the Radiant to jump and find engagements. Lincolns will be completed soon, though. That's a positive here for DogChamp. That's a big item for them to get. Primal Beast is going for Lotus. Can reflect the roar, can remove the Overgrowth. Looks pretty solid here. Also deal with the open wounds, which will be coming out. Vortex.
Big smoke up.
Yeah. Once again, feels like Felt are just the team on the offensive, right? They are making the first move every time. And DogChamp need to be ready. They find RCY again when he runs into the triangle here. He's going to be without assistance, but now they're congregating. Lincoln's in hand. Might be a smoke for them as well. They have it in the backpack on the Rubik. Not going to swap it in, though. They're just chilling. Sending in Bloody 9, trying to break a smoke, but they're not there.
Kind of crazy the state of the game, like considering how badly the mid and off lane went for Felt. Like Fade and Kids have both recovered.
Yep. I mean, they just got to make multiple successful moves in a row. Dogchamp lost their lead from the Roshan steal as well, right? Like, multiple things have just gone right for Felt, and at this point, they're in a pretty damn good position, actually. Not really so much about the goal, but just like the map placement they have, right? They have a dominant spot up top. This fight, if this fight goes their way, this could look really good for them. They are going to Moonlight. Sunlight leading the charge against the Moonlight. How poetic. Gotta get roared.
Roar is there. They've got the Primal Beast once again. Meanwhile, Flea also caught out in the back. Should go down. Sunlight getting too low and overgrowth. It's going to hold all of them down. Oh, once again, Felt have picked off everyone. Oh, this is looking real tough now for Dogchamp.
They are very much running out of steam. I'm not feeling the impact of this Primal Beast at all. He just charges in and gets killed every single time. He gets overgrowth, or he gets vortexed, or this time he gets roared. He's just not offering anything in the fights. They have completely locked him down, and now they could actually just go and poke the high ground a little bit here. They have 20 seconds. There's nothing stopping them from doing this except one more glyph. But, well, that's the tower gone.
I can't believe it.
What'd you know?
I really can't.
What do you know? Beastmaster and Lifestealer push fast when they have Deso.
They certainly do.
Storm Jump?
Kids.
Bit too crazy there, Kits. He's now out of mana, but it's a full lane of barracks. Rage, Infest.
Sunlight.
And they're not going to catch anyone on the way out. Full on clean disengage with a lane of barracks.
Even the damn dragon's getting out of here.
Yep. For now, it's going to get pulverized now. It didn't get out of here.
Okay. That's all right.
This is actually a good depiction of how dragons did go extinct. The dinosaurs did pulverize them.
Very good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Little known mythological fact there. Actually, mythological is the wrong word because that would imply it's not real. But dragons are.
That's true.
Dragons were real.
Yeah, I mean, you're a historian after all.
Yeah.
You would know.
Double damage.
It's a very random invention to call me a historian, but I'll take it.
Double damage picked
I never
up by
found
Sonya.
history particularly interesting in school, I must admit.
Well, what kind of
It's one
history did you study?
It was one of my least favorite subjects. No, I just had it in elementary school and high school, right? It was a mandatory subject. Everybody had history.
You didn't find, like, ancient Egypt interesting? Aztecs?
I mean, some things. But how people in Denmark started farming the land was not particularly... I didn't find that too inspiring.
Oh, I wouldn't either.
I mean,
to be
I did
fair.
my due diligence, I guess, but...
Radiant's courier has been.
Oh, look at that! Dogchamp got a kill on a courier.
Very nice.
That's good. Something went their way there. It's been a rough 10 minutes,
Yeah.
and it's continuing. They're relentless. They're going straight down mid for this tower. Lifestealer with the drums plus Beastmaster aura. And now he's just going to back off and let the Golem do the dirty work. Fade with a full-on recovery in a tragic game is actually now finding major impact. And you wonder... I mean, you understand why this team rate this hero so highly, because what if he has a good lane, right? Like, this guy's going to snowball, but... Looks like the recovery plan has worked out.
RCY.
Yeah, I can't really catch him, though, but they can just go and maul this tower to pieces.
Oh, that's fast.
They're not even glyphing it yet, and it's almost gone.
Lift up. Infest is there. He's okay.
Festin out. Kits with this 9-seconder could look for a jump if they see the opportunity. I mean, this game could actually end in the blink of an eye. This one is not going to go an hour. I'll tell you that.
Don't say that yet.
Oh, I will. I will say that.
Russell.
Arrow.
Russell.
Kits could have very well jumped that, I think.
Sunlight. Does go for the pulverize. Does literally nothing.
I mean, this
though.
is insane. What the hell?
He's going real deep here, Sunlight.
What is
And all he sees now is darkness.
Is this some sort of god complex? Like, what the hell? He literally just ran in 1v5. His teammates aren't even remotely close to helping him.
There's an arcade route as well for
That's-
kids to make matters worse.
It's like he's really disconnected from what his hero's limits are, it seems. Just,
Get immune, get in the tips. Very, very good. Not sure why.
pause from Bloody Nine.
Bloody Nine might just be, you know. He thought they were dragons. What? He thought who were dragons?
What? Who said
Filled.
what? Who said what?
Oh, he said PTP. He's making a reference back to your joke about dragons getting extinct. Because Sunlight keeps
Oh.
jumping. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. Where did you get that message?
No. Oh, sorry. It's the Observer. We could see it on the feed. He didn't
I see.
intro. He just typed it out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, that explains why you were so lost.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't see him type it out.
Oh, okay.
I just don't care what PTP has to say.
Poor old PTP.
Yeah.
He was about to type again, but he won't do it because you're not watching the feed anyway.
I'm watching my own screen. And I'm watching Storm have an Arcane Rune and a Lifestealer ready to infest him right now and bring the pain. And all they got to do is get Vision, and they have Beastmaster. So I believe that will be obtainable. For now, just farming up. Storm close to level 18. So major improvement for this hero. The ball lightning speed and damage. And the 30-minute rune as well. So he could even get a double dip rune. He could get an Arcane plus DD on potentially the Lifestealer or on himself.
See? Double damage before Roshan is something we love to see.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, true. They're probably just chilling for Roche. You're absolutely right. Like, play the map. It's going to get Arcane plus regen.
Fade takes the... No. Yeah, no.
Fade
no.
pings the regen.
Okay, kids took it. I was going to say. Kids would have been very upset.
Now Roche is spawning. And with the map control that Felt have, this should just be theirs. Dogchamp are going to show heroes top lane. And yeah, they have no business going here by the looks of it.
I think they'll just stay in their base, right?
Hit Immune makes quick work of this. He will finish his AC as well with the kill bounty from this.
Uh-oh.
He has the courier in position to buy it. And that's going to make that push even faster. Curious if they put the Aegis on him or on Kits. I feel like there's a case to be made for either. It looks like they'll put it on the Lifestealer and just have him hit the high ground. And they're going to smoke up instantly. Shard going on the Storms. Now they have Overload. AC flying out. It's go time. I struggle to see how Dogchamp handle this Lifestealer. He's a monster.
Oh, smoke on smoke, Fade. He's going to break the smoke here on Bloody 9. Lee's going to see him. Zip is right there onto the Rubik. He just melts.
See ya later.
Kits is out of mana.
No Basher on Hit Immune. But they have Overgrowth.
Albino Zebra, always in the right place at the right time. I feel like that there's one guy that's had a stable performance throughout this whole game. It's the Treant. He's been doing fantastic this whole time.
Yeah, this has to be a Drow buyback too. They can't defend. Lifestealer is way too strong. So he forces the Glyph bot. He goes to mid where there's no tower. And now there comes the Drow buyback. Last Hail Mary play for the Dire. They will kill Lifestealer once with the Telekinesis Avalanche Toss combo.
But there's a Zip in.
It's going to come at a cost, I think.
Onslaught, Sunlight going right into the middle of everyone. He does at least find Albino Zebra, but now without a BKB up, he's just dead.
And Hit Immune is just killing the Drow alone. I don't know if he can go this far.
He's gone.
Oh,
No
maybe
one's-
he can.
He's
All
not
right.
slowing down.
Oh, it's just over. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it
Well,
is. GG. Fel take a win over Dogchamp now, and Cinderin. That means
Yep.
that if Bait beat Felt in the next game, then we have another round of tiebreakers.
That we do. And based on how these series have gone, I mean, so, all right, applying a bit of logic, Bait Dogchamp was very close.
Yeah.
And in this game, Felt fell behind, and they still won in like half an hour.
Correct.
So it's fair to say they should be the favorites going into the next game, but both of these two games so far have had quite a lot of mistakes. I don't know if it's... I wouldn't say it's nerves. They're not playing for like a major slot. It's not like huge stakes involved here, but definitely maybe a little bit on edge and making some uncharacteristic moves. And I would say especially for Dogchamp in this game, just really dropped the ball, especially Sunlight. Just
Yeah.
it was like he flicked the switch, and not in a good way. I'm in. You know?
Yeah.
It's go time, and those goes did not work out. And Felt made a nice comeback here in this game and cleaned house pretty quickly.
Well, I think it's time for us to go to our panel, so let's head
Okay.
over to them and
All right.
see what they say about
We'll do
game
that.
2.
Dogchamp dropped the chew toy here in game number 2 as it's Felt that take the victory, thus tying things up a little bit here. This was a interesting game coming out from Dogchamp. Everything was looking great until it wasn't. I mean, Cinderin mentioned the Sunlight, the Beast not really working out too well in the end. There were a few fights where we were just wondering what he was doing.
Yeah, I don't think either beast worked this game, to be completely honest. So
That's fair, that's fair.
That is probably the weak point that Felt did have early game was, again, this Beastmaster in the offlane just not having a great time. But I think that's the only thing Dogchamp could really kind of play out from this. Felt lineup is somewhat easy to execute in a sense. Storm Spirit jumps in with Infest Bomb, a lot of damage. Supports can follow up. Solji loves being in the front. You've already got 2 people in there. Then you have the Beastmaster following up. So you've got 4 heroes there. Albano Zebra can just come in with the finisher Overgrowth. They're certain to die. What can DogChamp do? Their initiations were really hard. Their execution and communication was not on the same page.
Definitely not on the same page when we're watching Sunlight play this game for sure. It comes down to, well, several things. The first thing is going to be, I was not a huge fan of giving RCY the last pick. If Tiny's the best thing you come up with when you already have a Primal Beast, these heroes do similar things. They're going to be the hero that gets in there and you want follow-up damage afterwards. Never a big fan of that, and especially when you have a team such as this one, they did win a game. Sunlight won the game on the Viper before, but you're not winning on a Primal, you're initiating. Where's your follow-up damage this game? Drow was forced into an early Lincolns for survivability. They were just lacking damage so much. Even though their early game looked great, it looked really good, in fact. Only thing that was going poorly for them was this Lifestealers free farming. They killed Storm twice. I saw level 7 Tiny while we're level 5 on Storm here. So mid lane was disaster. Don't even want to talk about Fade's game. It went about, is on par for one of his worst games on this hero.
Disaster times 2.
Absolutely disaster here. So it's kind of looking like this game is kind of like Sunlight versus Fade versus Stonebank right now. Like, which of these players is going to have the worst game possible?
Yep, and in this game it ended up being Sunlight in the end, but it just... When a game falls like apart like this, it's got to feel really, really hard for DogChamp here as well. You know, they had it in their hands. They had the 2-0 for the tiebreakers in their hands, and they let it slip out, honestly. Like, there's no other way to say it. They dropped the ball big time in this series, and that hurts. That really, really hurts. But it feels great for Felt, and especially for Hidamune as well. And this Lifestealer who goes 10-2, you know, was able to farm up a really, really strong early game whilst the rest of the team kind of tanked the blows for him. And then he was able to deliver. And that's something which I've been talking about Hidamune for a while. He does deliver. You know, he's not one of these guys who's just going to farm and then keep farming, and then they'll be taking your barracks and he's still off farming. And then the game just ends and you haven't really had much of an impact. Turn up to one fight and dies. That's not Arteezy. How dare you besmirch the Lord and Savior of the NA region.
That's the meme, though.
That is the meme. Yes, indeed. It is the what we like to have a joke about. But Solji having a great game with the Mariner as well. But I think Albino Zebra in particular on this Treant Protector absolutely owning some huge overgrowths to turn around the game, locking down a lot of important heroes, and completely. I mean, I think that was one of the biggest factors which shut down Sunlight on the Primal Beast was actually the Treant, because you can't get on the Treant. You don't know where he is, and then the overgrowth just stops you being able to do anything. You can't trample. You can't grab anybody.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, but I'd still say Fade was actually the one stopping him most of the time, which was thanks to the Primal Roar, especially that one smoke gank at the very late parts of the game. They're coming in from an angle where they're most likely going to be under vision. They have their smokes popped, and then he onslaughts. Fade already knows what to do. Simple idea. Roar this Primal Beast. He roars in mid-charge. He doesn't get anywhere. Fight starts from there. You've already lost one core, and then you want to get this damage in, right? Which now you're going to lack even more because your big burst is gone. And Albano Zebra just walks in for overgrowth. He's got 4 guys stuck, so he's the one who cleans it out for sure. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think overall, you know, looking at all performances, it'll be really hard to give out a singular MVP, but Albino Zebra is going to get it for us this time around with the Blink Dagger, with the big ultis, and being able to just completely control up Sunlight and stop him having a game.
This is what happens when I don't pay attention to MVPs. Past 5 MVPs everywhere.
I think it's about time, you know. We've been too core
It is
focused.
true. I think there's a couple like key overgrowths in this game. There's one where he stopped the Drow from TPing out at a crucial time. And then that big team fight one you were talking about in the Dire jungle. That one was a beaut for sure. And I think after we saw that, it was kind of like, yep, they're out of steam now. I don't think this game is going to go much longer. You're playing versus Deso Lifestealer and the Beastmaster. You got the tree armor. Where's your damage coming out from DogChamp this game? It just didn't exist.
No, it really didn't. And, you know, the Drow just couldn't play the game with these heroes on top of their face all the time.
Yeah.
The Infest Bombs look really nice. It's a strategy which we haven't seen really pulled off for a while, but it's always going to be successful, especially against a lineup like this.
Yeah, lockdown and burst. That's the key.
That is the key indeed, and that's going to mean that now in these tiebreakers, we are now 1 win for the side of DogChamp, 1 win for the side of Felt. Felt and Bait are about to play up against each other, and there is a possibility of another tie-up here if Bait are able to get the victory over Felt. And as we say with Bait every single time, we have no idea what Bait is going to turn up, so I am fully prepared for another round of tiebreakers at this point.
I mean, this is going to be the game where both teams know if you win this, if you're Felt, you get to just, you know, end this. Bait, they don't want
Just
to end this.
end this.
Bait, they don't want to end this. They don't want to like be in a position where they are like not going to be winning. So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of nerves involved in this one, even if the stakes aren't huge. They kind of are in a way.
I mean, the thing about Bait as well is that, like, if they don't, then if they lose, then they are down to 6th place, which is
Yep.
going to be the same place which they ended last season, which would basically mean no improvements, nothing
Yeah,
gained.
exactly.
And that is a hard pill to swallow, especially for this team who probably felt like they were doing better, but to end up in the same position would be really, really brutal. And let's take a look at that schedule and have a look in hard text to see exactly what's coming up as our final matchup. There you go.
Look at that text.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? A
Yeah.
lovely yellow font, such great lettering. Felt versus Bait will be the final series, potentially, of the day. Unless we go around again, it is very possible. So stick around as Felt versus Bait will be coming up next. Can Felt do it again? That is the question on our minds right now. We'll be finding out in just a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit.
Let's go, Bait.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Hello and welcome back to the NADPC Tiebreakers, where we are finding out those all-important DPC points and a bit of pocket change to go along with it as well. And we have now one team left that are capable of ending these tiebreakers and one team that are capable of bringing us back round again. It is time for Bait versus Felt. These two teams have been on different momentums. I think Bait went to the highest of highs and then to the lowest of lows, hit a bit of a peak in the middle of the season, and then unfortunately came crashing on down. Felt, meanwhile, they've been slowly kind of gaining some consistency, and then the last couple of days, they've really kicked it up a notch. They beat Nouns, and now they've beaten Dogchamp, and it could be possible that they beat Bait here as well. What do you think? If you had to just cut it down to a percentage chance, where would you put it?
Well, in terms of consistency, I'd say positive consistency. I'd maybe say Felt 65, Bait 35, but if Bait comes up with a wild draft that Felt can't read, I get 60-40 for Bait.
Damn, that's
Straight
a
down the line,
fluctuation.
50-50.
I think, okay, 50-50. I think it's too hard to predict with Bait as
That's why
well.
I meant
Like,
50-50.
That's why I went wide.
yeah, that's why you went wide. It absolutely explains it. These guys have been all over the place. You know what? T-Panda, who do you want to start off talking about? Felt or Bait?
Start off talking about, well, I mean, we just saw Felt play. I guess maybe if you want to look at the side of Bait, maybe
Sure.
you want to talk about...
Go for it, my
Do you
friend.
want to talk about Felt?
Let's go for Bait. But you might ask the question back to me.
Just going to keep riddling here. I mean, the things for Felt, basically. Things are going pretty well. Things are
No.
clicking. Drafts are working. No.
No,
All right.
things aren't
All right,
just
go
going
ahead.
well
You
for
go
Fate. Like, you can't, after that game, be like, that. You can't say that offlane's going well. It's still not going well. It's
was getting
still
to that,
a
but-
problem. Sorry to interrupt you, but
is fine,
I'll
it's
start
fine.
that. Like, this offlane is going so poorly every single game. And yeah, you may have won the game, but it's not because of your strategy. Your overarching strategy, yes, but it was more of Dogchamp's strategy, which was just lacking. And it was more that some players had to carry a load. Kits was absolutely amazing on Storm, stealing the Aegis right in a clutch time. We also hit him complete free farming. He got carried pretty hard on that Beastmaster. It is what it is. And they really need to. You cannot rely on that anymore. You have to step up. You have to go against Bait here. You're going to be against Stonebank in the lane. He can win his lane just as hard. We've seen it before. You have to like find ways to make sure Fade gets into the game earlier. I really don't like the Beastmaster. I think they should shelf this. It's not really working out for them. Do that, and I think things will be
have
better.
you fooled? Felt, have you fooled? I'm telling you. They
so I'm not
pulled
getting a
the
say.
Harry. No, you're not getting a say. You're not getting a say. I need to respond to this. I need to retaliate. Stand up for my boy Fade, who I believed in. He has 4 heroes rotating to his offlane to come and try and stop him getting those Ancients. Do you think?
Yes, but
do you
it
think
was a
Burner's
disaster before the Ancients. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
and then they doubled down on it, freed up the rest of the map. Like, Hidamune comes out top of net worth by an absolute mile. Does that happen if you've got like a normal offlaner who's not feeding?
Yeah, so the positive thing I was about to say, as Fear jumped into the negatives, which I understand and I totally agree on the side of Fade, Hitmune and Kits, they get to outshine in a game like that. They've got to put extra weight on top of themselves, and they also delivered with that extra weight. These guys have been bodybuilding. They can really take up that mass and punch hard, and they did exactly that. They shut down an entire team and allowed Fade to get back into the game. So those are the good things.
But you know what you
Yes.
need when you're bodybuilding is a spotter, and that's what Fade is. He's the spotter. He's allowing them to lift the weights and making sure that they can do so unbothered.
You can't have someone spotting you that's significantly weaker than you.
Yeah, I think Fade is the one who's now started his training. And then you've got Albana Zebra coaching the guys.
Okay.
And Kits and Hitmune are the guys you look up to, kind of.
All right, so I'm actually not shitting on Fade. I'm shitting on his picks, really. Because, like, we saw his Tide, we saw his Centaur. He can win lanes. He is mechanically good
That is
enough.
true.
He can do it. It's just he keeps putting himself in the situation where he keeps picking the Beastmaster or the Nigma into a bunch of counters. Just stop doing that. I think it's that simple.
Even in the interview as well with Albino Zebra, he said, like, he's great on the Beastmaster. We're happy with him picking Beastmaster. And there's that, like, we're like... Do you not see this at what we're seeing? Like, it's kind of a confusing point there, but Felt it's certainly something they do rely upon, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back for it again.
Me either.
And that is a worrying thing. But let's have a look at the side of Bait, because we did see them play as their first series. It's a little reminder for people. They did lose versus Dogchamp. It was another back and forth game, went for a very long time, 60 plus minutes. And in the end, it was Bait that ended up losing out. It looked like they were going to win as well. Each of these series, the team which started off on the right foot was the team which ended up going down. I think Bait just need to kind of play their own game. And this is what we've been saying, right? They need to play their own game. The thing is that Alchemist keeps getting banned, and that seems to be a big problem for them.
Yeah.
So what else do you want to see them go back to, which isn't the Alch?
That's been working. What else has been working is the real question. I don't know if anything like.
No, we've looked pretty good.
Well, if you think about
But that was
like,
with the Alchemist.
Yeah, but that was with the
Yeah.
Alchemist. So the minus armor drafts that they've been playing, and potentially that one series where they put the Alchemist as a carry and then switched to the offlane, the option between flexing and then potentially bringing up something else, fooling your opponent a little bit in that sense, because they were like, oh, Stonebank's going to play the Alchemist. Oh no, it's Funnick. You're like, what are we going to do? Okay, the minus armor things and playing around Dendi. I think those are the things that worked out the best. When Dendi played the TA and they didn't have too much pumped up on the side, like the acid sprays and stuff, to really get that extra minus armor punch. When you play around Dendi, good things happen.
Yep, that's true. That's true. It's Dominant as well. Kind of some games he plays by himself, some games he plays with Dendi. We'll have to see which kind of game he ends up playing this time around. But it's time to give a shout out to our partners, esportsbet.io, because they are launching the new Watch to Earn platform, which is an innovative new feature which allows you to earn up to 3,000 free tokens per hour simply by watching your favorite teams across the Western EU and NA Dota 2 divisions. There is no need to place a bet to start earning tokens. Just get onto the esportsbet.io website, create an account, start watching, and start earning tokens straight away. It's that easy. And now we can jump into the draft of Bait versus Felt. And we're going to start things off with the pretty usual, actually. Felt, they're going to ban out the IO and the Alchemist. So Bait, once again,
Spoiler alert.
not allowed to play that hero. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
It's a copy of DogChamp's bans in that first series that we had. And with the opener, it basically went for Bait. So Felt now starting with first pick. It shifts up things a little bit. Potentially, that could mean Bait looks for, let's say, low dyne plus potential Dendi first phase. When they have that double pick, they have loved to go for Dendi's hero in the early phase. They could also just opt to save it for later, but most of the time, they decide to do that.
I mean, I like this first pick from Felt already. We saw Hit Immune really, really good on this hero,
Comfort.
but I'm hoping that they don't force it and make it be just a Hit Immune only hero, because then you can pick the Primal now for Bait and be Funnick. You're going to play this. This is something that's really good against it. Oh, we're going to steal the Beast. That makes a lot of sense. But either way, like, you definitely have the option of putting this NP into the off lane, right? It's a flex. It should be. I hope it is.
This could be the Beastmaster school, you know? Who pulls it off better?
Yeah.
Yep. So Beastmaster Enchantress, that is a zoo opening and a half. I mean, how does this open answer the Nature's Prophet?
Oh, Enchantress is pretty decent in lane versus the NP. If it's going to be that off-lane NP, you steal one Treant. Might not seem like a lot, but that's a really strong Treant. You stick it back on them and add that on top of the right clicks from Enchantress. It relieves a lot of pressure there. For the Beastmaster Ench, this is just a combination that we saw Rebellion use, but I think it first originated in the China region where they're playing it a ton. And it just like was so successful there that it's just migrating to other regions. And that's just kind of what happens when you find a good duo of heroes that work well together.
Yeah, it's more like farm and vision instead of full-on lockdown and damage, because you have to get to level 6. Enchant can be useful for early poke, but it also relies on, are you going axe build? Are you just happy prioritizing with the farm and the triangle, which we touched upon a lot of the times. We see Beast just go stack for himself, just farm that triangle for himself. But you now need a hero that is going to cover that area for you if Funnick decides to go farm Ancients. Because too many times do we see it just being invaded. You see triple stacks, like quadruple stacks, and they're gone because you can't defend it.
Well, that's mainly the problem, is if you can't defend it typically if the Beast has a bad lane, because he can't fight back. He's just kind of like a spectator.
Yeah.
But if the Beast has a decent laning stage, he can fight back, and then there's boars all of a sudden in the mix, or there's a level 3 axes instead of level 2 axes to run into, then all of a sudden it's really hard to invade that, right? So giving the Beast a good lane is really, really important. It's super important for your strategy. Otherwise, you're really hinging on the fact you need these Ancients, and if you don't get them, your hero's just not going to be in the game. Luckily for last game Fade, they did defend their triangle, and he did get his Ancients back, so that helped out a lot. So we'll see if Bait can do something similar here. I'm sure they're going to stack it. No matter what, you're going to stack, whether it's for your mid, carry, or your offlaner.
For sure. And the funny thing is, like, you see Mirana is a great pick against the Beastmaster, but who are we kidding here? Solji. He really just plays the Mirana. So.
But that's the thing. They've given him a great Mirana game.
They have given him a great Mirana game. That's the irony of this.
They took the Beastmaster, which we haven't really enjoyed from Felt, and then they picked two heroes, which are really kind of hard answered by Mirana, because you can just kill these creeps instantly.
Yeah. and her damage output is pretty good against Enchantress as well, considering
Yeah.
the magical damage burst.
Yeah, yeah. I'm so confused by this bait opening, which is why they're going to win this game. Because every time we
Absolutely.
have no idea what they're doing, that is when
There's
bait are at
no
their
way
strongest.
Bait could ever lose this game.
Absolutely not a chance.
So
Don't even need to seed any heroes. Like, this
Alright.
is, they got it in the bag.
we need a Stomadan hero, most likely now.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he's the inch. That's the other thing about the Bait series when they lost. He played a stun. Normally, the
Yeah,
games they
can't
win,
do that.
he doesn't play. He plays the Caudal. He plays the Elder Titan. He plays the Weaver. He plays the Skywrath. These are the heroes he actually owns on. And
Yeah.
he doesn't make rotations that much. He just kind of, he'll get kills. He will show up to fights. But he's mainly playing for himself. And that's when
It's a
he looks
Stomadan
his
Inch, by
strongest.
the way. So
I'm so down.
Yeah.
I'm so down.
Dendy Ench,
Not down.
Yeah.
please.
Now we need a zebra hero.
Very good, very good.
Very
Yes,
good.
we do. We need a spiffing good zebra hero for Felt here.
Gyro's not bad. Gyro Moronic feels weird, but Gyro against the heroes is actually
Gyro
pretty
Moron,
good.
it's a combo, the rocket into arrow.
Yeah.
We have actually
No,
seen it
but
a
honestly,
ton.
the rocket barrage that you get out with the shard at level 15 kills Eng. It literally just kills the hero. The
Yeah.
same thing with the Disruptor. It is two range heroes to destroy the missile, but it is another way of giving vision and approaching fights. It allows the Nature's Prophet to just TP on top of the target who gets hit by the rocket. Then you have the Marana Arrow, easy kills.
That is true. That is true. You know, in team fights, you'll have the Beastmaster aura to make them attack faster, which kills the rocket a bit faster for these range supports, which would traditionally struggle to do it. But I think that's a niche enough circumstance to make the
Alright.
gyro still
Okay.
good. However, they're going to double down on the nature strat.
More
and get
armor for the roar
themselves
target.
Treant.
Sure. More armor for the roar target. Keep them alive a bit longer. Sure.
Now let's see our Fade hero. We're going to get a Lycan.
For a moment, I was actually
Enigma.
Enigma.
thinking of
It's
a
coming.
funny scenario in my head. I see Albano Zebras also played the Marana. So if Solji had a different hero to play than the Marana, but then they brought up the Treant Protector.
Yeah, I was
so
going
it's
to say,
like,
I don't see Solji playing Tree. That'd be weird.
he could have
Solji
played Sky, maybe.
Yeah. Will he go back for
But-
Centaur here? Or like, I'm curious. It doesn't look like the best Centaur game ever. The Stampede against Disruptor doesn't help that much in disengaging, not at all. Roar is something you
It's not a
hard
good
as well.
Enigma game. It's an okay Tidehunter game. It's an okay Centaur game.
Tidehunter's not
It's
bad.
an okay Night Stalker game,
Card Gaming's turn to pick.
but they're going to go Primal Beast. Okay.
Alrighty, Tidy.
I
Well,
don't know if I've... Who? Kits might play this. He might.
He might, but none of them have played it so
yeah,
far.
this is...
it's a first for Felt.
I would be really happy to see Fade play this, personally.
All right.
It
10 seconds.
links, it's kind
a
of
strong
like
lane
the
with
Centaur
Mirana.
in a way that he plays and the Tide that he's played in the past. You can hook up a Solji at some point with the Pulverize into the arrow. NP will TP in eventually. You're extra tanky this game because you do have the tree armor when you do go in. Just communicate with your team when you're doing that, and
Now-
it could be good.
Yeah.
They go Monkey King.
Yeah, I have.
Stone
okay.
Bank Monkey King.
Oh, no.
But you're against a Primal Beast, the Lawnmower.
People like that.
okay.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Like you like
Laning
it,
stage.
you like at this matchup. But the
Right.
one thing I remember of Stone Bank Monkey King is him 1v5 in a BKB, and everybody's kiting him, and he just goes. That was Tour 1's most memorable moments of Stone
Was his
Bank.
Monkey King doing that, or
it was his Monkey King? Absolutely.
Or was that
tilted,
him
'cause
on real life?
He was just getting killed by Nature's Prophet, just hitting him, and he's just sitting on his spot.
live
His
reaction.
BKB's
Yeah.
burnt out. Just
Unlucky.
so that's what I remember. But maybe this time it's better. You got Primal Beast, the matchup's all right. Nature's Prophet, yeah, you can fight against the hero. You have the mobility against it too.
Well, you have to
It's not
keep in
bad.
mind that if you're Felt here, you have a choice. It doesn't have to be Fade. You can throw this Primal mid now, and if you have something in mind for Fade, you see the Monkey now. You can just counterpick it. And I don't, from what I recall, Dindy's not a huge connoisseur of the Monkey King in the middle lane, so I don't think they will be doing that.
Wild Card Gaming.
So it really comes down to, is Fade like, I'm okay in this matchup, it's fine? Or is he going to be like, oh, give me something ranged, basically. I can bully this Monkey King.
Yeah.
True.
And Bait kind of sniffed that out too, and they banned
Yeah,
the
ban
Viper.
the Viper. That's smart.
And
the Venomancer.
Veno.
All right.
Okay, yeah, they want to make sure Monkey King has a game.
Yep. No poisons allowed. That is the call from Bait. Felt, what is going to be your response here? A lot of options. Definitely flexible in this draft. I mean, there's also the
Death
possibility
Prophet's still in the pool, right?
they can pick any of
Yep.
their 3 core roles
Yeah.
here. Honestly, they can do what they want.
I mean, it's still playable as Primal.
5 seconds
But-
remaining.
You don't get a lot of value in just picking something that's hard to counter in the mid lane here. Unless it's like some Shadow Fiend or something. I really think they should just pick Fade's hero here. Because if they pick like some... What's even left for the mid lane? Like,
Well, if they want Fade to have a good game, they've left his hero pick all the way to the end.
There's the Nigma. Okay. That's comfort.
It's not fantastic. It's comfort. It's not fantastic. I mean, firstly, I don't like playing a lane against the Monkey King as an Enigma. It's
Most
not
people
fun.
don't, yeah.
And secondly, the Beastmaster counters your ults. It makes your Black Hole also hard. You can't rely on it, really, this game. Thankfully, you have Furion and Primal Beast to do that hard working for you. So Enigma is kind of like the... He's not the primary initiator anymore, basically, in this lineup, which is a positive thing.
All things said and done here, I think it's good enough. I believe they don't have the easiest way to cancel this Black Hole. As a Beastmaster, I think you need your Blink before you can get to that stage, because you drop the Black Hole. The range on the Roar is like, if you want to click it on him, yeah, you're going to walk into the Black Hole. And
Pretty
it's going
much.
to
You
be
need
an
to come
issue.
from the right angle. So the Blink definitely helps in that. But
Yeah.
itemization-wise, Feld gets a lot of extra scaling now with this Enigma. So late game, you can counter Beastmaster. You can't really counter the Monkey King, but you can just put him in a Black Hole, so he's technically countered. And then
Yeah,
you put
you have
Lincolns
the-
and you get roared, so you're fine.
You also, I've seen more times not the Midnight Pulse, sometimes just... You see a monkey for
Destroy
a second,
trees.
yeah, you destroy the
Bang.
tree and he's dead. Laning stage is always going to be a question mark, but Fade is no stranger to coming back from a really bad laning stage.
That is
so
very true. And you could just build Midas, you know? Come back Midas.
Pain mid.
Dandy Quap.
All right. Another comfort, I suppose.
I have to go bait all the way. There's no way I could ever not go with it. Dendi, Queen of Pain. What a classic.
It is a classic. It is a classic, something they're very comfortable with. I mean, overall, do you think it's a good pick?
Absolutely. It's never would a Dendi Quap be a bad pick.
Thank you very much, Fear, for your honest and based takes.
It helps Funnick get a better game. Dandy loves to rotate to off lane to help with that tower pre 10 minutes. It also helps you get a kill. That boosts Funnick's farm. He gets a faster item timing. Dandy might fall off on the Quap like he has multiple times. But I'm going to go Felt. I cannot say no to an Enigma this time. I believe in Fate. I feel like this is the one game, if you put your faith in this guy, it's going to work.
No,
And
Dandy is
and
gonna
I'm
blink
channeling
all
my
over the
energy.
map.
I'm
He's-
channeling all my energy right now onto Fate's
Dendi's
Enigma.
8-0
and I
at 7 minutes. He's going to be everywhere, shadow striking left, right, and center, throwing
T-Panda,
sonic
you-
waves, killing heroes,
Then he builds Veiled Discord and they lose.
and they're going to own the game. Let's go, Dendi.
T-Panda, we had a discussion about this before the panel. We said we're all going to go bait so that we curse them because every time we've all gone bait, they fucking
I'm
lost.
breaking the script.
Okay, and
I'm
we
breaking the
don't want to go
script.
around again, T-Panda.
I'm breaking the script. I'm going with Enigma.
Throw him an Enigma, and this man
Yeah.
just breaks at the knees. Honestly, there's no trust behind T-Pan. I'm obviously going bait because they're an
Yes.
incredible team, and they are going to win this one. But no, it does look like a good game for bait here. I think either team could realistically take this one, but I'm not sure it's the best Enigma game. I'm going to go for bait. Let's find out what our cast are going to go for. We'll throw it over to Magical Mike and Cinderin, who I'm not going to use any adjectives for because he doesn't like it anymore.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Syndron, no adjectives for you.
Good.
Very good indeed. I'll make it. You are looking tasty and scrumptious, though.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are. Well, feeling quite tasty today, sir. Ready to indulge ourselves in another interesting video game experience here. So,
Yeah.
Dendi last picked Queen of Pain. It is one of his absolute best, but this hero is not popular in the meta very much, and I think with good reason. But that said, you can still have pop-off games on this hero. It's very volatile, and he will probably have a good laning stage. He's going to start out against a Primal Beast mid. Should be a good laning time for him. So, we'll see if he can make it work and turn this into a round 2 effectively.
Did you have a prediction, though, in terms of, like, they did ask us what we thought, like, which team we thought had the better draft, who pulls off this win? What do you think, Syndron?
So before today,
Yes.
I would have said I think Bait is going to win.
Okay.
I thought they were going to just win both their games, and I would argue they should have won the first game, but they didn't. And now they find themselves with their backs against the wall. But the overall most convincing team in the first 2 games was Felt. Because they had a hard laning stage, they had to come back, and they did. And the other game, Fate were actually doing very well, and they kind of dropped the ball. So against DogChamp. So I think that they were different in nature, the way these two teams won their, rather how Felt and DogChamp won their games. This time around, I think Enigma has a lot of potential in this game, and I think the lane is going to be a challenge, though, playing against this Monkey King plus likely Disruptor. I will say, though, with how the teams have been playing so far today, I feel like Carry Nature's Prophet could actually just be flat out a game winner. It's been kind of chaotic. This hero thrives in chaos. He plays fast.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
One of those nice games as well for a Gleipnir build-up, right? For Hidden Immune. Like,
Yeah, Gleipnir's good this game.
Yeah.
It's good against Monkey. It's good against Quap. It's two heroes you want to catch. And something as well that I was thinking about is Felt just have arguably superior team fight, which we can't ignore the fact that one team has Overgrowth and Black Hole and the other one kind of has single target only and a Monkey King ring. I'm not going to count Disruptor ulti as reliable team fight because I feel like it requires setup and later on in the game it kind of requires an ag. So.
Solji. Oh. That's not a good start for the side of Phil.
He skilled Starstorm and they just killed him. They just hit him until he died.
That they did.
Enigma wasn't there. He was off sacrificing a creep with conversion, so Solji bit over more than he could chew there. That's a bit of a great start now for Stonebank. He gets the entire first wave with the exception of the converted creep plus first blood.
Very nice start.
He's going to have Orb of Corrosion minute 1.
I mean, you heard the panel talking about how you don't generally like to lane as an Enigma against Monkey King, and with the Orb of Corrosion coming out early as well, that's going to make life even harder. I'm sure Fade's not going to be too satisfied with that. We'll see how they try to equalize the lane, though. Of course, mid lane, you're going to have Dendy's Queen of Pain against Kits here on the Primal Beast. So far, Dendy having a fantastic time, at least for the first wave. You wouldn't imagine too many issues here for the Quap, right, in this laning phase?
No, I think this should just be a straightforward lane, right? You just need to have one point and blink, and what's happening to you can never happen, but level 1 trample is not a problem. You're not going to get killed by this, and curious to see if Dendy goes 2 in Shadow Strike on level 3, or if he's going to get that blink point for safety. I think he's probably just going 2 in Shadow Strike, and will really try to bully the Primal. But yeah, overall, this should definitely be a Quap favored matchup.
Bottom, Solji again being chased down. He's still level 1. Needs a couple creeps to die to get the level 2 leap up, and he's gone. It just feels like until you hit level 2, you just can't play aggressive. Like, even with the Starstorm, it's just...
No.
It's not working.
Enigma isn't helpful. So
No.
you absolutely cannot. He's going to get glimpsed even, so
Oh.
more harassment onto Fade. We'll skill the stun here. Create some distance, but he's in Pain Town. Oh, yeah, we'll get salved a bit here by Solji, so that'll help.
Yeah.
And Nature's Prophet, Safe Lane plus Treant are doing pretty okay against the Beastmaster Ench as expected, but something we didn't mention was that 3 bounty runes went the way of bait, so they have a little bit of a head start in that department as well. But now Stonebank
Maleficus was
might
there.
just get killed here.
Yeah. Oh, Mischief.
Nice Mischief.
Very nice Mischief.
They're out of region now, though. So actually, the next level play here from Soldier would be to identify that they're out of region and then go and kill the courier. Because if he did that, Fade can just free farm the next 3 waves. There will be a Tango Pack arriving for Lodin, however, so he is obviously going to give 1 of those, or 2, over to Stonebank here, so he will be regenerating. But at the very least, Fade will get some breathing room here. And get some CS. Level 2 Demonic Conversion unlocked. And as good as Monkey King is against Enigma, you're not the tankiest hero. So if the conditions are met, you are killable for this lane. But obviously the corrosion does help quite a bit. The 150 health from that is very nice.
Of course. I tell you what, the top lane's going very well as well for Bait. Like, Funny's having a very free time. 19 and 2 in terms of CS. Hidden, you're not able to really get too many denies off here on the creep wave, and well, Funny's able to go for the max Call of the Wild, or rather Call of the Wild build here on the Beastmaster, which is not something you get to see very often these days, because most of them end up maxing out the Axis to try and actually farm the lane.
Yeah, they're often counterpicked in such a way that the boar isn't really particularly useful. In this lane, I think the boar is really good, though. It's very nice against Treant, the hero, not the Treants. That hero struggles a lot when it gets slowed, and the perpetual slow between that and the Ench is very annoying to deal with. And it also gives him a little bit of extra damage for the last hitting that is going to reliably allow him to contest Nature's Prophet plus summons. Bottom lane, Stonebank hitting a Primal Spring here, but will not get the Jingus up. He waited just too long, but the glimpse.
It won't matter. He still might just find the kill, and he does. Solji dies for the 3rd time down at this bot lane. Stonebank picking up his 2nd kill now on the Monkey King. And Fade, again, now you said this already, but the Enigma cannot help you if you get caught. Meanwhile, mid, Kits is maybe dead. Eats a Fairy Fire up. Dendy's still trying for the kill. Not going to quite have it. He should be just fine.
He's pressuring him a lot, though. And Kits has no rune to grab, so he actually He will get a bottle refill here, courtesy of Solji.
Fade bottom lane.
But that means Fade is 1-on-2.
Yep.
And he will die.
I think so. They have the primal if they need
He
it.
got a bit of fog there.
Okay.
Beast.
Yeah. Tries.
There
but
was an attempt.
there was an attempt. Attempting is good.
Yeah.
Should always try. 4-0 here. I mean, I suppose for Felt, they did have the worst possible start last game as well, so maybe this will enable them.
I mean, isn't this just even worse than last time? Because this time they're losing all the lanes. Last
That's
time they
true.
were winning one.
Okay, that's true. Dendi.
And the nature of their lineup is also different, right? Okay, good harassment here onto Dendi. He has Blink, but isn't using it. He's still okay. Just walking it off. Will now unlock his level 6, so Sonic Wave available when he has the mana for it. Yeah, it's already looking pretty grim for the Dire team, just because of the nature of the game, right? Enigma and Treant need levels to have major teamfight impact, and the Primal Beast being in an unfavorable matchup, this hero is snowballing from the mid lane in a lot of games we've seen, but not this one as it stands. Will get glimpsed away here, so not get the top rune, but might find the bottom one, although Dendi could stick and blink.
Yep. He does get the arcane. Soldier's shown up. They're going to try and maybe pick off Lodine, but it seems a little bit too risky for the sake of a pos 5 disruptor. Didn't have Onslaught anyway. And now the rotations. I mean, Stominant has the level 2 enchant. Can always start applying a little bit of pressure here in the mid lane, and it's not going to do too much yet, but I think maybe if you waited for the siege creep, I guess he gets another one though anyway. Just picks up another creep. Kid's trying to clear the creep wave while he can, but they're going to keep that siege creep alive at least a little bit longer. Maybe.
It's not hitting the tower, though, so a job well done here for Kits for now, but yeah. Bait rotating in extra heroes. The Ench is here with the summons and Disruptor as well, and the siege creep will stay alive because of the new wave coming in, so Felt. They have level 2 living armor and a glyph, but these creeps are quite durable. This is going to take a while. Kits will be able to TP just now.
That's a lot of damage.
Going on Albino Zebra.
Albino. Shadow Strike will be there. Soldier going to show up now, but they need someone to clear that wave.
I think Kits is going to go for it here.
Kind of has to. Glimpse away here.
He got glimpsed on the onslaught, though. He did not use Trample, so he's going to go in for it now. Yeah, the fact that Mirana doesn't have arrow is really annoying right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't kill that pesky siege creep. The tower falls very low, but well, with living armor and given enough time, Albino Zebra might be able to heal this up. They also used the Nature's Prophet ult, but did not quite have enough to kill off Lodin.
It's a really sad state of affairs here for Soldier. Like, he's still level 3.
Bot lane, though, Stonebank gonna get caught, and the
Black hole is there. Hit
He
immune.
is a goner.
That's a big one. Stonebank will go down. Fade setting up very nicely.
They also found Lodin with the Mirana as well as the Primal.
Problem is, though, Dendi found a double damage. So that mid-tier 1 tower's under siege once again.
Oh, they are bullying him away, though, with Kits. Pulverize.
Is there onto the edge. Stominant, he may drop. Oh, he didn't get him.
He did.
He gets it. The lead C damage. Was enough. It's now Dendi.
Blink cooldown. If that arrow would have hit, he could have died, actually.
Yeah. Dendi will blink away.
Now, okay.
Solji.
That's interesting. He's going to get glimpsed now, potentially.
Well, it's level 2. He's out of range. He can't
Barely.
glimpse.
And Stonebank also TP'd mid, so Feld are actually combating the massive disadvantage they had by just making better moves. They've effectively equalized the game here by forcing Bait around the map. Bait now lose their bottom tower to the Nature's Prophet and Enigma since Monkey had to TP mid after dying. And yeah, I gotta admit, after 4 minutes, I was really worried for Felt's chances. Now this looks like a playable game all of a sudden. They really salvaged this quite well.
They're still trying to defend that mid-tier 1.
Or Dendi could potentially find a Sonic kill here.
Oh, nice boundless strike, and now a Sonic Wave. Dendi.
Wow, that even hit your voice?
Yeah, it really
your
did.
vocal cords got Sonic.
It really did.
All right,
Albino.
Lodin. Lodin will be the sacrifice, but well worth it
Yeah.
to get that tower and Mirana kill. They also lose their Ench top.
Oh,
Seemingly got soloed by Kids. This matchup is amazing for Primal Beast, by the way. This hero eats Ench alive if he gets on top of her. She has so bad base health. If you connect all your spells, you can one-shot combo her at this stage of the game.
yeah.
So Stomanen was definitely caught off there by Kits, and Yeah, for the first time in this game, Felt are actually holding the gold lead. I can't believe I'm saying that minute 10. I was not expecting this change of affairs, but looking promising for them right now.
Yeah.
To be able to maybe snowball. Like, the goal of their lineup at this stage of the game is to activate Nature's Prophet and Enigma together, right? And try to push towers if possible while holding their own with Treant. And they've taken a 1-for-1 tower trade. Nature's Prophet has gone Midas, so we'll be scaling massively in this game. And the question is, what's Bait's move gonna be? They have level 8 Beastmaster. He's been quietly almost top farming for his team in this top area. Queen of Pain and Beast play well together with the Roar into burst damage if they can set it up, and they have Ench who can take over a creep to push top tower. So it looks like Bait will try to push the issue here. I don't know if this tower is just gonna be a gimme though. Primal Beast is really good for moments like this, and you have the Treant in good position with level 3 armor. I don't think this is safe for them to just go and take like this. Sonic Wave will be ready in 15. Then he's gonna try with the Arcane Rune.
Does have that Arcane Rune up.
Albino Zebra gonna pull away the wave here. The Dominator creep, as a result, will be tanking. Can't do that for too long.
Trying to hunt down the train with the wild axes, but he will just kind of walk his way out of there.
Doing a good job at delaying this. He has the glyph as well. We'll see if they choose to use that. They will. Wow. But I thought you were gonna get that reference. Anyway,
I did.
You didn't know what to say though. Well, the tower's gone. They're not gonna defend it. They delayed it, but it's a goner.
Thank you for that, Syndrome.
They were trying to catch Stonebank bottom with a wow, Midnight Pulse, but he was in the top tree line, not the bottom one, so it was a miss from Fade. Speaking of him, he's closing in on... Is that a full mech? He has the mech? Yeah, he has the mech. He's working on Greaves. We'll give Felt some more of that teamfight prowess that we've talked about their lineup having. My biggest question mark is kits. How do you bring this Primal Beast into the game? He lost his lane. He's 1-0, so he hasn't died, but he's still 1,000 net worth behind the Queen of Pain. And this hero, in my experience, doesn't thrive exactly when it has a bad start. So he is against a BKB piercing stun from the Beastmaster. So even a BKB isn't guaranteeing you major impact.
Yeah, there's just so many things that go through the BKB, like the Roar, the Sonic Wave still does damage,
It also pushes you, right?
Right.
I think so.
No,
I think
it does.
both effects pierce, yeah.
It
Oh, they
definitely
found
does.
Fade.
Fade.
Glimpsed him into Storm.
Pop the mech, but it's not going to be enough. He will go down. Nice little pick off there for Bait now. That's the thing, like, he's going for the BKB on the Primal, but it's literally just for the glimpse back, I think.
Monkey King stun.
Okay.
Static Storm.
Fair, fair.
And I think another part of this is it's actually potentially good for them if he gets roared. Because then Enigma can black hole once he gets BKB, right? Like,
That's a good point.
You want to try to make Bait's teamfight access, or how to say that, their roadmap of how to fight, you want to make it as complicated as possible. Getting roared on the Primal here is also going to free up Nature's Prophet to just stand and deliver. Because if there's one thing Bait doesn't have, it's a lot of team fight, right? As we've covered. So the few key spells they have are extremely important to get on the right targets. And I would say at the rate this Nature's Prophet is farming, he could become a real threat to just standing and killing the Monkey King, especially if the ring doesn't go off or if he's in Midnight Pulse, he can still die. And that's worth keeping in mind about Midnight Pulse. The AoE is really big. It almost covers a big part of the ring. So Monkey King will take a lot of damage even while standing his ground. That damage being magical, of course.
Absolutely.
Stonebank still looking pretty good despite being killed. He's 5-1. As the Echo Saber, he's building Maelstrom. Try to keep that farm going.
Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, they want to look for a pick here on Phonic, potentially. Smoke from Bait. They saw that, though. Mirana had the eyes on him.
Oh,
This could turn into a counterplay from Felt. They're going to break the smoke from the back
Kits.
and do nothing.
Yeah, do nothing with it.
Yeah, maybe this was hard to engage into. It's understandable. But at the very least, they disengage.
It's an awkward position. Right
Definitely.
next to the Radiant Triangle, of course. It's maybe not advised. They are buying plenty of time. That's the thing. Like, Hidden Immune is freely farming. He's got the Maelstrom up now along with the Midas. So, split pushing game is now on point for Hidden Immune. His farm just escalates into the Gleipnir, I think we talked about earlier. And, I mean, Bait, sure, like, they still look like the stronger team right now, but I still get very concerned when you consider how well this Prophet's going to be farming.
My biggest concern is how does Queen of Pain remain relevant? Because that's the downfall of this hero is if you draw a graph for how good this hero is, it's like really high in the start, and then it falls for quite a while, in my opinion, where it's just weak in the later portion of the mid game. And then super late game, it can become really powerful with the right itemization and a lot of farm, but how are they going to bridge the gap when it's at its weakest? They will find Solji here top with Aurora.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dendi is not getting too much done. He's farmed a Witchblade, but this item isn't good unless you start fighting with it. Kits.
He spotted. Should go
Nice
down,
stomp there.
but in comes the help. Albino Zebra, but a nice boundless. Gonna set up. Get immune, trying to get out, but no, the glimpse. Oh, felt they're losing everyone. At least they do get Albino out, but man, that's a really, really great team fight here for Bait.
That's just what they needed. They get involved with Dendi and he gets a couple kills there. Gets to use that Witchblade for something. They combine with the Monkey King as well, so their cores being involved here get a decent chunk of golden experience. And at the same time, they also managed to keep their mid tower intact. Crucial Centaur Stomp coming out from Stomanen there on the Pulverize, or that could have looked very different. But they covered their bases, and for Kits, once again, what's it going to be? Are you going to farm this BKB, or are you going to try to brute force these fights? It hasn't seemed like it's worked out too well for him. He's 1-1-1 and has pretty low net worth, so really, considering when Felt picked this and why, they have not got a good bang for their buck 16 minutes in. There were plenty of other Kits heroes they could have picked.
Roshan.
Yep. Gonna try to scout it out now. Arrow. We'll connect on Dendi, actually,
Oh, that's a big one.
but they can't go into this.
Oh, Roshan's bashed him twice.
Nature's Prophet being bottom. Soldier gonna leap in, give vision. Okay, he's just dead.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, Fade doesn't have a blink dagger. He's gonna walk in if he wants to try and steal this. Albino Zebra does have a blink. But can he possibly get there in time? I don't think so.
No. His dagger needs to fly all the way to bottom lane first before he picks it up. And this will be an Aegis for Stonebank. And also the Maelstrom now completed, so progressing nicely here.
Certainly so.
Still, this is not a free Monkey King game because of the BKB piercing abilities, right? This hero needs to buy BKB at some point this game, but he can get Overgrowth, he can get Black Hold, and if he isn't quick enough, he can also get Pulverized. So the solutions are available for Felt against this setup that Bait are getting, but definitely in the state that they're in now, could see them look to try to put some more pressure, maybe get that top tier 2 with the Beastmaster, and could, you know, congregate up there with their heroes, make a smoke move, find a pick, and turn it into something bigger. Kits will wipe out the top wave, slowly but steadily making some progress, but man, his net worth is pitiful
Yeah.
in this game compared to his counterparts. 2k net worth lead for Dendi over Kits, which accounts for the majority of the advantage for Bait, honestly, is in that position. The supports on the Dire are richer, especially the Disruptor in this game is incredibly poor given that this team is winning the game. Or, that's, I mean, it's debatable. The gold is pretty even, right? But they were definitely on the up in this one.
Yeah. They certainly was. Solji.
Not again.
Yeah, I mean, he was literally just standing
Sticks.
there. Oh! Whoa, that's a lot of damage.
It's a level 4 impetus at max range. It's, yeah.
That... How much? 350 pure damage that last one was.
Yeah, so the damage is capped at 1750 distance, and you do 20% of the distance. That's 350. So it was max.
Oh, he just did... Yeah,
That
that
was
second leap.
literally max damage.
So that second leap just killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should have just pressed stick. Yep. What can you do?
Yeah, one leap and stick, he might have actually lived.
Yeah.
Potentially.
It happens.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Hit Immune has the gold for Gleipnir now. If he wants to buy it out, then you want to buy it back, but I feel like it's well worth it to get this item now. But he's waiting for some reason. Don't know if he's contemplating getting another item. Nope, there we go. He's buying it now. We'll TP back and pick it up. Let's see if they're going to use it to try to make a move. Kits is setting up top onto Funnick, so they could travel up here with the Nature's Prophet teleport.
They may just.
And they will.
Then like Shadow Pop...
They completely miss him. Oh my god.
What?
What?
Oh,
Did
no.
Did actually none of them see him run up that...
I mean, it is nighttime.
They killed the dragon.
They got the dragon real good.
So what I don't understand is why Albino Zebra instantly blinked there when he arrived.
I do not know, sir.
I mean, we have vision that they don't, right? But Funnick effectively kind of juked them by just running below the tree line. All three of them failed to find him.
Dire's top tower is under
And with that, Bait are looking to make the play we were talking about. Top tier 2. Ripe for the taking. Is there any defense plans for the side of Felt? Does not look like it.
structures are fortified.
Their plans currently heavily revolved around farming, which makes sense. I mean, you want your Enigma to scale, you want your Prophet to scale. And Primal Beast will now finally be able to grab a 21-minute BKB in 200 gold. This is very late. We see games where 4 Primal gets it at this time.
Earlier than this, honestly. Yeah, Kids has had a really
He
rough
has a couple
game.
of build-up items, to be fair. He has Phase Boots, he has Bottle, he has Wand, and Raindrop. So, like, all these items obviously add up, but yeah, definitely not been his best game.
No.
But the potential for plays is there. Like, this hero can always make something happen when it has BKB, as long as he can play around the Beastmaster. Honestly, wouldn't mind seeing him grabbing this BKB, smoking, and just killing this guy, and using a BKB in the process, because they can't help the Beast if he gets pulverized. They have no saves, no BKB piercing stun aside from him to stop the Primal from running rampant. And taking Beastmaster out of the equation in a teamfight would be really big for Felt, in terms of what he provides with his aura, with Aurora.
Сейчас поиграем. Сейчас поиграем.
Oh, 12-5. Felt still holding a very slight net worth lead, but Beta still holding onto that Aegis for another 50 seconds or so. Meanwhile, speaking of pulverizing,
There it is.
Funnick.
Сейчас поиграем.
And that's exactly what you said. Like, if this is in the middle of a team fight and you can burst the Beastmaster down, then it's the freest Enigma black hole of your life.
Yeah, and Fade was queuing up the Shard, but he hasn't bought it. He's also queuing up Dagger. So I think he's making the judgment call here that, okay, I can either get the Shard and have some impact with these Malefices now, but that's going to fall off when the enemy cores are inevitably getting BKB, or I could get the Dagger and start working on a BKB, and then my ulti is fully protected as long as we get Beast. I feel like that's the game-winning attitude here that Enigma should have, is trusting that Primal or Treant can catch this Beastmaster for him, and then the stage is just set for Enigma to basically carry the game, potentially.
Yeah.
So would love to see him skip the Shard. For me, the Shard on Enigma is a timing item where you need to play tempo with your strategy. So you want to have Shard, and generally we see it bought together with Vessel because they complement each other so well in finding solo kills. And that then recycles the item, right? Because you keep finding Vessel charges because you have the Shard to make those kills happen. In this game, I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
Top tower's gone. Hit immune. Push this out with his creeps. And he's closing in on now his BKB. Level 16 on this Nature's Prophet, starting to create some serious distance now between himself and the Monkey King. 2.5k gold and 3 levels
It's a big deal.
in the lead.
Yeah, like one team fight, that's going to really start to escalate. BKB now up on Dendi. He might be willing to fight with this.
He has a gem too. He would be a huge kill for the Dire. Because getting rid of vision is always obviously super impactful at a pro level in Dota, but there's certain games where it just feels even better. And this, I feel like, is one of them. You want to restrain the Beastmaster from playing the map. And by having the gem, you also empower your Treant to feel safe when he's moving around gathering information.
Oh, here we go, bait. 4-man smoke up. They're feeling powerful right now. It's been a bit of a quieter game here between these two, but they are going to see Solji. Boundless, though, does not connect.
He has no
Glimpse back
leaps.
is there. Solji's got no leap charges, so he is going to drop.
It's a small kill for bait, but it opens up for more aggression. They're going to move into the enemy triangle, potentially. Get some vision out. But now they're going to settle and just play the top half. And in return, the Dire will play the bottom. And Fade is not queuing up BKB. He's actually queuing up the Lincolns. I feel like BKB is the better choice here with the reasoning I explained earlier. Hit immune is going to solo loading very easily here. Just 5 attacks is all it takes.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you buy this Lincoln, sure, you're not getting roared or glimpsed, but you could still get both. Or you could get Monkey King stunned. You know, you could get stopped by some sort of creep that either Ench or Beastmaster has.
Yeah.
There's like other issues. You can get static stormed. Like literally anything needs to clip you. If you have the BKB and the Beast is handled, you are free in the fight. And I think it's better to rely on your teammates to do the right thing than relying on the enemies to do the wrong thing.
Absolutely. And that's the thing, right? It's all about trusting kits to get the job done and stopping it.
Okay. Well, this is not going to end well, I think, for the side of Felt.
No, it doesn't seem like it. Kits pops
Oh,
his BKB, but he's gone.
Yeah, Mirana's going to die here too, once again out of leaps. And that was just a half-assed attempt, honestly. They didn't bring the right heroes to the play.
I'm not
You
really
want to invade here? You got to bring your artillery.
Yeah.
Primal Beast Mirana don't kill anything this game. It's the Nature's Prophet dealing the damage. It's the Enigma dealing the damage.
And
So
now
that-
you understand why Fade's going for the Liquid Sphere.
Well, guess I understand it a little bit better. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
No, neither do I, Cinder. Neither do I. Oh, well, Bait. I mean, they're still not in a huge lead. The thing is, again, Hidden Immune is the saving grace.
Сейчас поиграем.
If he joins the fights, that is. In fact, speaking of the devil, teleporting in.
Lodian's in trouble here. He can Gleipnir. All right.
Nice
Does he
little
want to
glimpse.
BKB this? He does not. But Lodian still can't move. He's going to get Malefist. He's still fine, actually.
But now,
I think they can't really commit into this. Primal Beast going to get stunned by the Monkey King. Nicely done. And Kit's BKB on cooldown.
oh, Kit, Pulverize is there.
Good Static Storm from
Hidden
Lodian on
Immune.
the side, though.
Does show up. Static Storm is down as well. Kit is going to go down here on the Primals. Hidden Immune is just going to be forced to TP out. This is such a desperate team fight. They do find the Disruptor, but they've lost Fade on the Enigma. 3 for 1.
Yeah, just not coordinated. The Nature's Prophet goes in and starts fighting the Monkey King, but guess what? He has BKB too, and he turns it around, and Nature's Prophet has to yield and get out of there. Once again, the Primal Beast moves not paying off. Walks in, doesn't have BKB. Sure, you get a Pulverize, but the damage isn't there during the Pulverize, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not really sure. Like, Kit's just onslaught into 4 heroes while they were trying to take down the Disruptor.
Yeah.
It's...
Well, I think Kit's, to be fair, wanted to onslaught up into the Disruptor, but he got stunned by Monkey King from the trees.
Okay.
So it was also a good play from Bait, but the fact of the matter is they were still segmented, right? They're not playing together as tight as they should be right now to set up their Enigma for success. The silver lining there for the Dire is that Nature's Prophet does make it out alive, just pops the BKB and calls it a day. Like, he didn't want to stick around. He's currently queuing up Satanic and AC. Curious about his order. Dendi going for the Kaya Sanj. Monkey King close to Skadi. It's pretty big.
It's huge.
Getting him a lot more tankable, having that healing reduction against Nature's Prophet, eventual Satanic.
It's like, I mean, you can have as much farm as you want on the side of Felt, but if you're not, if you're not playing as a team, it means nothing. Fade is certainly playing much more like a team than they are right now. As take the outpost away from the Dire. Arrow is going to connect, so it'll be delayed just a little bit. Roshan is back up and available, and it does seem like Bait will have first dibs on that as Dominant has scouted it out.
Yeah, some good pressure bottom though here from Kits. But yeah, Bait don't need to go back because there's no pushing hero down there. They're just going to commit for this. And they kill this off pretty quickly. Beastmaster Aura, the drum boots, as well as Ench just throwing 100 impetuses together with the Monkey King slamming away will get the job done. And that's an Aegis once again now for Stonebank. Was this Roche number 1 or 2?
2,
This
I
was
think.
2, right? Who got the shard?
Good question.
Dendi has a shard. I think he didn't buy his. Yeah, they gave it to Queen. So now there's a Blink Silence, 125 AoE damage, and a 1.75 second silence at departure and arrival.
Very nice.
It's nice sometimes, but the reason this is a bit iffy is still Queen of Pain doesn't necessarily want to blink in a lot of the time, but rather play from range.
Kits, he's going to move in. They found the edge. That's 1 down.
Good start here, but Bait with the flank.
They're coming. Oh, Fade. Oh, he's whiffed the black hole. He almost had it. They're still going to keep the fight going. Funnick will run. Kits, onslaught's out. They'll leave Albino Zebra to die. Hidden Immune, can he TP away? He can. Oh, he was like a couple pixels off landing on both.
And lands on none.
It lands on nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, had he landed that, such an easy team fight.
I'm not even sure if they had enough damage there to really fully take advantage of it. It would have definitely set up for better conditions, but Kits was not part of that black hole, right? He was all the way down to the left, and I don't know if the Nature's Prophet was really fully able to commit onto that black hole regardless. Maybe they would have killed the Beastmaster at least, but I mean, at the end of the day, Felt getting out with 1 death there is probably a pretty good result. They just traded supports, ultimately.
Yeah.
Should, I guess, feel pretty happy with that, given they got a 0-man black hole. Now, a long cooldown, obviously, have to wait 2 minutes to try that again. Worth keeping in mind, that was also a fight into Aegis. So, Bait, their first big team fight with the Aegis doesn't really yield any results. Now, just 3 minutes left on it to get something done. Lodian chasing here, looking for the glimpse. They will finally find Kits, and he is toast.
Kid's going to go down once again, just not having a Primal Beast game at all. Speaking of, Solji, we've seen this one before.
Okay, nice movement there, actually avoiding the glimpse. And he might juke them out entirely by going down here, so he'll make his way around it.
Well, Stonebank, bottom lane. Gonna maybe set up on something himself. They do have the Hawks coming out here from Funnick.
I think if Stonebank tries for something here, this is going to backfire really hard. The protection is there from Treant. They're actually just going to make the move themselves. The
Oh,
roar.
nice boundless is there from the Monkey King. They're still going though. Overgrowth is out and, well, you know, Synderen, you've got impeccable timing. You really do.
Yep, that was indeed not going to go well. He BKBs now and TP's out. No Black Hole and no Overgrowth. They used that on the first life, but yeah, that's Aegis for nothing. The Beastmaster was off on the left roaring off the Enigma, but he didn't have any backup because he was alone. It's just very disconnected, right? Like Monkey King is pushing bot tower with Beast protecting him, but they don't have the damage to combine.
Yeah.
If Queen of Pain is there, this is a different story. If even Disruptor or Ench there might have actually swung that in their favor to be able to stand their ground and find kills, but end up getting nothing. Dendy getting arrowed out of the Pulverize.
Okay, this is where it all starts to fall apart.
He had a 6-kill streak, and all of that gold goes to Treant. Amazing. But
I mean, why not?
they still share the AoE gold, obviously, to the team.
I mean, this is the thing, like that bottom play, you lose the Aegis like that for Stonebank. It's like, what are we even doing anymore? Like, why? And now Dendy ends up dying, like not his fault, but
I mean, that's debatable, right? It's like, it takes two to tango. If he's in a position that is safe, in theory, but his teammate aren't covering him and therefore it isn't safe, he should also not be there, right?
Right.
It's like, it kind of goes both ways. Either the team plays together so you can play areas, or if you're there alone, you know you're taking the risk, and if you do get caught, I mean, it's not on anyone else than you, right? It was a good play from Felt as well, but at the end of the day, he did let Primal Beast onslaught into Pulverize him, and then he got arrowed. He has BKB, so if he really wants, he can protect himself against it, but got comboed off.
that's a very responsible take, Synderen.
Yeah,
I like that.
it's a game of give and take.
Yeah.
You need your teammates to pause the game for you.
Funnick needs a quick reconnection. That's the thing, like, we see this all the time with Bait. Like, just one little mistake like that. And suddenly the game just starts swinging back the other way. And
I think part of the problem in this game for them is that they're lacking direction, because I think a lineup like this is actually relatively difficult to play. You don't have your very telegraphed and obvious play is to play around the roar, but since your waves are always getting pushed out by this Nature's Prophet and you need to split up your team, it becomes difficult to make these telegraphed moves for yourself that you want to make, where you find Aurora into starting a fight and you snowball through with that. Since he's your only reliable true stun that sets stuff up, you have Monkey King stun, but it's short and it's very positional based, and he's often going to be showing on waves to find farm, right? It's hard to split your resources around the map and make good moves, whereas a team like what Felt have, Nature's Prophet can join globally. He's just going to be pushing waves. And if Primal Beast and Mirana combine onto anything, they know for a fact they have a third guy that can show, and Treant can be with them in the trees, right? So it's just like the nature of the lineups and what Bait need to do, since they don't have strong team fight, is very single target centric, and that just takes the nailing of execution of when you go in and where. Monkey King, gotta find the stun into Glimpse.
yeah, I mean,
Have
Solji
Yules.
kind of went for an arrow.
He's gonna die.
Went for the classic, I can land an arrow, and ends up costing me his life.
Yep.
They did not know he was there before that arrow.
And this, by the way, what I just talked about, is the primary reason why Queen of Pain is not rated nearly as highly as all the Spirits mid. Because they can make their own destiny, basically, in the game.
Right.
Queen of Pain is largely reliant on playing in tandem with teammates setting her up, because she doesn't fully want to go in, but she also can't fully assassinate heroes from range without assistance. So her biggest asset as a hero is that she's really good in lane in a lot of matchups, such as this one, and he did get the advantage, but you need to transform that advantage into something meaningful on the map, and that's where, say, an Ember breaks even with a Primal Beast. A lot of the time, this Ember is going to have a lot to offer his teammates in the following 15 minutes, whereas Queen of Pain will be like, guys, make moves for me a lot of the time.
So what you're telling me is Quap needs 2 charges of Blink.
If Quap had a stun, this hero would be insane, but it doesn't.
Hit him mute. could be a massive kill. This is the one you really want.
There's the BKB.
Is he going to react quick enough?
He's running off to the side.
Nice.
Nice.
Boundless right on the tip. Roar out as well into the clips. They should have him, and they will.
There you go. Finally a
Massive.
good team fight move or team rotation from Bait. And it does look like it comes for free. They're not getting countered on this move. The rotation wasn't fast enough out of Felt.
Huge kill here for the side of Bait.
Yep. He had the right read as well there, Hitimmune. He was backing off to the right, but the Monkey King stun clips him on the edge and they get the glimpse back and then roar him before he gets off the BKB. If he had BKB'd there, that could have been a setup for a black hole potentially, but now Bait will reap the rewards. They will get the mid tier 2.
Glimpse
And
back.
they found a glimpse on Fade.
They have, but where's the backup?
He is fine. There's nobody here.
They're just being annoying.
Yep. Striking some fear into him, but this is effectively also showing the ward that they, I guess, kind of could assume is there regardless, but now they know for a fact that Disruptor should have vision up there.
I think they know Fade's still around. Fade, he's gonna show himself.
Pressure Beastmaster's dominated creep a little bit here, but guess what? The Ice Shaman is a little bit stronger. With 2 boars and a creep wave
You'd hope so.
on the other side, not really a fair fight. Albino Zebra will get spotted here by Dendy's Scream hitting him, but he doesn't know where he is, and
Radiant's bottom
Dendy now eyeing up a Shiva's Guard. Pretty common item on Queen. Gives you the more confidence to go in. You really need that armor to be able to play more in the face of the enemy in order to use your Scream of Pain damage. Need to be able to tank up, but you're still at the mercy of not getting caught by Black Hole and Midnight Pulse. You can still die to this.
Dire are
So-
scanning.
And that is still the ticking time bomb here. Enigma is close to BKB. And that's going to be a potential true game changer for the side of the Dire. They're very much reliant on this Black Hole later since they only truly have 1 carry. The Primal Beast is not going to deal meaningful damage unless he gets an Ags. Oh, Funnick.
Oh, here we go.
Smoke breaks behind him. Oh, they missed the Boundless. This could be big.
Pulverize out on Stonebank. He's still able to get the Wukong's command off onto Kids, though. Kids, he's still going to be able to get out, though. All right.
Clean disengage. This means no Roar and no Monkey King ult.
Get immune.
This could be go time for the Dire here.
He's very far forward in the Prophet, though. They still have the... No, they don't have the Roar available, excuse me.
Enigma is definitely in a position here where he could get something done if they could only get vision. Monkey King gonna go for it.
Yeah, Fade in danger. Bashed up as well by the Basher of the Monkey King, and he'll never get a Black Hole off. Kit's now in trouble as well. Overgrowth gonna buy him a little bit of time, but nowhere near enough. Hit immune. Oh, he can't even get a proc on the
Fade gets the
Gleipnir.
Black Hole off.
He does
But
eventually
Dendy
in
with
the
the
back,
silence.
but Dendy is there with the silence out. Stoneback survives. He will finally go down, but it costs so much. It's hit immune versus the world at this point.
Well, he's winning.
Yeah, it kind of is. He'll TP out.
Huge silence from Dendy. That really salvages the fight quite a bit that he has the shard. I think Fade was not taking this into account when he went for that Black Hole and the Monkey King. He was like, all right, I got him, guys. They have no stuns. They can't stop me. But, yep, that Blink shard really helping out here for Bait. And at the end of the day, it's kind of an even trade on gold, but the fact that Enigma dies back, I think I'm going to give that as a victory to Bait overall. They're delaying this BKB that is the key item for the Dire. In this exchange, Enigma lost about 1,000 gold. So another 2 minutes added to the timer of this key item. And we'll now pick up a Wind Waker on Mirana. First item.
We saw this the other day from Soldier,
Arcane
actually.
Boots Wind Waker against the Roar. It is nice. I mean, it's also, you can also save people from Monkey King rings, so I get the idea, but this is such a big investment. Mirana could have had auras. She could have, you could have gone like Wraith Pact. You could have gone for a pipe if you thought it was good this game, which it really isn't, so that's fine that he doesn't do that. But Wraith Pact could have been pretty nifty. Force Staff, Glimmer, the classics.
Yeah.
He opts to go for this Wind Waker. Let's see if it pays off. This is a very rare item to pick up early because it's so damn expensive.
Really is.
And I say early, it is 37 minutes in, but it's the first item of a support hero.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember what team it was he was up against, but he really saved the game. But in the hold on a minute. Pulverize is there. Roar
There's
out
the
immediately.
Roar.
They do get a Gleipnir onto the Disruptor, but they won't be able to go after him. Instead, hit immune. Very far forward, doesn't need to back off. Dendy, he did move his way in, but maybe needs to move back out as Kids. Now the one being targeted. Sprout to block the way, but Dendy will be able to at least find the Primal Beast. They even found Albino. He's trying to hide in the tree line, but he's not going to be able to make it out. He's down. Meanwhile, they even found a third. Hidden Immune's gone.
They had no business being there. They didn't have Black Hole, and they're posing aggressively on the map. Bait are just gonna punish them all day for this. 4 kills out of nowhere. And this is a lane of barracks minimum.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Bait are doing it. Bait are indeed doing it here in game, or obviously the first game, no game number 1, but game number 3.
Radiant's
These are best of ones after all. I mean, it's looking like a different team this game, I'll tell you.
I mean, one of the key differences in this game is just Kits, right? Just not finding his footing. And this for me is the second Primal Beast game we've now seen where this hero has looked, I'll be honest, incredibly underwhelming in both games. Whether it was a 3 or a 2, these teams seem to not find the way of enabling it in the same way that we've seen from other regions. It's been a big pick in China for especially LGD. They play it with Mirana and just terrorize the map, but with this Queen of Pain counterpick from Bait and the way the lanes went, never really got a footing. The only hero on the Dire that's truly able to carry this game is Hit Immune. If he makes a mistake on the Nature's Prophet, it feels like the game's over.
Yeah.
Enigma's BKB is closing in, but the bad news for Felt, on top of losing 2 lanes, is that they're also going to have to fight into Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. So even a good Black Hole doesn't necessarily cut it when the cores have a BKB and a Cheese. Monkey will take the Aegis. Cheese going to Stomanen for now. He has a Moon Shard of all things on Ench.
I mean,
well, he'll deal damage.
Why the hell not? Enchanted Quiver as well, that's always feels nice.
Also running the Ench Shard, which is kind of interesting. He has the Little Friends ability.
Oh, okay, we're seeing this again, are we?
Yep.
All right, I mean, there is a lot of units on the map. Eidolon's entering, so, you know,
Yep.
because you can almost hope to body block someone with those
I mean,
things.
you empower Beastmaster's units quite a lot by using this, right? You give them so much attack speed and move speed on the target.
Fair.
And it also works on the Eidolons of the enemy and the Trains of the enemy at the same time. So there's some benefits to it for sure.
Oh, that was the Enchanted Quiver of Phil, by the way. That we do have Stomanen with right now. Not sure when he was able to pick that one up or steal it away. Maybe it just got left behind. Who the hell knows? All right, it got left behind apparently. Very good.
Wait, which one?
The Enchanted Quiver on Stomanen right now.
Right.
It's actually Fault's item.
Yeah, that's a very good item on Ench.
It is. It really
Fortunately for him, they forcore.
is. Yeah.
Skull emoji.
Butterfly now available on Stonebank. He'll just bring that on the courier, and he really is 6-slotted. Like, he's just running out of... He doesn't have enough slots. He's got too many items right now. I mean, while Hidden Immune's still top of the net worth board, it just hasn't meant anything this game. The rest of his team is just way too far behind to have any impact.
Well, Fade could save this game. That's the one thing you're holding on to as Felt here, is getting a good Black Hole. He has Blink BKB. If they see the Beastmaster, this is possible, but you can't let Monkey King set up for too long, or this lane of barracks is just going to be gone. The tower, going to glyph it for now to try to buy some time while Nature's Prophet farms up in the left side and gets their tier 2, but you got to make a move at some point soon, or this is just gone. A Midnight Pulsed already, so they don't have that for the next 20 seconds. This is an important spell for this upcoming fight.
You need that damage.
And okay.
MKB up on Hidden Immune. They're going to try and move in. That'll counter the Butterfly, but the Wukong's command is there. Stonebank trying to man up through this. Pulverize. What was that even on?
It was on a creep. He wanted to pulverize Stonebank, but he BKB'd, so he couldn't do it.
Oh.
Soldier's dead. Overgrowth?
Yeah, now they've got the Primal Beast. Kid's trapped up in the Static Storm, and he's gone. Buyback is available, but they're losing their bottom racks.
Bait are just spread out. They're just patiently recognizing, okay, we're not going to give Enigma the opportunity for a Black Hole. Stonebank is strong enough that he can stand alone and deliver.
Fade.
He's going to do a bit of damage here, but...
There's Hidden Immune.
Dendi with the refresh, I think? No, that wasn't him.
I believe it was actually Hidden Immune that used that.
Okay.
Kids will
They
go
got
down.
Monkey the one time. Sprout Leash, Black Hole.
Yeah, there it is. They'll
Fade.
hold down. Where's the damage? Where's the profit? Hidden Immune wasn't there. He was clearing the mid creep wave. Oh no! And Stonebank's just having the freest time now. Ah, this game's over. Well, What happened? The team fell apart in this game. They went from making a huge comeback in their game against DogChamp, and then against Bait, they just forgot to talk to each other.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I wish I had the answers for you of what's going on in these series, but it's just, I guess the best word I have for it is just really scrappy. From both teams as well. This by no means was a great game from Bait, in my opinion. I feel like they've played better in many of their series in this DPC tour so far, but today, the level is just not at the peak for any of the teams so far. And I guess with that in mind, a draw kind of makes sense for round one.
Here we go again. Let's throw to our panel, see what they have to say about this game.
We go again, indeed. That's right. The NADPC is not over yet, my friends. We're going to play through these tiebreakers one more time, or maybe 2 more times, or maybe 3 more times, maybe 4 more times.
I hope it never ends.
Me too, Fear. Me too. But let's have a little chat about that last game because felt it didn't quite put it all together. I mean, what looked different from game 2 to game 3?
What looked different? Well, I mean,
For Felt?
we saw a lot of similarities from Felt, but
The lineup they played against was better.
yes,
They had a...
that's the difference.
And then
maker.
also, I think Kids just very rarely, this is rare for him, he just didn't have a game, like, whatsoever. He went against the Dindy Queen of Pain. I told you they're going to win this game. Dindy Queen of Pain. You can't beat it. And
Yeah.
it's just too strong. He destroyed Kits in the mid lane. It was not even close. And Kits couldn't find his footing anywhere on this map. Who's he going to go to make a play? You don't want to go to your NP to make a play. That's
No.
not very easy.
not at
You
all.
want to go to your Enigma to end up making? Maybe, but he was struggling pretty hard as well. So the options for like Kits to get back in this game were quite limited. Enigma's on comeback mode. The NP was also just farming, so he didn't have anyone really to play with. Solji, yeah, don't want to talk about. I guess we have to. Like what he was doing on the map, those two were not playing together.
Yeah.
It was quite messy.
Yeah, he made that lane so hard, man. 3 kills to the Monkey King in the laning stage. Enigma's lane becomes unbearable. Then you fall behind an XP, you miss out on the black hole kill you could have potentially looked for, and Enigma starts rotating more to jungle above lane farm. You're losing your tower technically at that point. You've lost the lane. You can't play with your mid. You can't play with your carry. What can you do at that point?
Yeah, I mean, they did get the 1 kill onto the Monkey King when he got that black hole up.
Yeah.
It was something. It was like the kind of first hint of a comeback Felt we're going to have because they were behind. And from that point on, they never really got massively far behind a net worth. But you have the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet has a Midas, and he just couldn't really enter these fights in the late game. Like when it came down to it. And these were the closing moments, and this Enigma just did not work at all for them at all. Like, tried to go for like this build where he's like, okay, well, I need a link in to make sure I don't get roared. But then I need to beat KB because there's a bunch of stuns and a bunch of silences and also the Dundee shard as well. But then I also need like, I don't know, just, I think at some point you just have to go, this Enigma pick didn't work. It was last pick and it didn't do anything.
I felt really bad for the hit immune this game. He felt like he tried to put the whole world on his back.
Like
It's too heavy.
I want to make a counter argument that it wasn't really the Enigma's fault because he was part of the problem. It does go back to this mid lane again. Like if Primal Beast had a game, then this Enigma has something to fall back on and potentially have an initiator to work with. But since both of these initiators lost their lanes, they don't have any way to approach that fight. Hit Immune is just kind of like, just begging there. Guys, just send somebody out there so I can hit somebody. It's like, but Fate sitting at the back, he's a squishy Enigma, doesn't really handle too much. And man, this Primal Beast, if you don't have the farm, man, this hero looks super, super squishy.
Yeah.
Kids just did not have a game, unfortunately. But who did have a game on Bait? I mean, we'll give you MP in a second, but...
Everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, they won all 3 lanes, actually. Even Funnig, they won the lane against the NP. Normally, you don't see NP end up winning lanes, so Stomanen, a little quiet this game, but he was just playing the inch. His contributions were mainly into that laning stage. Stonebank, they destroyed that lane as well with loading, so that has to be contenders. But Dendy, I mean, I personally go Dendy just because he destroyed mid lane, 1 versus 1.
Yeah, that
Man
was
to man.
probably one of the best Dendies. And I mean, I don't think we've really given Dendy an MVP during this tour. So
I don't even know if he's
I'd
going to
give
get
it
one
now.
now.
We're not going to now.
Okay.
We go Stonebank MVP for the Monkey King.
All right.
I mean, I personally think Monkey King played a blinder of a game. He was the the be all and end all of this draft, really. Like, yeah, Dendi was like, won the mid lane, completely just ruined this Primal Beasts game. But it was Stonebank who was carrying all the farm, who was carrying all the damage. And the team rallied around him brilliantly. But again, I think there's a case to be made for either. You could 50-50 this MVP if you wanted to, but
I
we'll
will,
go
thank you.
Okay,
Well-
all right, there you go, Phil.
Well, we'll see if they can replicate the results, basically, now that they had a good game on the side of Bait. Felt played well in the second series. And then we saw really good dog jump in the first. And I think Cinderin put it really well that this is super scrappy because all of the teams end up in a tie and all of them have a good and a bad performance. What does round two
I mean,
provide?
you said they had a good game last game, but I will still argue to my grave to that. Like, they had a good enough game to win. There has been no, like, clean games. I would say this game, actually, from Bait was fairly clean. One of the most clean games we've seen today.
Yeah, they didn't really drop any major fights.
Yeah.
Like, there was a drop here and there in, like, the early game, but it was just a couple of pickoffs and never, like, a full 5-man fight. I'm pretty sure Bait took almost every 5-man fight. I think maybe there was one dropped in the early, but overall, yeah. That looks good.
Job, yeah.
That looks good. So, we're about to get started with the next tiebreaker. Best of ones all around. Who are you going to predict to win this?
All right, we're changing our predictions up. All right, let me think here.
Not the same again.
This is hard.
Who looked the least bad?
I'm going with Bait again. I
right, let's
think
go.
they're warmed up. I'm believing. We've got some issues on the other teams. I feel like they don't have time to patch up. I think Bait, they're good to go. They're ready. They woke up.
All right, T-Panda.
All right. I'm going dog champ again.
God damn it.
I feel like they've had
Stop
their rest.
disobeying me.
They have had their rest, and I believe that they're coming in reinvigorated into this next game. We'll see what kind of drafts they can pull up because they did have some wonkiness a bit here and there, you know. I have a lot of trust in RCY popping off and Russell. Russell looking good, so I believe in those two.
Okay. Well, I guess...
Going with Felt?
I have to now. I have to even the score. Hard after that game, has to be said. But I mean, Hidamune is still looking like a beast. If they give him a hero that he can really carry games on, and, both of his other two cores don't get absolutely smacked.
I mean, that's the thing. I think, unfortunately, these series is you're only as strong as your weakest link right now. And there's been some really weak links in some of these games. It has to be said. There's been very strong performances, but both these teams, they know how to play at the high level. You're going to get exploited if you're not playing at the potential you should be.
Yeah, indeed. Let's throw up the schedule and have a look at exactly how this day is going to continue going, because I believe it's going to be pretty much the same as the first round here as we move into Bait versus Dog, then Felt versus the winner of that series, then Felt versus the loser of that series. So at least Felt get a series off. Bait going to be playing the backs to back, and we'll see Dog Champ in the seat again. For this first series, thinking back to what really went wrong last time, it was Dog Champ coming out hard, they looked like, it was Bait coming out hard, looking like they were going to take the game. And then there was a point where it all just went wrong. So Bait, don't throw.
Exactly.
Easy.
It's really, it's honestly that simple. By baiting yourself or what?
Don't take the bait, mate.
Don't bait yourself, mates.
Yeah. Play a solid 8 out of 8, and I'm sure they will win. Alrighty, guys, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with Bait versus Dog Champ as the tiebreakers restart all over again. Stay with us. It's going to be a hell of a ride.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Hello and welcome back again for the fourth time, and will be the fifth time and the sixth time as we're getting into another round of NADPC tiebreakers. We are playing for points, we are playing for money, and we are playing for pride here as the fourth, fifth, and sixth place teams battle it out for those all-important points. We have Dogchamp, we have Bait, and we have Felt. We talked a lot about the teams we want to see on top, or we're expecting to see on top, but who's it going to be? We'll have to find out. We're starting things off once again with Bait versus Dogchamp. What are the one biggest thing on the side of Bait which you saw in that first series which you want to see them improve upon?
From the first series, it was mainly just don't throw. Quite simple as that. They were really far ahead, so if you be more specific, it's discipline. Knowing what to do with your advantage, communication. They seem to be a little bit off on what they wanted to do, and I think maybe Stonebank was a little bit out of position too many times as well. So stay in position, communicate better, and take the team fights that are advantageous and don't overextend.
Don't get carried away. Yeah, I think this is where Stormanen's discipline has to come in, you know? The belt has to come off, the stern talking to for everybody, and make sure everyone calms down a little bit, you know?
And most importantly, like one aspect that we barely touched upon during our panels is actually with comms, the commitment to when the call is made and going with it, you know? Like there are calls that are going to be bad, there are calls that are going to be really good, but most important thing is that the team goes with what the captain says. We take this fight now, you react, you go, you don't have time to think, you do what they say. So that is also a really important aspect that we see in team fights. If they're a bit scrappy, people are joining in a bit too late, not if they're like, oh, I don't know if I should commit or not. These things need to be polished in Division 1. You have to trust the call and just go and do it.
And which team for you has been the biggest culprit of not committing to the calls?
Potentially,
Sunlight.
it's Dogchamp and Feld probably. I mean, yeah, but you could say Sunlight. Like he's going in when the team is backing away. Some kind of miscommunication calls, some individual effort kind of things. That okay, I'm going to salvage the situation, but my guys are kind of beaten and rattled up. Nature's Prophet at half HP is like, okay, we can't really take this fight as we want to, but he goes in anyway. So those kind of things, if you can eliminate that factor, it looks a lot more clean.
Yeah, it was mainly that Primal game I'm referencing. I haven't seen a bigger disconnect in a long time between one individual player and the rest of his team.
Yeah.
It was like time and time again. Team was backing, Sunlight was going in. Very much so a gap in communication.
Yep, and those aren't easy things to sort out, especially in the middle of a tiebreaker. It's a tough situation to be in, so we'll see if they're able to address that. But I want to bring our attention over towards the mid lane now, because we do have RCY and Dendi playing up against each other. Really is a battle of the old versus the new. You know, Dendi is one of the classic legends, maybe even a fossil of the Dota community. Meanwhile, RCY he's a fresh shade of plum.
Statistically, RCY is the youngest mid player, and Dendi's the oldest mid player in Division 1 NA, so...
Yeah,
it is what it is.
He's a legend. He's an absolute legend.
Yeah, fossil versus caterpillar.
Caterpillar. That's what you go for, something young.
Yep.
All right. So, how does he crystallize and come out as a beautiful butterfly then, T-Panda?
I mean, he's pretty much been doing that for a while now. RCY, I feel like his improvement is usually shown in how well he connects out of the laning stage. Like he can dominate the laning matchup, but what happens after? Is it down to his item timings? Is it down to his teammates' item timings, or generally the hero timings of getting level 12s, like level 2 ults and stuff, where they really start to work around the map? He can make a lot of individual effort, which he's ultimately the best at. We saw that Pango performance where he's 1v4, he gets 3 kills out of that. It's like, those are the things that have a lot of impact, but if he can just connect with his teammates at specific timings, you can see a lot of good things happen.
Will it be RCY time or will it be Dendi time? We'll find out. But right now, it's shout-out time, because we're going to be talking about esportsbet.io and their brand new watch-to-earn platform where you can earn yourself free tokens up to 3,000 per hour, which is the equivalent of $3 simply by watching your favorite teams across the Western EU and North American region. There is no need to place a bet to start earning tokens, so head over to the esportsbet.io website, make an account, and start earning tokens and engaging with the community over there today. But right now, we can get into the draft for Bait versus Dogchamp. It's the first round of the tiebreakers once again, or the fourth round. I don't know how to count. Let's get into it.
Well, gonna have to wait for the first ban.
We have nothing. I was gonna add the RCY, right? Like,
go for it.
It's how much more do you want him to do in the team, right? Because if you look at most all the top players on the top teams, they have a very specific function of what they need to do to make their team successful. And it's not really a big list of things that you have to accomplish. You just have to be good at your role and maybe a couple other
Check.
things, right?
Yeah.
So what we're asking from him on this team is to basically cover for other people's weaknesses, which is something that becomes a very dangerous game of like, then you start losing what you're good at. So like, I would
Exactly,
be
yeah, that's a
bold
good
to be
point.
like, if you take RCY right now, you take out Nisha, you put RCY in Liquid, they would still win. Like, they would still get top 2 in Europe, in my opinion, even with him there. Because he is that good at what he does. And if he has a team around him that can also be as good as what they do, he will start shining. So, unfortunately, I just don't think he's in the right circumstance to, like, really shine. And I don't
Yeah.
really know of many players.
Damn, I mean,
But
that
I
was-
think if you put Nisha in the spot of RCY, Nisha will have a lot more explosive plays and maybe could carry the game. It's a lot
yeah.
different, right?
You want to
Sure,
have
sure.
the adaptability to the good things and not adapt to the weaknesses
Yeah.
of the team. So that is actually a really good point.
I love the faith. I love the faith in RCY. You know, he has shown us that his mechanics are.
He hasn't disappointed
second to
yet.
none.
The funny thing is, like, he hasn't really disappointed us a single time.
Yeah. No, it's a bold statement to make, but I think we can all stand behind that one. So we do get into this draft, and once again, the Alchemist is just not getting through for bait because everybody knows it. It's not just the Alchemist, but it enables them to go for like different directions in the draft as well. You know, they can then feel inclined to pick up the Weaver and things like this. Yes, young man.
Okay, I was asking Bait, right? They're a team that plays a lot of weird offlaners. Funnick looked good on the Beastmaster. Why don't they pick this more?
It's too normal. It's too normal.
too
Funnick,
normal.
He is the Moon Lord. He's Glib the Moon Lord. He will not do what you expect of him. He will throw you a curveball every single time because he's just more high IQ than every other offlaner there is.
Man, you're not wrong. They're gonna do this again.
Let's go. We got Coddle Undying coming out for Bait Esports.
Have they won with this yet? I think I remember 2 losses.
I don't think they've won. Wait, let me look.
No, they lost twice.
That is, yeah. He's played Funnick
have it on
Funnick
screen.
once 0. And who played the other one?
So one time Stamonin, they both played
they both lost.
both different. Yeah. So instead of going with something that works and looks really good, they're gonna go with what they've
He's
lost
going the wrong
with.
way. They always take the different route. I don't know. Like this
Fucking bait.
team, honestly, this team never stops amazing us.
I
They're
love
like,
them.
oh, we finally figured it out. They've got like the strat that works. Nah, let's not do that.
It's like last game though. Like we saw that opening. It's like, okay, well they picked Beastmaster off Fade, which has been the hero he's struggling with, and then they pick 2 heroes which are good against Mirana, and then they win the game easily. Like that's the best they've looked. Like it's not worth judging this team by their draft. It's just not worth it. You'll just get egg on your face. But they are beyond human understanding, I would say. But we have Undying Coddle coming out for them. The lack of stun is going to allow Dogchamp to go for the second pick Storm Spirit, which I think looks really good. They're going to pick up some heroes which can kind of protect this hero now as well. So we'll get rid of the Puck, the Ember, the Tiny. Very solid drafting from Bloody Nine as always.
So here's the thing, actually. This is actually gonna be an infinite tiebreaker because Dogchamp is the only team that can be Bait.
Yep.
Felt is gonna be Dogchamp every time. And then Bait is just always going to be Felt.
It seems like it, yeah.
But
There's no mix-up here.
But Dogchamp beat Felt in the history in the actual
That is
DPC best
ancient,
of threes.
ancient history.
Doesn't matter
We're in
anymore.
a different universe now.
Yeah.
We're in a new paradigm.
It's like literally layered
New
universes
universe. Welcome
here.
to North American universe.
Yeah. Fizz multiverse of madness.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely reaching that state.
Meanwhile, somewhere in our universe.
All right, so we have a Dragon Knight.
Yeah. I was about to talk about Coddle.
It's a stun.
It is a stun. It
You
gives
can
me
almost
hope.
get 2 stuns with Coddle.
Yes. And
3 stuns with
what I
Meteor
can
Hammer.
get is
Ooh,
I can
spicy.
get a lot of hope now that this Undying is a support in the POS 5 role. I hope to God it's in the POS 5 role.
If we're living in a parallel universe, can we just get Mana Leak? It would be good against Storm Spirit here.
In a parallel universe, yes.
Yes.
Of course.
We haven't gone that far yet. We
Yeah.
need to go, maybe a few more runs of these Mr. Ones.
We're
and-
going to get Coddle back.
Yeah, we'll get some old spells back.
No, but DK has primarily been a Funnick hero, which he has looked good on, honestly. He has just looked good on it.
Yeah.
Undying with Radiance, I'm going to go ahead and pass that real quick. Meteor Hammer Coddle, I'll pass that. Those are legitimate builds he's done in the offlane with those first 2 heroes. Meteor Hammer, DK, I'm down. Blink Dagger, I'm down. BKB, that's actually a good build. And then we go into the Slark. This is a hero that we've seen mixed results, I want to say, for Stonebank. I've seen games where his Slark were really good, some that didn't look as good. For this game, it looks like a pretty good Slark game. So, yet again, I am down. You got some control with the DK, with the Slark, to really help out the Undying and the Coddle here. So, Draft so far so good for bait. The opening I was questioning, but I believe if we have Stomanen playing either of these, I prefer him to play the Coddle with some DK lane. I'm sure that one's fine.
So the last time they played the Slark lineup was against Nouns. It was a pretty even game. That was game number 1, not the one that they got completely zeroed out of. They had Dendi with mid primal. They had a different support duo, which was the Mirana and the Warlock, but they did have DK. So there's definitely a link between these two heroes and on the side of Bait. So at least some kind of strat is still in there, which we can read.
For sure. I mean, Dendi could go mid against Storm. This matchup's not as favored as like DK versus Ember, where you can really get out of control. I think the Storm slightly goes ahead, but you do have your instant stun there. I am wondering why they picked DK so early without seeing too much, but I think if you see the Drow, you can just easily throw in the off lane. So what will Dendi play now is like the real question. They're banning out on Bait. Actually, so they banned out Disruptor. Primal's not in the pool. Bait banned that themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's pretty obvious right now Dogchamp just needs an offlaner. And they're going to pick something against the Slark. Enigma is in the
Ground
pool.
stun is what we're looking for here.
I mean, Enigma's in the pool. That one's quite good this game if they want to go that route. You can't stop the black hole. You're versus Undying. You're against the Slark.
I've yet to
That's
see them.
definitely a good option.
Yeah, if Russell plays it, then yeah. Russell Drow was all right. I'd actually like to see him play it again. Maybe
They
Sunlight.
both can play Drow.
What about Visage versus Slark? I kind of like the idea in the laning stage. That's going to slow
I'm
down
not
the Slark
against
a lot.
it. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't dislike the matchup, especially because you got loads of stuns to throw into his ultimate. I'm always enjoying that.
Yeah, and just the
it
harass.
can be hard. You can get run over in lane though. Like
Yeah.
if your support dies once or if you die once, then you might not be able to make it to 6.
Like Rubik Visage is actually a strong lane versus the Slark because of the amount of damage that they can accumulate for extra soul assumptions, making it even more damage. And Slark, not a lot of HP, also has to trade off a little bit as well with the Dark Pack. I like the Visage. Okay, they go Doom. I'm fine with this. The matchup in the lane, Doom's still gonna out farm the Slark in a sense, but Slark obviously can't stand his ground. He's
Probably
gonna
not
take
in
a
this
bit of
lane.
beating. Thing is, this is actually down to the neutral creep, really, because I've seen the
Can be.
Slark Doom matchups where Slark does a good time, but I've seen some Slarks get thrown in the dumpster because Doom has brought up Mana Burn or Chain Lightning, and they just disappear in the lane.
Frost
They
Armor's good
cannot
too.
stand. And Frost Armor is pretty good too. So really down to the neutral creep how this lane goes.
Great point. Great point. We'll see what Bait are able to counter with. Does feel like they want to bring out something which can kind of carry with the Slark, or at the very least, maybe not carry, but like, you know, buy the space in the fights which they need for him to go online. Because right now you've just got one Doom target in the Slark. You know, it's a very straightforward game at the moment for Sunlight or Russell, whoever's going to be playing it.
You can also just Doom the DK because Slark can't go straight 5v5. He needs time to build up stacks. He wants to do this hit and run style, look for pick-offy type of engagements. If you go straight in a 5v5, just Doom
we're
the
back.
DK. Okay, or
We're back.
Yeah.
You already know who I'm voting for.
Why do you just turn off when the Queen of Pain comes out? You just stop doing anything.
I mean, I voted for Bait. You just I just need something to be like, they're going to win.
Beta back. All right. Kvir is
Don't
going
ask
for the
me.
Dendi Queen of
Don't
Pain.
ask
No,
me.
you need to do something.
I mean,
You
I
can't have
also
both
dislike
of us
I
shutting
voted
down
Dog
me.
Champ, so...
This Doom pick is just a miss for me too.
But honestly, where do we break the pattern? Do we do it as the second series or the third series where we change our
tried
predictions?
before.
I mean, we tried, yeah. But
You didn't want to.
No, I mean, like, we have to
at
do
the
something
beginning.
different at this one if we wanted to break. So I'm going to stick with Dog Champ because this game won.
Come
This
onto
is a
my
safe
side
zone.
if you want to win.
This is safe.
I mean, last time I did, I went Bait with you, and yeah, we got the prediction right. And we
We
got
need
to go,
all three. We need all three to be believers.
We do. What did you go for, T-Panda?
We'll go for Dog Champ because Dog Champ won last time. I go for them again. They're going to win this one too.
Okay, all right. I mean,
Infinite
This is the
Series.
safe zone. This is the safe zone. This is game one.
I'm looking at this Drow, I'm looking at this Storm, and I'm seeing a kind of similar situation to what we had before with the Storm and the Drow just kind of get jumped upon. I'm not sure they've got enough space to actually play this game. I think they've got a lot of catch for the Drow and not a hero to defend them. The Doom doesn't do that for me. One Doom is not enough. They needed like an AoE stun or something like that. Centaur Stomp's not going to cut it. So I will be going Bait for this game number 1. And now we get to throw it back to our lovely, lovely casters as we get into another round of best of ones with Mike LaPhoenix and Mr. Cinder.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We are going into game number 1 of round of 2 of these tiebreakers here for the NA DPC. Cinderin, how the hell are you feeling?
How the hell am I feeling?
You must be feeling good.
I'm all right. I woke up late today, which was a good strategy because we are burning the morning oil already, and we are into the second round of many. As was shown in the previous round, these teams can easily beat each other left, right, and center, and it's going to be hard to really predict how this one goes. So as the panel outlined, there are definitely upsides to both strategies. Obviously, the last time these teams met feels like forever ago. It was 2 hours. DogChamp did come out ahead. And this time around, I don't know if I'm vibing with this last pick, Queen of Pain, actually. She's playing into Storm, Gust, and Doom. So Dendi with a pretty bold choice here for his mid lane pick. But it's comfort above everything else. And Bait's lineup can snowball. But they need to... I guess my biggest concern is Bait have not been playing... Neither of these 3 teams have been playing really cleanly. I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I feel like this Radiant lineup's on a timer in this game.
Okay.
I don't think they're just going to win this game if it goes 45 to 60 minutes. I think Doom, Storm are going to be 2 big problems for their team. So that's my concern is, can Bait execute? If they do, they could run away with this game relatively quickly, but got to nail it.
Let's see how it all pans out.
What do you think about 4 Caudle, actually?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. It's... Well, what's the purpose? Like, Chakra Magic, obviously very useful. I mean, the laning stage kind of sucks though, right? Like, for a 4 Caudle?
Kind of depends on the matchup, but I guess in this game, you're playing against Clock Drow. Not sure how much you're going to get done here. You are fast, which is a nice asset to have against Clockwork. Caudle, one of the few ranged supports that can outrun the clock, so you can stay away from him all the time and not get battery assaulted.
Not if you do that.
Well, it's not going to be much damage. It was 100.
I think there is value in like the Chakra Magic, like the max Chakra Magic, just so valuable when you have all these kind of low spell cooldowns already. But yeah, apart from that, I'm not really too sure about this pos 4. As I say that, he does find a Courier of Russell now, so there's a set of tangos going down here for the Drow. That's not going to feel very nice.
And he pulled the wave, and the big camp is open. It doesn't get much better than that for Caudle. The fact that this big camp is not blocked by the Clockwork, I think, is a huge oversight in this lane. Because what Caudle lanes do the best is push. And they can literally just shove in this top lane with Illuminate, with Breathe Fire, and then they can pull big camp. You see him already now. After connecting the waves in the river, he will do a big camp pull here, trying to get the half pull. Gets 3/4, which is also okay. As long as there's something running into the Drow's wave here to delay it. This lane is already pure chaos now. All right, Clockwork let his courier stand in the river, didn't move it. That's not good. It's also not a disaster, but could be better. Sunlight bottom. He's dead.
He certainly is, and this is kind of something that I believe Fear was talking about. Like, wasn't the biggest fan of the Doom pick whatsoever.
Flea's in trouble too, actually. He will be okay, but he's getting really harassed.
This is the thing, like this bottom lane is going to be quite challenging at the very least for DogChamp, you'd argue.
Yeah. Doom against Undying and Slark, you lose so many attributes just being in the lane, and Rubik isn't the type of hero that's going to help you a lot. Would be curious to see. I feel like Stonebank should actually buy Orb of Venom in this lane. I think it would be really good, but for now he's eyeing up Treads, which also have value, of course. I mean, it's a different way of approaching the aggressive playstyle. Mid lane. RCY against Dendi. Looking like a wash for now, but Dendi has more creeps coming his way, so should be ahead on net worth here if he farms this up correctly. Yeah, most definitely will get the majority of these under tower.
They should be just fine. CY going to try and play a few games with him, but...
I say that, and Dendi gets...
He
got literally 1, so actually not ahead. Wow, this is lining up so terribly. Finally gets one there.
Can you say, I don't think MLP will win the lottery tomorrow? Is that all right?
It doesn't work when you're watching.
Okay.
I can't do it when you're looking.
It's
mid lane, the Caudle gang.
Holy.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, the keeper of the light, ganking mid-minute 3.
RCY.
Yeah, I mean, this is really annoying for the Storm, no doubt about it, but what a weird gank. I mean, Funny can just play this lane, though. That's one of the assets of Dragon Knight against this type of lane, right? He's pretty durable. Clockwork ever runs at you, you just stun him and walk away. walk it off like nothing happened, and with the boots on Funnick, yeah, Stomanen can kind of do whatever he wants. I'm hearing a tombstone again.
Yeah, Sunlight being chased down. Stonebank does have the pounce, but decides to try on to flee instead.
Oh, that is not a good telekinesis. He might be okay, he's not.
Okay, they'll still get the kill. I think he actually could have gotten away with the Sunlight kill had he made the pounce, but nevertheless, gets a kill, you know, still better than nothing.
Gets the water here. Gets a... How weird, they're just walking behind each other and not attacking because they want to get to the wave here. That just looked funny, but it makes sense, obviously, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, RCY should net himself some nice denies here. And they trade waters, but... Oh,
Top lane, Bloody
Clockwork
Nine.
died.
He does go down. Funnick able to secure the kill.
Well, this is definitely a dominant early game from Bait, so... This is what I was talking about. Their lineup has the snowball potential if everything comes together. They probably do need to play relatively fast, and they're laying the foundation for it right now so far.
Bloody Nine's back. Stomanen, maybe? No, he's too fast.
Yeah, he has boots windlace.
Yeah, he's...
Clockwork, even with Tranquils, is now shorter. Yeah, he's also shorter than Caudle, if you didn't know.
That's not very nice.
He's slower.
Funnick? We've seen this before, just stuns and...
And misses Illuminate. Yeah, we have seen that.
Stomanen now.
Should be okay.
Gets cogs up, but yeah, he just runs his way out.
It's really nice to play Dragon Knight with Caudle, by the way. We haven't really talked about that, but it's such a great chakra target. Dragon Knight has mana issues, but you just keep giving him free stuns, breathe fires. This hero essentially would be a really strong laner if he had a better mana cost to mana pool ratio. That's also why Dragon Knights in the past usually buy Soul Ring. But in this game, Funnick can bypass that entirely and actually be a very strong laner whenever the level 2 chakra is playing together with him. Just non-stop spam out these two heroes. You see them there, they stack up, breathe fire. Raindrop charge gone from Bloody Nine, and yeah, they're just spamming them out. Illuminate, you know. This top lane is working out really well for Bait.
Yeah, it's one of those weird lanes where you buy a raindrop because there's so much value in it, but then the charges disappear so quickly.
Yeah.
RCY?
He's level 6, they can't kill him anymore. He's trying to get the rune.
Yeah, he is. And Lowdyne actually picks up the haste bottom. Stomanen in the meantime, very low, but RCY out of mana. And oh!
He has enough. He's ticked.
Lowdyne? RCY?
He could have lived.
Yeah, he went for the kill instead.
Yeah, he could have just jumped away. I don't know if this is actually worse or better, because what you get now is you get a full bottle refill and full health, right? You're kind of starved for resources regardless, so if you do get away, you have to run all the way back to base and TP back mid. Now instead you trade kills and you get the TP. So I actually don't mind this that much. I think it's okay.
Bloody Nine goes down top
Again.
lane. Here we go again. Chakra Magic, refresh everything. Russell cannot fight this one out.
He might die too, actually. Oh, okay. It was close, because there is another Illuminate coming. This one's going to miss
He expected it.
completely. But still, good pressure once again from Bait. Slark has now reached level 6, and he can now put a lot of pressure on Sunlight alone. Sunlight, obviously, as long as the fight's happening around the tree, Slark will get these small bursts of movement speed, so he can close the gap. Might even pounce on him here, he will. Gets in a couple of pot shots. Would be really nice to have an Orb of Venom right now, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
But is opting for the Echo Saber Rush, which is also going to provide him with slow, but is, by being a way more expensive item, obviously not available to him just yet. But man, Sunlight, yeah. He's not enjoying himself here, that's for sure. 3 lanes, this game going Bait's way, I would argue. So,
Very similar to the last game we were just casting. Bait, off to a good start already. Just got to try and maintain it. You mentioned this kind of draft, like you want to take off early and you don't want to drag this out to the late game. And with the start they certainly have the potential to make that happen.
yeah, and the key is to shut down Doom. I think that's actually the biggest shutdown they can have in this game, because he provides the biggest problem for the Queen of Pain and the Slark. So if he's having a rough time... Oh, I like this from Stonebank. Well, it didn't work out, but I like the idea of bringing him for a cheeky quick kill mid, but yeah, blocked off there by Flea.
Bloody Nine. Chakra Magic on Dendi, so he'll have his spells back up.
Bloody Knight's super dead here.
Is under attack.
And this is the one thing I like. Like, you asked me about the pos full Coddle, and it really just, to me, it's about the Chakra Magic. Like, it's...
Yeah, absolutely. It's just we don't really see this. That's Caudle in every position, though, right? It's
True.
the fact that they're choosing it as a 4 when most teams don't play it. Oh, Dendi's going to find Sunlight bottom.
Big one.
And this
Stonebank.
is going to be a stack for Stonebank. Nice and easy.
Dendi with a double.
+1 Agi.
7-1. I mean, 2K advantage so far. Bait in complete dominant fashion here against DogChamp.
I have a little bit of a fun fact for you, by the way. Which hero in Dota do you think has the highest win rate over 60 minutes in pro games?
I would think someone like Doom, Enigma, Doom.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. It's Slark.
Really?
This hero has the highest late game win rate out of anyone.
Wow. Okay.
At least when we looked into it a couple of weeks ago, I want to say it was, maybe a couple months. Well, when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. This hero, in theory, scales indefinitely, and all it takes for Slark is one good fight, and he gets insane amounts of stacks, and the nature of the next fight are extremely skewed in his favor, right? He scales very, very well with items. He has inherent vision, which is huge in late game scenarios, so it's a lot of like small things that add up. Sunlight. Well, he is...
He's feeding right now.
He's got Midas. It's time for the travels.
Did he do this in game 1? Is that...
No, he played the Viper.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
He played the Viper, got crushed, and then he went Midas Travels and came back and carried the game together with his Drow.
So you're telling me it's time to buy Travels then?
Yeah, exactly. He already has the Midas. He's doing better than his Viper was. So
That's true.
don't worry too much. Surely he can find a way, but the biggest concern here is Stonebank is filthy rich on the Slark. And in my opinion, this is a potentially really good Slark game under the conditions that Doom is not doing well. So, conditions have been met.
Happy days here for
Let's see
Bait.
if he can roll with it. Yeah, and now Bait's lineup, by nature of how it works at this point in time, they feel very safe in all three lanes. They can actually push pretty well. They can farm a lot. They can combine their heroes in multiple ways. As long as the Coddle is involved, they can keep just spamming out spells on their opponents to harass them across the map. And what you want to see from DogChamp is they need to bring heroes together.
Dandy.
They don't get him.
Be able to blink out. In comes Funnick, looking for a stun attempt here onto RCY, but the zip away is there. Though Stonebank, he has rotated once again, and this time around, he is going to get something for his time.
And Funnick, by the way, in this game is not going hammer. He did that last time on Dragon Knight. He's going to rush the dagger, really try to up the tempo of ganking.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's better as well this game. I don't mind it. They're going to try to play a very, very high octane Dota here. And it's refreshing to see. It's something I've been praising Bait for in this Division 1. They've not been afraid to play their own stuff, right? Like they've had minus armor strategies. They're playing mid queen as seemingly the only team. They're running offlane Dragon Knight for Coddle this game. Like there's just a lot of creativity in the way that they draft. And it makes for mixed results because some of the experiments turn out great and some of them turn out to be complete flops. This one so far looking like a good mixture.
Funnick, top lane.
Dexter's laboratory.
Could be another permanent Agi stack here for Stonebank. Just
Yeah.
need that stun to land. Bloody 9. Yeah, he's almost certainly just dead here. Yeah, another. Dendi will take the kill himself. This is the kind of... Yeah, I mean, you were just saying it, but this gameplay is so much more fluid, it feels like, from Bait. You know, like, they're not sitting back. Funnick's not farming the whole map. Like, they're playing as a unit, and it just feels... It just seems so much better.
Yep. So far, so good for sure. Now, the question is for DogChamp, when can you string together a play? You need the Clockwork to be a part of it. Clockwork needs to set up Storm for some sort of success. Drown needs to farm. And ideally for them, they bring Doom into the play. He's actually going to TP top here and go for a cheeky Doom out of the tree line onto Stonebank. The tower will already have fallen now, but they get the Doom on the connection.
They do.
He needs to find Fog here a lot to just heal.
Rocket Flare not going to give too much vision. Flea will
They
find
got the
him.
tower.
They did get the tower, but it will cost them, you know, pretty expensive life. But it is only one. 4-hero rotation for that.
And they had to use Doom.
True. So
But it's big for Sunlight, though. That's a lot of gold.
okay. Kind of worth for both teams in some ways, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's overall decent for both. Yeah, I mean, the bigger story in this game is the fact that Bait got the mid tower minute 10. Like that was the big one, and now it's a matter of getting Slarky's Diffusal, which he's close to at this point, and then playing the map offensively and being as oppressive as possible. Just make smoke plays, connect with your Dragon Knight Dagger, and look for picks. You can kill the Drow, you can kill the Storm. Nobody in the Dire team is actually safe when Slarks gets Diffusal. Doom has the best chance of survival, but even he should die to a DK Slark gank, especially with any +1. And it's very calm from the side of DogChamp. The tempo just... Their games have been very different from one game to the next. It's very inconsistent. There's no clear pattern in what they're trying to do. Funnick Could find a stun here. He
Oh,
will.
he does. Very, very nice. Counts the follow-up. He's got a little bit of mana to play with, but not enough time.
7 permanent agi already
That's concerning.
for Stonebank.
Under attack.
I mean, you're getting close to a free Blade of Alacrity now for Stonebank, and
Yep.
people, tend to hold that thought because mid lane.
Tombstone. Okay. That's not gonna work.
No. Although Dendi
Oh,
is
they
there.
might get the Rubik. Okay. Bonk. Could have let Dendi have it, but had to send a message there.
And he's the one that dropped the tombstone.
Little
after all.
known fact about Undying ulti, it actually activates Troll ulti, and you can't control your hero, and you just have to run at stuff and hit it. So Lodin, no fault of his own there.
Bloody
Funny.
Nine.
Gets jumped.
Oh, it could be a bit of a mess up here from Bait. Bloody Nine does die, but you lost Dendi and you've lost Funnick as well.
Yeah, they bring the numbers this time, Dog Champ. Get another, and maybe even a fourth.
Stominant.
RCY kind of out of mana here. Blinding Light.
Stonebank does not want to jump though.
Nope. He doesn't have his diffusal yet. He's 3 gold off. I thought he had it, but without that, probably not happening there. He will return to farming the jungle. But yeah, big moment there for Dog Champ. They find some much needed kills, and like we talked about, the Bait lineup, very snowbally by nature. You lose a couple here, you lose a couple there. Well, guess who's top net worth? The Doom, who got absolutely handled in lane, has now got a 15-minute BKB Midas. So that's all it takes. It's a couple of moments where things go right, and this game has now more or less equalized in terms of gold. And then the question is, who does that favor more? The perma-stacking Slark or the very heavily scaling Doom and Storm? Well, Storm in theory, not yet,
Not yet.
but he can get there.
Eventually. Smoke up. Dog Champ, they'll head up toward the top lane, but
Bait
an
got
immediate
smoked as
back.
well.
Oh, look at that. Line's drawn exactly towards the side of Dog Champ.
Yeah, Dog Champ are in a pretty good position there, though. They have the ward on the right, they have the BKB on Doom. He is untouchable. He can pop BKB, run in, and Doom the Slark.
Stonebank.
Slark's gonna break here.
Sunlight.
Oh,
Can
he
he get
jumps
the
in.
Doom off? No, Shadow Dance is
Oh, and
there.
then BKB.
No,
He's still
he
got
did
enough
not.
health. He's
Yeah,
fine.
Doom is there though in time. They
That's
found
fine.
the Slark and Stonebank is down. Sunlight, he seems to be okay because Dendi has not hit the Sonic Wave in time.
Even if he did, it wasn't enough.
Well, that's a pretty big win for Dog Champ. They'll get away with murder.
Yep. Even though Rubik stole Tombstone, it didn't matter. They only got the... Well, they got the Slark kill, but they didn't get more.
Funnick. Top lane will show himself. There is a bit of a surround here from Dog Champ.
Funnick getting jumped.
Zipin is there. Vortex to follow up. Bloody Nine's there with the battery assault as well. And poor old Funnick. Well, he's actually a pretty tanky guy, right? So he's not going to die that easily. In fact, now Bloody Nine's in trouble. And oh, they even found the stun. Oh. I thought the rest of Dog Champ were coming.
That wasn't even remotely close. He had 700 health left when they gave up. Storm was out of mana. He was in a creep wave against Clockwork Battery Assault. That play didn't exist. Complete misread of their strength after they just took a good fight. And now Bait are getting Roche.
Yes, they are. Bait.
These games are very unpredictable.
They really are.
Things are just happening.
Things have been happening, that's for sure.
Well, Roche is going to go down. Stonebank more than likely to grab this one. He's working on an Axe.
This is what I was saying before the day started. Like, the thing with this tiebreaker in NA, between these three teams, is any team can beat any team at any given time.
Yeah.
And just strange things happen throughout their games. And it's just like, I just thought to myself, this could be a long night.
Yep. RCY barely gets off the jump there, and that will... Actually, that doesn't even give away the ward, because it was Night Vision Slark. So he wouldn't know necessarily that there's vision there, even though there is. Now again. Oh, okay.
Okie dokie.
Well, he did
No
gather
problem.
the information before, chose not to take it into account too much, and walked into the wave and got killed by Slark, who seems hungry for more,
Yep.
but it's going to calm down.
10 perma agi now.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom
His Axe is going to be really big, especially because playing with Caudle is actually kind of interesting on Slark, right? You pounce twice and you get the mana back, and then you just pounce again.
Ah, yes.
It's he can stick for a long time. You either chakra him or the Dragon Knight for his secondary stun. Tower denied by Funnick.
With the pounce cooldown of the Chakra Magic, like it feels like you could just perma-pounce somebody, right? Like,
Not quite, but you can get 3 in a row. Which is, you know, quite a long time.
I mean, that's 10 seconds of leash, basically. 9.75 to be exact.
Yep.
That's
Quick maths.
yeah. I think that's enough time for Slark to take someone out.
Most of the time. They could, you know, buy 1 Force Staff.
True.
Or have BKB. But they can't all have that. Well, they could, but they won't.
They're not 5-rack 4-star. The dog chat, they remain grouped up. I mean, obviously, strength in numbers here on the dire end of things. You are fighting into an Aegis right now against Bait, so you'd rather not get caught with your pants down. It seems like Beta just really just going to wait out the Ags. No need to rush.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I would like to see them use their Aegis. The problem is that these two things are going to overlap. Like when you get the Ags, the Aegis has 30 seconds left on it. So from my perspective, it would still be nice for them to take 1 fight before the Ags and use their Aegis to force a Doom. Slark can frontline if they set it up correctly, with the backup being placed well behind, with Caudal Illuminate with ulti, and with the Dragon Knight ready to come in for the backup. Well, Dogchamp are going to go in the bottom half. They will find absolutely nothing here but Barren Wasteland and a Bounty Rune. And a Midas. Well, they're keeping down, keeping down the Wildwing population. It's what any good Dota inhabitant would do.
Well, why is that, Synderen?
Imagine if the Wildwings took over. They would just push you around all day.
I suppose so.
If you enjoy a bit of free movement, oh boy.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, Flea was farming the Radiant Jungle. He is no
That is-
longer farming the Radiant Jungle.
That's because he's dead.
He was farming the wrong camp. He should have killed the Wildwings. But Dendi will do his duty. He is an experienced, seasoned veteran of Dota, and he knows that these birds need to be culled.
Poor Wildrings.
Yeah, let's see if there's any camps with Wildwings in them. Oh, what a coincidence. There's none. Would you look at that? Absolutely none of them.
You're a real sicko, Synderen.
Oh, really?
Mid lane.
Oh, there is one. There's one camp in the Dire Triangle, but guess where Doom is going?
He really is.
Straight away. And he eats the big one.
Wow.
Get rid of Big Bad Boris first. Look at them go. To earth, to soil. Notice how they just fall through the ground. It's very interesting.
It is.
There could be an updated animation on that.
There could be, Synderen. Maybe it's a feature, sir.
What do you think Wildwing tastes like?
Chicken?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was too easy. Well, see if Dogchamp have any plans in mind. They're still playing their area around the outpost for now as 5. Their last smoke didn't really bear any fruit. It ended up with a dead Rubik on their side, as a matter of fact, since he stuck around to farming. Well, Funnick will just push out top, pops the dragon form.
Axon's dominant. So you've got the Coddle Ags
Yeah,
now.
that's really early. That's a good point. Will-O-Wisp. Pretty decent game for it. Multiple of the enemy heroes are melee. You know, the Clock and the Doom. And the Drow's ability to access fights is pretty telegraphed. She's going to come from one angle, so you can kind of like keep her in place a little bit with this. There were definitely alternative options the Coddle could have gone for here, but this one is going to be a feels-good item for sure.
The thing, like, you've just got so much lockdown already. The Will-O-Wisp is
Gonna
going to
break
make it
the smoke here.
impossible.
Dragon Knight in with a stun.
Flea's caught out. Will-O-Wisp down. They just can't.
Oh,
they
that
can't help.
is- Wow, they really popped everything. They popped Will-O-Wisp and Shadow Dance. I think they needed neither,
No.
but they played that very safe against the Doom. Fair enough.
Just respecting the Doom, yeah. Here we go. Bait. They spoke up immediately. They want to keep going. Up, they find somebody. Who is it? It's Bloody Knight. More perma-agi for our man Stonebank. 12 now. Keep in mind, they have the Depth Shroud, so I guess the Shadow Dance, like, yeah, you don't really want to use it, but
It's a shorter cooldown than Depth Shroud, so
fair.
I mean, if you have to use one or the other and you feel like you just want to do it for safety, it's the shorter cooldown and it's the one your teammates can't use. But it's obviously also the one where you get free movement. So there's upsides to both. Either way, didn't really seem to matter. They get a bonus kill and now the cooldown's back up, so it wasn't a waste in the end. RCY would be wise to not show on this mid wave, but I think maybe somebody will be tempted. It's like Rubik will take care of it from afar. But DogChamp are very scared. Like, they're super timid about moving out everywhere because of this bait strategy, just having this immediate catch. The Pounce, the Dragon Tail, and the strong follow-up from all of their ranged spell bursts is working wonders for them. DogChamp will try again now with a smoke. If this move fails, it's bad news, but Stomanen will break the smoke on Clock. They know what's up. He's just gonna straight up walk into them though. But
Absolutely, but the Depth Shroud is going to save him. He'll get the Will-O-Wisp off in time. Still seems like he is probably set to die and will go down, but they found the dupe, perhaps Sunlight? No, he's out of there. He'll run out, but the fight continues. They've lost Bloody Nine, they've lost Flea, and now Russell's being chased, but he gets a nice Hurricane Punch.
He is not safe whatsoever.
No, Funnick's got him. Funnick has locked him down. No escape. Bait still cleaning up 3 for 1.
Yep, seems really easy for them. Every time a fight breaks out, they just combine their heroes. Funnick is doing work this game on the Dragon Knight. Finding all the right initiations, and I think skipping the Meteor Hammer this game has really paid off.
I agree.
As with this Blink, he's just setting up Stonebag for a really easy game. And Bait effectively control like 2/3 of the map for the last 10 minutes. They have good warding. Whenever it's nighttime, Slark is an extra ward. They're pushing out the lanes well. And DogChamp, on top of all of that, are terrified of moving out, so that in itself also pushes the waves.
That's the thing, like the only person that's had a decent time in terms of farm is the Doom.
Yeah, ironically.
Yeah. Flea. Oh.
Bloody Nine just killed himself.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Well then, Gust, not going to connect. Nice pounce out.
LCY, get out of there, so it's not safe.
And Lodian can stand his ground here. He has Glimmer Cape mech and is next to the Tombstone. Just so much to work with. My goodness, if this Storm isn't underfarmed this game. This has maybe been RCY's worst game that we have watched. He has not had more or less any impact 26 minutes in. He's been countered at every turn. He lost his lane. He got ganked. He's 7th on net worth as Storm.
Yeah.
This hero does not fare well under these circumstances whatsoever. And it's only getting worse by the minute. Bait are building this advantage up pretty quickly. Had my concerns about whether they could pull it off, but I'm feeling more and more confident they're going to be able to handle this game just fine with how well they've dealt with the last 10 minutes. The advantages are mounting. It's only going to get easier from here on out. As long as they have the vision and don't get doomed on this Lark, the fights almost play themselves.
A very uncharacteristic game here for RCY. The Storm just not having any impact
Lodian,
whatsoever.
gonna get jumped.
Lodian.
Wanted to walk over there and de-ward completely on his own. This is one of those moments that Bait just seems to have every game. It's just like, if he's gonna take the risk and walk over and try to check for this ward, he could pre-Glimmer, he could ask for teammate backup, whatever. But in the end, he's just giving away his life, and I know he's a 5 and it's not the biggest deal, but it feels like this team, when it has these leads, they can tighten it up and cut these mistakes and just make it clean. It's not a necessity to go for risky reconnaissance when you're winning.
I'm with you.
This is a good play a lot of the time when you're losing, to be fair. Sometimes your 5 needs to just take risks, try to gather information. It's way better that he dies than a core, but this was a place that no core was going to go. So, effectively just a little bit of a freebie there. Handed over to the side of DogChamp.
Smoke up again. 5-man smoke here from Bait. They don't already back up. DogChamp. Oh, they've caught RCY straight off the bat.
He might survive, though.
Barely making it out, so instead they only find Bloody Nine, but Roshan is now available.
Yeah, Dendi wasn't quite there on the jumps. If they're all together, that's a one-shot on the Storm. But they force him out. They send him all the way back to base. Clock buys back. And all Bait lost was a Caudal Will-O-Wisp, but he could very quickly get that back with Chakra. We'll have it soon.
They won't start Roshan anyway. Like, they saw the buyback from Bloody Nine, and that's going to be enough for them to just leave Roshan for now. No need to rush it. Just keep extending the lead that they already have.
Well, they want to play on their ward, though. Funnick leading the charge. They see RCY again. He's coming over.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the rocket flare important there, stopping the blink from Funnick, but they're just letting him go anyway.
RCY!
Again. Are you serious?
Oh, what is happening?
He frontlined on Storm, and they know there's vision. That is just free. And okay,
That's
defensive Doom onto Dendi.
Okay, they're going in. They're trying, but it's going to be a cleanup. That is a real desperate Doom to throw out. No deny necessary on Dendi. And there's more. Another town. That's going to be Flea. I know you're struggling to find the words right now, Syndra.
These games are like a box of chocolates. You don't need to finish that sentence. You know how the rest goes.
Oh, man.
Well, that's Roche for Bait. That fight played itself for them, really. Dogchamp just ran into a trap that they knew was there. And they sent arguably the riskiest hero in front and got punished for it. And at that point, the fight was more or less over. But they still tried to take it with their Doom and effectively just gave over a couple of extras. Now Stonebank rocking a Linken's, Aegis, and the Mage Slayer that we haven't mentioned, but that he also has for even more tankability and damage mitigation against that Storm. Dendi closing in on his Linken, so they'll have multiple against the Doom, who, as a result, has to go Ags, and he is working on it. But even when he has that Ags, Caudle has a Force Staff, so he can reposition his teammates. They have a Glimmer to try to juke the Doom in the fight, get out of the Doom for just a moment so you get to use your spells on your Queen or Slark, and you're going to be just fine. Well, this tower's gone. 19 permanent Agi on Stonebank. Almost an Eagle Horn for free. Pardon me, Eagle Song. It used to be called Eagle Horn, but then we couldn't have nice things because Blizzard used that as a unique bow in Diablo.
Oh, of course they did.
Just like they did with Bariza. That's why it's called Daedalus. All right, Rubik's dead.
I miss Bariza. I thought that was a nice name. Dogchamp. I mean, they're still trying to run. Bloody Nine is down.
He's trying to walk, but
He
even that
certainly is.
isn't happening. And Stonebank's on the hunt for more. Very confident with this Aegis. He could probably win this 1v3 if he gets the jump on the Drow. Or, yeah, well, even on Drow. She pikes, he can pounce her again. If her Shadow Blade's on cooldown, he could kill her. But for now, he's looking for the Doom.
Sunlight. Oh,
That is not a connection, but the second one will.
we'll see how Sunlight tries to get out of this one. Gets
He's
his stun
just gonna
off.
stomp and blink away. Stole some Agi, though. That was 7 stacks. And he is level 20, so he gets an extra Agi per hit. So a lot of Agi being taken away from this Doom. Currently sitting on a measly 24. Obviously, Slark will gladly jump on him again. He's going to kill him faster and faster the less armor he has and the more Agi Slark has.
Bait, they're just not... No need to slow down. Like, 20k advantage. They're just going to keep running at Dogchamp.
Stonebank looking for a play, but he gets pulled away by the call. He was just backstabbing them and he pulled him away. Well, they're still getting the Storm.
Yeah.
And the Rubik.
Yeah.
I mean, this game, man, there's just... It surely has to be over at some point soon. Dogchamp are just getting run at and killed over and over and over.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I'm kind of shocked that there's no call yet. Like this, I don't know if you can actually... You could certainly make a comeback, but chances are it's very low.
I would like them to just make a Hail Mary play, right? If you feel like this game is out of reach, you go for it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well, we were really far behind, go next, you know? But playing it like this, you're just making your chances of a comeback even smaller.
Yeah.
There are plenty of times in a Dota game where you have, let's say, 10% chance to win the game, and the best play is to go for a move that is low probability to work. But if it does, you come back. If you don't, that move is even worse 5 minutes later. So you might as well have made it when it was the highest chance, even though it's bad, right?
Yeah.
This is one of those games where the best play sucks. And you gotta go for it and hope baits slip up, because otherwise this just happens. You get jumped, you lose your Rex, and now your Hail Mary play just got 5% harder. Or rather, it got 100% harder. Your win chance went down by 5.
Yeah, it certainly did.
It's looking grim. Second lane, Stonebank is on the mission here. He's dropping himself pretty low.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Sunlight, slow to a crawl here.
Oh, he's gone.
He's stunned and dead, yeah.
And
And
then-
Rubik's dead.
Yeah, there goes Fleet.
And Bloody Nine standing still. He's going to get jumped in a second.
Stonebank's just completely
Bloody
cleaning up
Nine is
everything.
dead.
RCY comes in. Where's Stonebank? He's just cleaning up.
Here comes Sunlight.
I mean,
1v5.
He's doing it.
He's doing something.
He's doing.
He's doing very little.
Oh, they found the drow.
Yep.
Russell.
Pounce unlocked. Well, not going to go for it. Could have maybe caught the Doom with a secondary pounce there, but RCY is out of mana. It's the second lane.
Dire's middle barracks.
I think the G keys on their keyboards must be broken here on the side of DogChamp. It's maybe one last team fight for them.
Dire's middle tower.
No, don't be so harsh on them. They only had to call GG once last cycle.
Okay.
So they've still got some G's left in them. Here we go. Storm is in. Instantly silenced by Dandy. Okay, he didn't BKB. He's
Oh,
dead.
nice hook shot though. Nice cast. Stonebank. He'll
He
just
has
keep
Aegis.
going. He has the Aegis up. And I think they're just a little bit too far behind to make these plays happen. Though, let's see. Stonebank, he's going deep. Flea is gone. Stonebank has a lot of agi. I'd assume as they do call the GG. They've had enough. And Bait, I mean, 2 games in a row now, they've looked very, very, very strong.
Bait want to go for dinner,
Yeah.
but they've got to win one more before dinner is unlocked. But yeah, this was the best game from any of the teams so far.
Yeah.
Because the games have had quite a bit of mistakes from either team. This was the cleanest that a single team played. They executed their moves well. They won their lanes. They snowballed the game. It was good to see from Bait. This is has got you hopeful that they could clean this out 2-0 with their next win.
Let's see. We're going to throw back to our panel, see what they have to say about this game.
Well, it seems like Bait during the Felt Dog Champ series all popped in the shower together, got the fancy soap out, and cleaned themselves up because they are looking very, very clean in this last series. And they just, yeah, I mean, finally, this is a Bait we've been waiting to see.
Yeah, we got a change up finally. So, Bait, they beat Felt.
Wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Fear, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves,
Well,
but
they did take a different route, at least in terms of we were talking about the draft. They're like, well, this makes sense, this works, and they do something different, but they also make something different work. So
Yeah.
this team just doesn't stop continuing to amaze us.
Yeah, and now they have the second most clean game and the first most clean game.
so I mean,
Now they also need the third, and then we'll call it a day.
We could call it a day. We could call it a day. Yes, the next series will be against Felt, but let's first take a look back on this one because honestly, just from like the learning phase onwards, it all looked good. I think if we're taking a look at DogChamp, RCY might have been one of the worst games we've seen from him. We haven't really seen him.
How dare you?
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't come after your family member, but
I mean, he definitely struggled really hard in this game, always getting jumped on. But I think Funnick had a lot to do with that. He got the early blink
I
dagger.
mean, this part here was just
He's tilted at that
wild.
point for sure, right?
something.
Yeah, there's definitely something. But Funnick, he changed his build-up. Didn't go for the Meteor Hammer. Rushed the Blink Dagger, knowing that Stamanen is a player that likes a lot more farm, wants to play on this Coddle. So he was making plays across the map, and he found RCY a bunch. And I think Stonebank as well. Like, these pounces onto the Storm with the stuns, it was just too much for RCY to deal with at one point.
Yeah. Also a funny minute detail. You talked about Stamanen likes his farm. He had more net worth than Funnick did at the end of the game. And pretty much was ahead of him throughout this entire game on the Coddle. So
Yeah,
he likes his items.
He does like his items, that is for sure. He was farming up a Storm, and they had the space to be able to do that, which was enabled by those lanes, which went so very, very well for them. And yeah, I really, like, this is what we want to see from Bait. You know, this is the kind of Bait which we were seeing kind of ramping up through the season, and the kind of Bait where we're like, maybe they take on Nams, maybe they start challenging the top 3. And then, unfortunately, when it came to 5-4 stuff, they completely fell over and went back to the Season 1 Bait. But they're reminding us of who they can be. They're building their faith once again, and this is going to be a great victory
dangerous.
from them. 12
That is
and
a
2.
dangerous thought.
It is. 12 and 2 on Stonebank, 16 and 1 on Dendy, and like so few
Sheesh.
deaths.
Funnick 32 KDA. When do you see that happen?
Dendy 16 and 1. When do you see that happen?
True.
They're owning.
Word.
They're owning. They were. Yeah. So we had this initial draft with the first 2 picks where we were really worried about it, the Undying and the Keeper of the Light. Did they do anything differently from that, which kind of changed your expectations? Or was it like kind of the way they drafted from that one onwards? Or was it because the lanes went well and it didn't matter?
The other time they ran the strat, both times they ended up both in the offlane. So one time Phonic was a Coddle, one time Phonic was Undying, vice versa Stomanen was the Coddle one time and Undying the other time. And that lane just didn't really work out and give you the stuns. It wasn't a well-polished lane. I think Lodine playing the Undying it's good. Now, Stomanen, I'm always a fan of the fact that he will play what he plays, especially if it doesn't have stuns. You are low on stuns with this combination, but they made up for it beautifully with the Slark, who has the lockdown, and then you also have Phonic on the DK with the early Blink Dagger, really enabling these heroes.
Yep, and our MVP for this game is going to go to Dendi on the Queen of Pain. Our king playing the Queen, going 16-1.
The crowd goes wild.
Absolutely.
It's Dendi.
The fan favorite, and great to see this kind of performance from Dendi. You know, we talked earlier about him being stable, but never really popping off, but I think this is a certified pop-off.
It is. It is the hero that he most often pops off, the Queen of Pain, establishes a lot of early control, map control, gets to initiate fights as well. Builds that shard, which makes it annoying for a lot of these heroes, especially in the Storm matchup. We saw in that very last fight, probably one of the only times we actually saw it in use, because he did have the Phonic DK to go for the stun. But RCY, he jumps in on Storm, you blink on top or leave as the Storm is about to jump you, silenced. What can you do?
What can you do? Answer?
Strong hero, strong answer, and good play.
Yep, very well executed by the side of Bait. Honestly, no complaints across the board from us. So I'm excited to see if they can pull it off again. And you won't have to wait long, as that's going to be the next series we've got coming up. We move now into Bait versus Felt as our next series, because of course the winning team is the one that plays on to the next, and this is going to be the matchup we have next. Now, even if Bait do win the series and end the endless tiebreakers, we will still be playing Felt versus Dogchamp to figure out the 5th and 6th point. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because Felt, you know, they proved that they can beat Dogchamp in the past series, so maybe they can pull off an upset again and beat Bait. I'm not sure if that's going to be likely, considering how they looked in the last round of best of ones, because again, it just came down to this offlane. What's going to happen? How is it going to play out? That is the big question with Felt. Any last thoughts before we throw it over towards our break, guys?
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Alrighty, well, friends, we do have that one coming up just around the corner. Of course, Dogchamp, they will be waiting to play their final series. They have a little bit of rest now. Hopefully, they can find that mental reset, because that is what they need. Clearly, a very emotionally charged game for this team. RCY, especially in the mid lane, struggling on the Storm Spirit, just not able to get his feet wet in this one. Sunlight and Russell, again, just swapping up on the off lane and the safe lane, not managing to make it work. So hopefully they can take a rest. They can reset. You can have a little rest, but we're going to be back with more NA DPC Dota just in a little bit.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Hello and welcome back to the NADPC where we are getting into game number 2. And I'm sorry, I lied to all of you. We all lied to all of you.
No, just you.
No, we all did collectively as a group. It is not Bait versus Felt coming up right now. It is Dogchamp versus Felt because Bait played back to back. They were like, oh, we're tired, we want a break. And we were like, okay, fair enough, you can have a break.
Exactly in that voice. I heard that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we had ears on in the call. So we will now be going to a different game, which is going to be Dogchamp versus Felt. So, no, this is going to be a new one coming out. We're not going to have to wait as long for the draft to come up for this one. So, just very quickly, surmise what happened to Felt in the last tiebreakers.
Well, we got the tiny pick last phase for RCY, and I'm just checking, was that a last pick? It was the 23rd, and then they got the Lifestealer answer into it. It was Storm Spirit and Lifestealer just infest bombing all over the map. RCY Kits didn't get to do, it was RCY Tiny, yes. What was I saying?
Yes.
It's a long day.
It was exactly RCY
been
who
3
was
games only, but
not snowballing
4
with that Tiny, which we kind of thought that he needs to snowball to have a good game. He won his mid lane, but couldn't really convert into much because the rest were just struggling around the map.
But you could not struggle to earn tokens if you're watching these games through the esports.io new watch to earn platform where you can earn yourself up to 3,000 free tokens per hour, which is the equivalent of $3. That is right. All you need to do is head over to esportsbet.io and make an account, and you can start earning tokens just by watching your favorite teams across Western EU and NA regions today. It's a new way to earn tokens and engage the community, so head over to esportsbet.io, make an account, and start earning tokens today. But now we get into this series. It is Dogchamp versus Felt on the cards.
So, TLDR, Infest Bomb
That
with
was one
Storm
for you.
Spirit was the last game's
that was good,
theme,
though.
and Dogchamp couldn't really establish much with their Drow, Primal Beast, and the Tiny. The Primal Beast was a bit soft that game, so
Soft.
Yeah. So that one was for you, but this one's for the ban.
The band.
Felt banned their own Beastmaster.
That is some character development right there. That's what we love to see, Felt. Excellent stuff.
and he scores.
So he's going to have to play something. I say he has to play something. I'm down to give his Enigma another chance.
Yeah?
I'm
you,
down.
You believe in
I-
second
I-
chances?
Yeah, he hasn't played it enough for me to doubt. I've seen the Beast enough. It's a miss for me, unfortunately.
Okay.
And they banned it themselves, not because he's like, or maybe that would be next level. It's like I can't control myself if Beast is in the pool, just like a true Beast. If it's there, I have to pick it. And this is the only way I can control myself from picking it is by banning it. That would be a cool storyline, but most likely they just don't want to first pick it, and they're more afraid of Dogchamp taking it potentially, even though they haven't favored that hero really at all. So
really.
maybe it was a self-control ban.
Maybe, yeah. Just going cold turkey, locking the cigarettes in the cupboard, then flushing the key down the toilet, and instead they're gonna
Why
grab
wouldn't you just
themselves
flush
a
the
disruptor.
cigarettes down the toilet?
That's a good point.
Anyway, moving on. Disruptor. They didn't. Oh, there's no Mirana. That's why. No Mirana in the pool. So
Yeah.
Solji's going to have to play something new.
All right.
Oh,
well,
no.
it's the Rubik Tiny Sky, which was the one we were thinking about when Rubik was already, I think it was picked or banned, and Tiny didn't really feel like it had room in the draft. It could have been an option. Then he was like, all right, we had the 3 heroes that the Coddle, the Sky, and I don't remember what the third one was, but we were contemplating between those heroes, and I was like the Sky. We got the Sky, and the Sky was okay. So,
Good job, T-Fan.
didn't win a game, though.
No, it did not.
That was also a hero that
It's a
is in the
spooky
pool.
hero.
So this is something they had the option of picking before against Bait, and they were like, nah, not our jam, but this time around,
Right.
they decided to spread it on.
It might be a scenario in which they think Felt can play it too, right? And Fade is known for playing a lot of these Zoo-type heroes. It's kind of how he built himself through Division 2 to become a Division 1 player. So maybe just taking that away from Felt. And the Enigma isn't necessarily good versus the Brood either. The Beastmaster's gone. So you're in a situation now, do you want to just pick the Enigma here and get your comfort? It's fine, but Brood is a hero that you can just send your Spiderlings onto the Enigma and you don't have a lot of defenses against that.
The funny thing is, like, his Enigma hasn't been, like, scary. So if you pick it now, you could potentially ban Silencer, maybe get rid of, well, you don't have to worry about the off lanes now, so you could ban, say, Clockwork or something. Okay, never mind, let's go Pango. We'll leave it open for later. But you could kind of play a tactic of Dogchamp gets a counter pick to the Enigma, and Felt can then organize their draft like, well, it didn't hurt us too much that you're countering our Enigma. We'll find a way to play around it. And that's what an Enigma player will say, I'll find a way.
You have to. There's too many counters in the game for you to try and go for the free black hole kind of game, especially in this meta. So that will definitely be an option for them. But yeah, no hard Enigma counters picked up in the first phase with the side Dogchamp, other than you say the difficulty of laning and playing versus Brood when she has those spiderlings to cancel out your blink. But there is a Coddle coming out for Dogchamp, which is interesting. They did just play against it, and they clearly thought it was pretty decent.
I mean, the longer this goes on, the more we're going to see like the multi-universe meta like changing between these three teams. And the bans are already changing. Everyone came in with their prep. They had plenty of time to think about how they want to play this series. Already, round number 2 here, completely different strategies, completely different outlook. Now we're in a situation where we're adapting, stealing strategies, and just trying to find what's going to beat the team in front of you in this moment.
Yeah, exactly. And clearly Coddle is a read here. I mean, what does this hero give you? What do we see from the
Mana.
last game?
5 seconds.
Thank you, Fit.
The day has been long.
No problem. I mean, I think this Coddle is a hero right now that isn't picked that much because it doesn't really have a stun, doesn't offer a lot as far as damage goes. It has a lot of utility, and kind of like picking heroes that enabled by the chakra isn't super important right now either. It can stack really well, for sure. And if you do want to play in a role where you want to lane with Brood, you're not the best roamer either. So I'm having a hard time seeing what this hero is particularly really good at. But if you do want to run around a hero that's making plays, as we saw in the last game, such as a DK, continuously having resources to keep going, getting close to heroes that can potentially chain stun. Obviously, they got rid of all like the really cheesy strats when Coddle was OP that you can't chain stun anymore. But you can get in situations where you can keep staying on the map. You can keep healing people with Illuminate, with the mana, and you can just apply a lot of pressure that way. But you have to have a decent laning stage. Otherwise, this hero does not play well from behind.
You do. And if they play things right, they hit like the level 3 timing with the Brood and the Coddle. If the matchup they're playing up against allows them to play aggressive, they can do a lot of damage with the slows that they have. That is a very punishing combo to play against. Brood is going to out-regenerate your opponent because you get a lot of that in the webs anyway. So you know you got to fight to kind of sustain the lane for yourself. You add Illuminate to the picture, you can look at kills, not just poke. You're looking at real kills with these two. So Felt doesn't want to take a weak lane combo that cannot, one, contest them, two, melts if they're two like squishy heroes.
Meanwhile, Felt they will protect this Pangolier pick with their bans. They get rid of the Bloodseeker, which has been very, very annoying, and then they get rid of the 2 Spirit Heroes, which they know RCY loves to play. Even after the last game, you know, RCY did have a bit of a miss on the Storm Spirit, but that's no reason to not respect it in the draft.
I mean, when you have 1,000 games in one hero, there's bound to one or a couple of those games might not be your best performance. It just happens. So, as far as his hero pool, they stole the Pango. Most of the good counters are banned. You already have an incredibly greedy offlaner and a pos 4/5. Wow, they even have, they're just like taking bait strategy almost.
We want lanes. We want lanes.
So
Copycat draft.
you literally at this point have to play a stun if you are RCY. Ideally something that plays well with the Coddle. Some of the best combinations would have been the Ember, would have been the Storm, it would have been the Pango, right? Those are the top.
There are still the Bat Rider. There's the Void Spirit. Those two could
Bat
be really
Coddle?
good with the
I
Coddle.
mean-
I think Void Spirit gets a lot out of Coddle, actually, when you think about
Void
it.
Spirit is
Voice
fine.
Spirit does, yeah.
I mean, Bat is like your refreshing Firefly. And
Then you also
sticky
have the
napalm.
Puck. Like if
Double
you-
sticky combo.
Yeah, if you think about heroes that are cooldown dependent to play their game, that's the Puck and the Void Spirit for sure. They really just only rely on their cooldowns and blink timings. Like, well, Void not necessarily the blink, but the Puck really wants to live with that to play aggressive. If you put the Coddle into the mix, you
I'm
can play
thinking of
even more
another hero
aggressive.
that is really good with the heroes they have right now, but it's a tiny. It is definitely good with the
Seems-
Coddle.
yeah.
The problem I have with the Puck is Puck's not a real stun. It is
fake
control. It's only a stun if you break the coil, which you do have blinding light, so you can in a way force that. But Coddle wants to play something that's really fast, gets around the map, get kills, and Tiny can accomplish that. I'm just not a huge fan of the hero right now. It's just very unfortunate that the best heroes that they could have paired with this Coddle are just out at the moment.
All right.
But I also don't have like the biggest like mid-hero pool knowledge of what can be good with a Coddle that's also outdated. Maybe they have something out of the box here.
Well, Felt, they've left the Tinker open, so Tinker's pretty good here. So just go straight up damage, forget the stuns. I feel like those lineups can also work in a way because now they're heroes like that allow you to deal damage despite the chase. So Tinker could work, but let's talk about like Felt going Lycan and Snapfire. It's a decent duo they're looking for. Okay, they go for the puck. This Lycan and the Snapfire, you already got something going with this Pango. You're somewhat cooldown dependent. There's no silencer to work against you, so Snapfire should have an alright game participating in team fights. And there's a lot of chasing around, right? And they kind of also feel like they need a stun, but that's where the Disruptor kind of clicks into the picture. You don't necessarily need to chase too far if Pango's already harassing and Disruptor's bringing them back in. So, yeah. Not a bad draft from Felt, but there's the puck here.
Yep, Fear already talked about the puck a little bit, but with these two picks, the Lycan and the Snapfire, again, it's just two more heroes, which can't really lock him down. So as long as you've got eyes on the Disruptor, you're going to be okay. You got good vision already from the Coddle, from the Brood, from the Undying, so vision advantage of the team fight should go Dogchamp's way. I like this as well. It's a good answer to the Lycan, as he's not going to be able to run around so much.
Good ban as the Night Stalker. Don't want to get griefed again.
Yeah. I see Dogchamp's heroes right now, and I think you can play lineups with 0 stuns. It's completely possible. But you have to play it very wisely. If you end up picking a lineup with 0 stuns, try to take a lot of skirmishes, they just TP out, you waste your time, it's kind of an issue. So when you have a 0 stun lineup, I think you're playing for the economy. You're trying your best to like win the lanes, push lanes forward, be greedy as you can, stack camps, play that way. Don't really play to like control the map, make ganks happen on any side of the map. So that can definitely work. But what they're doing is like they're kind of taking a bit of a piece of what Bait just did to them, but not taking some of the most important pieces, which I think was Funnick in that game, running around making the plays happen. Whereas it might be a little more difficult for RCY to do that. And I think they're in a situation now where you should always pick the best carry for the game, but you are looking at a lineup that is very greedy on the side of Dogchamp. Coddle takes a lot of farm. We saw that from Stomana in last game, especially as a pos 4. Puck clears waves like crazy. Brood also likes to farm a lot. So you might be in a situation where you just get the triangle for the most part, and that's going to be your big source of income. However, Dogchamp don't have the best heroes to clear the triangle right now, so whatever carry they do pick, I might like him to go that direction to make sure it can farm the triangle if you want to play an economy game.
Yeah, Russell can't really pick himself if he plays the carry. He most likely feel like he's the Brood player, to be honest, and Sunlight might just bring up a carry hero because Sunlight plays these less farm heavy heroes and can participate early. There's no room on the map for you to farm, honestly. Like you said, Coddle, Puck, Brood are basically taking a huge portion of that. Someone is going to suffer in farm and in net worth if they add another farming hero on the side of Dogchamp. But Felt, at least they can establish some dominance with these heroes that they currently have and fight back. I think they need +1 more hero that could also brawl against, like prevent this Puck from solo carrying the first 20 minutes. And you got to address this Brood Mother, of course. Like, you can't just let Brood have a great game.
Yep. Very curious what Felt wants here. You
talked about wisdom. Who do you think out of these two teams are more wise?
Who are more wise? Let me check their intelligence. Let me do an IQ test real quick.
Well, we've watched them throughout this tour.
I don't know if Bloody Nine looks wise. He always looks... He looks wise in like the kind of bank robber kind of way, you know?
Bank robber wise?
Yeah, like a guy who's pulled
Great
off,
initiation gets caught.
Like, no. Like, the guy's been getting away with it for ages, you know? Like, the...
That means he's very smart.
Exactly. That's what I mean. The street wisdom.
Wow. Street wisdom. So that is wiser than any other type of wisdom. Interesting.
Could be said. That's not what I would agree with that, though.
I'm not even I don't even have the answer to that, so I'm just going to say they're...
All right.
I set the bar too high.
I see a pretty cool wombo combo here. You can spit in the Sven, who can then turn into Superman and jump something else as well. And you've got like instant flight.
I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at Wolf Sven. I'm ready for Wolf Sven.
Interesting how your brain works if that's the first thing you see.
That's the combo.
That's all I see right now. Okay, then there's also the Wolf Sven that you said. That is also great. You've got an extra crit with the life steal and,
throw Wolf Sven in. I'm down for that.
Yeah. I mean, I think you have a lot of options here now. You have not Ursa, Troll, Warlord looks quite good. Yeah, Troll looks actually pretty good here. You're playing versus a bunch of heroes you don't really care about.
Alchemist.
We didn't have enough. We just needed more farm. There wasn't enough.
Clearly.
Just keep hitting creeps. I did like the idea of them having... I was thinking CK as well for a little bit, but that's not the best for Sven. They were kind of looking down the list of what has a stun potentially and checking those boxes. But this is super greed. If you don't win your lanes as dog champ and your map is just withered down to just a small section like the triangle, these heroes don't operate that well in that type of environment.
Seems tricky. It does seem tricky. They've set out with a very bold plan here, Dogchamp. They need to control this map to get enough farm for their Brood and for their Alchemist, whilst not really having many tools to actually threaten heroes which are being on the map. So, do you think it's possible for Dogchamp to win this game? What tools do they have?
Well, Puck snowballs around the map, Brood plays the lane, Alchemist plays the jungle, group up and win the game. That's kind of like the idea that Dogchamp has. Timing, you could actually look at like early as 18 minutes with this lineup, honestly. But it's really down to Russell Alchemist, how soon he gets online. Also, by the way, I heard from a very credible source that apparently MLP and Synderen are joining Slap Mountain America. So I want to see how that translates into this game.
Slap Mountain America? What's that?
It's a slap competition.
Okay, interesting.
yeah.
All right, you're just trying to get them to slap each other in the pregame?
Hopeful.
Okay, that seems bold. That seems bold. Fear, what's the forward one on this game?
This game, I like the chances for Felt a lot more. Carry-to-carry matchups, whatever, I think. I do believe Fade has a resemblance of a game this game, outside of the laning stage, and I think that is very scary when you play against Felt. Feels like if you punish Fade, you have a much higher chance of success. So seeing that Fade should have a lane versus the Alchemist will give them the snowball potential to close out the map and put them in a position where if you are a dog champ, you don't have that much to farm, at least not as an Alchemist.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Flea this game. I think that this Coddle can get work done if he can play around with his puck, you know, the magic amp and the control, the slows. It might be enough to go around and get some kills, so maybe they can work together to try and make this game happen. We shall see as we jump into game number 1 between Dogchamp and Felt. Technically game number 2 today. We're going around again, and we've got our same lovely, beautiful duo. It is MLP and Synderen.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do have Dogchamp versus Felt coming up.
All
Synderen,
right, who goes first? Who goes first?
we were meant to cast Slap Mountain.
Oh,
Oh,
you got me excited. I was actually going to do it. Oh, well.
you got long arms,
Yeah,
dude.
you guys can imagine that instead. Let's just let it be known, let it be on record that I would have slapped the shit out of this guy on camera. But you don't get that treat today. Thanks for the imagery, though, T-Panda. I appreciate the suggestion. Maybe we'll do that some other time. That could be a good content piece.
Yeah.
Slapping competition among the talent.
If I could reach your face.
I would love to film that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's see. This game is very different, to be sure. The lineup that Dogchamp are running, I'm with Fear here. This looks pretty damn greedy. They're playing Brood Elk together with 2 supports with no lockdown. RCY has his work cut out for him this game. He needs to set up plays, he needs to do the majority of the damage himself, and his teammates need to farm a lot. On the other side, Felt are playing a lineup that, if this does turn into a farm fest, I've kind of got them late game anyway.
Okay.
Well, Wolf bit Sven in this game, just cleaving down stuff, going super hard. He has mega high single target damage, can kill Alk. The real challenge that Felt have is to get a couple of towers down. If they get any sort of semblance of map control and just constrict the areas Dogchamp can play, I feel like they're in a very good position here. And it's kind of an interesting path for Dogchamp to take, right? They kind of got rolled last game, and now they're going mega greedy.
Yeah, they are.
It's not the usual adaptation teams will make after they get stomped in early mid-game, but, you know, doubling down. They believe in it.
It's the NA way. You just, more farm was required.
I guess so.
That's the problem. By the way, I don't know if you noticed the old chat. Fade offering his wolves to Dogchamp of all people, and they seemed very interested, might I add.
Well,
A little bit concerning. Anyway,
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
we probably should cut that out anyway. Fade, bottom lane, Russell.
Wait, what did you actually say? They were offering their wolves.
Yeah, the Lycan wolves, you know?
Yeah?
Like, Fade was making a joke like, do you want my wolves? And Dogchamp were like, yes.
Oh, I get, okay.
Because they're dogs,
All
right?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, brain not work now.
That's okay. It was a crappy joke.
It actually
anyway.
never worked.
It was a crappy joke. Don't worry about it. Bloody 9. He'll have a bit of a chase down here onto Solji. Bit of a glimpse back, though. He's going to be just fine. He gets the creep pull away.
Well, choosing to run this Undying Disruptor bottom lane instead of playing the Snap, I wonder what the oh boy, Sunlight's actually just dead.
Yes, he is.
So I guess that's something very positive to be said about this setup. I was just going to finish my own train of thought, and then I realized Sven Snap is actually a really good kill lane against Brood, because you have a range stun into a follow-up stun with burst. That's the kind of stuff that kills Brood. And this time around, they didn't even need the cookie. They're going to have it now, but they flat out killed him without it. And stuff's only going to get harder. Brood Caudle seems like a very bizarre lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have too much to offer early on. So foresee them getting maybe a couple more kills up here with this Snap Sven. And well, with Sven getting that first blood, he's off to a great start. And it's not like their own offlane, the Lycan Disruptor, are going to suffer here. I feel like Lycan does pretty okay-ish against Undying as a strength hero because at least he has his wolves that deal full damage even when he loses stuff to decay.
Sunlight.
He's playing with Alk.
Cookie.
Yep.
They've locked down the spider again.
He might survive, but the pressure is mounting. He's actually... Oh.
He's like...
Get immune. Oh. They do... I mean, he does live, but that's the second salve. I don't know why I said second. Oh, it's his salve.
Yeah. He's all right.
Yeah.
I was going to ask as well, like, what's the point of the pos for Coddle this lane? Because I know you said it was weird.
I don't know. Maybe it's one of those games where we just lost to pos 4 Coddle. It was annoying. Let's run it ourselves. But, like, with Brood, the logic might be, all right, we can just shove in the lane nonstop, and then we can maybe pull hard camp or make the lane chaotic, but... I don't think this is the first time I see this lane, but I just wonder if, again, with what their lineup ends up needing when they play Caudle and Dying support duo and the other players don't have particularly much playmaking. You see, this is the support duo that they just lost to, was Caudle and Dying.
Yeah.
But the pieces they were playing around were fundamentally entirely different. It was a Dragon Knight offlane. It was a Queen of Pain mid. You know, the nature of that strategy, and a Slark safe lane, a faster hero that engages, whereas Alk is more on the greedier side, so... We'll see if they can make it work, but I'm a doubter for now until I see them unlocking their fighting potential. All eyes on RCY for me.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's the one thing I did notice straight away was, okay, you have quick spawn spiderlings, but yeah, it's kind of whatever. Yeah, we'll see. Mid lane, Kits versus RCY, you did say all eyes are on him right now. 13 and 4 in terms of CS, 17 and 3 for Kits.
Yeah, Pango's doing well.
One of his favorites here on the old Pangoliers. Top lane, Sunlight again going to be chased down.
He's going for 2 Wraith Bands, so he has decent armor, which is going to maybe save him here.
Gotta blast him.
dead.
One. Yeah, don't even need it.
Some good damage back the other way from Flea. He's going 2 in the Illuminate, which I can definitely agree with, over 2 in Chakra, because Brood doesn't really use the Chakra very well compared to Dragon Knight, so Caudle needs to do the heavy lifting in this lane in terms of harassment. And he will do his damnedest here with the 2 points in Illuminate, but doesn't quite cut it. Brood doesn't really offer too much just yet.
Bloody 9. Very awkward position now in the old Undying.
He's actually potentially... Oh, okay. He just barely got away there. If Glimpse connects, he's dead. But if nothing else, like, he's going to have to suicide here. He's out of juice. He'll run into the tier 2. I think he's doing this too early. I actually think this kill will go to the Disruptor.
You are correct.
It will. He needed to wait a little bit longer for it to time out. So effectively, you know, not even the best suicide here. And Russell is struggling. He has no health regen left. They are losing all 3 lanes. Like, it is... it's shaping up pretty one-sided for now for the way it felt. And remember what we talked about with this lineup, how greedy it is. If you play a greedy lineup and you lose all 3 lanes, generally goes 1A. Oh, RCY copping some serious hits there.
Not having the easiest time. Like, Kits is one of those guys, he loves this Pango. He's a Pango specialist after all, and it's, you don't want to give this man, this hero, if you can avoid it. Already off to a fantastic start. Basically a free mid lane for him. Forcing RCY all the way back to the fountain, and he's going to have level 6 by the time he comes back. So there is that potential of maybe having a chance of getting the puck.
Yeah, and there's, keep in mind, there's support rotation potential from Felt, and there isn't from Dogchamp. Their supports can't gank. All you have is a Tombstone, but it's Pango, so he's never going to get caught by this. However, the puck can get caught by a Glimpse if he has his spells on cooldown, and Solji is thinking about this.
Vino shows up. RCY does have hit level
Nice
6.
dodge on the cookie.
Let's avoid the cookie.
Fine, but this means he doesn't get the rune. It's a regen bottom. All right, Bloody 9 is going for that one.
Okay, so
And he'll ensure it. He'll just take it himself.
Albino now dropping very low. RCY still going. Looks like Flea will trade his life for that though.
Used the coil, and RCY's positioning is compromised here. A good, well-timed glimpse here could do it. I think it did it a bit too early.
Unfortunate. Not easy to time that. Bloody 9 still trying to go with his Tombstone. Kits Not going to be able to really focus that one down yet.
Bottle refill here from Albino. And they will try to get the tombstone with a coordinated attack here. And Bloody Nine greedily sticking around trying to deny it.
He'll pay for that one, surely.
Oh, that's a good Illuminate, but
Somehow Bloody
Raindrop.
Nine's actually walked out of this.
yeah, got silenced on Kits. Didn't really want to commit for that Undying kill. Played it safe instead. Alchemist is starting to get a little more ground down bottom now as well with phase boots. He's starting to threaten these wolves a bit more with 3 points in acid spray. So I guess this lane at this point is kind of okay now for Dogchamp, but the Brood is still in struggle city. He's level 4 against level 6 Sven, who can obviously farm stacks as well that are being made by Albino. He's made 2 double stacks in the outpost area, and I would assume that it's just a matter of time before this Disruptor starts looking to stack some triangle as well for the Sven.
Amazing what you found.
Popping the God Strength here. He will do a little bit of a rotation in the jungle now. Hit immune will farm both these double stacks, and in turn, Albino Zebra gets to play the lane. And he will obviously get double benefits because he will both get the bonus gold from the stacked camps, and he will get a little bit of laning presence. So, big winner in that regard. Something that you love to do as a support when your carry goes and farm stacks. Never mind, Albino Zebra doesn't even want to lane. That is weird.
Yeah.
I guess he wants to go and secure the 8-minute rune. I get it, but there is a full wave being lost top for this. Don't know if that's worth the trade-off.
RCY fighting over the power rune. Not going to be able to get it. Kits has found it.
Coils.
They do coil.
My reflection.
No
So he'll-
sticks, he's dead. This should be a trade. Flea should die here.
Do you kind of wonder who it's more worthwhile, right? Like pos 4 for a pos 5. Don't know if it really matters, like if you want to look at it that way.
It's not so much about the heroes, it's what else is happening on the map, right? I think this is overall a win for Dogchamp strictly because there's an empty lane top, right? Their support that rotated did not leave an empty lane. So effectively, they're just gaining more efficiency out of the map from this. And I have to say, I don't really agree with this move from Albino Zebra. I just don't think it's worth it. Hit Immune needs to be in the lane if they want to do that so that they can get the full value. They're trying to get Sunlight here.
Looks like they might just have him if they can land another stun.
Kids connect, but it's very easy to dance around these trees.
Oh, give up on it.
Surprised Kids didn't immediately turn in the circle there, knowing that he had the Sven stun follow-up. I actually think he could have got a combo off. But, alright, Cookie.
Mid lane RCY.
He's definitely doing his best to put on a lot of pressure here. We did say this is the hero that needs to do it, and he's playing hyper aggro against these supports, making them feel the pain a bit here in mid. Still, all cores and Felt are doing fine at the time, but well, with the rough start that Dogchamp had in all their lanes, I think they've stabilized pretty well now.
Yeah. So they'll hunt down Fade down to the bot lane. Pings are out. Fade now does realize that they are all missing off the map. It may just be a little bit too late, though.
He could TP out at any time. He's going to shapeshift instead.
And
They have Coil, but I don't think they can kill him. Alk is going to stun him. He's okay. He's going to get surrounded here, potentially. Oh, there was a possibility of a full-on body block there from Fade, but he didn't have any teammates rotating over, so it wouldn't really matter. And, well, he's just going to be A-okay and continue farming. Sven farming up another stack in the jungle here. Mask of Madness complete when he sends out the courier. Feels like the last hero in Dota to still buy this item nowadays.
Yeah. Bloody Nine.
Yeah. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh, whoopsie daisies.
Oh, Russell is going to stun himself, but
He will.
that's the end of that. Yeah, Dogchamp are just moving their heroes better. They're bringing the right heroes to the play. Like we talked about, they don't have the best playmaking supports, but they're getting the max value out of their puck. Really getting the job done here, RCY. Nice survival here from Albino, though. It's going to be okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the meantime, you get
Root
the top
gets the
T1 tower. Yeah.
Will complete his mech with that. Finds a pick pole as well, so some extra nice stats. Bottom lane, Russell gets the vision. He's still in trouble, though. He's very, very low. Has to yield. All right, Swashbuckle misses, but it connected on Bloody Nine, so he will die instead.
Consolation prize.
And Glimpse is on the way. Russell needs to be careful. This is level 3.
Oh, boy. Yeah, they got the glimpse back. Russell.
Has to stun Kids here now. He's still going to die.
I believe so. And he will. Kids.
And they lose the tower.
Double kill for the Pango. T1 tower going down. Meanwhile, RCY drops.
Whoa, he traded?
What?
He traded with Albino, but Albino got the kill first. He's level 7 now.
How did that happen?
On Snap from killing a level 9 puck. He just overdove him. we've seen RCY play Puck earlier this season, and he had some good moments, but also I feel like it was one of the weaker games we saw from him where he made some uncharacteristic, over-aggressive mistakes where he really tries to, you know, play to the limits but doesn't quite know them. This should never happen.
No.
You cannot solo die to support as Puck at this stage of the game. Albino Zebra getting the kill first is just extra bad because of all the experience he gets. If RCY would have at least overextended and, all right, I went too far, but I killed him first, it's like, you know, okay, right? Like, sure, he's going to get some gold, but all that XP, man, it's a big deal that Snap finds a level 7.
I mean, this was a hero that was falling a little bit behind in XP.
Yeah, he is completely fine now. And it's a hero that thrives on levels really hard. Like, getting Fire Snap, Cookie, and Scatterblast up to level 4, and ultimately getting a level 2 in the kisses is big. All right. We're pausing and going. Red light, green light.
That's the thing, is like, you know, you guys gotta communicate the pauses. Not everyone just presses F9. Oh, coil. Big pick off. He pops the God Strength. He's gonna try and fight this one out.
Relatively strong here. Uses the pig pull.
That's for a run. Kisses are there as well. Hidden Mune still running. Gonna fight back now. He's just trapped up, but no. He's down. Can they trade?
Yes, they can.
They certainly can. RCY?
No way.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I actually think Snap could have saved Sven. If he, instead of using kisses there, ran up and cookied him away, they might have got him to safety in the tower, but maybe thought he was already left for dead and wanted to get some trade damage in to look for the kills afterwards. Ended up not really working out, though. Lycan's going to take advantage of this, going for the mid tower in the meantime. And this is still, I have to say, this is still looking good for Felt. You're 1k gold ahead, minute 13. It's against Alk. And I want to say, anecdotally, games where Alchemist is top net worth obviously happens all the time. But if none of his teammates are in the following 3, Alchemist generally can't do it on his own. Oh, boy.
Yeah, RCY's caught.
No. That's that RCY Puck over-aggression sometimes.
A little bit too much
Risk-reward of
confidence.
that, completely unfavorable for him. Not much to gain, but so much to lose. So much to see.
Eternal Envy's out there somewhere smiling with these plays, I'll tell you.
Is that his favorite song?
No, I'm just... Oh. It's late, Syndrome.
It is. But we can go later. Don't
That's
you
right.
worry. We've got minimum 1 more game to go after this one. And I have plenty of sanity to lose still.
Yeah. Third
So don't you
tiebreaker's on the
worry.
way. Tips out for Sunlight, not 100% sure why.
Give me your win expectancy for Dire right now. What do you think, based on this game state? What do you think Gabe's vibing with?
I actually would say like it's probably somewhere around 60% for Dire, simply because I agree with the arc's just not anywhere near far enough.
75.
Fair enough.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
It's a 1k gold lead. It shows how extremely polarizing this lineup is, right?
Yeah.
Like, Alchemist in itself is polarizing. You couple it with Brood, who's a pretty polarizing hero, and it's a recipe for a game where there's not that much margin for error. Dog Champ, Sunlight, gonna get comboed big
Oh,
time
boy.
here. He is toast.
Make that 80%.
Not quite, but 76.
Okay. That's good.
78. Any higher? No, we're sticking with 78 now. Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's a good look for Felt right now. And keep in mind, a Felt victory here is the end of the tiebreakers, as in we cannot get another round. Because the final matchup would be for a 2-0 winner. The tie would break, as Dog Champ lost the last game.
It's going to be secured here by Russell. Never saw Felt trying to get in there to take these away, so Russell will get away with it. But again, you look at this arc and you're just nowhere near that point where you can really rely on him to carry you through the game.
He has the same net worth as the enemy mid Pango, and the Sven is pretty much keeping up too. So, again, if Puck hadn't died these couple of times, like RCY has 3 deaths. If he was deathless, as you could definitely argue he should be right now, and he was putting more pressure and having a better game, this could be a 2k gold lead the other way.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this game looks so different because Puck is actually dangerous. He's able to make more moves. He's snowballing harder, but every mistake this Radiant lineup makes is really, really impactful. So the level of execution, the ease of execution, definitely very Dire favorite this game, and it's showing. Okay, well, possibly try to look at Roche not too far into the future, I would say, DogChamp. They have Tombstone, they have Flesh Golem, they have Alchemist minus armor, they have Brood. They definitely have the tools, but they probably don't feel safe in regards to where Felt are. If all their heroes vanish from the lane and they go into Roche, if they lose a team fight there, they know they lose the game. So it's a very high-risk play, but it's one they're going to have to make at some point. You're not winning this game without an Aegis. I'll tell you that much.
Absolutely not.
Hit immune. Gonna finish his dagger now. I say finish. You can't really finish it. It's binary. You either have it or you don't. But he has a dagger.
I appreciate the self-awareness syndrome.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I've always been my worst enemy.
How do you
My
die?
harshest critic. All right.
That was a pretty sad death to watch.
All right. Imagine you're just walking down the street at night
Yes.
and you get attacked by a black dragon.
Yes.
That'd be really terrifying, wouldn't it?
I mean, I imagine so. I mean, they look a lot scarier than the in-game one as well, right?
No, imagine it's this exact one. It looks like Goofy. All right, we have a trouble. Talk. RCY.
Oh, he's in big trouble. He's
RCY,
gone.
you're dead again.
He's gone. Russell.
Oh boy.
Oh, look at the Courier of Fleet instead.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Felt maybe time to back off. We'll see. Sunlight maybe moving too forward.
Oh.
No, it's not time.
Russell can't stand his ground against this. He's gonna get eaten alive. 1, 2, okay.
He's gone.
Kits, 10-0, minute 17.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
And there's no stopping him. They're trying to stop him. The Tombstone decent here. Albino doesn't have a little shredder ready.
Nice cookie, though.
Yeah, love me some nice cookie dough. Bloody 9, well.
Bloody 9.
All right, he is probably... all right, kids, take it easy, buddy. Maybe a little bit overzealous here. Would be a huge kill if Puck could find him. Has coil, doesn't jaunt.
Unfortunate.
They're still going to finish off. If Dire gets this Roche, I'm calling it a 90-10 at this point. Probably. Let's see if Gaben agrees. All right, currently sitting only at 81. Barely moved, actually. Interesting.
Well, Bloody 9 will help that out a little bit for you.
Hit immune with the Roche, and I'm not sure what they expected to happen there.
Neither am I.
If he was hopeful to give vision and Puck could steal the Aegis, maybe that was what they were trying for, but that was a very low probability play. Did not work out.
I feel like there's been a lot of low probability plays today.
There has.
Сейчас поиграем.
8 to 18.
What's that sound when they play that voice line? Is that somebody opening a can of soda?
Yeah, because I believe it. I remember Lizard would said to me, it's literally them saying something about a refreshment.
Oh,
Radiant's
nice.
middle tower
That's a nice voice line.
It's very aesthetically pleasing to the ear, isn't it?
I myself have opened 2 caffeinated beverages tonight.
You have.
Yeah.
You really pushed yourself tonight.
Low caffeine, I must say, though. But
Are they?
yeah, pretty damn low, actually.
High
But
sugar, though. High sugar.
high sugar and definitely carbonated beverage was the word I was going for, not caffeinated. But you know, both were technically true.
Correct. I hope you get to sleep tonight, Cinder.
Oh, don't you worry about that.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Uh-oh. Flee.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, flee.
Well, we're looking at bot lane right now, but Flea does get annihilated here by Hidden Mune.
I mean, this Sven pick is pretty polarizing, right? But it's owning. Hit Immune looks very comfortable on this hero, knows the boundaries, goes for plays if he gets RC. Oh, close call. I like the fact that he tried to stun the creeps there because they were closer, so that would have made for faster impact.
Last coil, they've locked a couple
that
down.
would be big.
Static
Gets a
Storm.
huge kill.
He certainly is. And it
$1
seems
billion for Alchemist.
onto the untying Bloody 9. He's
Okay.
going to go down. Hit Immune. He's just manning up through all of this, but he's got no God Strength left. He is maybe just down.
This is really good for DogChamp. Where is Lycan? All right, they'll get the Tombstone off.
Cookie. Oh, it's going to be whiffed. They're still fighting. RCY.
Oh, he got the stun.
Oh, boy. But
he
he's
missed on the
missing.
Radiance. All right, he's still good.
Hit Immune run. Sunlight on the chase. They
Oh,
have the
now
follow-up
Fade
stun. He's
shows
going to
up.
try and juke out. Maybe he's got it. Hit Immune. No, he does get stunned up. Fade. You're a little bit late to the party, sir.
He's gonna dust, but it's too late. Man, that is so big for the Radiant. They had no business winning this fight this hard. Huge gold swing. Alchemist survives all of it. He's gonna progress nicely here. Damn, was that 4K gold or something? All right, 2.5. Decent swing there. All right.
A lot of gold being given back the way of DogChamp, and well, very unnecessary as well. I mean, they're still well and truly in the lead here for the side of Felt, that's for sure. Like, no two no two ways about that. But Dogchamp now maybe seeing a glimmer of hope in this game.
Yeah, the Pango just dying this early is a huge issue. He's trying to put some pressure here onto Russell, but not going to quite cut it. Closing in on his Aghanims here. Kits, first real major mistake of him this game, but it's obviously a really big one when you're 10-0. Or 11-0, pardon me. Getting killed like that was a huge bounty. Who got the kill bounty on him, actually?
Russell.
Oh, that was Russell, too, who got the last hit.
I believe so, yeah.
You're right. That was 1,300 gold. Or thereabouts for the kill, of which Russell got 1,000.
Love to see it.
Yeah, it's giving him his BKB plus almost dagger now. So, progression being made. Still not even close to being out of the woods yet, but they've cut down the gold disadvantage from about 8 to 3. And Alchemist does not operate well from behind, so still rough, but it is possible
That it is.
to make it.
Champ still in the running to pull off this Game 2 victory here. Mage Slayer picked up here by Hidden Mute, it seems. I thought maybe he was going to go for like crit or something, you know, but ends up going for the Mage Slayer instead. Now, do you like that?
I mean, you definitely want Thorn this game, so I think that's okay, but I don't know if I would buy it this order. I
Okay.
think he should have bought the Orchid first. I feel like he could just kill this Puck single-handedly every fight. Every time RCY would show, dead. He could more or less pick his target and just body them. I guess Brood would have a good chance of surviving with Greaves, but even Alchemist could die if he just jumps him with the full burst and has any follow-up from his teammates. You ready for Sven to become his true self soon?
Wow.
He's close on Lycan.
Oh, he is too. I didn't even realize.
It's literally going to be Dogchamp against 2 dogs.
Uh-oh.
Who would win in a fight?
The bigger dog?
2 dogs or 5 dogs? What do you think?
I mean, this is a big dog, you know?
2 dog-sized dogs or 5 dog-sized dogs?
Well, I mean, the problem is once you wolf fight the Sven, it's like Chihuahuas against a
That's
Great
fair.
Dane.
Yeah, that's very true. I know a lot about Great Dane. Takes one to know one.
I know what you were inferring, Syndra. Thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Well-
Sunlight, sunlight, sunlight. Sunlight. Oh, he did God Strength.
No.
Oh, he was dead for sure. He's dead anyway.
He might still be.
Saves the ulti. Genius. Hit him, you knew it wasn't necessary. And they might actually turn this into more. Kits has a really good angle here. Pango ult.
Yeah, he's gonna move in.
Now, Flea's dead. The question is, can they find the Puck as well?
Oh,
You bet your ass they can, and
Yeah.
they kill him in 2 swings.
That's rough.
That is really, really bad news for Dogchamp. And the Wolf is now purchased. Slack's meme build unlocked. Thank you for your contribution to Dota 2. We owe to you this and Pocket Ricky, 2 of your worst ideas of all time, and they somehow got implemented.
that they did.
Nope. I don't know if Pocket Ricky was actually his idea.
We'll give it to him.
I think it was maybe a Reddit idea. But
It was-
I want to say the wolf bite was definitely Slack's idea.
I'm really sure he did come up with that.
Yeah.
The atrocity that is Wolfbite, that is.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
All right.
Imagine Slack's made a game. Like the whole game ground up.
I don't have to. Artifact existed for once.
That wasn't his game.
Yeah, I mean,
He would have never made that game.
fair.
He would have. It was too. What's the word I'm looking for? It made too much sense
Right.
to be Slack's.
That's fair.
Slack's creation.
It was too smart, for sure.
Now he's very smart. He's just sick. You know? He's sick smart.
Okay.
It's the only thing that's better than street smart.
Like a psychopath.
No, that's different.
Okay.
I would never say that. He's not a psycho. Oh, Alk stuns himself. Well,
Coil is there.
got ourselves a Death Disruptor. Gets off the Static Storm, but nobody in it. This fight is all over the place. Albino Zebra.
Yeah, they're going to move in with the Rolling
Right.
Thunder. Here comes Hidden Immune onto the
Here
Undying.
comes Wolf number 1.
Here we are.
Right, it's time to bite.
Bite him, Fade.
Bite him.
Bite him.
Bite.
Bite him.
There it is.
There it is. There we go.
Here we go. Blue Wolf. Oh, shit.
The
He's
top
in.
10 RCY.
He
He's
did no
fine.
damage.
He literally did nothing.
Oh, he got glimmered. RCY. Oh, he's fine for now. Oh, the Swashbuckler will kill him. Wolfman! Oh!
I love Wolfbite. I mean, we didn't get to see too much of it anyway. Like, it was just, you know.
God, the cleaves of this man. Yeah, that's going to be Bloodthorn very soon for Hidimian. And progression. I'm not going to say everything is going according to plan for Felt, but things are going well enough for Felt to feel comfortable. Sunlight farming alone in the middle with his puck dead. Ill-advised. Might get away with this, though. Sven is not here, but there's the Pango roll.
That does land
blink.
perfectly.
This is going to line up nicely. Nothing. Is he down or up? He's up. Well, he had a web, so it doesn't matter. He's actually fine. Pretty tanky with the grease pipe.
Oh, Russell's in. Found the Lycan, but where's the follow-up damage?
Face. Okay for now.
Cookie forward. Sunlight still chasing.
Good swash. Kits is doing so much residual damage all the time.
He really is. And he goes hit
Sven.
immune. Now this is the big problem. Soul Rip gonna keep Russell
Hitting
healthy.
like a wet noodle.
Yeah, he really is. God Strength's back up in 5. He's got it up again very soon. He might just pop it here. Russell is still trying to go for this fight. Stun is
Here we
there.
go.
God Strength out.
He's not hitting.
He's not hitting him though. Russell. Well, now he is. There we go.
Oh, Wolfman is on the hunt. He
Yeah.
killed Bloody 9.
Fade. He'll keep going.
He could look for more. All right, he's going to Tumbler's Toy and get stuck on the cliff. That's, of all the plays, that was definitely one of them. Kids
Is somehow alive.
Not dead?
No.
Holy shit, how did he not die there?
They backed off.
Oh, that's a good explanation.
Sunlight. Still running. Kits is still trying to fight. Actually sees the Broodmother and moves back in. Salt in the wound
It
of
was time for a
Dogchef.
refreshment, apparently.
It was.
Okay. Well, in the midst of all of this, the gold is effectively staying about the same lead for the Dire, which is good for them. Every time Alchemist does not progress, it is a win for you. This 6k gold lead in 10 minutes is even bigger than it is now.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh,
under
it's
His
huge.
teammates are falling further and further behind.
Now you get the full Bloodthorn up on the Sven.
Yeah, that's huge. He can solo kill the puck at any time.
Roshan up.
I think he can genuinely two-shot him with Wolfbite. He just needs to Bloodthorn and just swing. Let's see.
Wrong gun to pop. They're going to go for the fight. They may just lose Solji straight off the bat, and they will.
Okay. Oh, they used Shapeshift and Wolfbite.
Yes.
Wait, never mind. They didn't use Wolfbite. It's cooldown from before. They used Shapeshift, but...
Rolling
didn't
Thunder
kinda
as well.
Yep. So they're going to chill here. All right, well, Roche is available, but I don't think the Radiant can really go for this. They're not exactly primed for it. Alchemist ulti is running out. Tombstone was used. Flesh Golem was used, so... If you're Dire, you can probably stay pretty calm here, wait for your spells to be up again, group up, go for a smoke, and if you get any sort of fight, the Roche is yours. All right, Bloody Nine's actually starting. This is just not happening. No, he backed off. It's gone Crimson. This item is not good against Sven. It's good against Lycan. I feel like it's not the right purchase this game. I think you need something more ambitious than Crimson for your teammates.
Feels a little bit safe.
If you wanted to really stretch it, E-Blade could be something. Or, I mean, Greaves are on your Brood, so you're not going to buy that. Force Staff is also nice against Sven always. Could argue even Solar Crest is better than this, right? So you just buff up your Alk as much as you can to help him in the matchup against the difficult physical cores he's facing.
True.
Crimson is not doing much in that regard.
Here comes
All
the
right.
Wolfbite.
All right, Wolfgang.
Wolfgang, indeed.
Wolfgang.
Hit immune. Finds nobody.
bottom tower.
Very anticlimactic.
Okay. Well, just a matter of time.
Radiant are
He finds the ancient camp.
Oh, Sunlight?
Oh boy. Okay. Well, he is on the... They don't know where he is.
No, they don't. Russell, he's going to move in. They bounce rather the disruptor again, Solji. Meanwhile, the puck has been caught out. They've
Good
perma-locked him
storm.
down. Uh-oh. RCY's gone another time. Solji will drop. It doesn't matter, though. It's a good trade. So they will continue.
Hidimion has his ulti still. He just needs to reset away from this tombstone and he can go hard.
Yeah.
Nice cookie.
Very nice cookie to the high ground now. The God Strength is popped, but he needs a target. Bloody Nine. He'll be that target on the Undying. Back,
Look,
never
Calibre.
mind. Sunlight it is.
under attack.
Thorn Radiant 5, he could look for more. There's no fight left in the Radiant. They have to get the hell out of here. Absolutely losing Bloody 9, but they might lose more. Caudle, 3-shot.
Yeah, just gone.
No problem. And Bloody 9 will be collateral here on the way out. No escape.
Bye-bye.
Another 3-shot. And Roche for the Dire. And this could be the game ender. Another win for them in the following fight. Sven is almost closed in on his BKB. Gonna get an Aegis here. Wouldn't mind seeing it on Kits, honestly, over the Sven. But let's see what they choose to do. None of them freeing up a slot just yet.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, Roshan, freely gone.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
See who they give everything to.
Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
I'll just give the Aegis away to the Sven. Shards up to the Pengo, of course, for the roll-up. And now, I mean, Phil, like, considering how powerful they are, they might just consider just going high ground straight up. Like, if
Yeah.
God strength
Oh,
is
you're right. They
available-
got Rex earlier. Almost forgot.
Did I say that?
Well, now they're gonna finish the melee.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yep. Oh. Shapeshift. Is it time for a little bitey action? It is. Oh shit. No, he's not. But
Is under attack.
do it. That kind of sounded like Sven. He's thinking about it. He could jump the puck.
Oh, there it is. Hit immune's in. RCY, still healthy, though. They had the Soul Rip.
Not enough. There was no follow through there. They didn't catch him in the static storm, in the kinetic field. They didn't cookie. But
Sunlight.
all right, Sunlight.
They're going to make the jump in. They do find Albino Zebra. Onto the Spider they go. The Broodmother going to die as the Wolf Bite is now there, but the Glimmer Cape saving? No, but not quite. Sunlight is gone. Russell! Russell, run! This ain't it, fam. Get out of there.
Evade. Oh,
Not enough. Triple kill for Kits. Bloody 9, probably not making it out either. The Wolf is on the
Two.
hunt.
oh, no crits.
Fade body blocking his own teammate.
No crit. Oh,
Kits will take it. Ultra kill for Kits.
Dire's bottom tower.
It does feel like you're at the point where you could just go high ground, you know? Like it's God Strength's going to be back up in 20 seconds.
yeah, you have a lot of insurance now, for sure. Sven ulti is almost back up. This spell on level 3, only 80-second cooldown. It used to be so long, but Sven has a lot more uptime now. You combine that with another Wolf Bite and you look for it. All you need to do is jump the puck and burst him. You can jump in with a Sven, you can follow through with the Pango Abyssal, and even if he gets force staffed, you can probably stick. You just need some sort of detection in the fight, but Pango has the gem. So if he follows through, this puck can die in half a second, literally. Sven stun, 1 crit, and a Pango combo. Hit immune. Might actually see him here. RCY.
RCY, he's all right.
All right. Reaction time intact. That's a sentence.
When do they want to move up?
I think the way to execute that kill, by the way, is swashbuckle into Bloodthorn at the same time. Sven should not be jumping alone like this because Puck gets to react. Either that or he has to blink on top of him and swing instantly with the Thorn so he doesn't dagger. But throwing the Stormhammer is too easy to react to.
Smoke.
Bongo Boots ready for that amp up when they go in. Sitting on the like and fade. Very farmed this game. His best game of the day. He's gonna wolf up, hit immune.
Here we go.
Somebody's
Wolf
gonna
bite.
die.
Russell, run.
Who's
Russell.
died? Oh, they all got out.
Oh,
I was talking about the creep wave. It died really fast. Now what?
real darn quick.
Well,
Big Ryan.
yeah, time for a refreshment. Okay, Brood.
Jump in. He hit the tower.
Well,
Okay.
keeping us on our toes. I can
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Never let him know your next move.
Yeah. Never let yourself know your next move.
That's what it feels like right now. Oh, jump
Aw,
in.
kids.
They're gonna find the Coddle.
He's gone.
Flee. It's gonna go down. Now Sunlight just gets destroyed by Hit Immune. Russell.
Oh, Russell self-stun.
Yeah, he does.
All right. That's
Bye-bye.
it.
Yeah, GG.
It's Ogre.
And that'll be Phil winning the whole tiebreaker. Obviously.
No.
What do you mean no?
They're playing bait next.
What?
It will be Dogchamp losing the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Dogchamp are 0-2.
Yes.
The other two teams are 1-0, and now they play each other.
All right.
The order changed. I understand why you're confused, because this is not, just for reference, this is not what usually happens in the three-way tie, but because Bait just played 2 games back-to-back, they got a break. Usually Bait would have played again, so winners play again,
Okay.
because if they win back-to-back, they break the tie. Now, we broke the tie with losers losing back-to-back.
Okay, Mr.
So,
Smarty Pants.
Dog Champ are out,
Okay.
and now we get to find a winner.
Let's find ourselves a winner, but before that, let's go to our panel and see what they had to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, counting is hard, Mike. Don't worry, we all struggle with it sometimes. And, you know, we know Australia don't have the best education budget in the world, but
I'm pretty
I'm
sure-
glad Syndrome was there to get you up to speed.
I'm pretty sure we are going to see them in Slap Mountain after all, after that debate.
yeah. The moment the headphones are off, just but yeah, that's going to mean that essentially Dog Champ are out of the running, meaning that our final game coming up will finally put these recurring tiebreakers to an end, and we will have a winner pronounced, and they'll be taking that glorious 4th spot here in the NADPC. And it's going to come down to either Bait or Felt.
Yep, Corgis were told to sit, and 0-2, meanwhile,
Yeah, put
felt
down,
they are
bro.
running rampant.
Or they just listened or what?
Well, they
Sit,
definitely.
boy. Okay.
They just waited, but
Very
they
obedient.
didn't get their timing online.
Well trained.
They waited for too long. They didn't get past that. Meanwhile, Felt, you've got 2 other types of dogs running around, just running rampant, destroying dogs in the sense that they were the real champs to take this one.
Yeah,
My
that's how I
analogies
always
are on
use
point here.
Yeah.
That's how I always use dogs as well, to the real champs.
Yep.
But yeah, the Wolves did win it. I don't know why everyone keeps calling them dogs. They're Wolves, but neither here nor there. It was great. Hittermean played a great Sven. He ran around and hit people with his big old sword and got a lot of damage, got a lot of kills. Felt just in general, like, we kind of saw it coming, right? Like, the mid-game, it wasn't a stomp through the laning phase. Felt it was a slight advantage, which they were able to capitalize upon because they just had way more ways to play the game. I just feel it was a draft. They were really relying on RCY to pop off with 1 or 2 heroes behind him. And even then, it would have been really hard to actually secure kills and have like a free game, so to speak, on this puck. And they just didn't get enough of the map. I think Sunlight absolutely got stomped throughout most of the game. Did come back into the match kind of later on, as the Brood usually does. But overall, it was just too claustrophobic on the side of the map for the side of Dog Champ. And Felt they were just able to play this one out very nicely.
Yeah, for sure. I really liked what Felt had going here, but this reminded me of Fade back in Division 2, getting to have games and seeing what he can do when he has a decent game. I also would put a little bit of that blame on Dog Champ as well. I saw this Alchemist going into the Lycan. I knew that wouldn't punish it. You have the greedy lineup as well, and you had such a good time on Fade in the early game. He hit his timings. He was in a matchup he was comfortable against. Hittermean, he always finds his farm. He always does. Kits, this is one of the few times I saw he just straight up beat RCY. 1v1 mechanically in the mid lane here.
Yeah, RCY had an absolute nightmare of a game. I mean, the second round of tiebreakers for RCY, maybe it's past his bedtime or something. He is young, I don't know,
Yeah.
but no, it was rough. It's a high-pressure situation. They've been playing for a while, and it just got to him, really. There wasn't a good performance in the Storm last game or the Puck this time around. We've been bigging him up a lot, and unfortunately, he has dropped the ball in this one a little bit, but young player, still at the very start of his career, so, you know, definitely not a reason to put him down just yet. However, Felt, they looked great. Kits really showing promise in this one. 21,
Wow.
1 and 9. Very, very, very good score.
solid.
Yeah, really, really good. Lycan as well, not dying once on Fade, which is really nice to see this guy kind of redeem himself, come up in our expectations and putting in a solid performance. Solji did Solji things, and Albino Zebra just kind of backing up the team. Some really nice cookies in this game as well to save or to catch. And yeah, Hittermean, I think, the last guy, I mean, you guys, T-Panda, tell me, worship Hittermean for me.
He's great.
Thank you for the
Worship.
enthusiasm.
Hittermean, he's been in like this division for 2 tours now. Tour number 1, wasn't impressed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Tour number 2 here, whenever I think of Felt, he is the one that is putting up the most impressive performances game after game. Kits is there in the mix, of course, but Hittermean isn't missing.
Yep.
Not this tour, at least. And his Sven was no exception. He played a really good Sven in the laning stage. He made a Sunlight feed quite a lot. It was obviously with the help of Albino Zebra in the laning stage.
Yeah.
However, like those two together were a force to be reckoned with. His itemization has been really good. His decision making even better. He's been playing out of his mind this entire tour, and he looks like he's the one when things start getting clowny. He's the one just always serious in every single match, just wanting that win.
Compared to Tour 1, he had us in the first half, not gonna lie. But now, looking better.
He has. He's pulled it together, and a 1.2k XPM is the biggest stat here by a mile. Hitimmune just absolutely turning up to the right fights when required. And that's the thing, right? The biggest thing we're looking at when it comes to these carries is the fights they choose to turn up to, and Hitimmune has had absolutely perfect choices when it comes to
And
that.
the hero they choose to play.
And the hero they choose to
Yeah.
play, indeed. But that combination has been really good. The lane's been really nice. Like him and Albino Zebra have been like clicking on pretty much every level. It's been really nice to see. And that's how they were able to let the Brood through and smash it, which is going to actually be really good for them coming into future series, because they know that they've got an answer to this Brood, which a lot of teams haven't been able to figure out. So, Dogchamp, it's rough. It is really rough, but they are now definitely going to be the 6th place in these qualifiers, so no DPC points for them. They will be getting the least money out of these 3 teams, but to sum up their season, you know, what would you say went wrong for them this season, and how can they improve next time?
How can they improve next time? It really depends on what the lineup is going to be for the last tour. Who's changing? Who's staying? How do they make it work? Do they find some adjustments during this long break time until we get to Division 1 once again? Several weeks in between. A lot of things can happen. The meta could change with the patch and everything. So maybe they find a way to work it out with the start of the new patch. Who knows? Anything can happen with this team. But honestly, I think the biggest thing is RCY and Russell, real shining lights of this team. Flea and Bloody Nine, I feel like they're a pretty good support combo playing around these two guys. So just keep working on that chemistry. Sunlight, he is the question mark for me right now. What's going to happen?
I have 2 things for this team that they should really work on. One is going to be who's going to be their carry player. Do they need to grind it out and find a carry player, or are you just going to have Russell play carry and he's just going to have to spam a bunch of games to be good at? And the second thing is going to be Sunlight and Flea getting their coordination together, because right now it just isn't working out between the two of them.
Those are certain weak points in the side of Dogchamp. I think decisions will have to be made for this team, but for this time around, some promise shown and definitely some shining lights of the Dogchamp team, but ultimately their journey ends here. And now we can take a look at the series we've got coming up next, which is going to be Felt versus Bait, the final series of the NA DPC. It's going to come down to these 2 teams which have shown a lot of promise, a lot of growth. Can they put it all together? Which one of them is going to be able to put it together better and give us a clean game? That is what we're looking for here, folks. Just tidy, clean Dota. The team which plays the best game is going to win. It really is as simple as that for these 2. I just want to see Bait doing what they do best, throwing some curveballs, but whilst keeping their core concepts tidy. And for Felt, what do you say? More of this last game?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, just stick to what you're playing at this point. What are the stakes for this? Is it 50 DPC points?
40 DPC
40.
points
40.
and 1K.
Okay, 40 DPC and 1K. All right.
Let's
Just
see what happens.
Best of 1.
Best
Make
of
it
1.
count.
Yeah, it's
that's
just
not bad. Not bad.
decent stakes for a best of 1, indeed.
Only 4 words. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Absolutely, T-Panda, well said. We'll throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be back with the final series of the NA DPC. We'll see you in a bit.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Hello and welcome back to the NADPC tiebreakers, where DogChamp have now been sent to go play in the dog park in the sky, and we are getting down to our final two teams in this tiebreaker to find out the 4th and 5th positions. It is Bait versus Felt. Both these teams are able to take the win, and now they come against each other once again. Last time around, Bait were able to get the win. Can they repeat it this time around, or have Felt come up with some new ideas?
Do you have to take a helicopter to get the dog park in the sky? I've never been.
Ask your parents about it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not my job to tell you.
I see. It sounds
That's
fun.
a grim tale. But yeah, Hopefeld has figured Bait out. Bait's had a break in between. They did get quite of a beating last time when they played them. You know, they had this Enigma lineup, already a tough lane. Solji giving a couple kills away to the Monkey King in the lane. I think Fade and Solji looked much better in this game versus DogChamp. So if they replicate that against Bait, I think we're going to see a lot of good things coming up from Felt. But the big question is Bait. You know, they swap around things a lot. They try different things. They never go how we expect them to play. So is it going to be just another, maybe Volume 7 Bait that we're going to be seeing here? And they just have like this weird draft
Is this a
that somehow
mixtape?
works.
Another
one.
Volume 7. I mean, I think right now Bait in their last couple games, they've looked good. And in fact, out of all the teams playing, they've had the most convincing games by far for me. Where, yeah, when they lose, they are throwing the lead away. However, when they are winning, they're looking pretty crisp as well. But the thing is, they're always in a position where they have to throw. That's basically what I'm getting at right now. So as long as they control that beast within them, I think they are the strongest, as my predictions were kind of like indicating. Sorry about your predictions, by the way, DogChamp.
Rest in peace.
But I think
Unlucky.
as long as like DogChamp, sorry, Bait can find a way to keep consistent. Stonebank was the one that I'm really had my eyes on, and the last couple series he's been razor sharp on point. So they're looking good for me.
Yeah, they are. And I think Felt as well, they've been sharpening up. Have they sharpened enough to fight Bait if Bait are on top form? Are Bait going to turn up in top form? These are the questions we're going to get answered very soon. But first, it's time to give a shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io, and their new Watch to Earn innovative platform where you can head over to esportsbet.io, make an account, and start earning tokens just by watching the games across the NA and Western EU regions. It is 3,000 tokens per hour, which is equivalent of $3. You don't need to place a bet to start earning tokens. Just head over to the website, sign up, make an account, start engaging with the community, earning tokens, which you can then use to place bets on your favorite teams across the NA and Western EU regions. So check out esportsbets.io if that is something you are interested in. But now we jump into the final draft of the NA DPC Season 2. It's kind of sad. Tour 2.
Yeah, this is it. The momentum has been
Yeah.
built all for this
Sadness.
singular moment.
Yeah, we're now building up to a sadness, you know. It's just,
Sad.
yeah,
I'm
apparently it
happy.
is a sad draft. It sounded so sad.
I mean, it's bittersweet, you know? Like, it's been a
It is,
great
it is,
season.
yeah. It is, yeah.
Other than Nouns not being able to threaten the top 2 like we wanted.
All right, heck,
And wild
let- I
card
mean,
in the
let's
0-7
give out
position.
the
Yes.
craziest drafts that we can get. Fear, what do you want?
Lion.
Lion.
I
Oh,
don't know, I was just
interesting.
thinking the craziest thing I could come up with.
Okay,
Right
all right. Nomad, what do you want?
Lion is the craziest hero you can come up with.
Beat me.
Meepo. We actually saw a Meepo in SEA earlier today. It did not win.
Lion and Meepo. All right. all right.
Surprised.
Yeah, shocker. I think it was Scam.
Oh, we got Undying
contenders.
instead.
Damn.
Damn. I'm
Сейчас поиграем.
Give
Couldn't even think
me,
of that.
give me a Funnick bounty hunter.
10 seconds remaining.
okay. First of all, you're not going to get anything spicy this game.
Nah.
That's just not going to happen.
And that's how you think it is, but
They have been playing for like 7 hours now. Finally, what they've been playing for is right in front of them. One game. All they have to do is take it and try. Why throw it now? Why?
it.
Because
it's yours.
Why? They've spent the whole day saying, no Funnick, we're not going to pick Bounty Hunter, no Funnick, we're not going to pick you Meepo. And now they've just gotten tired, they're bored, and they can't be bothered to listen to Funnick anymore. So they just go, you know what, Funnick,
Okay.
fine.
All right, all right.
Have
Look,
your
look, look,
off-lane
look at the player camera from
Zeus.
Dandy right now. You see Stomanen at the back. He's
Showing
shot
off some
calling.
leg
He's
there.
calling. Yeah, he is. But that's not what I asked you to look at. I asked you to pay attention that he is not on his PC right now. So probably
Headset's on,
he
though.
is planning some ideas here. He's talking to his team. What kind of draft we're going to come up with. We have a strat. Guys are like, Dendy's probably like, oh boy, really? You sure this is going to work? Okay, I mean, we can try. He's thinking a lot of things in his head right now, but he's going to come up with like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it your way.
Dawnbreaker. She's the only one who can match those thighs.
Well, Funnick has played Dawnbreaker, so you might just get what you ask for.
So subconscious signaling which he's doing here.
But let's see. Nothing special yet.
I think this opening might be. I mean, even when Bait do experiment, it's generally in the second phase where they do pull it out.
Panda's gonna get severely disappointed very soon here.
Building a false narrative. We could get the Drow. That's been something they've kind of been falling back upon. They don't want to give Felt the Undying
Just be like
Drow
some
lane.
Snapfire or something.
That would not be my first choice. But a lot of teams really liking the Snap. I mean, it did look good last game at least, but
I'm just
overall
going
it's
into
been
the heads of a
disappointing.
player. Like, I see Undying, I don't know what to pick. I pick Snapfire, I kill Tombstone.
Very
Smart.
easy. Very easy.
Very
Easy.
Mirana could also be a consideration here if that's something they want to go down. That's a route they want to take. The route to the
Could
top.
take away... Could take away the
Double
option
meaning.
from Solji, but we saw he could play the... Solji wouldn't have a hero.
Oh, Soldier would love a Wind Waker right now.
Just
does
not
that
right now.
He does love Wind Wakers.
He does love Wind Wakers.
see
And
that.
nothing too special. Funnick has played this Furion before, so...
Shockingly.
You've always got the next phase. Keep at it.
You'll get there, bud.
And they gotta come up with something. They didn't get their Alchemist, so Funnick's mad.
What's going to be broken next patch for you know,
What's going to be broken next patch?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, talk
I know
to me
you
about
talked to
It's
Ulster.
going to be a new item called the
5 seconds.
Talisman of Anger.
There is some kind of punch hook
Similar
item
to
that I
Mask of
did see.
Madness, or?
There is some harpoon thing that I did see.
Oh, I remember that being hyped in the last
Yeah.
patch. No, it never dropped. There were a bunch
Yeah.
of items leaked, and
So
yeah,
let's
none of
see.
them actually
Let's see
came
if the
out.
harpoon actually gets a
See,
chance. That would be pretty sick, though.
I feel like that got leaked, and then Valve said, "Fine, we're not releasing them now."
Yeah,
You want to do
exactly.
data
Yeah,
mining?
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
They're very petty. I'd be the same. It's like you've ruined this
We
prize.
got this
Now I'm
new
not
item.
doing it.
No.
Dire team back.
Oh, guys, I heard about no.
Felt the Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
Last?
Drums of
Ruh-roh.
Slum. I mean, it might be felt. Just go Drums of Slum and have a bit of fun.
You could.
There's no stuns
I don't know
right
why you're
now.
so convinced that this is a fun series for them. For me, I would not have fun after 7 hours of grueling gameplay for this one moment.
They've had a
Just
break.
to
They've had a
finally mess
break. They've been sitting doing Scott nothing, just looking at Dota and like,
They've
guys.
been watching. They've been taking notes. They've been invested.
Yeah.
But last series, Felt banned their own Beastmaster out
Hot
of
damn.
self-control.
Yeah.
They couldn't control it any
The moment
longer.
it's back.
I'm just trying to be the champion for the people who are literally asking for something special and something wild.
I told you that. I didn't get that memo.
The people.
The
asking-
people. I don't have that line to the people, apparently.
You don't know the people like T Panda does.
I really don't.
He's a champion of the people.
Yeah.
They asked for
That's
something
true.
special, and he is something special.
All right. So we're still waiting for Bait to pull out something special. But for now,
10 seconds remaining.
nothing is special about this draft. We have
Absolutely nothing is special about
all
this
meta
draft.
heroes all around the board.
I mean-
But which meta heroes are better in this situation?
Probably Nature's Prophet and Disruptor. Dying's
Maybe.
cool, but I don't know. Beastmaster in the right hands is good, but Fade struggled with it a little bit.
Right.
Bait have had an interesting season, though. They've been in like 3 different locations playing from. They've had their internet cut out. I mean,
That's. Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was just going to
Internet
ask,
cut out.
what would be the absolute worst place to have to play a game from, to play a series from? If you had to like just
Absolutely
go,
worst.
only one place in your neighborhood has internet on. What would be the worst place to end up in?
Probably wireless internet connection bunker.
No, not taking the connection into account.
Okay, not the connection.
It's
Like
then its environment.
hairdressers?
It has to be like an
The zoo?
outdoor location when it's really cold and your hands are
Yeah,
freezing.
welcome to Finland.
Yeah.
That's normal. That's
A
fine.
Finnish zoo.
That's
play,
fine.
You play outside?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And Finland, they
It's an
play in the
it's an
snow.
experience. Yeah, it's an
Damn.
experience, but it's doable.
It's raining and they're just.
That's why you have an umbrella.
Gotta keep going. you
the
hold up
snow
the umbrella
away.
while playing. That is
That'd
talented.
be pretty bad. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Is it rain or snow is worse?
I mean, I've been to multiple lands that were outdoors.
Slush is the worst,
Have
I
you?
think.
Yeah.
10 seconds
Did you do the one on the boat?
No.
Oh, which one did you go to? Which was outdoors?
There was a ESL Frankfurt. That one had an outdoor arena.
Oh, that was an outdoor arena.
Yeah, and then it was so cold. My hands are literally freezing.
Nice.
And that was not the most fun to play in the circumstances when it's cold. And then I played in China, Dota 1, where it was raining outside and we had to play. And
Did you
that
get
was-
wet?
yeah.
How did
Played
your
in the rain.
peripherals not break?
I mean, the thing is, we played one game and then they had to pack it up, but I had to
okay.
finish the game. It just started raining.
Yep.
Anyone get electrocuted? Or?
Admin will not allow pause time for that. So, guys, we got to relocate. No.
Admins back then in Dota 1 days, that's ambitious.
Yeah. All right, we got an Enchantress against the Beastmaster, so nothing too special here.
What do they do to warm up your hands at ESL Frankfurt? Do you have hand warmers, or was that not a thing back in those days? Those not invented
Those are
yet.
like, they don't work. Not for me, at least. Like, and you're in the middle of a game, what are you going to do? Just like, all right, hold on, guys. Let me warm this up real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every
Guess
time
if
you
you're-
die.
If you're playing a channel hero, then maybe have like that 2 seconds time to like, press R and then just rub.
I mean,
and
they
then go
only
back.
work while you're doing it. The moment
Yeah.
you stop, you're cold again. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really solve anything.
That is actually true.
Yeah.
Heated keyboards is what we need.
The future.
Imagine that.
Waterproof heated.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
if
knew-
anyone
Oh.
collaborate, hit me up. You know,
Yeah.
I'll offer my expertise in keyboard making.
Dire team pick.
All right, let's see what we got. Felt they are going to go back to what's tried and tested. The CK comes out for them. This is a hit immune favorite, and it is a killing hero, which is what Nature's Prophet doesn't really like playing against too much. It forces you to be a bit more disciplined about where you can be on the map, and gives you a lot of opportunity to kind of jump in. It's not bad against the Enchantress as well. Obviously, it does take you a while to get those hits off, but you usually need only 1, maybe 2 rounds of hits from the CK and his illusions to kill off an Enchantress, so it can get through that ultimate just about.
Ooh, Dark Willow.
This is
Oh,
new.
Madagascar.
There we go. So it's actually Felt pulling out the surprises and Bait doing nothing innovative whatsoever.
They're done.
All right, so
They're
is that a
done.
good sign?
4th place.
Is that a good sign?
Sorry, 5th place.
No.
That is not a good sign. Is that a good sign?
Terrible sign.
Is it a good sign?
End times.
I also think it's not a good sign. Because usually when bait do
Unfortunate.
take
But
you know
the
what
meta
is a good
round,
sign?
Tell me.
We don't believe in Bait, they do well.
Yes, that's true.
Everything is a counter curse with this team, right?
You
At
really
least in
got to
our
go
panel.
deep to like figure out exactly where we're going. But 3 picks, no wins for the
Man,
Dark Willow.
Me and Snare have really influenced this kind of curse on bait since Tour 1. We always talked about believing in the team and things didn't work out. And now in Tour 2, it feels like it's escalated into like new heights.
But at least, no matter how this ends for them, they've done better than last tour.
Yes.
They still
So,
have.
that is
And
the
they can
silver
still
lining here.
do better. Like if they win this
better than
series,
better.
Yeah,
if
such a
they-
TSM. We can't do any better.
Exactly. Like
Unlucky.
even if they lose the series, they'll still go 5th, and they were 6th last
Yeah.
tour. So yep,
But they could be 4th.
they could.
But
go
puts a
4th.
lot of expectations for Tour 3, though, because then they have to come 3rd.
Yeah, then they have to go major. And actually
they
make
could-
those
no,
points
no,
work.
that's not
Then
how
they
this
have to
works.
make- because then they have to make the points work. They go to major. They get some points from the major. Potentially, if they go really high ranking in the major.
Are we trying to get a TI invite here or what?
That's one route if you want to use those points for something. Otherwise, you just you got a ticket to the regionals. That's
Oh, a
that's
ticket.
already guaranteed at this point, right? So
You know how you get those tickets at like an arcade?
tickets.
And you can trade them in.
stuff.
You can trade them in for like a ball or some candy.
Yeah. Is that what DPC points are? Oh, I do want to play in
If
the
you can't
regional,
use them,
but
you gotta trade them in somewhere.
buy some chests, buy some hats from Gabe.
That would be cool.
Let's trade away your regional DPC
right.
slot for like a new punch set.
So we just need mid picks from both sides. So if we're very unimaginative, I got that correct.
That is the word.
Dendy will play something he's played before. What about Kits?
Kits, what will Kits play
What will
against
Kits
seeing
play?
nothing?
Storm.
Storm.
We're so good.
Yeah, that were.
Very, very good.
Stream has a delay for us.
So then Dendy hero with no puck, no bat against the Storm Spirit. Do we,
Queen of Pain.
No Queen of Pain either.
No.
and
Oh,
Leshrac.
no, it's over.
So
It's actually over.
against Storm Spirit.
No puck. There's no mid here. Is it going to be Void?
I think this is like you play
No,
TA.
not Void.
This is probably the TA Dendy
No,
now.
you don't. Not versus CK, and I think Storm's fine versus TA mid. So I'm shutting you down, but I don't have an alternative, which is very rude of me, and I apologize.
That is completely fine. I understand. You are a TI winner.
It's time. It's time.
Zeus is also an option, I think.
All right, first is the Storm. Zeus for Storm.
It's time for the Witch Doctor. It's time for the Dendy Witch Doctor. It is. Guaranteed. 100%.
100%
Dragonite,
or
let's
out,
go.
then also nothing is guaranteed.
I think it's going to DK. That's seems reasonable. They punished the Storm
give me
before
Lion
with the
mid.
DK. Tiny, that's a stun.
That was easy.
And yeah,
That was
is
easy.
Dendi's
I would have liked the
third most.
DK more, honestly. But
Third most played 2 wins against Dogchamp and against Dogchamp. So in the same series.
Shame they're playing against Felt, but
No.
there you go. It's going to be the Dendi Tiny to finish off this draft from the side of Bait. Gives them some serious pick-off potential, which is what you need versus the Storm Spirit. Is it enough, though? And do they have enough to deal with the CK is my question.
Ursa Battle Fury, if he gets on top of him, it's enough. Especially Phonic if he has a good game and goes a traditional build of getting the Aghanims to root all illusions in place, transitions into the Gleipnir. I feel like these CK illusions can die. They're not invincible in this particular game. Whose draft do I like more? Let's check out the Fade situation. It's going to be
10 seconds.
Beast and Willow, it looks like,
Yep.
against Enchantress. Who's playing the Enchantress, actually?
It's loading Enchantress. It'll be
Oh, it's
Enchantress
loading.
and Ursa.
Okay, so... that's a rough
I
one,
think
too,
it's a rough
actually.
one for the Beast.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm going with Bait all the way.
All right. We got a Bait
Oh,
believer. T-Panda.
Do I now have to say Bait?
If you want to say
If
Bait.
I want to say, this time we don't have a
This
script.
it's-
Okay.
it doesn't
No
matter.
script. It's freestyle.
I'm going to say Bait. Let's go. I mean, the copium tank is so high. I didn't get a special draft, but I believe in the team.
The draft makes sense. It makes so much sense. They've got so much burst for the Storm. If he gets caught out at all, he's just going to die. Beastmaster can't have a good lane. I'm really liking what Bait are doing here.
And Solji Willow is a complete question mark. He's never played this on officials before, so well,
We'll see. We'll see.
tell us.
All right, well, it is time to head over to our casters for Bait versus Felt. And we get blessed by the presence of two guys who have been an absolute joy to listen to. They might not be in their normal duos, but I've been absolutely loving the casting they've been doing for this season. It's over to MLP and Cinderin.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 6 of the day. Bait against Phil. This is for the winner of the tiebreaker, as I've established
I'm
after the
such a
game
bad
2.
friend. Sorry. Yes.
Friend.
Yes.
Well-
I'm such a bad acquaintance. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah. Go on. Talk to me about these drafts.
No, so Solji is playing Willow.
Yeah.
T-Panda said, tell us.
Tell us.
So that is, now that that's out of the way and we've told him that, yeah, let's look at the drafts. I'm kind of digging what Bait are doing here as well, to be honest. And it sounds like the panel is unanimous too. We've seen these games from Fade where he has off to a bad start on Beastmaster. I feel like this is going to be one of them. Last time they did claw their way back, but it was a long path, so to speak. This time around, I think this is going to be another tough lane for him, but also Dendi's Tiny has been pretty damn good, and I think this is a good profit game as well. So I just like all Bait's lanes. I like what they've got going for them. I would have liked them to pick Dragon Knight over Tiny slightly, just because I think the instant Dragon Tail is a really good spell against Storm, and it would have set up their Ursa nicely. It would have been tanky against Chaos Knight, so there was a lot of merit to that pick in the mid lane, but this is probably still a top 3 option, especially for the player that Bait had in that slot.
Yeah.
And I think they're pretty comfortable with what they've got.
Albino? Oh, he's actually happy to fight here, it seems.
Damn.
Roots out.
Undying can fight level 1. Who would have thought? Stonebag has to run away.
No need for the sarcasm, sweetheart.
There's no sarcasm.
Oh,
Maybe
I
a
was-
bit. Maybe a bit.
I was.
All right.
I was joking, but we are friends,
The
Syndrome.
battle begins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
Dominant.
2 for 2 trade.
Yeah.
Well, 5-5 as he runs away.
Сейчас бы.
Знаешь, сыграешь.
Tips out for Dominant.
They're opening so many cans right now.
It's a lot of
I
drinks.
wish I had one now and I could open it into the mic, actually. That would have been nice.
Yeah, but you wouldn't drink because you've already had to.
That's true. Can always do one more, though.
Can you?
That's how it is with drinks. There's always room for one more.
I feel like if it was Jenkins, it'd be easy, but for you,
No, with Jenkins, it's anything can mix. So, that's different.
mid lane. You seem to like the Tiny into the Storm, though. Both you and Fear both predicted that there would be a DK to come out here for Dendi.
Yeah. It's still a good Tiny lane, by all means. He has a damage advantage by 15 against the Storm without the tree. So with the tree, it's way more. And then you factor in Quelling Blade, and you're looking at like 30 to 40. So it's hard for Storm to find denies in this lane. For Tiny, on the contrary, he can actually find some meaningful denies with his about 100 damage when he has the tree grab. So, yeah, on top of that, Tiny has kill threat against Storm when he hits a couple of levels. See the Storm already down to 300 health just from collateral cleave damage when Dendy's going for CS and a couple of hits to the face and an avalanche, and all of a sudden when Tiny hits 3, you could die. So it's one of Storm's, not one of his toughest matchups, but it's definitely one that is somewhat risky. And later on in the game, Storm needs to be careful with how he jumps people in this one. He can get caught by Static Storm, and he can get caught by Avalanche Toss and just die on the spot. So it's good.
Okay.
Definitely good.
Side lanes then. I believe bot lane, we have a very low Dark Willow. Soldier kind of copying it here from Lowdyne. Of course, he's going to be there along with his position 1 Stonebank, and you're going to have the Beastmaster by Fade. Now, this is the thing. Like, we already saw this today, and you brought it up over and over again. This Engine to Beastmaster.
Yep.
Obviously, heavily favors the Enchantress. They're trying to, pull these creep shenanigans, in the spot lane, but it already seems like it's going to be a bit of a rough time.
It is. At least Fade got 5 CS so far, which I think is the highest he's had on Beastmaster in the series at minute 1 that we've seen, that he's played Beast. So he got off to a little bit of a head start, but this is when it starts getting difficult. Now that the lane gets displaced and Eng starts zoning you instead of the Willow, things are bound to get tough. But at the very least, he got himself a little bit of a buffer here, closing in on the Bassi plus Boots, which will help a good amount. Lowdyne's actually... he's killed. He forced that Fairy Fire, saved his life.
Got to salve
Lowdyne's trying to be cheeky here. He will at least get the denies, because Willow can't come and contest this. All right, just kidding. Beastmaster will take them. But this now means Stonebank, look at him there, just standing with 1 range creep, holding it in place, waiting for the waves to meet. He obviously wants the wave to go as far down here as possible. Now he should block the creeps a little bit to accomplish that. But Beastmaster with a wave of only 2 melee creeps will actually still... be repositioned. Loading in the mid lane, looking for a cheeky play here onto Kits. Dendy, though, is not ready. What's the plan here? He's actually just standing here to zone him?
I mean...
Well, I mean, if Stonebank's going to kill Beastmaster on his own, then what's the problem?
Exactly right.
He's low, though, so he can't really farm now against the Willow. All right, Ench is moving bot. That was odd.
I mean, maybe it was for the 2-minute water runes, I guess.
Yeah, if Dendy specifically asked for that, sure, I could see it, but he's not even close to draining Kits out of resources here. He was, however, close to level 3, and then they could have gone for an Avatos kill, so maybe that was the plan, but it just took too long. Either way, he's back bot. Gonna help out Stonebank, who's now off to a nice head start with that first blood.
Okay. Of course, top lane, you also saw Hidden Immune go down here for the side of Felt, so really strong start for Bait.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong lane. Like, these 2 ranged right clickers, Disruptor as well as Nature's Prophet, plus Treants. It's not a good lane for Undying. This is actually a rare case where I feel like the Undying safe lane is not favored, and that's really good news if you're Bait, because that's such a big part of this hero's identity. But they've just successfully counterpicked it with the offlaner and 4, and given themselves a good start in 2 of the lanes. And also mid. Dendy's also doing well against the Storm, so technically right now, I would argue all 3 lanes going the way of Bait. Just like previous game that they played. They've definitely stepped up their laning.
They have.
Fade, gonna take some abuse here from Stonebank. And Loading, he's actually in trouble. His brambles are gonna hit. If they would have missed, he's died there, yes.
English is hard.
Yes.
They still are dominating the lane. Like, at the very least, Fade has found a lot more farm than expected.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. He's sitting on 13 right now. Which is decent, but he did have the death, so that kind of complicates things, to say the least. Because Ursa, even though he only has 18 CS, he has an extra 5 from that first blood, effectively, 5 or 6. So, it does still mean there's a significant gap between them of 300 gold right now. Stonebank is eyeing up either going phase or ring. He'll buy the ring first to sustain against this axe spam and against the Willow Bramble spam. And Loading is just going to be annoying because he's playing Ench, and Ench is annoying. And that's why it's fun hero to play.
It really is.
It's interesting how in Dota there's like player identities, right? Some people really thrive on being oppressive and others just look after themselves and want to get farmed.
Yeah.
It is fun to be oppressive in this game. I love playing Veno. I love playing Ench.
That was the word you were
just
looking for.
Running it was. I figured it out the other day. Somebody else said, I think Fog said it in a cast. I was like, finally this weight is off my shoulders. I've been looking for this word that I used to love using, and I couldn't think of it for 15 minutes straight. And then he said it. And I was like, yes, there it is. Yep.
Well done.
It's a good word.
Well done.
Fade's in trouble. No Orb of Venom, though. Oh, double Bramble. Nicely done there from Solji. We'll keep him safe.
For reference, for the people wondering what the hell I just meant, it was Ice 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 is impressive. That's what you were meant to say in our last cast. As kids.
Oh, Dandy. Oh, he messed up. He threw the tree before he got the swing in, and now he has to TP up. He'll be fine.
Soldier goes down bot lane in the meantime, so support trade's going on. Stonebank dropping extremely low.
It's not enough.
No, it's not. Lowdine's just going to zone him out, so he can't continue any kind of chase here against the Ursa.
And what Stonebank needs to do now is just chill and let the stacks drop off. He actually doesn't even need to go base. I like this a lot, what he's doing right now. This is actually a pretty clever play. He's pulling one creep from the small camp, but what this does is it repositions the lane, and while he's getting his health back with the Ring of Health here, he isn't losing CS because he's delaying the wave's pressure on the enemy team. So now he gets to nice and easily rest here while his wave is cut in half. And sitting at this 10 HP regen per second, it's just half a minute before he's full again. So once the next wave comes in, he'll be good to go. Glimpse.
Mid lane. Tossback is
there.
there.
To the tower. Kits has had some early game deaths on Storm.
Yeah, he has.
He's
level
no
5.
exception.
He's going to die. Great pickup here for the side of bait.
They got him.
They got him all right.
And Albino Zebra sticking around for the rune. This is going to cost him his life. That was exceptionally greedy. He's dead for this. They have Glimpse in 2 seconds. They have Avatoss. Yeah. Well.
He's definitely dead. Bye-bye.
I think, did Lodin get the bot rune? No, it went to... It got denied, actually, by Solji, I think.
I believe you're right.
Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't say what happened to that rune.
No, it just said Solji double damage, but he doesn't have it on him, so he must have... Oh, it got enchanted away. That must be what it was. He got the rune and then he enchanted him, yeah.
Genius.
That must have been what happened, yes. Yes. Okay. Stonebank. Progressing where he left off. Doing very well in this game on Ursa. Closing in on level 6 soonish. Like to see him put a little bit more pressure on this Beastmaster, but obviously because he doesn't have Phase Boots or Orb of Venom, it's a little bit difficult to stick. Top lane though.
Yeah, that's a big pick off.
Dandy's here. It's Dondo time.
It really is,
well,
but...
glimpsing.
Yep.
It's definitely Dondo time now.
Yeah, hit immune's gone.
And bottom, Fade.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Well...
Expected?
It looks like Bait were just pretending the first time around. And this time, this tiebreaker has not been close. If they can continue this pace. Their first game against DogChamp in the second tiebreaker, they stomped them. And this one is following the same general trajectory.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, this time Kits will be 6, so he will get away, but definitely keeping him on his toes and putting some serious pressure here. Looking to get the 8-minute rune for Dendi, and if that's a double damage, they could be looking at a potential storm kill with perfect execution from him and the Disruptor. And also coming in from the right here with a Wolf. They will be met by Dark Willow.
He's going to go into the Shadow Realm.
He's actually in trouble if he gets...
Yeah, he actually might be.
I think he just killed himself.
Solji. No, he has
He's
some
going
help.
to trade, though, with the Glimpse.
Okay.
Sending away the Storm. And Stamanen will trade.
At least gets a trade. Gets the kill first before he dies.
Yeah, it's inconsequential, basically.
Right.
Stonebank, thinking about it. Fade. I like this guy. He uses Seeds of Serenity. Finally. Well, he only stood in it for half a second and now he's dead, but he used it.
He did
and
use
that
it.
is better than I can say about most players I've seen with this item. Most people use it as 100 health. Fade used it as 120 health.
Yeah. I mean, next time you're in Western Europe casting and people ask you which player used it best, you can go right back to NA and say Fade.
Fade is my Seeds of Serenity guy now until somebody new takes the throne.
Well, I mean, the item's going to get deleted next patch.
It's going to get buffed, surely.
That's very funny, Syndrome.
Yeah, and true.
You want it so bad too, Stonebank?
Not in particular.
Bottom.
But it's unique. It's kind of cute. It's not particularly good, but... Alright, there's a tower for Stonebank, together with Funnick. 9-minute offlane tower. That's a rarity.
Yes?
That's what you can get out of an H's Prophet rotation. Oh boy, he's actually... Oh, he'll let the boar live there. That's nice of Stonebank. Okay.
Solji? That's a lot of stacks. I wonder if they've scattered these out. The Ancients, that is.
They wouldn't be surprised by it. It's every Beastmaster game ever, right?
Right.
In the last year. This is just so common. All teams are aware of it. You give away Beast, you know there's going to be stacks. You see the drawing there from Lodin now as well. It's like, this is where the triangle is. And everyone was like, oh, I always wondered when they talk about it on the casts because there's no triangle in the game. But there it is. He drew it. He technically drew a pyramid, or well, not a pyramid. What would you call that shape actually? Like a triangle, but then at the bottom it has...
Like a diamond?
Yeah, but it wasn't really a diamond. It was a... What's that shape called?
Well, hold on a minute.
The shape of seer stone.
Lodine, I know what shape you're talking about. Lodine's in trouble.
Is it a rhomboid? I don't know. Lodine's fine.
Wasn't there a... Oh,
He's okay?
he's okay.
Yep. You know who's not okay? Albino Zebra.
Why is that?
He thinks he's okay. But now he's going to get killed.
Oh, that's true. He is going to die. There you go. Albino?
Whoops.
Bye-bye, sir.
Hit immune. Wants to try to def top. He's going to get a surprise jump here onto Stonebank. He hasn't raged, though.
Yeah, he does.
But he's very low.
You've got kits around to help out,
did
and
it.
that's going to be enough.
All right. Nice play from Hit Immune. That was definitely something the Ursa of Stonebank did not see coming. In the meantime, though, bottom lane, Beastmaster did not see this one coming, so it's another trade-off.
Yeah, Fade goes down. Still a better kill for the side of Feldy.
Yeah, definitely. Ursa had a bit of a streak going. He had a 3-kill streak. Kill bounty for that one did go over to Kits, so he gets a little bit of progress.
Only issue being
He's
you're
having
like,
a rough game, so he really needs some help.
you lost the mid tier 1 tower though. Like nice deny from Albino, but
Yeah.
it's still a pretty big deal just losing that tier 1 casually like that.
Absolutely. This is a very good spot for Bait to be in. Mid tower down, bottom tower down, minute 11, top tower almost down. And the nature of their lineup is very aggressive, so they can take a lot of advantage of this against a team that is inherently playing catch-up. Like, the Storm is very weak in this game right now. Kits is 6th on net worth, having a very bad time. Chaos Knight is a hero. He has Armlet, so he can be aggressive and be a part of some fights. But his Willow is not 6 yet, so the supports still have a little bit of room to grow, so to speak. Needs some time. And it does open up for a lot of potential for Dendi to play hyper aggro. Tiny Disruptor is such an insane killer combo in this game. They can kill literally any hero by just jumping them together. Chaos Knight obviously being clearly the hardest, but I think even he can be killed by these two. Maybe not. Maybe that's borderline, but anyone else, easy pick. He does have 2k health and 10 armor.
I don't want to get you excited, Syndrome, but Fade's used the Seeds of Serenity again down in this. I mean, it's worn off now. You missed out, but he was using it. It's very exciting gameplay here.
You can't do that. You can't just say that. You've got to warn me. Like, he's about to use it. I have to be in the mood when I see it, you know?
Yeah, I imagine you too.
I don't know where I'm going with this. Don't quote me on it. Oh,
Top
Dendi.
lane.
Oh, he's getting away here. Avalanche, but he just uses the Shadow Roll and TP's out.
Beautiful.
They had no other setup to hit in the hidden state.
Tier 1 top tower, they're still going to go down. Like, they get something for their trouble.
This
and
was inevitable.
they do have time to defend the bottom tier 1 too, right? If they really want to. Or they could just farm.
Yeah, they pretty much have free choice, right? Ursa now completing a 13-minute Battle Fury phase. Really good timing this game from Stonebank. This is, I want to say, faster than his average, for sure. I think last time I saw him acquire these items on Ursa was 15 minutes. But he's had an excellent laning stage this time around, and this is the reward. 2-minute earlier timing on this item means everything else is now going to be multiple minutes earlier than it was last time. So, big possibility for progression here. I would like to see him go Dagger into BKB into Bash. I think in that order. Getting Basher after the Dagger could be interesting as well because it gives him solo kill potential on the Storm. But you are also susceptible to getting really hampered by the Willow, by CK Stun, by Vortex. Roar is always going to be there, obviously, but if you're BKB'd, you're not going to die during it most of the time.
No.
And now he's going to do what Ursa does best. Kill good old man with Greevil on his head. Does he have a Greevil on the head for you? No, he doesn't. Oh well. That's a cosmetic for Roche.
Oh,
The one and only, I think.
check my PC. Hold on a minute.
Radiant's bottom
No, it doesn't.
Well, mine has Greevils on it. Well, now he has nothing on it.
Yeah. Everything's just dead. Very good. Syndrome, what I was gonna ask you as well, what when do you think the patch
Oh,
bottom lane.
sorry.
Well,
When do
that's more important. Kids has gone down. We've sadly
when do
missed
I
it.
think the patch comes out?
Correct.
Any second now.
Okay. Solji.
It's going to be forced out by Funnick.
Like, how great would it be if we finish these tiebreakers
And the patch just drops?
And we just see like a 2 GB patch.
Well, didn't they say it was coming late April?
I thought it was early April. Hold on a minute.
Oh, was it? I mean, I hope it's early April.
Yeah, but what does early even mean?
Anything before the 15th.
True.
I think, so Valve, as a game developer company, look at early and late as binary. So anything before the halfway point is early, and anything after it is late.
So
That's
what's like an average time? Like there's no average.
It's right.
Okay.
That's literally the only thing that's not early or late.
So it's like the 15th day, that's it.
That's like the median.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way to look at it, Syndrome.
That's what I do. I do not get excited.
That's
what I do. No, but I think I heard late April. But the thing about that, if it is late April, then it would be during ESL, probably. But it's hard to not drop a patch during something now, right? Because like there's the major, or rather there's the DPC, then there's ESL, then there's the major, then there's DPC again, then there's ESL 2. So, you know, there's stuff happening. Oh, didn't have enough in the tank to one-shot him, but Stonebank might just be able to run him down here. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Beautiful. See, my thing was, if you release it right after Div 1's finished,
Yep.
yeah, sure, Div 2 suffers a little bit. But
But fuck him.
anyway.
Oh my god, that's good. That's funny.
But like,
I thought there was some sort of follow-up to this versus nah. All right.
babe,
They've got him. Veil unlocked on Stomanen, and Dendy's spell combo plus Static Storm will do the trick. And this game is kind of following a very linear trajectory of bait, kill, bait, go next. Bait, kill, bait, go next. And there's nothing really that Felt are accomplishing. They're floating the gold, but they're not getting objectives, they're not getting kills. They're hitting some creeps and trying to stay alive, but all the initiative, for the most part, is coming from bait. And it doesn't look like they want to slow down. Just gonna keep it rolling. They still have the Aegis for 2 minutes on Stonebank, so he really is hungry for something. Lodine is gonna walk into the entire enemy team here.
beautiful. Lodine.
Showing here why Chaos Knight can be good against Ench, just almost one-shotting him there with the Echo Saber combo.
You do have the Aghanim Scepter now up on Funnick, I believe, as well. So
Yeah, it's really, really big for the Ursa. It just gives him global kill potential with Ursa. How long is this route again? 3.8 second max and 2 second minimum.
it's huge.
It's so good for Ursa. He can just bridge the gap. He can solo kill Storm now with just the Wrath of Nature helping. And they might go for just that. He's going to use it here to try to set up for the Storm. They didn't have Static Storm, so that play was impossible, actually. So a little bit of a mistake, maybe some bad communication from Stomanen. If Tiny or Ursa was there, that's a kill, but not with Disruptor. Anyway.
Oh, 15-4.
Yep.
Nice little advantage here for Bait. Like, they well and truly are in the lead. Obviously, you still have the CK doing quite well, but I feel like it's a very similar story to our last series where you've got one hero farming well and the rest are just really suffering.
Stonebank and Dendy will spread some more suffering together.
Excellent. I mean, you might be thinking about Rosh. Oh, I say Roshan. He's already got it. Never mind that.
I'm always thinking about Roshan.
Yeah. Well,
So,
you and your Grievals.
yep.
Very like it's interesting, right? Like, because there's been like a fair amount of kills, but it feels like a slow game, right? Like the.
My concern for Felt is that they're just not progressing the game, right? Like
Yeah.
they're just... It feels like this looks like a team that's playing not to lose, not a team that's playing to come back. Finally now, they're going to make their first move. Witchblade on Storm, and CK has the Blink. So this might be what they were waiting for to try to take some initiative. Beastmaster needs to be a part of this. I don't think they're going to cut it without him. Looks like they're going to try. I feel like this is going to backfire mega hard. They are timing this well around the Aegis, though. It's expiring in 3 seconds, so... With that in mind, can understand why they were slow playing it a little bit to wait for that, but maybe there was a way to fight before that Aegis even came into play.
Well
For
done.
them. Finding some sort of move, but Bait seem awfully aware of what's going on, and they're just going to send Funnick bottom. He's going to take care of this wave, and even while he's here, he's still very much a presence in case a fight breaks out with just his ult. That's what's so beautiful about this Fury on Ags is it's really been a discovery. It's going to throw it now.
Lodine. No,
He's rooting all the illusions and the storm and the willow, but the other heroes weren't ready for it. I think that could have been such a sick fight for bait if they were together, actually. That was such a perfect route from Funnick to set up a double Eva toss into Static Storm, but yeah, heroes not near. So bait, they got a little bit fragmented there. Albino Zebra will give his life away, it looks like. Not quite. Ghost Scepter.
Not yet, but eventually. And Rage is there. Stun won't last too long.
Stonebank's in trouble here.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Rage is worn off. Static Storm has been dropped to try and help out, but Stonebank is gone.
Okay.
Tips out.
Dendi was not interested in helping. I think he could have helped him. Maybe.
That's kind of been the story of this game. Dendi,
Okay, and now he wants to go?
apparently, it's Dendi time. Hidden Mute
Yeah.
is dropping. Hidden Mute's dead.
All right.
That worked.
It was Dendi time.
It,
Well,
it was. Dominant. Now being targeted by kids, but he's completely out of mana.
where's Prophet? He's TPing in. He's not.
No,
I was only pretending, he says.
No.
And Lodine is fine for now. Axes plus a Willow shot could do it, but Willow's TPing out instead. They'll get the tower, though. Quite a slip-up from Bait there, honestly. That was sloppy. They were not playing that together. They took the fight after their Ursa was dead with their Tiny. They missed their spell combo. They didn't bring Nature's Prophet. Just very, very segmented. Yep, it's time to pop one open for the boys.
you really like this voice style.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's good. I like the sound. It's good.
You always told me about these damn cells.
You mean Dota sound design in general?
You seem to be like you enjoy the aesthetically pleasing to the ear.
That's
I know
not-
that doesn't make sense. It should have. It is. It doesn't.
The audioly pleasing. Is that the word? What's
No.
the word now?
No, it's not Syndra. Not just
Yes, it is.
albino zebra.
That's a word now.
Top lane.
He's in trouble potentially here. Any rotation comes up. Doesn't look to be the case. Looks like a D ward's coming out from loading here, so we'll cover that area. Bait are smoked, and they will find Fade. He's done.
Poor old Fade.
Getting rid of him.
Fade's gonna have nightmares about playing Beastmaster at this rate. I'll tell you. It's
His farm is honestly pretty good in this game. Like he's richer than the Storm somehow. Oh, Dendi.
I mean, they really showed that illusion.
That was the wrong one. He could have killed the Willow there.
Oh, he could have. Yes, he could have just cancelled with the avalanche. Oh.
Got eager, thought it was the real CK, but no cigar. Still looking all right for the side of Bait, but yeah, I mean, Felt are getting quite a bit of efficiency out of the map and making this more competitive than I thought they would, given how this looked 10 minutes ago. Hidden Mune almost has BKB. Storm has BKB now. And Beastmaster, Drums, and Helm of the Overlord. I mean, they have some pretty decent components here to string together a team fight now. BKB on CK now grabbed as well, sending it out. This will be a perfect time to smoke and look for an opportunity. And I think the dream scenario is that you kill the supports right away. Kill Disruptor, in particular. Disruptor and then Tiny, if you can. Would probably be really good. I think going on Ursa is a bit of a trap. He has Enrage and BKB. So better to kill the easy targets first with your CK burst, and there we go. Loving the smoke.
Let's see how this one pans out.
Need to find a good attack angle, and they need to find vision. Now, Albino Zebra with this Ghost Scepter build can actually walk up the high ground if he pops his ulti pre, Ghost Scepter pre, and then Tombstones for vision, but he needs to have a really good read exactly where the enemy team is for that to be good. That's where Hawk comes in handy. I mean, this is called Hawk. I would respectfully disagree that this is a Hawk. This is more like
Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl, yes.
Drums are popped. They're
There
going to
we
move
go.
in. Stonebank,
Oh,
he's
that-
already got his BKB off. Static Storm dropped. It's so messy. Kits is in. He's going to find Stominant.
All right. Now, CK used everything for this. No BKB, no ulti.
Buyback
They'll still get
is-
the Ench too.
Buyback is there from Stominant.
Bait are just watching their heroes bleed.
They
Are
are.
they going to do anything about it? There's the glimpse.
They are glimpsing back, but Kits is in with the Vortex into the Raw now, and Stonebank's dead. Dendi. They go for a bit of a toss-up. Is going to get rooted up in place, and he's as good as gone. And guess what? Stominant, you are dying back, sir.
It's
Funnick's been up top.
really weird to watch how Bait just let their heroes die. Like, either you take the fight or you get out. but they're just staying in like mid-range and letting their guy die, and then the next guy goes in and he dies, and then the next guy goes in and he dies. When your Ursa pops BKB and ult and overpower there, it's go time.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to just sell this guy and stand looking at him. Then you call a fullback and he has to leave and TP out or run away, whatever it is. This was just another... They just do not seem to be whatsoever on the same page about how they want to approach fights, whereas Felt, they're committing. They popped all their stuff, they went in. It wasn't a clean engage by any means, but at least they did it together. And they reaped the reward of a pretty, I want to say, poorly executed fight that just worked because they were more people.
Yeah. Strength in numbers.
Simply put.
I mean, Funnick was up top lane. Both his TPs were on cooldown. So he had no way of coming into the fight.
And if you have the suspicion that the smoke is coming, put Lowdyne in front. Let the Ench soak up the first volley of spells, and your Ursa and your Tiny can counter-initiate and just blast someone to death instantly. I guess they might have been surprised by the BKBs, but again, then we're just back to square one. Just get out. They could have got away with 0 casualties there easily.
Yeah. And now there's a blink up on Fade. He's got some nice initiation on the Beastmaster.
This is looking like a really good Felt game suddenly. They were behind basically the entire game, and now they're in the driver's seat. They're making the moves.
Rage and
They
Runa.
have slowed down so much considering what a lead they were in. Stonebank, all right. Whoa, how did he not get caught in that?
He stunned the creeps, and then, yeah, he just walked out of the static store.
He has Aegis, so he's feeling confident. He baited out Static and Enrage, so not too bad.
Regen Rune up on Kits as well, by the way, so he's going to have a bit of fun once he does pop that. It's in the bottle at the moment. Oh, never mind, he's popped it.
Yeah, just looking to add some extra pressure here on mid, and while he's also pushing top. Hit Immune really getting to work here, and looks like they're just going to sell this mid tier too. I mean, it's understandable. He has Aegis. Nope, he's not committing for it. He's actually going to move to bot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom lane, that'll be the focus here for
Top tower is under
Felt. And there's going to be no defense by the looks of it. They're just going to get away with this for free. I mean, it seems like they're going to split push and creep skip as much as they possibly can here with their Nature's Prophet.
Funnick could be in trouble. He showed Willow. Will he get Brambles in time? No.
Dire's top tower
It's okay.
is under attack.
So now Beta in that kind of state of the game where they're just trying to buy as much time as possible. Hit Immune. Doesn't realize that Stonebank is right behind the Ench. But won't make the jump in anyway. And but now Dendy's got an Ags up, so Tree Volley is available on this Tiny.
Yeah. They have the damage. It's a matter of combining their stuff and getting it done. And not particularly inspired when I've... Based on what's happened the last few minutes, they've been a bit disconnected and uncertain. So they got to muster up the confidence to make moves together and commit for it once they do it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Storm going to grab a DD here. And they're going to drum and get the mid tower as well. So 2 tier 2s claimed
Radiant's middle tower
for
is under
Felt
attack.
with no resistance, no trade for bait,
Has fallen.
and now Stomanen to boot.
Yeah, Stomanen's gone. They are still being very annoying here, Bait, like just not allowing any creep waves to get close by, apart from the bot wave. But as you can see, now the tier 3 towers are under siege here thanks to Funnick.
Are fortified.
Mid lane, they do have a creep wave going. They'll glyph it up to make sure it does make its way through. Problem is you have Tree Volley.
Oh, Fade. All right. That was aggressive. It could have worked, but didn't find the Tiny in time with the blink. Still,
Dire's
They're base racing at the moment.
oh, I know who my money's on.
structures are fortified.
Because Dire's tower got backdoor protection, and they're ahead by half a tower. But we're going to try to find a pick. They'll get Lowdyne here.
Lowdyne. Yeah, Lowdyne is going to drop. They have successfully forced them back, though. So, I mean,
Yeah.
Bait in some way have defended quite well. As,
It's all right. They need to not lose Funnick here now, though. Hit Immune. Gets spotted on the wave. Funnick should be able to juke him out here. Sprout the entrance. It's TP to top again. Reapplying the pressure up here. Fade's there, but he has no teammates to work with for either player, so kill will not be possible. Actually, Storm is kind of mid-range, so could work if they found Funnick. Would love to see Fade throw a Hawk up here. Like, Funnick has been playing top lane so much from the trees, so if you put a Hawk there, there's a pretty good chance at some point that you're going to see the Prophet and grab yourself a nice little freebie for the Storm. But it doesn't seem like they've got the idea to do that just yet.
No.
Instead, they're going to group up and head bottom once more, but now the Aegis is gone in 20 seconds, so brute forcing high ground will be harder, but Hitimmune has a full heart.
Okay.
So that is a 1200 HP upgrade and the regen. So pretty much like a 60% EHP increase there in one fell swoop. Tanky boy.
He's a big one.
Only Ursa will kill this guy. I mean, Tiny still does substantial damage, but they're going to need the Ursa to claw through him, especially during that BKB.
Let the fun begin.
Let the fun begin, says Storm, as he's doing something completely unfunny. Great. Literally just killing a creep wave. Let the fun begin.
Yeah.
How to tell you're a carry player in the voice line. Do you guys want to do anything else? Alright.
No.
Not for now. Just keeping the waves in check. Looking to push out bot. You see the lines being drawn now by Albino Zebra. Let's just handle these two waves. The problem is, top lane is kind of the one you want to handle as well because of Nature's Prophet. This is his access point to forcing you back over and over again. So I think they would be wise to, once again, place a Hawk up there, try to get some intel. One pick on Prophet opens up the entire map because you get to push out top all the way down to the tier 2 tower. But as it stands now... Okay.
Yeah. Hitimmune.
Stuns the range creep. Don't know what that was all about. Oh. Throwing in the Nature's Prophet ult now. This will not be available in a potential team fight now. Glimpse. For what?
Nothing quite yet.
They look very undecisive on bait. I don't know if they're just trying to bait his BKB, but he doesn't give a crap. Like, he has 4k health. He's feeling very, very safe with that plus his BKB. Lodine. Dodge the brambles. And now, back to square one. Your home's on fire top. Funnick is doing whatever he can to draw them back there. With the Treants.
Zip in.
That's a deep zip.
Yeah, it is. They've got the Tiny now. Nice Vortex to set up. But do they have the follow-up damage? Roar is there. Static Storm drop. They should have. Dendy's gone.
And that was even with a glimpse on the CK. If CK BKB's there, that's a clean kill. But
Stonebank gets kits for free. Oh, and now he's onto the CK. Hitimmune. I don't think you can man-fight that bear, sir. He's going to back off for now.
Nature's Prophet's tickling him.
Certainly he is.
Oh, that Prophet ult. Oh, they got the glimpse.
Oh, they do. Very nice. Hitimmune being left behind is going to go down. No buyback on either core.
That was not how I imagined that playing out, but heads-up play from Stonebank to recognize that he could jump and blast the Storm there. If CK BKBs when they go on the Tiny, they avoid this problem entirely. Then they just kill him on the spot. But him getting glimpsed back really delayed that kill so long that Storm needed to expend his entire BKB and mana pool. And he took some serious tower hits too, so Stonebank could kill him in a bash. And now, he might look for more. Gleipnir.
Is out. Oh, there's a tree volley as well.
Doesn't hit him in the Shadow Realm.
Oh, that's
Doesn't
unfortunate. Stonebank will still pick him off.
Yep, that's a tier 2. All right. Never count bait out. Never know what might happen next. And now, Roche is not far off either. He's actually spawning right now. The Dire will know with their Hawk. All right, Beta just going Hydra and screw it.
I mean, why not?
They don't know about the buyback status, so they can't feel too safe about this, but... All right, Stonebank just finished an Axe with this. And they're going to go Roche, probably. This one has Refresher and Cheese. Lodine pinging it out. The Hawk has just died, so... Felt will be in the dark for a bit until they send out a new Hawk. It's on the way from mid. It will take a little while.
Hawk will give vision over this
where is the
Roshan.
Hawk? Oh, it's already there. Oh, it got Radiance to death. Wait, Radiance?
Roshan.
What did I...
Kits, he's in. Roshan's still not down. Vortex set on Stonebank. The Aegis on the deck. Lodine has to pick it up. Lodine will take the Aegis on the Enchantress. And Kits is barely out of there.
Oh my god. Why does he always survive a Roche pit with like 5 health?
I have no idea, but he's made it.
They killed Dendy.
Here comes Hitimmune. And poor old Lodine. It must have been good having the Aegis for a moment. Not for long, though.
That worked out great for Felt.
Yeah.
They got the... Hang on, so what did Bait get? They got the Aegis but lost it immediately. They got the cheese. Did they? Where's the cheese? Did they use it already?
The Disruptor ate the cheese.
So they ate the cheese on the support, and they have the Refresher Shard in base. So they
Correct.
got a Refresher Shard out of this overall.
And the pride of taking Roshan.
Not the greatest.
No, hit and mute.
Loading.
Stun is going to connect. Terrorize is there. Brambles, very good.
Okay.
That'll be it.
Oh, this sure showed him.
Yeah, he's running the other way. I feel like Funny's having the most impact right now on both sides, just split pushing the lanes constantly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons this hero is so obnoxious to play against, right? And why a lot of teams ban it first phase. He played in multiple roles. He's always going to push the map globally. He's always going to be able to join ganks. He can itemize in different ways. Utility route, carry route, whatever it is. This hero's got it. He's got great stat gains. Just, very, very strong and tricky to break. Like, think about it. In this game, he's playing against Beastmaster and Storm, and he hasn't died. Which is, you know, credit to Funnick, but also I think Felt could have definitely found him at least once if they wanted to put more emphasis on it. But Funnick is also playing it safe and doing a good job at not being overly visible on the map when he is pushing the waves. Just usually letting the trees do the job.
Here we go, Bait. They might try to force a fight.
If they find Fade first, that would be a great start, but Dendi is showing their position here with the tree volley, so... Felt probably won't be surprised much longer. Prophet TPing bot again.
Yeah, just split pushing all the lanes. There's no pushing if you are Felt. Has an AC up now on the Nature's Prophet. Stonebank going for an Abyssal Blade. Dota Plus, by the way, 35% to 65% as Dendi. Mid lane, Avalanche Toss is there. Needs some backup. Low die and he'll get it done.
He gets stunned though. They could connect. They will. Roar.
Yeah, Roar is out, but do they have the follow-up damage? Kid's gonna zip in, trying to go right after that mid-tiny. And they should have Dendi and they will. Tips out, but he goes low die. Hidden will take him out surely.
Stonebank is using his entire fight on not killing the Tombstone. He tried, but he didn't manage.
Somehow they're still chasing Loda. No, he has gone down now.
Yeah.
Stonebank. Oh, he doesn't get to the high ground.
He popped the Refresher Shard.
Yes, he did.
He's dead.
I believe he is Synderen.
Oh boy. Another case of Bait are just not ready and not together. Dendi goes for that kill. He gets counter-initiated on. Felt are closer together. They make the next move. Ursa is nowhere to be seen. Disruptor wasn't ready. Nature's Prophet didn't connect. They just once again get outnumbered by Felt at every turn. Now Funnick is going to at least trade Barracks. He got the ranged one top, but it's a small well, he's also dead, so that's it's a very small consolation. And they kill the Disruptor in base. 2 full lanes of Rex now for Felt. As it really looked like in the early game, Bait were just, you know, they had stepped it up. They figured out from the first tiebreaker what went wrong. They did great in lanes again. They were going to roll this game, and then they just started getting outplayed by Felt at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like we haven't seen a 5v5. It's such a long time.
I 100% agree with that sentiment. I think it's been 38 minutes, and I feel like Bait have not truly fought as a team in the last 20 minutes. It's always been scrappy skirmishes where they don't really show up with the numbers, and if they do, they don't really go in together. And Felt just use all their stuff, and all their net worth has value.
Zip in.
Dendi's done.
Yeah, this game is looking very, very over, I think.
It's done.
It's borderline done. Stonebank, he is back. He's got basically one more team fight in him if this engine does not fall too fast. But it is doing so. Stonebank will make the jump in. See if he can pull off a miracle here. Albino is going to go down.
Stonebank gets roared.
And that's going to be his life. That's going to be it. They'll just finish everyone else off. And with that, Synderen, Kits will sacrifice himself for no reason, but with that, Felt, they do end up winning the tiebreakers, which means they come 4th place. Bait will be in 5th, and I believe Dogchamp will be in 6th.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is how it works. The team that wins both games is on top, and the team that loses both games is on the bottom. There you go.
Thank you so much, Syndra.
You're very welcome. Yeah, what a... Can I say, what a disappointing end to this game. This was so close and looking like, all right, we're going to get these epic fights. Bait are going to take it to them, and Felt are going to fight back with all this stuff. And then it just felt like...
Yeah.
Every fight seemed like kind of like a 3v5, 4v5 scenario. Felt get to kill them again and again, and then the game just kind of ended. I mean, I'm happy for Felt. I feel like they definitely deserved this win, but Bait have got to be kicking themselves. They had great conditions. They set themselves up, and then they never really used it together, what they had.
Well, you know what isn't a disappointment, Syndra?
Not the panel.
Not the panel, but let's throw them anyway and see what they have to say.
I like Fear.
You just said one last nice thing. One last nice thing, but that's going to do it. Screw you guys. That's going to do it for the tiebreakers. It will be Felt making the fairy tale run and getting themselves a 4th position, coming down from Division 2, you know, and the second seed of Division 2 looking significantly worse than DogChamp last time, but a couple of shuffles is all they needed, gaining momentum, beating Nouns, and now taking a 4th spot, getting themselves 80 DPC points and a ton of money to go with it as well. I mean, these guys are going to be very, very happy with this result.
I mean, that was well earned, right? They played the whole tour, got in a position where they're in a 3-way tie, fight it out, takes 2 rounds, end up claiming the whole thing. Very much so deserved by this team. Very impressed that they were able to take 4th place in the region. I would have never expected that.
Yeah. That is crazy.
That is really good. And like for Felt, obviously setting up a stage where the last interview, Albano Zebra, he basically talked about basically just jumping in last minute into this team, making a result like this, and faring through a very gruesome day of a lot of best of ones. That is just perseverance.
It really is. It really is. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, what a lot of people are going to be talking about, what I'm sure Twitch chat are talking about, it's Bait, and they pull off these tiebreakers in the most baitiest way possible. It really has been their story. They look like they've got their stuff together in the last game of the last tiebreakers. Then they come into these tiebreakers looking like they're just going to sweep it through. This game, they started off looking great. They're ahead. We're in the green room saying they're done. They're going to win. This is it. Bait back on form, looking great. And
fun fact
always,
as well,
when you believe in them.
At the start of this game, Fate was writing in all chat, last game was not fun, sad face, BO3 maybe.
Okay, all right. Not sure what that means, but I guess they want to go around again.
We'll have to check our production real quick and keep this show rolling.
Yeah, the players want it. Why would we say no? That is, wow. Bait. Every time you believe, every time you clear your head of doubts, they just, it all falls apart. But you know, you got to give credit to Felt as well for just taking the advantage, finding the opening, and just jumping through that opening with all 5 players. You know, tiny crack in the window, and all 5 players just diving straight through it, no hesitation. And that takes a good leader. That takes a good team. That takes everybody being on the same page, which I think this team really were for this game, at least.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I do feel like there had to be some type of fatigue in this game for both the teams, maybe more so for Bait than Felt. Who knows? But at the end of the day, even if Bait isn't fatigued, they're no stranger to throwing a game away while they're ahead. So that is something you have to take into account. Felt also no strangers for coming back from behind. So kind of their comfort zone. They kept vigilant. They stayed in the game and just waited for their opportunity. And Bait has not been a team that plays from behind. Not at all.
Yeah, that is true. I don't think we've ever, at least in the last 2 tours, see Bait make a comeback and turn that into their advantage. They usually do capitalize on a strong early game. Mid game can be a bit wonky, but late game is really where you see the big differentials happen. And Felt, they were a team throughout this tour that has been able to stretch these long games and still find success in those, even in situations where you're far behind. And a CK lineup from behind, it's doable. It's not the easiest, but it's definitely doable. And it's just very nice to see in a sense that Fade had a really good game on this Beastmaster as well. He's been getting a lot of brunt for it, but he made it work this game.
Yeah, and I think with the CK and the Storm, you know, like it doesn't, as you say, it's not easy to play from behind, but it is easy to punish. If they make a mistake, these heroes will get on you and they will kill you. Like, they will kill you. And that is exactly what happened in this game. A couple of overextensions from Stonebank, from Dendi, and all of a sudden, things aren't looking too hot anymore for Bait. And Fade as well, big redemption from him on his Beastmaster. You know, it does put a smile on your face to see that finally, after all this time, Fade comes out with a decent lane and can turn it into, you know, surviving through the onslaught of bait and come out with a win in the end. So he'll take our MVP for this last game.
What a way to end the tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. The Fade redemption arc is complete. And yeah, he all around great performances from the side of Felt. I mean, what was the final things you want to say about this Felt team?
The final things to say about the Felt team, very impressed by their improvement from Tour 2 into Tour number 1 here, getting 4th place. I believe they had a lot of rocky series where things didn't really look good. It kind of looked like they were in a situation where things were just going to go downhill, but they stayed perseverant. A lot of teams may have tilted under these circumstances. They played the same or better, which means they never got worse, and they keep improving every single time we see them play.
Yeah. I think we saw Dogchamp drop to that, you know, definitely a mental drop from them.
Yeah.
But Fate, you know, and Felt, they keep it together. And now we get to have an interview. We get to speak to Mr. Fade from the side of Felt. Fade, I mean, this is such a huge result for your team. Division 2 to Division 1, and now 4th place, DPC points. How did you make this happen?
I mean, I think maybe the meta a little bit honestly favored us. I think the fact that, you know, these beasts, like generally the zoo, for me in the off lane, I think I think that
we do seem to have a slight connection issue here with Fade. Oh, hello, you're back. Can you hear us?
yeah, sorry, did you catch anything I said?
Not really. If you could give us a quick recap.
Yeah, so I just said that I think the meta favored us, especially for me. I think the Zook heroes is something that I play really well. Just the fact that those heroes are very strong suits us very well. And I think that we are also a very resilient team. So the fact that a lot of these games we were actually, you know, behind, but we managed to come back. So, for example, like the 5-red force staff, that's kind of like the critical game of our season. I think if we didn't make that happen, it could have looked a lot different. And even these tiebreakers, I think even today, BA game was not easy, but kind of showed a testament that we can, you know, keep fighting and, you know, squeak out these wins.
And in that series versus 5-rat and your series versus Nouns, and then here in the tiebreakers as well, you were dropping games. You know, how are you able to keep such a positive and strong mentality and keep playing at your best, even when you're behind?
You mean like, can you ask the question, like when we were down one?
Yeah, so mentally, you know, is there a strong voice in the team saying, don't worry about the last game, you know, we know we're better, or, you know, what's the mentality of the team that allows you to be so strong even when you fall behind?
Oh, I think all of us, coach, definitely, it's nice to always hear our coach because we can like make good deductions, I guess, from the game, and we can always learn and go next. I think all the games we won the first game, I believe, every time we won a series, so it's kind of like 1-1. I think we just kind of maybe figure out a better draft for us, or kind of maybe at that point just understand the other team better, and we just generally adapt better. So, but I think that it helps that, you know, everyone is pretty positive, and our coach as well helps us a lot to, you know, kind of focus up and keep our heads high even if we lose a game.
Yeah, that's been obvious through this tour.
Yeah, Fade, congrats on your win and for 4th place, which was remarkable. Today, there's been a lot of different drafts. You're trying to squeeze in best of 1 ideas. There's more focus on enemy comforts and having to prep for 2 different teams, not just 1. How was it like preparing for this day, knowing it was also your last day here at the tour?
I think we played these teams before, so we kind of, you know, knew what works well, what doesn't, and I think that it's really just kind of watching. I think another thing is helped us is we watched the first game instead of playing it, so we kind of got some takeaways from that. But we already played these guys. We know them pretty well, honestly, both opponents, and they know us. So I think today was just, you know, who gets we picked our drafts and who gets to execute better. I think these kind of games was nice for us, kind of attest to what we learned and how we improved. So glad we were able to win them.
All right, and tell me which game today felt like the easiest and the hardest based on draft and execution.
The easiest was the Lycan one from the Duck Champ, and that's actually the one game I felt like I had a good lane. The other lanes were just, I think the other 3 games were really bad. Actually, no, the Enigma game the lane was not that bad, but it wasn't that good. I think the Lycan game we knew we were gonna win, even though they had some good fights. But I think our draft was better. I mean, I think we scaled better, and yeah, I felt like very comfortable in that game. And then the hardest game was the one was the only game we lost, right? We lost against DPC, so yeah, that one.
All right, and from the eyes of an offlane Enigma player, once again, there was that game that you mentioned where you were laning with Solji, the Enigma Mirana versus the Monkey King. Solji died a couple of times in that lane. What was going through your head at that moment? Do you feel like the matchup was winnable up to the point, I think he died 3 times or something like that pretty early on? Did it feel like the matchup is impossible? What goes in your head as an offlane player at that moment when you know the matchup becomes even harder?
I mean, it was unfortunate, but for some reason, I mean, we're near team. We have a lot of those blunders. That's something we definitely need to fix. So always in lane as something happens, that's just even in the last game. But I think actually the matchup gets a little bit easier as I get levels, because eventually, like the carry, it's really hard to sit there when you just like take every wave, like take every creep from the wave. And I think as it goes, at level 1 is the hardest because they can like kill your idol super easy, but afterwards, like the matchup gets easier and easier. So I didn't feel, especially when the NPTP we killed on the black hole, we just took the tower. So I think it's just unfortunate and something part of execution that we need to work on. But I don't. The lane was okay. I think the more of the problem was in our mid game, honestly, decision making, which is not very good. So
okay, thanks for that.
All right, so my question is going to be, if you look at this tour as a whole, what do you think the biggest lesson your team, or a couple lessons that your team has learned that you can take into the next tour to be even stronger?
I think for me, I think you can kind of tell, you get into a game and like you say like a difference between like, Shopify or TSM is that you can tell right away that the game is hard because they're just so good right away in lanes, and everything they do is hard for you. So I learned that you need to work on the details and, start with the laning and really just, grind through the small details. That's what the teams that are much better than you comes natural to them. So if you want to play at their level, you're going to need to, put the time and effort in to match that. And then the second, I think that in general, like paying attention to the meta and the drafting is crucial. I think it's, if you're in your comfort, you can, play with anyone. And if you're, drafting or, playing a lineup that you just doesn't come natural to you, that's a big deal. So those 2 things are, I think, the biggest things I think I applied in terms of if you're going to try to win games. So something that I can, try to work on as well when going to the next season.
All right. So my next question is going to be, what is Felt's future plans before the next DPC? Do you guys plan on scrimming, maybe playing third parties, or just taking a bit of a break?
If there are third parties, I mean, I'm down to play them, but it's kind of up to the patch as well. I mean, we don't know when the patch comes out. I think if the patch comes out next week, I'm not sure it's like super useful to scrim right now, but I think the smart thing for us to do is just to kind of maybe take a little bit of a break and then step back and reevaluate. It's going to be a new season. We need to like check with each other about our, goals and, just small details of how we're going to practice and everything next season. And if they align, we can, move on with this roster. Or, it really just needs to be all evaluated and, can take a look back and just, I think, in general, if there's any third-party tournaments, we can play them right now. But if not, we just can chill, see what happens at the major or Division 2, and then go from there.
All right, and speaking of the major in Division 2, obviously, Division 2 is coming up, then we've got the major coming up. Is there any team you're particularly hoping wins the major, or any team you like watching and support more than the others?
I think for my own, let's say for my own ego, I hope NA wins, because then people kind of value our region a little bit more. But outside of that, I don't know. I think, which team do I want to win the major? Yeah, I think maybe Shopify. I want Arteezy to win his first major. How about that? Yeah.
All right, great answer.
And did you ask about Division 2 as well or something? Or
I didn't. Just about the major,
okay.
Yeah. All right. I think that's just about it. I think we've taken up enough of your time. But Fade, thank you so much for coming to talk to us. And congratulations again on your 4th place finish. Big result for you guys.
All right, thank you, guys. Take care.
Goodbye. Great stuff there from Fade from Felt, who were able to secure the 4th place finish. Bait down in 5th, and then Dogchamp now in the 6th position after all of those tiebreakers have taken place. It was a long time, a lot of Dota to be played between them to figure this one out. Could have been more. Yeah. Look at EU last season, right? Yeah. It could have been more. I mean, what were the major storylines for you this NADPC?
I mean, time flew fast, you could say. Like the adjustment to the 3 weeks instead of 6 weeks playing of a division feels like there's a lot of stuff happening, less preparation time for some teams. And you see some teams excel better than the others, but you also get the best out of the hot streaks out of a team. And especially like a player, they might play good for 2 days in a row, but then on the third, they might be, a bit shaky.
Sure. I mean, for me, it's going to be TSM beating Rebellion again right away.
Yep.
Wildcard completely flopping. Bait doing Bait doing slightly better. Not a surprise, but just like maybe a little bit of surprise. Because I feel like this tour was more competitive than last.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. And seeing Bait do even better than last tour, a little bit of surprise, but I'm glad it happened. So those are the 3 big things for me.
And also, like, we had actually 7 competitive teams this tour. We had 6 only last time. It felt like the 2 bottom teams couldn't put up a fight against anyone, really. So it was definitely an improvement.
Yeah, and even Wildcard, now and again, we're able to offer a threat. They took games, but unfortunately, in the end, not a single series. And we're definitely a huge disappointment and definitely a sticking point for the season, unfortunately, which we'll be looking back on and just scratching our heads over. And still, even now, I'm like, how? How did that happen? But that's for them to figure out.
Go watch the replays.
Go watch the replays. Absolutely, yes, indeed. But the leaderboard now is looking very, very interesting. I mean, I think coming into next season as well, maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, but I'm really interested to see what the NADPC is going to look like next season because I'm hoping for a couple of shake-ups here and there. I'm hoping that maybe a change or two from Dogchamp to make them really competitive. I love that when Yuma played for them, they had so much success in Division 2. I'd like to see that team coming back. For the rest of the teams, I'm not really seeing a whole lot I want to change, but I think just the practice, especially for Nouns on an international stage, hopefully helping them get over this mental block they seem to have, I think it's going to make the region very, very spicy, and I think we're going to have a very, very competitive Season 3.
We can only hope. I think hoping Nouns wins has been something I've been doing for years now. It's like kind of like my bait in a way. Like you want them to win so badly, but it just never happens from year to year. Every once in a while they'll tease you just a little bit. They'll tease you, but then they go back to where that 3rd place spot. But I would like to see Nouns get up there. But at the same time, I'd like to see another team challenge Nouns as well.
Yeah,
that would also be pretty interesting for me instead of just seeing the same old top 3. Maybe Nouns, can compete with those 2, but nobody can really compete with Nouns. Even though Felt did beat them, it's hard to say from that series, right? Because that series meant nothing for Nouns. So.
Exactly. And I think that's what Nouns need. They need to be challenged for that 3rd spot to push them into the 2nd and 1st, I honestly think, because they're kind of sitting in this limbo where they're better than the other teams, but they're not good enough for the top 2. So we don't really see them getting much of a chance to improve. I'd love to see Nouns, pull it out the bag. They talk a lot about how they're able to beat the top 2 teams, but unfortunately when it comes to officials, we just haven't seen it.
It is true. There's this huge storyline that is actually already starting to build up, and as we see TSM and Rebellion taking the top, that means that when we're heading towards Tour 3 and the roster changes we see there into the NA regional qualifiers where there's no TSM, no Rebellion by the looks of it. They're going to get a lot of points from these 2 tours and potentially even from the third if they don't get a contender. Man, that is going to be absolute mayhem because you've got all the other teams basically at the same level or at least close to each other's, and anything can happen there. So Tour 3, I think the roster changes is something that I'm really looking forward to. What kind of teams are going to be locking their spots in and really competing towards the top? Is Nouns going to shine there? Is somebody else going to take top 3?
Right. I just want to see roster changes in a way where you're building on top of what you already made this tour, not just demolishing. And
don't demolish anymore.
Look at you, dog champ.
That was what we had for Tour 1. The Tour 2, you can make the big changes. Now, only slight ones and work on the integrity.
The fine-tuning.
The
yes,
fine-tuning.
Indeed. Well, it's time for us to be shamed. It's time to bring up our predictions from the start of the season. I know. I mean, this simultaneously looks the best and the worst for me because I got TSM. Yay! Me, Lizard, and Script got TSM.
Yep.
They also got Nouns in third place as well, so I guess Lizard and Script were the big winners. But nobody getting wildcard right, which isn't surprising. We all had Felt in the bottom 2 as well. Shame on us.
There is the 2 bait enjoyers. We have Lizard and Scriff, who actually did a pretty good job there with the 5th place.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Fear, any
no, I don't want to talk about this.
not a single one right there.
I mean, I think I put a wild card above Nouns, just hoping that another team can challenge Nouns. On paper, it looked like they could have been the one. We'd have this 4 powerhouses of NA, but unfortunately, that was not the case.
It certainly was not, no. And I was kind of hoping the same thing. It was just a bit of a shake-up. Someone else make it to the major. I thought Wildcard might be able to pull off a dream run. Yeah, maybe going off the rails a little bit. But nevertheless, congratulations to, I guess, Lizard and Scriff, who got the most right out of everybody. They actually got 3 right. That's kind of impressive. Wait, 4 right. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think
geniuses.
Even 5, because they had 5 right at the bottom as well. But yeah, they apparently knew more. But then again, these were preseason predictions, and obviously everything didn't click, especially for one team that we had high expectations for, and they have been looking good in the past, but apparently just not today.
Yeah, I predicted with my emotions, not my brain, unfortunately.
Yeah, same thing, you know.
What can
it's
you
a mistake that we do in the panel, so...
I'm not that. You're an analyst. You're supposed to use your brains. That's what you're paid for.
Whoops. I mean, you have a man with a big American heart. You can't say no to that.
You can't. Well, let's use that heart to tie things up. You know, Fear, let's go through each of us. Fear, what's your final thoughts on the NADPC and maybe looking forward?
There's a lot I'm looking forward to. I need to still take a look at who's playing in Div 2, but the teams that did come up from Div 2, I was a huge fan of them, and they both get to stay here, which is absolutely amazing. And some of the teams that made the most roster changes, they're leaving now, right? So I like to see some of the teams coming up from Div 2. Hopefully they stick together. They have that camaraderie as well. Come up, want to build together, not just get that instant gratification of we're winning games because we put a roster together here in Division 1. So that's what I'm most looking forward to.
Yep, also looking forward to the future, and especially this Division 2 that's going to kick off in just a matter of days, basically.
Yep.
We already saw some star players come out into Division 1. Are we going to see some more American star players show up in Division 2 this tour?
Maybe.
And perhaps show up for the next tour? That's what I'm looking for. Just looking forward.
I'm looking forward to seeing Shopify and TSM at the major as well, because I think this could be Shopify's turn. You know, they looked really good last time. They've only been improving, you know, and TSM as well, you know, I feel like if they unlock their full potential at the major, they're a serious contender to do well. You know, I really think that NA, this could be their major, and that's not copying. I'm not even American. I
know your outfit day one. I couldn't tell.
And who knows what TSM is going to be doing in their third-party tournaments that are happening as well. So do they get that international experience, and how does that reflect towards the major?
Yeah, exactly. They've got a great run-up, and I think they stand a really good chance at landing well, and I think Shopify have a good chance of winning it all because they have the skill, they have the integrity, and that's going to just about do it for the NADPC. So the only thing that's left to do is say thank you. I mean, thank you to my 2 talent, Fear and T-Pan. You guys have been an absolute pleasure to work with.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's been fun. The players, of course, for putting on some great games, and the NADPC, always spicy and enjoyable with all the drama and fun. The viewers at home, you guys watching, you're very important. And of course, the PGL staff here who have made our jobs super duper easy and very, very pleasurable to work. So thank you to you guys. And all that's left to do now is say goodbye and thanks for watching.
Full TV.